Who would have thought that the most perverse cultivation method in this world isn't arduous secluded training, but simply walking, and even breathing is cheating. The second you take a step with your left foot, that cold, mechanical voice in your mind explodes like a heavenly melody. Ding! You've taken a step, basic footwork gains 10-100 experience. Immediately after, your originally depleted dantian instantly erupts like a volcano, with surging hot currents wildly scourging your meridians. Not only have you been reborn into this body named Zhang Chen, but you've also awakened the heaven-defying hundredfold cultivation system. Others cultivate by enduring, you cultivate by playing. Just a casual swing of your fist, and basic boxing reaches perfect mastery. Swallow a garbage pill from a street vendor, and your realm leaps 3 levels like a rocket. Looking at the family scoundrels who still want to steal your martial academy spot, a cruel arc forms at the corner of your mouth. The current you, even just taking a walk, can effortlessly trample these so-called geniuses. Ding! Congratulations on successfully binding the hundredfold cultivation system. Ding! You've taken a step, basic footwork gains 10-100 experience. Ding! Your basic footwork has reached perfect mastery and successfully advanced to the yellow grade novice footwork, flowing light steps. Zhang Chen listened blankly to the continuous prompts in his mind, his heart in utter chaos, as if rivers and seas were overturning within him. He remembered falling off a cliff by accident while traveling at Mount Amay's golden summit. When he woke up again, he found himself in this unfamiliar room. I've actually transmigrated, and it seems I even got a hundredfold cultivation system with it? He had just stood up and taken a step, and his basic footwork had already reached perfect mastery, and even automatically advanced to yellow grade novice footwork, flowing light steps. If this was real, then this system was simply too awesome. Zhang Chen was filled with doubt and surprise, instinctively using flowing light steps. Immediately, Zhang Chen's figure instantly transformed into a streak of flowing light, flashing several meters away. Ding! You used flowing light steps, gaining 2100 experience. Ding! Your flowing light steps have reached minor accomplishment. It was actually true. He truly caught up with the transmigration trend, bringing the legendary system with him. It took Zhang Chen a while to recover from the shock. He looked up, assessed his surroundings, then sorted through the unfamiliar memories that had appeared in his mind. According to the memories, this continent was called the Divine Martial Continent, a world where martial arts reigned supreme. Martial artists were categorized into realms such as body tempering, chi control, origin opening, core condensation, aspect transformation, and spirit sea. The previous owner of this body was born in Songshan City, Lingyun Prefecture, of the Great Xia Kingdom. He was the only son of Jiang Moya, the patriarch of the Jiang family, one of the 3 great families of Songshan City. However, Zhang Chen's martial arts talent was extraordinarily poor. He had been regarded as a good-for-nothing since childhood. Now 15 years old, his strength had remained at body tempering 2nd level. Such cultivation talent placed him at the very bottom among the young disciples of the Jiang family. In order to secure a bright future for his son, Jiang Moya struck a deal with the highest authority of Lingyun Prefecture, the Lingyun Martial Academy. The Lingyun Martial Academy made an exception to admit Zhang Chen as a student, while Jiang Moya mysteriously disappeared after taking on a mission for the academy. Yesterday, the Lingyun Martial Academy delivered its token of admission to Zhang Chen as promised. But just then, Zhang Yunhong, a disciple of the Jiang family, suddenly approached Zhang Chen, demanding that he surrender his opportunity to enter the Lingyun Martial Academy. Zhang Chen was naturally unwilling to give up the opportunity his father had risked his life for. Unable to bear it any longer, he fought with Zhang Yunhong, only to be severely injured by Zhang Yunhong's punch, ultimately leading to his demise. Zhang Yunhong, that despicable wretch, he's truly gone too far. After understanding the full story, Zhang Chen was furious and immediately slammed his fist against the wall. Ding! You threw a punch, basic fist techniques gain 10-100 experience. Ding! Your basic fist techniques have reached the perfect realm, successfully advancing to the yellow grade novice martial art, crushing stone fist. Zhang Chen immediately felt that he had magically mastered a yellow grade novice martial art, crushing stone fist, in his mind. Holy crap! This hundredfold cultivation system is awesome. He took a step, his basic movement technique reached the perfect realm, advancing to the yellow grade novice martial art, flowing cloud steps. He threw a punch, his basic fist techniques reached the perfect realm, advancing to the yellow grade novice martial art, crushing stone fist. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. In the divine martial continent, martial arts are categorized into heaven, earth, profound, and yellow grades, with each grade further divided into novice, intermediate, and advanced levels. At this rate, if he just took more walks and threw more punches, wouldn't it be no problem for these yellow grade martial arts to upgrade to heaven grade? This hundredfold cultivation system is simply a heaven-defying existence that allows one to become stronger at any time. Even walking and punching can give me a hundredfold experience. If I cultivate now, I should also get a hundredfold experience bonus, right? Jiang Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and immediately sat cross-legged into a cultivation state. Ding! You cultivated for 1 minute, gaining 100 cultivation experience. Ding! You cultivated for 1 minute, gaining 100 cultivation experience. Ding! You successfully broke through body tempering stage 3. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt as if the power within his body had increased several times over compared to before. Holy crap, this hundredfold cultivation system is truly amazing. He had only cultivated for a few short minutes and had already broken through from body tempering stage 2 to body tempering stage 3. One must know that the previous owner of this body had been stuck at body tempering stage 2 for a year or two. Sitting meditation cultivation alone is so powerful. What would happen if I also took a cultivation assisting pill? Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and then he pulled out a strong force pill from his person and swallowed it. The strong force pill is a low-grade pill, not even considered a first-grade pill. Although this pill has no grade, it can assist body tempering realm martial artists in their cultivation, making their efforts twice as effective. Ding! You consumed a power pill and gained 100 experience. Ding! You successfully broke through to body tempering stage 4. Ding! You successfully broke through to body tempering stage 5. Ding! You successfully broke through to body tempering stage 6. Jiang Chen had just swallowed the power pill and hadn't even started cultivating when a series of notification sounds instantly made his head spin. A power pill, without even a grade, actually allowed him to instantly jump 3 levels, directly reaching body tempering stage 6. Among the younger generation of their Jiang family, apart from the genius Jiang Xing, who had already entered the Lingyun Martial Academy, the strongest Jiang Yunhong was only at body tempering stage 5. Now, he completely possessed the strength to surpass Jiang Yunhong. At this moment, Jiang Chen couldn't even find words to describe how awesome this system was. With this heaven-defying hundredfold cultivation system, even a genius from the Lingyun Martial Academy would turn to dust in front of him. If I'm not mistaken, Jiang Yunhong is going to report to the Lingyun Martial Academy with my token today. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He was going out now to give Jiang Yunhong a huge surprise. No one could snatch what belonged to him from his hands. Jiang Chen quickly stood up, opened the door, and walked out of the room. However, just as he stepped out of the room, he was blocked by a burly man at the doorway. Looking at the burly man in front of him, Jiang Chen sternly said, "Jiang Quan, what are you doing blocking young master here?" "Young Master Chen, the great elder instructed that you must stay in your room today and cannot go anywhere." The burly man Jiang Quan looked at Jiang Chen, grinning without warmth. Although the person in front of him was the only son of Jiang Wuya, the head of the Jiang family, he was a well-known good-for-nothing in the Jiang family, simply a joke. In the past, when Jiang Wuya was still in the Jiang family, Jiang Quan might have shown some respect to Jiang Chen on the surface. Now, Jiang Quan didn't take this useless young master seriously at all. "Jiang Quan, where a young master goes is none of your business to interfere with. A good dog doesn't block the way, get lost." Jiang Chen's gaze was extremely cold. Great Elder Jiang Qianhe was Jiang Yunhong's grandfather. Jiang Qianhe's actions were undoubtedly aimed at helping his grandson seize this opportunity to enter the Lingyun Martial Academy. Perhaps Jiang Yunhong's attack on him last night was even instigated by that old man Jiang Qianhe. Hearing that Jiang Chen, this good-for-nothing, actually compared him to a dog, Jiang Quan's expression suddenly turned rather unpleasant. Young Master Chen, please mind your words, this is the Great Elder. Clang. However, Jiang Quan was only halfway through his sentence when Jiang Chen raised his hand and slapped Jiang Quan. Ding. You delivered a slap and gained 10-100 experience. Ding. Your basic palm technique has reached mastery and successfully advanced to the yellow grade low-level martial skill, wind-breaking palm. The sudden notification sound in his mind filled Jiang Chen with delight. This feeling is just one word, awesome. He slapped the guy in front of him and even gained a new martial art skill. In this world, who could be more incredible than him? Jiang Quan touched his burning face, and an expression of disbelief immediately appeared in his eyes. He never expected that this waste of the Jiang family would dare to lay a hand on him. He also never expected that he, a body-tempering fourth-stage martial artist, actually failed to react and was slapped by this body-tempering second-stage waste. Rage surged in Jiang Quan's heart. He let out a loud roar and pounced towards Jiang Chen. At this moment, he had only one thought, to brutally beat up this waste who dared to slap him. Jiang Quan threw a punch with full force, creating a powerful whooshing sound. Jiang Chen, however, stood with his hands behind his back, calmly watching the fist rapidly growing larger in his pupils. It wasn't until Jiang Quan's fist was less than 3 feet from his face that he slowly extended 2 fingers. Jiang Chen's 2 fingers precisely pinched Jiang Quan's wrist. The scene was as effortless as pinching a leaf. How is this possible? Jiang Quan was utterly horrified. His punch had been so easily blocked by this body-tempering second-stage waste. Before Jiang Quan could recover from his shock, Jiang Chen slapped him across the face again. Bastard! Jiang Quan felt as if he was going insane. He spat out a mouthful of blood, a furious growl escaping his throat, and then threw a full-powered punch at Jiang Chen. Overestimating yourself. Jiang Chen snorted disdainfully, his body not moving an inch, and directly used crushing stone fist to punch Jiang Quan. In an instant, Jiang Quan's body was sent flying several meters, like a kite with a broken string, completely unconscious. Ding! You used crushing stone fist and gained 2100 experience. Ding! Your crushing stone fist has reached the minor accomplishment realm. After disabling Jiang Quan with one punch, Jiang Chen strode out, accompanied by the pleasant system notification sound. Ding! You took a step and gained 10-100 experience. Ding! You took a step and gained 10-100 experience. Every step Jiang Chen took, flowing cloud steps gained a large amount of experience. By the time Jiang Chen reached the edge of the Jiang family's inner courtyard plaza, in just a few minutes, flowing cloud steps had already reached the perfection realm. Ding! Your yellow grade low-level movement technique, flowing cloud steps, has reached the perfection realm and successfully advanced to yellow grade mid-level movement technique, meteor steps. It advanced to yellow grade mid-level just like that. Jiang Chen was amazed. With 100-fold experience just by walking, he probably wouldn't need long for his movement technique to advance to profound grade. Profound grade martial arts were extremely rare. Even their Jiang family only possessed a single profound grade martial art, which was regarded as the Jiang family's treasured heritage. Grandpa, don't worry. After I go to Lingyun Martial Academy, I will definitely cultivate diligently and will never disappoint you. Just then, a voice extremely familiar to Jiang Chen suddenly came from the center of the square. Jiang Chen looked over in the direction of the voice and saw Jiang Yunhong standing gracefully in the center of the square, bidding farewell to Jiang Qinna, the great elder of the Jiang family. Around the square, many Jiang family disciples looked at Jiang Yunhong with expressions of envy. Jiang Chen's expression turned cold, and he strode towards the center of the square. At the same time, his cold voice also slowly drifted through the air above the square. Jiang Yunhong, this opportunity to enter the Lingyun Martial Mansion was earned for me by my father risking his life. You have no right to steal what belongs to me. Jiang Chen's chilling voice caused countless gazes in the square to simultaneously converge on him. Isn't that the good-for-nothing young master of our Jiang family? What is he doing here? I heard that Jiang Yunhong's opportunity to go to the Lingyun Martial Mansion was obtained by the patriarch at all costs for this good-for-nothing young master. Could it be that this good-for-nothing young master is here because of this? Could he possibly snatch this opportunity back? Exactly, now that the patriarch is not in the Jiang family, the great elder is in charge. How could he possibly give such an opportunity to this good-for-nothing? Looking at Jiang Chen, who appeared in the square, many Jiang family disciples couldn't help but reveal mocking expressions. And Jiang Chen's sudden appearance also caused Jiang Qian's and Jiang Yunhong's expressions to subtly change. Jiang Chen, stop spouting nonsense here. I admit that this spot to enter the Lingyun martial mansion was obtained by the patriarch for our Jiang family. Although you are the patriarch's only son, you are naturally a good-for-nothing. You are still only at the second level of body tempering. What qualifications do you have to get this opportunity to enter the Lingyun martial mansion? Jiang Yunhong stared at Jiang Chen with disdain and sneered continuously. 3 months ago, Jiang Yunhong failed the freshman assessment of the Lingyun martial mansion. At 16 years old, he no longer had the chance to participate in the Lingyun martial mansion's assessment. And this spot in front of him was his only opportunity to cultivate in the Lingyun martial mansion. No matter what, Jiang Yunhong would never let this good-for-nothing ruin his good fortune. I have no qualifications? You, a mere nobody who couldn't even pass the Lingyun martial mansion's assessment, don't seem to be any better than me, do you? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yunhong's expression instantly turned exceedingly grim. The Great Xia Kingdom was vast and boundless, divided into 9 prefectures. Each prefecture had a martial mansion established. The martial mansions were not only responsible for overseeing their respective prefectures, but also for recruiting students and cultivating talents for the Great Xia Kingdom. And the Lingyun martial mansion was the training holy land that all martial cultivators in Lingyun Prefecture dreamed of. The Lingyun martial mansion's assessment was extremely strict, truly 1 in 10,000. 3 months ago, during the Lingyun martial mansion's assessment, Jiang Yunhong was momentarily careless and missed the opportunity to enter the Lingyun martial mansion. Now that Jiang Chen, this good-for-nothing, had publicly ripped open his old wound, a flicker of exasperation and anger involuntarily flashed in Jiang Yunhong's eyes. Jiang Chen, even if I failed the assessment for Lingyun martial mansion, I'm still better than you, a good-for-nothing who's been stuck at body tempering stage 2 for 2 years. How precious is the quota to cultivate in Lingyun martial mansion? For the future of the family, this quota naturally belongs to the most promising young disciple in the family. Jiang Chen, don't say I didn't give you a chance. As long as you can defeat me, I guarantee I'll hand over this quota to Lingyun martial mansion with both hands. What you just said was quite fair, somewhat like a human speaking. Jiang Chen glanced indifferently at Jiang Yunhong, and without waiting for Jiang Yunhong to get angry, he looked up at Jiang Qianhe, Grand Elder, what do you think? The opportunity to enter Lingyun martial mansion should naturally be given to the most promising junior in the Jiang family. Jiang Qianhe frowned slightly, feeling that something wasn't quite right in his heart, but he still nodded. Among the younger generation of the Jiang family, those more promising than Jiang Yunhong had already entered Lingyun martial mansion, and the rest were simply not worth considering. And this notoriously useless person from the Jiang family was even less likely to pose any threat to Jiang Yunhong. The Grand Elder always considers the family's best interests, and Jiang Chen deeply admires that. In that case, a strange arc curved at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth as he raised his hand and crooked a finger at Jiang Yunhong. Jiang Yunhong, get out here and fight me. Jiang Chen's calm voice instantly caused an uproar in the square. Everyone's eyes widened, as if they had seen a ghost. All of them looked at Jiang Chen with incredible shock. Holy cow, I didn't see wrong, did I? Jiang Chen actually challenged Jiang Yunhong. Jiang Yunhong broke through to body tempering stage 5 3 months ago. This good-for-nothing, whose strength has always been stuck at body tempering stage 2, actually dares to challenge Jiang Yunhong. This good-for-nothing, 8 out of 10, has gone crazy. He's actually delivering himself to death. You really want to fight me? Jiang Yunhong looked at Jiang Chen's provocative gesture and only recovered from his astonishment after a while. Evidently, Jiang Yunhong hadn't expected that this good-for-nothing from the Jiang family would actually dare to challenge him. Last night, he had punched this good-for-nothing until he was like a dead dog. Only one night had passed. Who gave him the courage to challenge himself? Jiang Yunhong, less nonsense, let's fight. Jiang Chen sneered coldly, "My things, Jiang Chen's, are not something any Tom, Dick, or Harry can snatch from my hands. A mere good-for-nothing dares to be arrogant in front of me. Since you're looking for death yourself, I'll grant your wish." Repeatedly humiliated by Jiang Chen, this good-for-nothing, Zhang Yunhong felt a raging fire burning in his heart. He roared in anger, his figure lunged forward fiercely, and he punched Jiang Chen's head. Watching Zhang Yunhong punch Jiang Chen, many Jiang family disciples in the square couldn't help but show expressions of pity. The gap between body tempering stage 2 and body tempering stage 5 was not just a small one. They could almost foresee Jiang Chen's tragic fate under Zhang Yunhong's punch. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent. Activating flowing light steps instantly, he merely flickered and easily dodged Zhang Yunhong's fist. That good-for-nothing actually dodged it? This scene instantly left many Jiang family disciples dumbfounded, so shocked their eyeballs almost popped out. Seeing his punch miss, Zhang Yunhong couldn't help but be startled. Coincidence? This must be a coincidence. Your punch is flashy but impractical, and too slow. With your level, it's no wonder Lingyun Martial Academy rejected you. But just when Zhang Yunhong thought it was a coincidence, Jiang Chen's mocking voice rang out in his ears. Bastards! Zhang Yunhong's expression instantly became incredibly ferocious. He let out an angry roar, mobilizing all his strength, and launched a lightning-fast punch at Jiang Chen. This time, Jiang Chen's body didn't budge an inch. With a slight wave of his palm, he blocked Zhang Yunhong's fist. This punch's speed is decent, but the strength is too weak. Didn't you say I was trash? But it seems you're not even as good as me, this trash. Looking at Zhang Yunhong's face, which was inches away, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a disdainful laugh. Someone like you, who isn't even as good as trash, what qualifications do you have to enter Lingyun Martial Academy? This is impossible. Zhang Yunhong stared at Jiang Chen with an incredulous expression, his heart filled with extreme shock. This trash actually blocked his fist so easily. If the first punch was due to his momentary carelessness, and Jiang Chen happened to block it. But with this second punch, he had almost used all his strength. What made Zhang Yunhong want to vomit blood the most was that this good-for-nothing, while easily taking his punch, was still critiquing his moves. Zhang Yunhong's martial arts talent was among the best in the younger generation of the entire Jiang family. Since when was it this trash of the Jiang family's turn to instruct him? Yellow-grade elementary martial art, Tiger Roar Fist. An enraged Zhang Yunhong let out a fierce shout, a fierce internal energy surging from his fist, blasting towards Jiang Chen like a pouncing tiger. Yellow-grade elementary martial art, Tiger Roar Fist. Zhang Yunhong is finally getting serious. It's said that Zhang Yunhong's Tiger Roar Fist has already reached the minor accomplishment stage. With his body tempering stage 5 strength to use Tiger Roar Fist, Jiang Chen is probably in for a terrible time now. This trash, thinking he was hot stuff just because he blocked Zhang Yunhong's 2 moves, actually dared to provoke Zhang Yunhong. He's practically courting death. Watching Zhang Yunhong, who was fully unleashing Tiger Roar Fist and blasting it towards Jiang Chen, waves of pity and mocking voices instantly resounded around the plaza. Little bastard, go to hell. Zhang Yunhong stared ferociously at Jiang Chen, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. This slot, obtained by Jiang Woya, the head of the Jiang family, was his only chance to enter Lingyun Martial Academy. Whoever dared to stop him, he wouldn't hold back. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and he clenched his fist abruptly. A surge of energy capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks instantly condensed on his fist. Yellow rank elementary martial art, Stone Shattering Fist. With a low shout, Jiang Chen's fist decisively collided with Zhang Yunhong's. Bang! The 2 fists smashed together under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers. Immediately, a figure screamed and flew backward, heavily crashing several feet away. This time, Jiang Chen probably won't die, but he'll be stripped of a layer of skin. Watching the figure screaming and flying backward, many of the Jiang family disciples in the square couldn't help but shake their heads. A good-for-nothing at body tempering stage 2 actually dared to challenge Zhang Yunhong, who was at body tempering stage 5. Wasn't he just asking for death? However, when they clearly saw the figure lying on the ground, they were all dumbfounded. The figure that had fallen to the ground so embarrassingly was surprisingly not Jiang Chen. What the heck, I'm not seeing things, am I? The one who was sent flying was Zhang Yunhong. You're not seeing things. Jiang Chen defeated Zhang Yunhong, and he sent Zhang Yunhong flying with just one punch. This is too incredible. Jiang Chen is the notorious good-for-nothing of our Jiang family. His strength has always been stuck at body tempering stage 2. How could he possibly defeat Zhang Yunhong, who was at body tempering stage 5? Zhang Yunhong tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice. This young master of ours, when he's quiet, but when he makes a move, it's astonishing. In the square, the surrounding Zhang family disciples were slow to recover from their shock. They had originally thought that Jiang Chen was bound to lose against Zhang Yunhong, but the result completely stunned them. Not only did Jiang Chen win, but he also gravely injured Zhang Yunhong with such a decisive punch. Was the Jiang Chen before them really still the good-for-nothing of the Jiang family they knew? This kid, hasn't he always been stuck at body tempering stage 2? How could he possess such strength? Zhang Qianhe also stared at the scene before him, utterly shocked. Jiang Chen, the notorious good-for-nothing young master of the Jiang family. For this good-for-nothing, Jiang Woya had put in no small amount of effort over the past 2 years. However, Jiang Chen's cultivation still hadn't made much progress, remaining at body tempering stage 2. Just last night, Zhang Yunhong had even injured Jiang Chen with a punch and snatched the token of the Lingyun Martial Academy from him. How could this kid have changed so much after just one night? In one night, he transformed from a good-for-nothing at body tempering stage 2 into a genius capable of defeating someone at body tempering stage 5. How was this possible? While Jiang Qianhe was still reeling in shock, Jiang Chen, under everyone's gaze, slowly walked up to Zhang Yunhong. He looked down at Zhang Yunhong from above, his faint voice instantly reverberating in everyone's ears. Zhang Yunhong, you lost. Hand over the token of the Lingyun Martial Academy. No, I didn't lose. How could I possibly lose to a good-for-nothing like you from the Jiang family? Zhang Yunhong paled and coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. He looked distraught, clearly unable to accept the reality before him. With a ferocious expression, he roared, flipped over, scrambled to his feet, and charged at Jiang Chen, fists flying. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he instinctively clenched his fist. However, before Jiang Chen could make a move, a ghostly figure descended from the sky, appearing directly in front of him. Looking at Jiang Qianhe who had appeared before him, Jiang Chen's pupils constricted, and he sneered, "What? Is the esteemed elder of the Jiang family going to go back on his word? Jiang Chen, you truly surprise me." Jiang Qianhe gave Jiang Chen a deep look, then turned his head to glance at Zhang Yunhong. Give him the token for Lingyun Martial Mansion. Although Jiang Qianhe desperately wanted to give this opportunity to enter Lingyun Martial Mansion to his grandson, he could not go back on his word now. If Jiang Chen were still that core refining stage level 2 waste of the Jiang family, it would have been one thing. But now that Jiang Chen had displayed potential surpassing Zhang Yunhong, if he suppressed Jiang Chen too much, many people in the Jiang family would likely object to him. No! Grandfather, I haven't lost yet, I can definitely defeat him. Zhang Yunhong's face flushed. He, Zhang Yunhong, had always been a talented disciple of the Jiang family. How could he lose to this Jiang family waste before him? Enough! A loss is a loss, don't embarrass me here. Jiang Qianhe's face darkened, and he sternly shouted, "Give him the token for Lingyun Martial Mansion." Are you not listening to my words either? Seeing his grandfather angry, Zhang Yunhong could only reluctantly take out the Lingyun Martial Mansion token with an unwilling expression. Jiang Chen snatched the token from Zhang Yunhong's hand, then swaggered out of the Jiang family's main gate under the watchful eyes of everyone. With the Lingyun Martial Mansion token in hand, Jiang Chen intended to report directly to Lingyun Martial Mansion. Today, in front of countless Jiang family disciples, he had reclaimed the opportunity to enter Lingyun Martial Mansion. If he continued to stay in the Jiang family, who knew if Zhang Qianhe and Zhang Yunhong would try to trip him up in secret? Only by entering Lingyun Martial Mansion would Zhang Qianhe not dare to do anything to him. Lingyun Martial Mansion was located in Lingyun City, the center of Lingyun Prefecture, not far from Sanshan City. Jiang Chen walked for half a day and arrived at Lingyun Martial Mansion. Ding! Your high-grade yellow rank movement skill, Flowing Cloud Step, has reached perfection, successfully advancing to low-grade black rank movement skill, Flowing Light Phantom Step. Finally advanced to the black rank, huh? Hearing the sudden notification sound in his mind, Jiang Chen was immediately overjoyed. From the Jiang family to Lingyun Martial Mansion, he had been continuously gaining movement skill experience. Under the 100-fold cultivation system's boost, his mid-grade yellow rank movement skill, Meteor Step, had already advanced to high-grade yellow rank Flowing Cloud Step along the way. Now, Flowing Cloud Step had finally reached perfection, successfully advancing to black rank movement skill, Flowing Light Phantom Step. Simply by walking, he had cultivated a black rank movement skill. Profound grade martial arts techniques are immensely powerful, but they are scarce in number and extremely difficult to cultivate. In the body tempering realm, being able to successfully cultivate a profound grade martial arts technique, even in the Lingyun Martial Academy, makes one an extremely rare genius student. With Jiang Chen's strength at body tempering level 6, if he were to employ the Flowing Light Phantom Steps, his speed would almost be comparable to that of ordinary martial artists at body tempering level 8 or even level 9. Such is the immense power of profound grade martial arts techniques. Oh, isn't this Jiang Chen, the good-for-nothing from the Jiang family? It seems you, a piece of trash, really did rely on your old man to get you a spot in the Lingyun Martial Academy. Just as Jiang Chen was immersed in the joy of his movement technique advancing, a mocking voice suddenly rang out in his ear. Jiang Chen paused slightly. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a handsomely dressed young man slowly walking out from the Lingyun Martial Academy. Lin Yang? Jiang Chen was not unfamiliar with this young man who suddenly walked towards him. Lin Yang, a direct descendant of the Lin family, one of Sanshan City's 3 great families. This guy, just like him, was also a well-known good-for-nothing young master in his family. It was precisely because of this that the two of them never got along well and had not infrequently gotten into fights before. It's just that Lin Yang was much luckier than him, because this guy had an exceptionally talented older brother. In the Lingyun Martial Academy, it is said that students who can make it onto the Lingyun ranking of the Inner Academy can gain the privilege of recommending one person to enter the Lingyun Martial Academy for free. Lin Yang thus obtained the qualification to enter the Lingyun Martial Academy. Jiang Chen merely glanced indifferently at Lin Yang, having no intention of paying attention to him at all, and walked directly past him. If it were in the past, Jiang Chen might still contend with Lin Yang. Now that he possesses the 100-fold cultivation system, he is no longer the person he once was, so how could he possibly take this guy seriously? Jiang Chen, you damn well stop right there. As soon as Lin Yang saw Jiang Chen actually ignore his presence, he immediately felt his pride was hurt. He roared in anger and quickly stepped in front of Jiang Chen to block him. Lin Yang, you merely entered the Lingyun Martial Academy by relying on your older brother. Don't show off your so-called superiority in front of me. Jiang Chen coldly stared at Lin Yang, who was blocking his way. Get out of my way, I have no interest in wasting time with you. Jiang Chen, do you think I'm still the same me from back then? Lin Yang's face was full of scorn, and he sneered mockingly as he stared at Jiang Chen. After his older brother Lin Yu made it onto the Lingyun ranking half a year ago, he then entered the Lingyun Martial Academy. In the Lingyun Martial Academy, a sacred land for martial cultivation, even though Lin Yang's talent was not good, with the help of his older brother, he forcibly cultivated from body tempering level 2 to body tempering level 4. Now that he saw Jiang Chen actually dare to disregard him, how could Lin Yang not be angry? The confrontation between Jiang Chen and Lin Yang also quickly attracted the attention of some Lingyun Martial Academy students, who were all eager to watch the show and gathered around the two of them. Isn't that Lin Yan? Is this guy bullying someone again? No choice, who makes his brother so formidable? How many people in Lingyun Martial Arts Academy dare not give him face? Who's that guy opposite? He's so clueless, insisting on messing with Lin Yang. His name is Jiang Chen. Like Lin Yang, he's from Sanshan City, a trash at body tempering stage 2. They say his old man spent a lot of effort just to get him into Lingyun Martial Arts Academy. TSK, I've heard of this trash too. He actually has the guts to cross Lin Yang. This is practically courting death. Indeed. Not to mention Lin Yang has an awesome brother backing him up. He himself has the strength of body tempering stage 4. Bullying a trash at body tempering stage 2 is just child's play, isn't it? Hearing the murmuring voices around him, a hint of smugness couldn't help but appear on Lin Yang's face. Jiang Chen, you trash at body tempering stage 2, how dare you act so arrogant in front of me? If you know what's good for you, obediently kneel down and beg for my mercy, and I might not bother with you. Otherwise, do you believe I'll beat you so bad your own mother won't recognize you? Before he entered Lingyun Martial Arts Academy, Jiang Chen had always been at odds with him, even embarrassing him in public several times. Now that he had a chance to deal with Jiang Chen, how could Lin Yang be polite to him? I don't believe you. Jiang Chen said expressionlessly, if you want to fight, go ahead. But I promise you, the one beaten so badly their own mother won't recognize them will definitely be you. Damn, what did that kid just say? Did I hear him right? TSK, this trash at body tempering stage 2, who gave him the courage to act so tough? When someone strong acts tough, that's awesome. When someone weak acts tough, that's just plain stupid. I think this guy is a typical idiot. Good, very good. Lin Yang laughed in extreme anger. He glared menacingly at Jiang Chen, if you have the guts, come with me to the arena and we'll have a showdown. If it weren't for Lingyun Martial Arts Academy prohibiting private fights, he probably wouldn't have been able to resist rushing up and beating Jiang Chen senseless right now. Jiang Chen sneered inwardly. He hadn't intended to bother with this guy, but this fellow insisted on delivering himself for a slap. Since that was the case, he would grant his wish. You want to compete with me? I have no objections. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. However, since we're competing, shouldn't there be a wager? Lin Yang's heart immediately filled with joy. He hadn't expected Jiang Chen to not only agree but also want to gamble with him. Since this kid willingly presented himself, he would definitely make Jiang Chen pay a bloody price for it. This is a body tempering pill. If you win, it's yours. If you lose, then you'll owe me one. How about it? Lin Yang seemed afraid that Jiang Chen would back out, so he reached into his and pulled out a jade bottle. Holy crap, having an awesome brother is great. Treasures like body tempering pills are just pulled out casually. This Lin Yang is really generous. He actually put up a body tempering pill as a wager. Nonsense, body tempering stage 4 fighting body tempering stage 2, even an idiot knows he won't lose. If it were me, I'd also be willing to put down a heavy stake. Damn, he's clearly trying to swindle a body tempering pill out of Jiang Chen. And Jiang Chen, that idiot, is stupidly playing right into his hands. Jiang Chen wasn't affected in the slightest by the jeers and taunts from all around. Instead, a sly, triumphant smile appeared on his face. Alright, I accept this challenge. The body tempering pill, a first-grade medicinal pill, can significantly boost the strength of body tempering realm martial artists. Even the most common quality body tempering pill is worth tens of thousands of gold coins. The effect of this pill is many times more potent than the potent pill he took last time. With this pill, plus the 100-fold cultivation system's boost, his strength can surge dramatically once again. Now that Lin Yang has delivered the treasure right to his doorstep, Jiang Chen has no reason not to accept it. Oh my god, he actually agreed. This guy must be crazy, right? Seeing that Jiang Chen actually agreed to the fight, the onlookers around them were all utterly speechless. A body tempering stage 2 good for nothing actually agreed to fight someone at body tempering stage 4. Isn't he just asking for a beating? It's one thing to ask for a beating, but he's even giving away a body tempering pill. How foolish must one be to make such a choice? Since you've agreed, then let's head to the arena. When Lin Yang heard that Jiang Chen actually agreed, his heart bloomed with joy, and he quickly said, full of anticipation. Beating Jiang Chen up and also getting a body tempering pill worth 10,000 gold coins. There's nothing more exciting than this. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, no need for all that trouble, let's just start here. Jiang Chen, what do you mean? Private fights can lead to expulsion from Lingyun Martial Academy. Lin Yang's expression darkened slightly, and he said mockingly, if you don't dare to fight, just say so. I never said I wouldn't fight you, so why are you getting so worked up? We won't engage in a brawl, we'll just compete in movement techniques. Jiang Chen held up a finger to Lin Yang. I won't make a move. Within 10 moves, if you can even touch me, I'll consider myself defeated. Ah, that's hilarious. A body tempering stage 2 trash actually dares to speak to a body tempering stage 4 like that. This guy is really something else. He still dares to show off at a time like this. TSK. 10 moves, huh? I think one move will be enough to decide the winner. At this moment, these students of Lingyun Martial Academy couldn't help but inwardly admire Jiang Chen. This kid is unbelievably good at showing off. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect that after a few months, you'd still be so arrogant. If you want to compete in movement techniques, then let's compete in movement techniques. Soon I'll make you realize that you now don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Yang's cold gaze fixed directly on Jiang Chen, and a savage smile instantly appeared on his face. This time, he would reclaim all the humiliation he had once suffered. This time, he was determined to thoroughly crush Jiang Chen underfoot. Are you talking too much nonsense? Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his expression light and indifferent. Go ahead, I'll repeat what I said, if you can touch me even once, I lose. Keep up your act, let's see how long you can keep it up. Lin Yang sneered inwardly, his body moved, and he reached out to grab Jiang Chen's shoulder. However, just as he rushed in front of Jiang Chen, he suddenly felt a blur before his eyes, and Jiang Chen completely vanished from his sight. By the time he recovered, he found that Jiang Chen had already appeared 3 meters to his left. How can this good-for-nothing be so fast? Seeing the speed Jiang Chen displayed, Lin Yang's temple twitched slightly. But at this moment, he didn't have time to think much. He immediately accelerated with all his might and chased after Jiang Chen. However, before his hand could even reach, Jiang Chen's figure disappeared once again. After 2 consecutive attacks, he hadn't even touched the corner of Jiang Chen's clothes. This is impossible. Lin Yang's face turned ashen, and he let out an incredulous growl from his throat, charging towards Jiang Chen like a madman. He couldn't believe that with his 4th-level body tempering strength, he couldn't catch up to Jiang Chen, a 2nd-level body tempering good-for-nothing. Facing Lin Yang's frenzied pursuit, Jiang Chen executed the flowing light illusionary steps, moving as casually as if strolling in a garden. From start to finish, Lin Yang didn't even touch a single hair on Jiang Chen. Holy crap, Jiang Chen's speed is too fast. Is this really the speed a 2nd-level body tempering good-for-nothing should have? What 2nd-level body tempering good-for-nothing? His strength is clearly superior to Lin Yang's, and he cultivates a profound movement technique. This movement technique is no worse than the yellow-grade high-level movement technique I've seen an inner disciple perform. Whoa, he's even mastered a yellow-grade high-level movement technique? This isn't a good-for-nothing at all, this is simply a genius. Watching Jiang Chen toy with Lin Yang like a monkey in the arena, everyone was stunned. A person with powerful strength and who had cultivated a yellow-grade high-level movement technique actually pretended to be a 2nd-level body tempering good-for-nothing. A genius who could clearly enter the Lingyun martial mansion based on his strength, yet chose to use connections. What does it mean to play the pig to eat the tiger? This, damn it, is the classic example of playing the pig to eat the tiger. Lin Yang exerted all his strength, frantically chasing after Jiang Chen. Unbeknownst to them, 10 moves quickly passed. Looking at Jiang Chen, who maintained a distance of 2 or 3 meters from him from beginning to end, Lin Yang's eyes were practically spitting fire. He knew that he had been played by Jiang Chen again this time. Lin Yang, 10 moves have passed. A bet's a bet, hand over the body tempering pills. Jiang Chen ignored Lin Yang's fiery gaze, crossed his arms over his chest, and said with a playful look, Jiang Chen, just you wait, this isn't over between us. Lin Yang sullenly threw the body tempering pills to Jiang Chen, spat a vicious remark at him, then quickly turned and left. Upon entering the Lingyun martial mansion, Jiang Chen quickly gained a general understanding of it. The Lingyun martial mansion is divided into 2 sections, inner and outer. The inner palace is where inner palace disciples and core disciples on the Cloud Ascension roster cultivate. The outer palace, on the other hand, is the gathering place for outer palace disciples. Outer palace disciples are further divided into 3 ranks: bronze, silver, and gold. The gold disciples in the gold class are all exceptionally talented outer palace disciples, every single one of them a genius among hundreds. The silver disciples in the silver class, while not as good as the gold disciples, all entered the martial palace through their own strength, and their talent is not bad either. As for the bronze disciples in the bronze class, they entered the Cloud Ascension martial palace through various backdoor channels. Jiang Chen, in the Cloud Ascension martial palace, is naturally one of the most unwelcome bronze disciples. Brother Jiang Chen, our bronze class has an alchemy lesson this afternoon. Interested in coming to take a look? As Jiang Chen was looking through the information and learning about the Cloud Ascension martial palace, a chubby young man suddenly walked towards him. This name is Tang Shang, and he is Jiang Chen's roommate in the Cloud Ascension martial palace. Jiang Chen was able to quickly settle down in the Cloud Ascension martial palace, largely thanks to Tang Shang's help. An alchemy lesson? Jiang Chen's interest was piqued immediately. Since there's an alchemy lesson, let's go check it out. The two arrived at the bronze class classroom, which was already filled with nearly 100 bronze disciples. Among them was Lin Yang, who had lost a body tempering pill to Jiang Chen that morning. Jiang Chen, you've come to an alchemy lesson too? Do you even know what alchemy is? Lin Yang looked at Jiang Chen walking into the classroom and immediately sneered with disdain. Even if I don't understand, I'm still better than you. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. If you don't believe me, bring a body tempering pill, and I don't mind betting with you again. Upon hearing Jiang Chen mention the body tempering pill, Lin Yang's face immediately darkened. He snorted coldly and sat down without a word. Holy crap, who is that kid? He must have a lot of guts to make Lin Yang eat humble pie. His name is Jiang Chen, he's new. They say he gambled with Lin Yang this morning and even won a body tempering pill from him. Damn, that's incredible. Just then, a beautiful instructor, about 20 years old, walked in from outside the classroom. The classroom instantly became silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Alchemists are inherently a respected profession. And the beautiful instructor before them, Su Lingxiang, was once a renowned alchemy genius in the Cloud Ascension martial palace. Now, Su Lingxiang was already a grade 3 alchemist. With such status, even within the entire Cloud Ascension martial palace, few dared to show her disrespect. Su Lingxiang walked to the podium, her beautiful eyes swept across the classroom, and her pleasant voice slowly began to speak. Classmates, you have been in the Cloud Ascension martial palace and exposed to alchemy for some time now. In today's class, I will personally demonstrate alchemy for you. As Su Lingxiang spoke, her hand moved, and an alchemy cauldron about a foot high appeared on the podium, along with many medicinal herbs for alchemy. Today, I will demonstrate the refining of an unranked powerful pill for you. First, light the fire and preheat the furnace to ensure even heating. Then, add the necessary medicinal ingredients in sequence. Once the elixir liquid takes shape, you can begin the pill condensation process. Su Lingxiang explained as she refined the elixir, the entire process flowing seamlessly. In just a few minutes, Su Lingxiang had successfully refined a batch of potent pills. Ding! You have observed a third-grade alchemist refining potent pills, gaining 100 experience. Ding! You have successfully advanced to a first-grade alchemist. A familiar voice suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's ears. He felt an influx of countless alchemy knowledge into his mind. He simply watched his instructor refine pills and instantly advanced to a first-grade alchemist. This 100-fold cultivation system truly kept outdoing itself. After demonstrating the alchemy process, Su Lingxiang looked up at the group of bronze-level students below. Students, I have finished demonstrating the alchemy steps. Which student would like to come up and try? If anyone can successfully refine a potent pill, I can apply to the martial mansion to promote them to a silver-level student. Su Lingxiang's words instantly set the classroom abuzz. Holy crap, good thing I've been diligently studying alchemy knowledge recently. It looks like I might finally become a silver-level student. Some students who had earnestly studied alchemy were now incredibly excited, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Meanwhile, those who hadn't taken alchemy seriously were filled with regret. The student ranks at Lingyun Martial Mansion were strict, and the resources enjoyed at each level differed vastly. Bronze-level students like them had entered through connections. Under normal circumstances, it was almost impossible to advance to a silver-level student. Su Lingxiang's move was practically opening a shortcut for them to advance to silver-level students. "I'll give it a try." Soon, the first student stood up and walked to the podium. This guy seemed full of confidence, but when he actually started operating, he made a mess and quickly failed. And the subsequent students who came up all ended in failure. Even Lin Yang went up to try, but due to his inability to control the heat, the furnace exploded directly. "Is there anyone else willing to come up and try?" Seeing all the students who came up end in failure, Su Lingxiang was also disappointed. Su Lingxiang herself was actually a bronze-level student back then. After entering Lingyun Martial Mansion, Su Lingxiang gradually showcased her alchemy talent, becoming an alchemy genius. Su Lingxiang had a special affection for bronze-level students. She was also happy to discover talented individuals among the bronze-level students. It was just that this batch of bronze-level students truly didn't have anyone who caught her eye. Jiang Chen looked around, saw that no one else was willing to go up, and then stood up from his seat. "Jiang Chen, you're a newcomer who hasn't even studied alchemy for a day. You want to go up and refine potent pills? Can you even do it?" Lin Yang, who was walking down from the podium, looked at the standing Jiang Chen and immediately sneered with disdain. Jiang Chen said calmly, "Who says you can't refine pills on your first day of learning? Do you think alchemy is child's play?" Lin Yang sneered disdainfully, "You've seen that I haven't been able to refine anything after several months of learning, so don't go up there and make a fool of yourself. I think you're the one making a fool of yourself. After several months of learning, you can't even refine an unranked potency pill. How useless are you? Just because you can't, doesn't mean I can't either." With that, Jiang Chen walked past Lin Yang. "Jiang Chen, don't be too arrogant." Lin Yang said angrily, "If you can refine a potency pill today, I, Lin Yang, will definitely serve you tea and kowtow, performing the disciple's ritual to you. Even if you beg me to take you as a disciple, I wouldn't even look at someone of your caliber." Jiang Chen scoffed disdainfully, "You think you can just become my disciple? Where would you find such a good deal? You?" Lin Yang almost vomited 3 liters of blood from anger. He looked up at Su Lingxiang on the podium and said, "Instructor Su, this guy knows nothing about alchemy and is just causing trouble. Please kick him out quickly." "Are you so sure that I know nothing about alchemy?" A hint of impatience flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. "If I refine a potency pill today, then you get out of this classroom." "Good, I'd like to see if you have the ability to make me get out." Lin Yang laughed in extreme anger. He truly didn't believe that this guy could refine the potency pill. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words with Lin Yang, so he strode onto the podium, preparing to begin alchemy. Ding! You begin refining the potency pill, and the system automatically triggers a 100x success rate. Damn, it can even trigger a 100x success rate. With this 100x success rate, even if his alchemy success rate was garbage, it would still be almost 100%. This system is amazing. It clearly doesn't want him to fail at alchemy. A wave of speechlessness washed over Jiang Chen as he began placing herbs into the alchemical furnace. Being a first-grade alchemist, refining an unranked potency pill was naturally a piece of cake. Whether it was lighting the fire to warm the furnace, adding herbs, or controlling the heat, every step was just right. His proficiency was hardly inferior to that of Su Lingxiang, who had demonstrated alchemy earlier. In just a few minutes, Jiang Chen's alchemy was drawing to a close. As he formed a pill-condensing hand seal, a wisp of pill fragrance diffused throughout the classroom. Ding! You have refined a potency pill, gaining 500-100 experience. Ding! You have successfully advanced to a second-grade alchemist. Refining one potency pill directly promoted him to a second-grade alchemist. Jiang Chen felt his alchemy skills instantly soar by a significant margin. Just 15 minutes ago, he was a novice who knew nothing about alchemy. And now, he had become a true second-grade alchemist. He casually refined the potency pill. With the 100x cultivation system, alchemy was just that simple for him. Holy crap, he actually succeeded? Awesome, this guy's alchemy skills are truly amazing, almost on par with Instructor Su. It's ridiculous that Lin Yang actually said I didn't know how to refine pills. Isn't he just messing with me? In the classroom, everyone's eyes widened, and gasps of disbelief erupted. Impossible. Fake. This must be fake. Lin Yang was on the verge of going crazy. He looked utterly incredulous, as if he had seen a ghost. This Jiang family waste, not only did his martial arts prowess surpass his own. Now, even his pill refining talent had become so outstanding. Who could tell him what was going on? Of course, Jiang Chen's astonishing performance didn't just blind the bronze-level students. Even Su Lingxiang, who had been silent by his side, had a look of utter shock in her beautiful eyes. This little fellow named Jiang Chen refined pills with smooth, flowing movements, every step completed in one go. Even she couldn't help but inwardly applaud him. What shocked her even more was that in the final step of solidifying the pill, this little fellow wasn't using ordinary techniques. That was clearly a pill seal, used by pill masters to solidify pills. This also meant that this little fellow's attainment in the Tao of pills had already reached the level of a first-grade pill master. Su Lingxiang was overjoyed. It seemed this time, she had indeed discovered an extraordinary pill refining genius in the bronze class. Student Jiang Chen, your attainment in pill refining is quite good. Would you like to try refining a body tempering pill? Su Lingxiang took a deep breath and smiled slightly at Jiang Chen. If you can refine it successfully, I will directly promote you to a gold-level student. She wanted to see if this guy's pill refining skill truly reached the level of a first-grade pill master. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. Evidently, he hadn't expected Su Lingxiang to ask him to refine a body tempering pill. Had this woman seen through his true strength? As for the gold-level student status promised by Su Lingxiang, Jiang Chen wasn't really interested. With his current awesome system, getting onto the Cloud Ascension list was a piece of cake. However, since Su Lingxiang was willing to provide materials for him to refine pills for free, Jiang Chen was happy to do so. He smiled faintly. Since Teacher Su has spoken, then I'll give it a try. Holy crap, is this guy crazy? He actually wants to refine a body tempering pill? A student looked at Jiang Chen with an incredulous expression. Haha, some people just like to be conceited. They think that because they got lucky and refined a potent pill just now, their tail is now wagging in the sky. The body tempering pill is a first-grade pill, and many first-grade pill masters don't have a high success rate. I really don't know where he gets his confidence. Lin Yan also scoffed loudly from the side. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, completely ignoring Lin Yang's sarcasm. With the strength of a second-grade pill master, plus the 100-fold success rate automatically triggered by the system, if he couldn't even refine a body tempering pill, then what was he even doing here? The materials for refining the body tempering pill are still missing bone forging grass and blood weeping flower. Please help me complete them, teacher. His gaze swept over the podium, and Jiang Chen said with a smile to Su Lingxiang. Su Lingxiang didn't waste any words, quickly retrieving the bone-forging grass and blood-weeping flower from her spatial ring and placing them in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen inspected the medicinal ingredients and began to light the furnace and refine the pill. His movements still appeared extremely fluid, without the slightest stiffness. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Chen had successively placed all the medicinal herbs into the pill furnace. But just at that moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew in from the classroom door. In an instant, the furnace fire controlled by Jiang Chen also became unstable under this gust of wind. Soon, the inside of the pill furnace became turbulent. Even the entire podium began to wobble due to the agitation of the pill furnace. This was clearly a precursor to the furnace exploding. What a pity! Watching this scene, Su Lingxiang couldn't help but shake her head regretfully. This time, Jiang Chen's refinement of the body tempering pill had actually progressed very smoothly. According to Su Lingxiang's estimate, as long as nothing unexpected happened, Jiang Chen had at least an 80 to 90% chance of successfully refining the body tempering pill. But because of that gust of wind just now, Jiang Chen's rhythm was completely disrupted. Pill refining is a delicate task. Any external factor, no matter how small, can lead to failure. This is also why most alchemists choose to refine pills in sealed secret chambers. But just as Su Lingxian was feeling sorry for Jiang Chen's pill refining attempt, Jiang Chen decisively picked up a stalk of fiery sun grass. He quickly plucked 2 leaves from the fiery sun grass and tossed them into the pill furnace. Immediately, the originally trembling pill furnace quieted down in an instant. This. Su Lingxiang's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Ha, Jiang Chen, fiery sungrass isn't even an ingredient for refining the body tempering pill, okay? You haven't even figured out the herbs needed to refine the body tempering pill, yet you delusionally attempt to refine it. Lin Yang, who had been observing Jiang Chen's pill refining progress, finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jiang Chen paid him no mind and quickly formed a pill condensing hand seal. Soon, an aroma of pills, several times more potent than before, slowly emanated from the furnace. Ding! You have successfully refined a grade 1 body tempering pill, gaining 1,100 experience. Ding! You have successfully advanced to a grade 3 alchemist. Advancing 1 grade by refining 1 pill, what a thrill! Jiang Chen opened the pill furnace, took out a thumb-sized pill, and grinned at Lin Yang. Sorry to disappoint you, but I succeeded again. How is this possible? Lin Yang stared blankly at the body tempering pill in Jiang Chen's hand, feeling as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. Holy crap, he really succeeded? Amazing, he can even refine a grade 1 pill successfully. A Golden Academy student, this kid has truly reached the sky in one leap. For a moment, everyone looked at Jiang Chen with expressions of envy, jealousy, and even hatred. Jiang Chen, how did you know that adding 2 leaves of fiery sungrass would fix it? It took Su Lingxiang a while to recover from her astonishment. She looked at Jiang Chen, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of disbelief. My intuition told me. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, if the heat isn't enough, add more potency from the herbs. This is an experience summarized by our predecessors. The gust of wind just now damaged the heat in thee, so naturally, we have to compensate with more herbal potency. In fact, when Jiang Chen refined pills, ever since the system activated the 100x success rate, no matter what situation he encountered, a subconscious, optimal pill refinement plan would appear in his mind. And the method of adding 2 slices up just now was what subconsciously appeared in his mind. It's just that he truly couldn't explain this matter. Could he really tell Su Lingxian that he had a system inside him and it was the system that told him to do it? This guy's intuition is simply too terrifying. Su Lingxian was momentarily speechless. When alchemists refine pills, situations inevitably arise due to insufficient control over the heat. If the heat isn't enough, add more potency from the herbs. As a third-grade alchemist, how could Su Lingxian not understand this principle? It's just that in such an emergency, choosing which herbs to add and how much to add is extremely difficult to master. If the wrong herbs are chosen, or if the amount of herbs added is inappropriate, it won't have any effect at all. Even Su Lingxian couldn't grasp this degree. But this young man in front of her was able to precisely control this degree purely by intuition, which truly astonished her. If this were truly the case, then this guy is simply a genius among geniuses, a monster among monsters, in the art of alchemy. Jiang Chen, you are indeed a rare alchemy prodigy. Are you interested in focusing on the path of alchemy? I can introduce you to my teacher, Yan Xingxian, and guarantee that you'll become his personal disciple. Su Lingxiang said, her eyes shining brightly. Hold on. As soon as Su Lingxiang said that, everyone was stunned. Yan Xingxian, the renowned alchemy grandmaster of Lingyun Martial Academy, a 6th-grade alchemist. Even in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, he was a very famous figure. It was difficult for ordinary people to even meet such an alchemy grandmaster once. Now Su Lingxiang was actually going to introduce Jiang Chen to Yan Xingxian as a personal disciple. If Jiang Chen truly became Yan Xingxian's personal disciple, it would undoubtedly be like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Su. I still wish to achieve something in martial arts. Learning alchemy is just a sideline. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, declining Su Lingxiang's kind offer. He was a man with a system. Becoming an all-around genius was not a problem for him. Just becoming an alchemist, however, seemed like a bit of overkill. Holy crap! No way! This guy actually refused. Jiang Chen's outright refusal directly stunned everyone. They all looked at Jiang Chen as if he were an idiot. Yan Xingxian, one of the few sixth-grade alchemists in the Great Xia Kingdom, a supreme figure standing at the pinnacle of the alchemy world. In this world, countless alchemists longed for Yan Xingxuan's guidance, seeing it as an extravagant hope. But this guy actually flat-out refused to become Yan Xingxuan's disciple. This is simply too awesome, isn't it? What? You actually refused? Su Lingxiang also took a while to come back to her senses, looking at Jiang Chen with an expression of disbelief. Becoming Yan Xingxuan's closed-door disciple, that was absolutely something countless alchemists dreamed of. Jiang Chen, with your talent in alchemy, how can you not focus on developing in the path of elixirs? Su Lingxiang fumed. Not dedicating yourself to alchemy, you're letting yourself down, letting your parents down, letting the whole world down. Jiang Chen was instantly dumbfounded by Su Lingxiang's words, feeling completely scorched. He just refused to be a simple alchemist. When did he let so many people down? Teacher Su, I just don't want to be a simple alchemist. It's not like I'm never going to practice alchemy again. It's not that exaggerated, is it? Jiang Chen said somewhat speechlessly. A person's energy is limited. There are many self-proclaimed geniuses in this world, and their thoughts are just like yours. They want to study various disciplines simultaneously. But in the end, because their energy is limited, they don't achieve much in any field, wasting their talent. Su Lingxiang looked at Jiang Chen earnestly. I don't want you to become like that in the future, understand? Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Su. Jiang Chen said thank you, and then stated seriously, however, I still want to achieve something in martial arts. You? Su Lingxiang immediately became furious. Apparently, everything she just said went in one ear and out the other for this boy. You're truly infuriating me. I'll get your promotion to a gold-level student sorted out as soon as possible. Just you wait. After saying that, Su Lingxiang left in a huff. She was at her wit's end with this stubborn guy. She would just tell her teacher Yan Xingxian about this, and let the old man worry about it. After Su Lingxiang left, Jiang Chen's gaze immediately turned to Lin Yang below, and he sneered, Lin Yang, can you get out of here now? Lin Yang snorted coldly with a gloomy face, and turned to leave without a word. Hold on, stop right there. However, just as Lin Yang turned around, Jiang Chen's cold shout echoed in his ears. Lin Yang paused, then turned his head to look at Jiang Chen coldly. What do you want? Nothing much, just reminding you that you should be rolling out of here right now. Jiang Chen said indifferently, do you know what rolling means? If you don't, I don't mind teaching you. Jiang Chen, don't push your luck too far. Lin Yang glared at Jiang Chen, trembling with anger. This scoundrel actually wanted him to roll out of the classroom in front of everyone. I am pushing you around. What can you do about it? Jiang Chen sneered, cut the nonsense. Are you going to roll out yourself, or should I personally make you roll? You tell me to roll, and I'm supposed to roll? Who do you think you are? Lin Yang scoffed disdainfully, completely ignoring Jiang Chen's words, and strode out of the classroom. He truly didn't believe Jiang Chen would dare to lay a hand on him. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold, and his flowing light illusionary steps instantly activated. The next moment, his figure appeared eerily beside Lin Yang, and he slapped Lin Yang's shoulder. Before Lin Yang could react, his body stumbled, and he fell to the ground. Jiang Chen, what do you want to do? If you dare to touch a single hair on my head, my brother will never let you go. Lin Yang cried out in horror. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. Under Lin Yang's terrified gaze, he twisted Lin Yang's limbs together. He lifted his right foot slightly and kicked Lin Yang's backside decisively. Immediately, Lin Yang's body rolled out of the room like a ball. Damn, that's awesome. This shocking scene left all the bronze-level students in the classroom stunned for a long time, speechless. This guy really made Lin Yang roll out of the classroom. After leaving the classroom and having a simple dinner, Jiang Chen returned to his dorm to prepare to improve his strength. On his first day at Lingyun Martial Academy, he had given Lin Yang a good beating. Knowing Lin Yang, that kid would definitely not let it go easily. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't take it to heart. But this guy had a genius brother in Lingyun Martial Academy who was on the Lingyun ranking. Jiang Chen had naturally heard of Lin Yang's brother, Lin Yu. This guy was once the top genius in Songshan City. A year ago, he entered Lingyun Martial Academy, quickly joined the inner sect, ascended the Lingyun ranking, and became one of the few peerless geniuses in Lingyun Martial Academy. In Lingyun Martial Academy, generally, only those who break through to the Qi control realm can qualify as inner sect students. And the Lingyun ranking was where the top inner sect geniuses gathered. It was said that even the last person on the Lingyun ranking had at least the strength of Qi control stage 4. With his current strength, he had no chance against Lin Yu. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and pulled out all 3 pills. One body tempering pill, which he won from Lin Yang. The other potency pill and body tempering pill were ones he had refined earlier in the classroom. Jiang Chen first picked up the potency pill and threw it into his mouth. Ding! You consumed a potency pill and gained 100 experience. Ding! You successfully broke through to body tempering stage 7. One potency pill can still upgrade me 1 level, not bad. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, then swallowed the 2 body tempering pills like candy. Ding! You consumed a body tempering pill and gained 100 experience. Ding! You consumed a body tempering pill and gained 100 experience. Ding! You successfully broke through to body tempering stage 8. Ding! You successfully broke through to body tempering stage 9. Ding! Your body tempering realm experience is full, and you successfully broke through to Qi control stage 1. As a series of system prompts sounded, Jiang Chen only felt an incredibly powerful airflow appear in his dantian, then spread through his meridians. Feeling the mysterious and powerful airflow within his body, Jiang Chen was exhilarated. Having a system makes one so amazing. A potent pill and 2 body tempering pills directly allowed him to break through from body tempering 6th level to Qi control 1st level in one go. Now, he was fully qualified to become an inner manner student. After familiarizing himself with the power within his body, Jiang Chen lay on the bed and slept soundly. The next morning, Su Lingxiang sent someone to deliver Jiang Chen's golden student identity token. After washing up, Jiang Chen took his golden student identity token and headed to the golden student accommodation area. The students of Lingyun Martial Manor were strictly graded, and their treatment varied greatly. Just in terms of accommodation, a bronze student's conditions compared to a golden student's were like heaven and earth. Bronze students lived in simple multi-person dormitories, while golden students each had an exquisite independent courtyard. Golden student accommodation area, courtyard number 68. This was Jiang Chen's new residence. After some inquiries, Jiang Chen quickly arrived at the entrance of courtyard number 68. However, just as he was about to enter the courtyard, he saw a burly young man walk out from the courtyard's entrance. You must be the new golden student, Jiang Chen. I've taken a liking to this courtyard, so you should go somewhere else. The burly young man looked at Jiang Chen outside the courtyard, and his domineering voice directly echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. The burly young man's incredibly overbearing words also left Jiang Chen stunned for a moment. He stared at the burly young man, frowning slightly, and said, "May I ask who you are?" The burly young man said indifferently, "My name is Meng Dongxing." This guy was Meng Dongxing. A sharp glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Although he had only been at Lingyun Martial Manor for 2 days, he had already learned about some of its prominent figures. This Meng Dongxing was a famous genius in the outer manor of Lingyun Martial Manor, and currently the top golden student in the outer manor. It was said that Meng Dongxing's strength had reached the peak of body tempering 9th level, and he was just 1 step away from breaking through to the Qi control realm and becoming an inner manor student. However, Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled. He and Meng Dongxing were complete strangers, so why would this guy inexplicably come to cause trouble for him? "So you are the top golden student, Meng Dongxing. I've long admired your reputation. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, however, this courtyard was arranged for me by the martial manor. It doesn't seem right for you to occupy my residence like this. What's not right about it? This young master got tired of his old courtyard and just wanted a change of scenery. I don't care if this courtyard was arranged for you by the martial manor, but now that I've taken a liking to it, it's mine. In this place, anything I, Meng Dongxing, fancy, no one can take from me. If you're smart, go find another place for yourself. Meng Dongxing looked at Jiang Chen indifferently, his rough voice full of arrogance. You tell me to move, and I have to move? Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. This is my territory, it's not your turn to decide. Get as far away from me as possible. The conflict between Jiang Chen and Meng Dongxing quickly attracted many passing students to watch. Oh crap, look quickly, someone's clashing with Meng Dongxing. No way, in the outer compound of Lingyun Martial Mansion, someone actually dares to challenge Meng Dongxing? Many people's eyes widened. Meng Dongxing, the top-ranked gold-level student in the outer compound. His strength was unrivaled among the outer compound students, hardly anyone dared to provoke him. This guy, whom they'd never even heard of, dared to oppose Meng Dongxing? This fellow was practically asking for it big time. Jiang Chen, you trashy bronze student, you only got the qualification to be promoted to a gold student by sheer luck. Do you really think you're worthy of fighting with me over something? I heard you're quite arrogant. On your first day at the Martial Mansion, you beat up Brother Lin Yu's younger brother? Today, I'll teach you a good lesson on behalf of Brother Lin Yu, you ignorant fool. Meng Dongxing stared menacingly at Jiang Chen, exuding a sharp murderous aura all over his body. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He had just been wondering why this guy would pick a fight with him, as he had only arrived at Lingyun Martial Mansion yesterday, and had no past grudges or recent animosity with Meng Dongxing. Now he finally understood. This guy was clearly coming to make trouble for him, trying to get revenge for Lin Yang. I never thought that you, the top-ranked gold student in the outer compound, would also be a dog beside Lin Yu. Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully, directly ignoring Meng Dongxing's presence, and strode into the courtyard. Meng Dongxing's eyes instantly turned cold. Kid, in this Lingyun Martial Mansion, you're the first one who dares to speak to me like that. Die! Meng Dongxing roared, his right hand's 5 fingers suddenly curling like an eagle's claw, swiftly grabbing at Jiang Chen's throat like lightning. How could he, the dignified top gold student of the outer compound, a martial arts genius whose strength had reached the peak of body tempering, allow any trash to humiliate him at will? Those who humiliated him would meet only one end, death. Alas, this guy actually dared to anger Meng Dongxing. He's probably going to lose a layer of skin, if not die. Seeing Meng Dongxing make a move, many of the onlookers couldn't bear to watch and closed their eyes. They could almost anticipate Jiang Chen's impending gruesome fate. However, the gruesome fate they expected did not materialize. Meng Dongxing's claw was very fast, but Jiang Chen's speed was even faster. The Xian grade movement technique, streamer phantom steps, instantly activated, and with a flash, he avoided Meng Dongxing's hand. He actually dodged it? Many people widened their eyes, looking somewhat incredulous. Meng Dongxing looked at Jiang Chen, who had instantly appeared several meters away, his eyes narrowing. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have some skill. Meng Dongxing, private brawls are forbidden in Lingyun Martial Mansion. Aren't you afraid of being expelled for acting like this? Jiang Chen stared intently at Meng Dongxing, his eyes growing increasingly cold. Heh, you're too naive if you think you can use Lingyun Martial Mansion's rules to pressure me. Rules are made for the weak. Do you believe that even if I cripple you, Lingyun Martial Academy wouldn't do anything to me? Meng Dongxing sneered incessantly. He was the outer court's top golden student. Even for a private brawl, the Martial Academy would at most give him a warning. How could Lingyun Martial Academy possibly expel him, the top golden student of the outer court, for this good-for-nothing who got in through the back door? Cripple me? Do you even deserve to? In my eyes, your so-called title of top golden student of the outer court is actually insignificant. Jiang Chen looked at Meng Dongxing with contempt, his cold voice instantly echoing in the air. Meng Dongxing, I have no grievances with you, yet you insisted on being someone else's lackey to cause me trouble. Since that's the case, let's settle it on the arena. Your title of top golden student, I, Jiang Chen, want it. Jiang Chen's cold words instantly made everyone so shocked their mouths could fit a duck egg. Holy crap, has this kid been kicked in the head by a donkey? Meng Dongxing, the top golden student of the outer court, a martial artist at the peak of body tempering 9th layer, and he also mastered a profound grade martial skill, his strength far surpassing others of the same level. He even once fought against a martial artist of chi manipulation 1st layer and remained undefeated. You, a newly promoted golden student, dare to challenge Meng Dongxing and declare you want the title of top golden student? Are you sure you're not messing with us? Good, very good. Meng Dongxing laughed in extreme anger. If you've got guts, then come at me. Saying this, Meng Dongxing strode directly out. He came here today specifically to deal with Jiang Chen. Now that this guy is actively offering himself up to die, then don't blame him for being impolite. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and followed him directly. Damn, this guy is really going to challenge Meng Dongxing. Everyone, quick, go watch the show. Around them, the surrounding students who witnessed this all followed closely behind the two. Such a situation naturally attracted the attention of more martial academy students. Upon inquiring, they learned that someone was challenging the top golden student Meng Dongxing, and couldn't help but follow along. 10 minutes later, in the huge plaza of Lingyun Martial Academy's outer court, hundreds of students surrounded the arena in the center of the plaza, making it impenetrable. Looking at Jiang Chen confronting Meng Dongxing on the arena, many people had speechless expressions. Who is that guy on stage, so blind as to challenge Meng Dongxing? I remember half a year ago, Li Xingjie, the second-ranked golden student of the outer court, challenged Meng Dongxing, and he was thoroughly crushed, wasn't he? Alas, this kid truly overestimates himself. Jiang Chen, I have to admire you for having the guts to challenge me. Considering your courage, I'll give you a chance to make a move today. As Meng Dongxing spoke, he rapidly formed a hand seal in mid-air, and a golden light shield instantly appeared around him. At the same time, he raised his head, smiled contemptuously at Jiang Chen, and his domineering voice directly echoed in everyone's ears. Come on, Jiang Chen, I won't attack within 3 moves. If you can break my black grade martial skill, the Black Tortoise Golden Light Shield, within 3 moves, then this match, I'll admit defeat. Wow, Senior Meng truly lives up to his reputation as the top golden student, he's just too handsome. It's said that Senior Meng's black grade defensive martial skill can withstand several attacks even from a first-level chi-controlling realm. How could this guy possibly break it? I really don't know if that guy opposite ate the wrong medicine. Challenging Senior Meng, isn't that just asking for trouble? Below the arena, many students looked at Jiang Chen with pity. This kid challenging Meng Dongxing will definitely be beaten into a dog by Meng Dongxing in a matter of minutes. Jiang Chen looked at the black grade defensive martial skill displayed by Meng Dongxing, a sneer forming in his heart. This guy, does he want to show off in front of him with this thing? If so, then he'll let this guy know what it means to try to show off and end up getting messed up instead. A cold arc subtly lifted at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Although he had already broken through to the first level of chi controlling and was stronger than Meng Dongxing, the martial skills he mastered were still only yellow grade primary. Since Meng Dongxing could use this black grade defensive martial art to contend with a first level chi controlling martial artist, it would probably not be easy for him to break Meng Dongxing's defense within 3 moves. So, Jiang Chen decided to first upgrade a martial skill to black grade, and then smash Meng Dongxing's turtle shell with 1 punch. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen began to constantly throw punches on the stage. Ding! You threw a punch, gaining 10-100 experience. Ding! Your yellow grade primary martial skill, Stone Shattering Fist, has reached perfection and has been upgraded to yellow grade intermediate, Earth Cracking Fist. Ding! You threw a punch, gaining 10-100 experience. Ding! You threw a punch, gaining 10-100 experience. Ding! Your yellow grade intermediate martial skill, Earth Cracking Fist, has reached perfection and has been upgraded to yellow grade advanced, Mountain Splitting Fist. What the heck is this kid doing? He's been throwing punches for a while but hasn't made a move. A spectator student said, a little speechless. Ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. Senior Mang, this guy is probably a lunatic, just punch him and get it over with.
Another student loudly shouted to Meng Dongxing on the arena.
Jiang Chen, what do you mean by this? Looking at Jiang Chen, who had been throwing punches by himself like a madman for a long time, Meng Dongxing's face turned incredibly gloomy.
Nothing much, I'm just warming up before the match, what's the rush?
Jiang Chen, while throwing punches, looked at Meng Dongxing with a smile. It seems no one has stipulated that you can't warm up before a match, right? So when will this warm-up of yours end? Meng Dongxing suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, Jiang Chen, if you're scared, then kneel and surrender to me, and I might consider letting you off the hook. Don't waste my time here.
I'm scared of you?
I just want you to stay in the position of the top golden student for a little longer, that's all. Jiang Chen pouted, I'm doing this for your own good.
Since you're so ungrateful, let's settle this in 5 minutes.
I'll give you 5 minutes.
Meng Dongxing snorted coldly, saying nothing more.
He wanted to see what kind of trouble this kid could stir up later. Jiang Chen said nothing, continuing to punch.
In just 5 short minutes, Jiang Chen threw hundreds more punches.
Ding! You threw a punch, gaining 10-100 experience.
Ding!
You threw a punch, gaining 10-100 experience.
Ding!
Your yellow grade advanced martial art, Mountain Splitting Fist, has reached perfection and has been promoted to profound grade primary martial art, Skybreaking Punch. A profound grade martial art, achieved.
Jiang Chen, 5 minutes are up. You can start now.
Just then, Meng Dongxing's cold voice once again echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. Don't worry, I have a strong sense of time.
When I say 5 minutes, I mean 5 minutes.
I would never renege on my word.
Jiang Chen looked up and grinned at Meng Dongxing, but are you sure you want to give me 3 moves?
Go ahead. As long as you can break my black tortoise golden light shield in 3 moves, I, Meng Dongxing, will voluntarily concede to you. Meng Dongxing said with a sneer. Meng Dongxing had absolute confidence in his black tortoise golden light shield, a profound grade defensive martial skill. Even an ordinary martial artist at the first level of chi control would find it extremely difficult to break it in 3 moves. As for this guy in front of him, let alone 3 moves, even if he were given 30 moves, it would be useless.
3 moves?
You think too highly of yourself. Jiang Chen directly extended a finger and said indifferently, 1 punch is enough to smash you.
Whoa!
Jiang Chen's calm words instantly caused an uproar in the field. Almost everyone couldn't believe their ears.
Holy cow, I didn't miss here, did I? This kid wants to smash Senior Meng with 1 punch?
This kid is really boasting, he is blowing his own trumpet to the heavens.
Ha, this is the funniest joke I've heard all year. It's one thing for an unknown person to challenge Meng Dongxing, but to brazenly claim to smash Meng Dongxing with 1 punch?
Given Meng Dongxing's strength, even most inner court students probably couldn't smash him with 1 punch.
Does this guy really think he is a genius on the soaring cloud ranking? Smash me with 1 punch? Jiang Chen, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue with such big talk?
Meng Dongxing sneered coldly, in this soaring cloud martial mansion, perhaps someone can smash me with 1 punch, but that person would never be you.
Is that so?
Then open your eyes wide and watch how I smash you with 1 punch. As Jiang Chen spoke, his aura suddenly changed, and his strength at the first level of chi control was fully unleashed. He clenched his right fist fiercely, and a silver surge of energy instantly burst forth from his fist. The dazzling silver energy directly condensed into a 10-foot-long silver fist shadow in mid-air. With the silver fist shadow instantly formed, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all, swinging his punch at Meng Dongxing without reservation. At the same time, a faint cold shout echoed from Jiang Chen's mouth.
Sky-shattering punch, shatter for me.
The silver fist shadow, with the force of thunder, swept towards Meng Dongxing with an incredibly overbearing power. The strength of a first-level chi control, and a profound grade martial skill. How is this possible? Meng Dongxing's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart filled with extreme shock. He never imagined that Jiang Chen, this trash from the Bronze Academy, would have reached such a terrifying level of real strength. Without time to think further, Meng Dongxing could only grit his teeth, fully unleash his black tortoise golden light shield, and try to block Jiang Chen's punch. The silver fist shadow arrived in an instant, smashing heavily against the golden shield around Meng Dongxing in the blink of an eye. With a sharp crack, the golden shield instantly shattered, turning into specks of gold. Meng Dongxing's body, meanwhile, was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Moments later, with a thud, Meng Dongxing's body crashed heavily several feet away. You. Meng Dongxing suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, and a look of absolute terror finally appeared in his eyes as he stared at Jiang Chen. A cultivation at the first level of qi manifestation, and he also mastered a powerful profound great boxing technique. Such strength was even more formidable than some inner court students. Was this guy really the Jiang family waste that Lin Yu spoke of, the trash who got into Ling Yun Martial Mansion through the back door? What the heck? Meng Dongxing was really sent flying with one punch? Watching Meng Dongxing being knocked out like a dead dog by Jiang Chen, countless onlookers below the stage were completely dumbfounded. Meng Dongxing, the dignified top golden student, was actually hammered into submission by this unknown young man with one punch. When did such an awesome figure appear in the outer court of their Ling Yun Martial Mansion? Meng Dongxing, go back and tell your master, if he still wants to cause me trouble, he'd better do it himself. Having dealt with Meng Dongxing with one punch, Jiang Chen glanced at him indifferently, then disappeared from the square under the incredulous gazes of a group of onlookers. Leaving the square, Jiang Chen did not return to his residence but went straight out of the main gate of Ling Yun Martial Mansion. In Sanshan City, the relationship between the Jiang family and the Lin family had always been somewhat unfriendly. Now that he had taught Lin Yang a lesson, Lin Yu immediately sent the outer court's top golden student to cause him trouble. Perhaps next time, Lin Yu would take action himself. Therefore, Jiang Chen decided to find a way to earn some money and then buy materials to refine some pills to consume. Only in this way could he quickly gain strength comparable to the geniuses on the Ling Yun ranking with the system's 100-fold experience. After leaving Ling Yun Martial Mansion, Jiang Chen wandered around Ling Yun City for a while before directly entering a shop called Baodan Pavilion. Sir, welcome to Baodan Pavilion. May I help you with anything? Jiang Chen walked into Baodan Pavilion and approached a counter, only to see a young woman sitting behind it stand up and smile sweetly at Jiang Chen. I'm not here to buy anything. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, Your Baodan Pavilion is recruiting alchemists, right? I'm here to apply. The young woman was stunned for a moment upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. This guy actually came to apply as an alchemist, but he was far too young. Our Baodan Pavilion is indeed recruiting alchemists, sir. Please wait a moment, I will go and inform them for you. After a moment of surprise, the young woman showed no sign of contempt towards Jiang Chen. She hurriedly ran off to notify the senior members of Baodan Pavilion. A short while later, the young woman returned with a middle-aged man in his 30s. Kid, don't tell me you're here to apply to be an alchemist? The middle-aged man's gaze swept over Jiang Chen, and his expression instantly turned somewhat unpleasant. Jiang Chen said indifferently, That's right, I'm here to apply for a position as an alchemist. Is there a problem? Kid, the alchemist we're looking to hire at Baodan Pavilion must be at least a first-grade alchemist. Do you have a first-grade alchemist's badge? The middle-aged man waved his hand, impatiently saying, All right, you're just a kid who hasn't even grown all your hair. Don't waste my time here. Uncle, let me give you a piece of advice, don't look down on people. How do you know I'm not a first-grade alchemist? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. I look down on people? The middle-aged man laughed in anger. You say you're a first-grade alchemist? Then show me your alchemist's badge. The alchemist's badge you're talking about should be that thing hanging on your chest, right? Jiang Chen glanced at the copper badge with 2 stars embedded on the middle-aged man's chest and said indifferently. That's right, only by passing the Alchemist Guild's assessment and obtaining an alchemist's badge can one be considered a true alchemist. The middle-aged man said with a look of disdain, Kid, if you can produce an alchemist's badge, not to mention becoming an alchemist for Baodan Pavilion, I'll even give you my position as the chief alchemist of Baodan Pavilion. Heh, how ridiculous. This kid doesn't even have an alchemist's badge, yet he still wants to apply for a position as an alchemist at Baodan Pavilion. This idiot, what's wrong with pretending to be anything else? Why must he pretend to be an alchemist?
Does he think he can just pretend to be an alchemist whenever he wants? Alchemist Jew is too polite.
If it were me, I would have already kicked this kid out. The conversation between Jiang Chen and the middle-aged man naturally attracted the attention of other customers in the store, who couldn't help but mock Jiang Chen.
An alchemist's badge, I really can't produce that. Jiang Chen was completely unfazed by the surrounding mockery. He looked at the middle-aged man's alchemist badge and smiled faintly. Seeing 2 stars on your badge, you must be a second-grade alchemist, right? The middle-aged man's face showed a hint of arrogance. That's right, I am a second-grade alchemist. Is being a second-grade alchemist that great?
Jiang Chen glanced at him disdainfully. You're quite old, and you've been studying alchemy for decades, yet you're still only a second-grade alchemist.
You're quite useless.
As soon as Jiang Chen said this, many people around him were instantly stunned.
They all looked at Jiang Chen as if he were an idiot.
Second-grade alchemists are not very common, even throughout the entire Lingyun prefecture.
Moreover, the Xu Mingyuan before them was the chief alchemist of Baodan Pavilion, an outstanding figure among second-grade alchemists, and quite well known in Lingyun City. However, such a prestigious alchemist in Lingyun City was actually looked down upon by a young punk. This kid, he must have eaten a leopard's gall, right? Who gave him the courage to speak like that in front of Xu Mingyuan? Boy, what the hell are you talking about? You're a greenhorn without even an alchemist's badge. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me?
Xu Mingyuan was instantly enraged by Jiang Chen's words. He stared at Jiang Chen coldly. I'll give you 10 breaths. Get out of Baodan Pavilion immediately, or I guarantee you'll regret it. You're just a waste who's been refining for so many years and is still only a second-grade alchemist. Jiang Chen curled his lip. Even if I don't have a rank, I'm still better than a waste like you.
Boy, you're asking for death.
Xu Mingyuan's eyes turned cold, and he roared, someone, kick this kid who's causing trouble in Baodan Pavilion out.
Wait. Just as Xu Mingyuan's voice fell, a hurried cry suddenly echoed in everyone's ears.
Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a slightly overweight young man slowly walking in. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback when he saw the sudden appearance of this young man.
Why was this guy here?
This suddenly appearing young man was none other than Tang Shang, whom Jiang Chen had met upon entering Lingyun Martial Mansion.
Brother Jiang Chen, I didn't expect to meet you here.
Tang Shang walked through the door and, under everyone's astonished gaze, quickly approached Jiang Chen, speaking with a very polite demeanor.
Holy crap, isn't that Tang Shang, the young master of Baodan Pavilion? Who's this kid? He's so awesome, even the young master of Baodan Pavilion is so polite to him.
This scene immediately caused many people who recognized Tang Shang to exclaim in surprise.
Across from Jiang Chen, Xu Mingyuan's already unpleasant expression now became even more sour. You're the young master of Baodan Pavilion? Jiang Chen looked at Tang Shang in some astonishment.
He hadn't expected this kid to have such an identity.
That's right, my father is Tang Xinghai, the owner of Baodan Pavilion. Tang Sheng smiled slightly, then turned to Xu Mingyuan and said, Alchemist Zhu, what's going on here? Why are you trying to lay hands on brother Jiang Chen?
This kid doesn't even have an alchemist's badge, yet he wants to apply to be an alchemist for Baodan Pavilion.
He's simply being unreasonable.
Xu Mingyuan said coldly, I was forced to give the order to act against him.
It seems our Baodan Pavilion doesn't have a rule that you must have an alchemist's badge to apply, does it? Tang Sheng's face darkened. I know brother Jiang Chen's accomplishments in alchemy very well. It's an honor for our Baodan Pavilion that he applies to be an alchemist.
You don't need to worry about this matter, I'll talk to my father about it. One must know that Jiang Chen was an alchemy genius whom even Su Lingxiang marveled at, someone who might even become Yan Qingxuan's personal disciple.
How could their Baodan Pavilion turn away such a talented alchemist? Tang Sheng, what do you mean by this? Xu Mingyuan's face changed. As the chief alchemist of Baodan Pavilion, your father has entrusted me with full authority over recruiting alchemists. I hope you won't interfere. Tang Sheng stared at Xu Mingyuan with an unpleasant expression. What if I insist on hiring brother Jiang Chen as the alchemist for Baodan Pavilion?
As long as I'm in Baodan Pavilion for a day, I will never allow those who are just making up the numbers to tarnish the reputation of Baodan Pavilion's alchemists.
Unless he can refine a first-grade elixir in front of me and prove his ability. Otherwise, if you insist on bringing him into Baodan Pavilion, it's either him or me.
Xu Mingyuan looked directly at Tang Shang, his words even revealing a hint of threat.
Alchemist Zhu, are you threatening me? Tang Shang's face instantly turned extremely grim. It's not a threat. Everything I do is for the sake of Baodan Pavilion. Even if your father were here, my attitude would remain the same.
Xu Mingyuan said flatly, then stared coldly at Jiang Chen. Kid, if you want to become an alchemist for Baodan Pavilion, then show us what you've got.
Jiang Chen pouted and said, suddenly, I don't want to apply for the alchemist position anymore. Weren't you very arrogant just now, thinking you were so amazing? Why are you chickening out so quickly?
Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Xu Mingyuan immediately sneered with disdain.
Around them, the onlookers also looked at Jiang Chen with contempt.
This guy, just now, was acting all cocky. Now, as soon as he heard Xu Mingyuan asking him to show his true abilities, he immediately backed down.
Who told you I'm backing down? A cold arc suddenly appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth, and his domineering voice instantly rang in everyone's ears. The reason I'm not applying for the alchemist position is because I've set my sights on your position. Xu Mingyuan, I want to challenge you to an alchemy competition. If you lose, then hand over the position of chief alchemist of Baodan Pavilion to me. Holy crap, this guy wants to compete in alchemy with Alchemist Zhu? Everyone looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief.
You, a piece of trash without even an alchemist badge, actually dare to dream of competing in alchemy with a second-grade advanced alchemist.
Can this get any crazier?
Of course, not only were the people around speechless, but even Tang Shang, who was beside Jiang Chen, was utterly shocked. Although he knew Jiang Chen was an alchemy genius and had witnessed Jiang Chen refining first-grade elixirs. But Xu Mingyuan, on the other side, was a second-grade advanced alchemist.
Tang Shang wasn't particularly fond of Xu Mingyuan, in fact.
This guy, relying on his status as a second-grade advanced alchemist, had always been very arrogant, barely even putting his father in his eyes. If Jiang Chen could defeat Xu Mingyuan and become the chief alchemist of Baodan Pavilion, Tang Shang would naturally be more than delighted. But could Jiang Chen really defeat a second-grade advanced alchemist?
What did you say? You want to compete with me in alchemy? It took Xu Mingyuan a while to snap back to reality after Jiang Chen's words.
He looked at Jiang Chen with an amused expression, as if he had heard the funniest joke in his life.
He was a genuine, second-grade advanced alchemist.
In Lingyun City, apart from those few renowned third-grade alchemists, there's probably no one else who dares to claim they can defeat him in alchemy.
Who does this kid think he is, to be so arrogant in front of him? You heard me right, I want to compete with you in alchemy. Jiang Chen's mouth curved slightly. What, you, a dignified second-grade alchemist, wouldn't be scared, would you?
A joke, scared?
Me? Xu Mingyuan stared menacingly at Jiang Chen. Since you want to compete, I'll grant your wish.
If you lose, I want you to become my pill slave, to be at my beck and call for the rest of your life.
All right.
Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Tell me, how should we compete? You're a piece of trash without even an alchemy badge. It'd be good enough if you could refine a first-grade elixir.
I don't want to bully you. Xu Mingyuan sneered. We'll refine pills publicly right here. Each of us will refine 10 sets of body-tempering pill ingredients. We'll compete on whose success rate is higher, how about it?
Brother Tang Shang, please arrange for an alchemy furnace and 20 sets of body-tempering pill ingredients. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words with Xu Mingyuan and directly smiled at Tang Shang beside him. With the system's 100-fold success rate activated, the possibility of him failing to refine a pill was almost zero.
Competing with him on success rate, wasn't that just asking to be slapped in the face? All right.
Tang Shang nodded, then quickly had someone bring an alchemy furnace and 20 sets of body-tempering pill ingredients.
Xu Mingyuan, you go first.
Looking at the prepared alchemy furnace and medicinal materials, Jiang Chen said to Xu Mingyuan indifferently.
As you wish.
Xu Mingyuan snorted coldly, then strode to the alchemy furnace and began refining. As a high-level second-grade alchemist with over 10 years of experience, refining a basic first-grade body tempering pill was naturally not difficult for Zhu Mingyuan. Heating the furnace, adding ingredients, forming the pill. In less than a quarter of an hour, Zhu Mingyuan refined the first body tempering pill. Immediately after, Zhu Mingyuan began refining the second one. By the time the 10 sets of ingredients were used up, Zhu Mingyuan had refined a total of 7 finished body tempering pills. In other words, Zhu Mingyuan's success rate reached 70%. Kid, your turn. After Zhu Mingyuan finished refining, he couldn't help but look up, challenging Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen pouted, a high-level second-grade alchemist refining a basic first-grade elixir, with only a 70% success rate, is just so-so. Kid, don't try to be clever with your words in front of me. Talk to me again when you have a 70% success rate. Zhu Mingyuan's expression turned cold, and he sneered disdainfully at Jiang Chen. Alchemy is a very delicate task, so alchemists' success rates are not high. Generally speaking, a first-grade alchemist refining a first-grade elixir usually has a success rate of only about 30%. A second-grade alchemist refining a first-grade elixir has a much higher success rate, generally reaching 50 or 60%. For Zhu Mingyuan to be able to refine 7 body tempering pills from 10 sets of ingredients, this was already a very high success rate. Even if this kid truly possessed the skill of a first-rank alchemist, achieving a 70% success rate was absolutely impossible. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words with Zhu Mingyuan. He walked directly to the cauldron and quickly entered into alchemy mode. Ding! You have begun refining the body tempering pill, and the system has automatically triggered a 100x success rate. As the prompt sounded in his mind, Jiang Chen skillfully began to refine the body tempering pill. Ding! You have refined a first-rank body tempering pill and gained 1,100 experience. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen successfully refined the first body tempering pill. Holy crap, I didn't expect this kid to actually refine a body tempering pill. Amazing, at such a young age, he possesses the skill of a first-rank alchemist. This kid is practically a once-in-a-lifetime alchemy genius. Seeing Jiang Chen effortlessly refine the first body tempering pill, some onlookers were instantly amazed. Jiang Chen paid them no mind and continued to refine the second, the third. Ding! You have refined a first-rank body tempering pill and gained 1,100 experience. Ding! You have refined a first-rank body tempering pill and gained 1,100 experience. Ding! You have successfully advanced to a 4th-rank alchemist. In just 1 hour, Jiang Chen had used up all 10 sets of materials. His alchemist rank also smoothly advanced to 4th rank. From 10 sets of materials, Jiang Chen refined 10 body tempering pills. Not a single material was wasted, achieving a terrifying 100% success rate. My goodness, 10 sets of materials produce 10 pills, is this real or fake? I didn't expect this kid's alchemy skills to be so amazing. This scene instantly made the surrounding onlookers' jaws drop in astonishment. As expected of the alchemy genius, even Su Lingxiang praises so highly. Tang Shang was equally stunned by Jiang Chen's monstrous success rate, and couldn't help but murmur softly. No, impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Zhu Mingyuan's eyes were dull, and he shrieked in disbelief. How could this greenhorn, who didn't even have an alchemist badge, have such a terrifying success rate? 10 sets of materials, refining 10 body tempering pills. Even if some 3rd-rank alchemists were to refine them, the success rate might not reach 100%. There's nothing impossible in this world. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Jiang Chen pouted and said indifferently, Zhu Mingyuan, I'm sorry, my success rate is 100%, you lost this competition. No. I am a dignified 2nd-rank advanced alchemist, how could I lose to a no-rank piece of trash like you? Zhu Mingyuan's face flushed. You just got lucky and happened to refine all 10 pills. Enough. Alchemist Zhu, you are an advanced 2nd-rank alchemist, are you really such a sore loser? Tang Shang's expression darkened. From today onwards, Brother Jiang Chen is the chief alchemist of Baodan Pavilion.
Tang Shang, do you really want this kid to become the chief alchemist of Treasure Pill Pavilion? Xu Mingyuan's face instantly became incredibly grim. Tang Shang glanced at him indifferently. Is there a problem? If you want this kid to replace me, you'll have to ask your father if he agrees first. Xu Mingyuan snorted coldly. That's not necessary.
Tang Shang waved his hand. Just because I am the future successor of Treasure Pill Pavilion, my words represent his words.
Good, very good.
Xu Mingyuan laughed out of extreme anger.
Tang Shang, I hope you won't regret this. Even if this kid got lucky and beat me, he's still only a first-rank alchemist. Don't forget, I am the only second-rank high-grade alchemist in Treasure Pill Pavilion. As the only second-rank high-grade alchemist in Treasure Pill Pavilion, he refined almost half of all second-rank pills in the pavilion. Tang Shang actually wants this young brat to replace him as chief alchemist. This is practically asking for trouble. You think being a second-rank alchemist makes you so great? Jiang Chen sneered, his arrogant voice directly echoing in everyone's ears.
It seems you weren't convinced by your loss just now.
If that's the case, then I'll compete with you again.
Show me what you've got and refine the highest grade pill you can. I will make you lose wholeheartedly convinced.
Kid, did you just say that?
Xu Mingyuan looked at Jiang Chen with a cold smile.
Jiang Chen said indifferently, go ahead.
If you can win, I guarantee I will turn around and leave Treasure Pill Pavilion immediately, without a second thought.
Prepare 3 sets of chi-gathering pill ingredients for me.
Xu Mingyuan snorted and said directly.
This time, he intended to refine the second-rank high-grade pill, the chi-gathering pill. This was already considered top-tier among second-rank pills. For Jiang Chen to surpass him, he would have to refine a third-rank pill. Even if you beat Xu Mingyuan to death, he wouldn't believe that this kid could refine a third-rank pill. Brother Jiang Chen, do you really want to compete with him again?
Seeing this, Tang Shang couldn't help but ask in a low voice beside Jiang Chen.
Xu Mingyuan was going to refine a second-rank high-grade pill. To surpass Xu Mingyuan in pill grade, wouldn't Jiang Chen have to refine a third-rank pill later?
Prepare the medicinal ingredients for him.
Jiang Chen smiled confidently, don't worry, with his meager alchemy skills, he still can't beat me. Seeing Jiang Chen's confident demeanor, Tang Shang's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Could this guy really refine even third-rank pills?
Tang Shang took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and had someone prepare 3 sets of chi-gathering pill ingredients for Xu Mingyuan.
After Xu Mingyuan checked the ingredients, he began to concentrate fully on refining pills. Even with his skill, the success rate for refining the second-rank high-grade chi-gathering pill wasn't very high. Therefore, he had to give it his absolute best.
Xu Mingyuan systematically refined the first chi-gathering pill, but during the process of adding the ingredients, he ultimately made a mistake, leading to a failed attempt. However, in the second refining attempt, Xu Mingyuan learned his lesson and successfully refined a chi-gathering pill.
Boy, I've successfully refined the grade 2 high-tier chi-gathering pill. This time, let's see how you're going to win against me.
Xu Mingyuan looked up, grinning triumphantly at Jiang Chen.
It's just refining a grade 2 high-tier pill, and it took you 2 tries. Do you really think you're so amazing? Jiang Chen scoffed disdainfully, what's so great about grade 2? I can refine grade 3 pills. This guy, he can actually refine grade 3 pills. Everyone was once again shocked by Jiang Chen's words. You? Refine grade 3 pills? Xu Mingyuan looked extremely dismissive.
In Skycloud City, alchemists capable of refining grade 3 pills could be counted on one hand. These were all seasoned alchemists who had dedicated years to the art. While this young man in front of him could refine grade 1 body tempering pills, and his success rate was ridiculously high. Xu Mingyuan absolutely did not believe that this young man could refine grade 3 pills. Even if this kid had started learning alchemy in the womb, it would be impossible for him to become a grade 3 alchemist, right? Jiang Chen ignored Xu Mingyuan and chuckled to Tang Shang, prepare a set of materials for an innate spirit pill for me.
Holy cow, this guy, he's actually going to refine an innate spirit pill.
As soon as Jiang Chen said this, countless people around him couldn't help but gasp. The innate spirit pill, this was a top-grade elixir that could directly elevate a martial artist in the innate realm by one major stage. The grade of this pill had already reached grade 3 high tier. No one had expected that Jiang Chen not only intended to refine a grade 3 pill, but specifically a grade 3 high tier innate spirit pill. What shocked them even more was that Jiang Chen only asked for one set of materials for the innate spirit pill. Didn't this mean he intended to successfully refine the grade 3 high tier innate spirit pill in a single attempt? This guy, does he have to be this incredible? Grade 3 high tier pills, let alone a grade 3 alchemist refining them. Even for those legendary grade 4 alchemy masters, attempting a successful refinement in one go would be an extremely difficult feat. He's going to refine a grade 3 high tier pill. What a monster, what a monster. I really don't know why this guy got into Skycloud Martial Academy through the back door. Tang Shang muttered to himself, then quickly had someone prepare the materials for the innate spirit pill. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate either, walking straight to the alchemy furnace and beginning the refining process. Kindling the fire to warm the furnace, adding ingredients for extraction, shaping, and condensing the pill. The entire process was as smooth as flowing clouds in water, his movements seamless. Ding! You have successfully refined the grade 3 pill, innate spirit pill, gaining 3,100 experience. In less than half an hour, an innate spirit pill was refined by Jiang Chen before everyone's eyes. Oh my goodness, he really refined a grade 3 high tier pill, the innate spirit pill. And he succeeded on the first try. This is too monstrous, isn't it? At this moment, the surrounding onlookers had been shocked into numbness by Jiang Chen's monstrous alchemy talent. A mere teenager, he refined a high-grade 3rd rank pill in one go. Whereas Zhu Mingdan, a man who had dedicated over 10 years to alchemy, took 2 attempts to refine even a high-grade 2nd rank pill. Truly, comparing people is like comparing death, comparing goods is like comparing trash. Compared to Jiang Chen, this so-called high-grade 2nd rank alchemist, Zhu Mingyuan, was utterly worthless. How is this possible? Xu Mingyuan's expression was terrified, his face suddenly turning pale. He never expected that this brash young man, whom he had always disregarded, would possess such terrifying alchemy skills. A high-grade 3rd rank pill. With his talent in alchemy, even if he exhausted his entire life's energy, he might not be able to refine even one. Watching Jiang Chen successfully refine the innate spirit pill in one attempt, and once again utterly defeat Zhu Mingyuan in alchemy, Tang Shang was also speechless to the extreme. In the morning, Jiang Chen defeated Meng Dongxing, the top golden student of the outer courtyard at Lingyun Martial Mansion, creating a sensation throughout the entire Lingyun Martial Mansion. Now, he had crushed Xu Mingyuan, a high-grade 2nd rank alchemist, into oblivion. Where on earth did this monster come from? Thinking that this prodigy, Jiang Chen, would soon be the chief alchemist of Baodan Pavilion, Tang Shang was thrilled. He glanced at the pale-faced Zhu Mingyuan and said indifferently, "Alchemist Zhu, brother Jiang Chen will be the chief alchemist of Baodan Pavilion from now on. You have no objections, do you? Though Master Jiang is young, his alchemy skills are far superior to mine. It is Baodan Pavilion's honor that he can become its chief alchemist." Xu Mingyuan gave a bitter laugh. He looked at Jiang Chen with shame. "I never expected Master Jiang to already be a high-grade 3rd rank alchemist. It was my ignorance just now. I hope Master Jiang will not take offense." At this moment, Zhu Mingyuan finally bowed his proud head. He was merely a high-grade 2nd rank alchemist. This person before him, however, was already a high-grade 3rd rank alchemist, a full major rank higher than him. And in terms of potential, he couldn't even compare. A high-grade 3rd rank alchemist, this was almost the top tier of alchemists in Lingyun City. If he truly offended Jiang Chen, perhaps with just a word from Jiang Chen, he would find it impossible to get by in Lingyun City. Jiang Chen had never taken Zhu Mingyuan seriously, so he naturally couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He directly said to Tang Shang, "Tang Shang, I can become an alchemist for Baodan Pavilion. But as you know, I am a student of Lingyun Martial Mansion, so..." "Brother Jiang Chen, I understand. You don't need to be stationed at Baodan Pavilion. Just hold the title of Chief Alchemist, and I can even bring the materials to the Martial Mansion for pill refinement. Once the pills you refine are sold,
Baodan Pavilion will give you 30% of the profit. Tang Sheng smiled slightly. With Jiang Chen's talent and potential, he was bound to become a world-renowned alchemy master. Even if Jiang Chen merely lent his name to Baodan Pavilion, it would be immensely beneficial to the pavilion. I don't want profit. Jiang Chen shook his head. I only need 30% of the pills I refine. No problem. Tang Sheng had no objection to Jiang Chen's request. All right then. Whatever pills Treasure Pill Pavilion needs me to refine, just bring the materials and come directly to courtyard number 68 in the Golden Disciple residential area to find me. By the time he left Treasure Pill Pavilion, it was already noon. Jiang Chen stopped in front of a restaurant called Tianxiang Building, planning to have lunch there. Jiang Chen, what a coincidence! I never expected to run into you here. Just as Jiang Chen was about to enter Tianxiang Building, a sneer suddenly rang out behind him. Jiang Chen paused, startled. He turned his head and saw two familiar figures walking towards Tianxiang Building. Jiang Yunhong and Jiang Qianhe? Why are they here? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Jiang Yunhong, why aren't you staying properly in the Jiang family? What are you doing running off to Lingyun City? Ha! Jiang Chen, you probably don't know yet, but Master Zhu, the chief alchemist of Treasure Pill Pavilion, has agreed to take me as his disciple. So what if you entered Lingyun Martial Mansion? You're still just a bronze disciple with no future. As for me, it won't be long before I become a respected alchemist. Jiang Yunhong sneered incessantly at Jiang Chen, the smug expression on his face almost completely revealed. Oh really? If I were you, I wouldn't come flaunting like this. Flaunt in front of me, and you probably won't have a good outcome. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. I can guarantee that no alchemist in Treasure Pill Pavilion will take you as a disciple. Ha ha! Jiang Chen, who do you think you are? Do the alchemists of Treasure Pill Pavilion have to listen to you? Jiang Yunhong immediately sneered with disdain. Because Jiang Chen suddenly appeared at a critical moment and snatched away his chance to enter Lingyun Martial Mansion. For his grandson's future, Jiang Qianhe brought Jiang Yunhong to Lingyun City. In the end, Jiang Qianhe sacrificed his old reputation and paid some price, finally getting Zhu Mingyuan, the chief alchemist of Treasure Pill Pavilion, to agree to take him as a disciple. Jiang Chen, Yunhong will officially become a disciple of Master Zhu, a high-grade second-rank alchemist, in a moment. This is a huge joyous occasion for the Jiang family. Would you like to stay and witness it? Jiang Qianhe also had a smug look on his face. With Jiang Yunhong becoming a disciple of a high-grade second-rank alchemist, his prestige in the Jiang family was bound to greatly increase. Even if Jiang Chen entered Lingyun Martial Mansion, he was still just a bronze disciple with no future. By that time, what qualifications would Jiang Chen have to compete with Jiang Yunhong for the position of Jiang family head? All right. Jiang Chen replied cheerfully. Even if Jiang Qianhe hadn't spoken, Jiang Chen had no intention of leaving. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. Back then in the Jiang family, Jiang Yunhong crippled him with a punch and even tried to steal his chance to enter Lingyun Martial Mansion. Now that he had an opportunity to deal with Jiang Yunhong, how could Jiang Chen let him off easily? Jiang Chen stood there with his arms crossed, waiting with the grandfather and grandson, Jiang Yunhong, for Zhu Mingyuan to arrive. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man dressed in an alchemist's robe slowly walked over. The middle-aged man was none other than Zhu Mingyuan, who had just been dealt with by Jiang Chen. Master Zhu, you've arrived. Seeing this, Jiang Qianhe quickly walked up with a smiling face. Disciple Jiang Yunhong, greetings, teacher. Jiang Yunhong also quickly stepped forward and respectfully bowed deeply to Zhu Mingyuan. As he bowed, his gaze flickered towards Jiang Chen, and he noticed Jiang was still standing there, arms crossed, motionless. Jiang Chen, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you quickly bow to Master Zhu? Jiang Yunhong immediately sneered and sharply shouted at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, how dare you be so disrespectful to Alchemist Zhu? Why aren't you kneeling down to apologize to him? Jiang Qianhe also stared at Jiang Chen with an unpleasant expression. A second-grade high-level alchemist held a revered status, even he had to be polite in front of Zhu Mingyuan.
Now, Jiang Chen's disrespect towards Zhu Mingyuan was practically handing him a handle, so he naturally had to teach Jiang Chen a good lesson.
Jiang Chen paid no mind to the angry shouts of the grandfather and grandson.
He looked at Zhu Mingyuan with a playful expression. Zhu Mingyuan, these two want me to kneel and apologize to you.
What do you think?
As Zhu Mingyuan walked over, he saw Jiang Chen standing at the entrance of the Tianxiang Tower and was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to go up and greet Jiang Chen, he suddenly heard the words of Jiang Qianhe and his grandson.
Zhu Mingyuan's expression instantly turned extremely grim.
However, Jiang Yunhong naturally didn't notice any of this. Upon hearing Jiang Chen casually call Zhu Mingyuan by his full name, he couldn't help but sharply reprimand Jiang Chen again.
Jiang Chen, how dare you call out teacher's name directly? You truly have no respect for teacher. Why aren't you kneeling down? Clang!
Jiang Yunhong was only halfway through his sentence when Zhu Mingyuan directly strode in front of Jiang Yunhong, raised his hand, and slapped him. Zhu Mingyuan's sudden slap not only left Jiang Yunhong instantly dumbfounded.
Even Jiang Qianhe, who was standing nearby, was somewhat bewildered. Shouldn't Master Zhu be hitting Jiang Chen, who was disrespectful to him? What the hell is going on here? Teacher.
Feeling the burning pain on his face, Jiang Yunhong looked at Zhu Mingyuan with an incredulous expression, so wronged that he was almost on the verge of tears.
I, as your disciple, was speaking up for you, yet you slapped me instead?
Zhu Mingyuan didn't even spare Jiang Yunhong a glance and quickly walked directly in front of Jiang Chen.
He bowed respectfully to Jiang Chen. Master Jiang, these two are utterly ignorant. How can their words be taken seriously? I should be the one apologizing to you. Please don't humble me. WH. What?
Both grandfather and grandson, Jiang Yunhong, instantly froze like statues, as if they had seen a ghost, almost unable to believe their eyes.
Is this Zhu Mingyuan really the esteemed Master Zhu from Baodan Pavilion? How noble and revered is Zhu Mingyuan, the chief alchemy master of the dignified Baodan Pavilion and a high-grade second-rank alchemist.
Yet now he stood cautiously before Jiang Chen, like a child who had made a mistake. And he even respectfully addressed Jiang Chen as master.
This good-for-nothing from the Jiang family, what kind of master is he? Zhu Mingyuan, is this your new disciple? He seems even more arrogant than you.
Before Jiang Yunhong and his grandfather could recover from their shock, Jiang Chen glanced at Jiang Yunhong and said nonchalantly, Master Jiang, they were introduced by a friend of mine. I only came to take a look out of respect for that friend, but I haven't officially taken him as a disciple yet. Zhu Mingyuan said, then turned his head directly, staring at Jiang Yunhong with an unfriendly expression.
Boy, what kind of nobody are you, daring to be rude to our Master Jiang of Baodan Pavilion?
I won't take you as a disciple, get lost.
Jiang Yunhong's expression was dull, and his face instantly turned incredibly pale. Becoming Zhu Mingyuan's disciple was an opportunity that his grandfather Jiang Qianhe had painstakingly secured for him. But Jiang Yunhong never expected that Jiang Chen, this good-for-nothing from the Jiang family, actually had the power to influence Zhu Mingyuan. He couldn't resist for a moment and ran up to Jiang Chen to show off. As a result, a single sentence from Jiang Chen sent him from heaven to hell. His hope of becoming an alchemist was completely shattered. Master Zhu, Jiang Chen is from our Jiang family in Sanshan City. This kid has never even touched alchemy. How could he possibly be the chief alchemist of Baodan Pavilion? Are you mistaken? It took Jiang Qianhe a while to recover from his shock. He looked at Zhu Mingyuan with an expression of disbelief. If this good-for-nothing from the Jiang family were truly an alchemist, why would Jiang Wuya have gone to such lengths to secure him a chance to enter the Lingyun Martial Academy?
I, Zhu Mingyuan, am not yet so old that my eyes are failing. Zhu Mingyuan snorted coldly, saying impatiently, I don't want to waste words with you.
Take your grandson and get out. No. Teacher, I was wrong. Please give me another chance.
Jiang Yunhong knelt before Zhu Mingyuan with a thud, his eyes filled with pleading.
If he couldn't enter the Lingyun Martial Academy and couldn't become an alchemist, he would be confined to the Jiang family in Sanshan City for the rest of his life. What future would he have? Get lost.
Daring to be rude to Master Jiang, I will not take you as a disciple, and no alchemist in Lingyun City will take you as an apprentice.
Don't harbor such fanciful delusions. Zhu Mingyuan sneered. Who was Jiang Chen?
He was a genuine high-grade third-rank alchemist.
With just a word from him, who in Lingyun City would dare to take Zhang Yunhong as an apprentice?
Upon hearing Zhu Mingyuan's words, Zhang Yunhong's face turned ashen, and he slumped down dejectedly.
Jiang Chen, the same Jiang family blood flows in all of us. Yunhong is your cousin, after all. Don't you think you're going too far? Jiang Qianhe glared angrily at Jiang Chen as he looked at his grandson, who appeared utterly devastated. So now you remember we're all family? When you treated me that way back in the Jiang family, why didn't you remember we were family? Why didn't you consider if what you were doing was too much? Jiang Chen sneered. What's more, it's Master Zhu herself who's unwilling to take your grandson as an apprentice. What does that have to do with me? That's right, I look down on your grandson.
It has nothing to do with Master Jiang.
Zhu Mingyuan also quickly nodded.
He stared at Jiang Qianhe with an unfriendly expression. Old man, I'm letting this slide because my friend introduced you. But if you dare to be rude to Master Jiang again, don't blame me for being impolite.
Jiang Qianhe's face was ashen.
He snorted coldly, grabbed the dazed Zhang Yunhong, and quickly turned and left. After Jiang Qianhe and the two left, Zhu Mingyuan cautiously looked at Jiang Chen. Master Jiang, this matter.
All right, I know, this has nothing to do with you. Jiang Chen waved his hand and smiled slightly at Zhu Mingyuan. Master Zhu, I wonder if I could trouble you with something? Just tell me what you need, Master Jiang.
Zhu Mingyuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said. Keep an eye on Zhang Yunhong for me.
Don't let any alchemist take him as a disciple.
A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he spoke coldly. Even with Zhang Yunhong's talent, even if he truly became an alchemist, he wouldn't pose any real threat to him. However, Jiang Chen still didn't intend to let Zhang Yunhong succeed. He wanted Zhang Yunhong to fully experience what despair truly felt like. After parting ways with Zhu Mingyuan, Jiang Chen had lunch at Tianxiang Tower and then returned directly to Lingyun Martial Academy. When he returned to the gate of Lingyun Martial Mansion, he found that for some unknown reason, it was crowded with a large group of onlookers. Jiang Chen squeezed through the crowd, finally understanding why so many people were gathered here. Because at the entrance of Lingyun Martial Mansion, a peerless beauty in a white dress, with exquisite and perfect features, stood proudly on the stone lion to one side of the gate. She stood there quietly, like a fairy descended to earth, untouched by the mortal world.
Ding!
You have discovered the Yin fatal body, triggering 100-fold comprehension.
Ding! You have successfully comprehended the ancient profound sun pill formula.
Just as Jiang Chen was quietly observing the peerless beauty on the stone lion, two system notification sounds abruptly rang out in Jiang Chen's mind.
Immediately after, Jiang Chen felt a new ancient Xianyang pill recipe appear in his mind.
Even the uses and effects of the ancient Xianyang pill all appeared in his mind.
Holy moly, this ancient Xianyang pill is actually something that can cure the Taiyin deadly body. Jiang Chen was astonished.
He hadn't expected this 100-fold cultivation system to be able to play like this.
Isn't that Meng Qingxue, our Lingyun Martial Academy's #1 beauty, the genius ranked second on the Lingyun leaderboard? What's she doing here?
Who knows, but Meng Qingxue has been standing here for a long time.
Looking at the situation, it's a bit like she's waiting for someone. Holy crap! Who the hell is so important that the genius beauty Meng Qingxue is waiting here for him?
Jiang Chen came back to his senses, listening to the murmuring voices around him, a strange look appearing in his eyes.
This woman before him, with the Taiyin deadly body, was she the genius beauty Meng Qingxue of Lingyun Martial Academy? As Jiang Chen was observing Meng Qingxue's gaze also directly swept towards Jiang Chen. Immediately, she moved, gracefully descending from the stone lion and landing in front of Jiang Chen. At the same time, her cold voice instantly rang out in everyone's ears. You are Jiang Chen, the Jiang Chen who injured my younger brother Meng Dongxing? As soon as Meng Qingxue spoke, the surroundings instantly erupted. Wow, so Meng Qingxue was waiting for Jiang Chen here. I heard that Meng Qingxue has a very good relationship with her brother.
This kid beat up Meng Dongxing this morning, no wonder Meng Qingxue came looking for him.
Ha ha! Meng Qingxue is the genius ranked second on the Lingyun leaderboard.
That kid is dead for sure now. In an instant, everyone's gaze collectively turned towards Jiang Chen. Some were gloating, while others felt pity and sympathy.
Jiang Chen didn't answer Meng Qingxue's words.
Instead, he looked at her earnestly and said, "Beautiful lady, you're sick and need treatment."
What? As soon as Jiang Chen uttered these words, all the surrounding onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. They never expected that the first thing Jiang Chen would say when facing Meng Qingxue was that she was sick. This was too audacious, too bold, wasn't it? Do you dare to say that again?
Meng Qingxue's face was as cold as frost, her beautiful eyes revealing icy killing intent, as if the surrounding air instantly cooled down.
Jiang Chen smiled faintly, then, under the gaze of countless eyes, walked straight up to Meng Qingxue.
"Miss Meng, you should have been born on the first day of the 7th lunar month.
Since your birth, on every birthday, do you always faint once?"
Jiang Chen leaned down and whispered in a voice only Meng Qingxue could hear. Meng Qingxue was about to erupt, but Jiang Chen's words made her pretty face suddenly change. Her hand, which had just begun to move, instantly stiffened.
"How did you know?" Meng Qingxue's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Chen. Regarding her physical condition, no more than 3 people in this Lingyun Martial Arts Academy would know. How did this guy know? "I know more than you can imagine."
Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly. "I also know that since you turned 16, you fainted on the first day of every lunar month."
"You know the reason?" A hint of shock finally appeared on Meng Qingxue's exquisitely beautiful face.
"Of course."
Jiang Chen smiled confidently, his calm voice echoing directly in Meng Qingxue's ears.
"This is the Severing physique, a cultivation physique that is 1 in a million, a special physique envied by heaven. Those with the Severing physique generally don't live past 17. Because on your 17th birthday, once you faint, you'll never wake up again."
Meng Qingxue was utterly shocked at this moment. Meng Qingxue was not from Lingyun Prefecture.
Her purpose in coming to Lingyun Martial Arts Academy was to approach Yin Qingxian, the Grandmaster of the alchemy world in the Great Xia Kingdom, and consult him about her physical issues. The words of this young man before her were almost identical to Yin Qingxuan's deductions. This young man even explained in more detail, telling her this physique was called the Severing physique. The Severing physique can only be resolved by the ancient profound yang pill. However, the pill formula for the ancient profound yin pill has been lost, and in this world, besides me, there's probably no one else who can refine it. Just as Meng Qingxue hadn't recovered from her shock, Jiang Chen's voice rang out again.
"What are your conditions?" Meng Qingxue asked calmly.
Jiang Chen looked at Meng Qingxue and said with a playful smile, "I'm still missing a maid by my side. If you agree, I'll save your life."
"That condition won't do, change it."
A hint of annoyance instantly flashed in Meng Qingxue's beautiful eyes. What kind of status did she have? Even looking across the entire Great Xia Kingdom, probably no one would be qualified to say such words to her. And this young man before her was merely an outer court student of the Lingyun Martial Arts Academy. Such a person actually dared to speak so presumptuously, asking her to be his maid. It was simply a huge joke. "Whether you agree or not is up to you." Jiang Chen smiled faintly and turned to leave.
"Stop!"
Meng Qingxue let out a cold shout, and with a flash of her figure, she lunged at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen instantly activated his flowing light phantom steps, quickly putting some distance between himself and Meng Qingxue. A profound grade, low-tier movement technique at the great accomplishment stage. This scene immediately startled Meng Qingxue. As expected of the talented beauty on the Lingyun ranking, what sharp eyesight! Jiang Chen praised Meng Qingxue, and a faint chuckle slowly echoed in the air.
"Meng Qingxue, I still say the same thing. I need a maid to serve tea and water. If you're willing, just come. Don't feel wronged.
Follow me, and I guarantee you'll benefit immensely throughout your life. Perhaps one day, you'll be glad you became my maid."
Put. As soon as Jiang Chen uttered these words, the countless students observing around them almost burst out laughing. Holy crap, is this kid actually fantasizing about having Meng Qingxue be his maid? Did I hear that right? Ha ha ha. I'm literally dying of laughter. This kid doesn't think he's invincible just because he defeated Meng Dongxing and became the #1 golden student, does he? He even said she should feel honored to be his maid. This idiot, his bragging is simply sky high. Just as everyone was waiting for Meng Qingxue to pin Jiang Chen to the ground and give him a good beating. But Meng Qingxue showed no intention of making a move. She stared at Jiang Chen for a long while, then suddenly said indifferently, "Alright, I agree. I hope you keep your word." Her calm words instantly made everyone present drop their jaws. What the heck? Meng Qingxue, she actually agreed. At this moment, all the onlookers around felt nothing but shock in their hearts. The #1 beauty of Lingyun Martial Mansion, the second-ranked genius on the Lingyun list, actually agreed to be a maid for an outer court student. This is simply unbelievable. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. "Don't worry, follow me, and I guarantee you'll break free from the shackles of your lunar cursed body, soaring to great heights from then on." Meng Qingxue nodded with a cold expression, then truly stood quietly behind Jiang Chen like a maid. She had already turned 16 3 months ago, leaving her only 9 months until she turned 17. If the problem of her lunar cursed body couldn't be resolved, she would fall into an eternal sleep in 9 months. If Jiang Chen could truly solve her physical problem, then Jiang Chen was definitely a capable peerless expert. Following such an expert was nothing to be ashamed of. In this life, Meng Qingxue still had many things she wanted to accomplish. For this, even if it meant betting her freedom for a lifetime, she was willing. Meng Qingxue's action made everyone present's eyes widen. What on earth did Jiang Chen do to make Meng Qingxue so willingly become his maid? An outer court student actually took a genius beauty from the Lingyun list as his maid. This was simply unprecedented, and would be unequaled. This kid was definitely the most awesome golden student in the history of Lingyun Martial Mansion. Watching Jiang Chen walk into Lingyun Martial Mansion with Meng Qingxue, the countless surrounding onlookers were still dazed, unable to recover from the shock. Meng Qingxue, a peerless woman who possessed both beauty and talent. In Lingyun Martial Mansion, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of people who wanted to pursue Meng Qingxue. Among them were many famous geniuses on the Lingyun list. But all along, Meng Qingxue had been like an ice goddess, keeping everyone at a distance. However, such a high and mighty ice goddess miraculously agreed to be a maid for an outer court student. At this moment, countless students of the Soaring Cloud Martial Mansion felt immense admiration for Jiang Chen, so much so that their 5, 6, 7, and 8 bodies were all thrown to the ground in awe. On his first day at the Soaring Cloud Martial Mansion, this guy beat up Lin Yang, the younger brother of Lin Yu, a genius on the Soaring Cloud ranking. On the second day, he directly challenged Meng Dongxing, the top gold-tier student of the Outer Mansion, and utterly defeated him with a single punch. Now, Meng Qingxue came to Jiang Chen to avenge her brother Meng Dongxing, but ended up being taken on as a maid by Jiang Chen with just a few words. They weren't unfamiliar with exceptional people in this Soaring Cloud Martial Mansion. But someone as extraordinary as Jiang Chen, who was off the charts, this was absolutely the first time they had ever encountered. While the news of Jiang Chen taking Meng Qingxue as a maid rocked the entire Soaring Cloud Martial Mansion, Jiang Chen, on the other hand, took Meng Qingxue back to courtyard 68 of the gold-tier student dormitory. Clean up the courtyard, then just pick any room you like and settle down. As soon as Jiang Chen entered the courtyard, he instructed Meng Qingxue. Meng Qingxue frowned slightly and said, "When will you refine the ancient profound sun pill for me?" Refining the ancient profound sun pill isn't difficult. What's difficult are the ingredients for the ancient profound sun pill. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, "To refine this pill, you need the essence blood of a 6th-grade fire attribute demonic beast." Can you get it? A 6th-grade demonic beast, that's a powerful existence comparable to a human divine sea realm expert. And in the Great Xia Kingdom, no divine sea realm expert had emerged for several centuries. Therefore, obtaining the essence blood of a 6th-grade fire attribute demonic beast was no easy task. The essence blood of a 6th-grade fire attribute demonic beast, I truly don't have. A glint flashed in Meng Qingxue's beautiful eyes, but I know that here in the Soaring Cloud Martial Mansion, there might be one person who can get it. Oh? Jiang Chen asked with a look of surprise, who is this person? He is the 6th grade alchemist Master Yan Qingxian.
Meng Qingshu mused slightly. To my knowledge, more than 10 years ago, Yan Qingxian gathered some strong individuals from the Great Xia Kingdom to encircle and kill an injured Crimson Flame Fire Phoenix. A 6th grade demonic beast, the Crimson Flame Fire Phoenix, and it even possesses a trace of ancient divine beast bloodline. It is indeed an excellent material for refining the ancient profound sun pill.
Jiang Chen nodded and said, in that case, let's go see Yan Qingxian tomorrow.
The night passed without a word. The next morning, after breakfast, Jiang Chen took Meng Qingshu straight to Qingxian Abode. Qingxian Abode is located deep within the soaring cloud martial mansion. This is the residence of the 6th grade alchemist Master Yan Qingxian. Although Yan Qingxian is a nominal elder of the soaring cloud martial mansion, he has always stayed out of worldly affairs, spending most of his time in Qingxian Abode researching alchemy. Under normal circumstances, no one dared to casually come to Qingxian Abode to disturb Yan Qingxian. Over time, Qingxian Abode became a forbidden area in the soaring cloud martial mansion that was almost deserted. When Jiang Chen and Meng Qingshu arrived at Qingxian Abode, it was extremely quiet, and there wasn't even a gatekeeper at the entrance of the courtyard.
Jiang Chen then led Meng Qingshu directly into the main gate of Qingxian Abode.
Who are you people?
This isn't a place you can come, now get out of here.
However, just as Jiang Chen and his companions stepped into the courtyard, a sharp, cold shout exploded in their ears. Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a boy of 16 or 17 years old, glaring at them with an unfriendly expression. The boy was wearing an alchemist's robe and appeared quite handsome and extraordinary. On his chest, an alchemist's badge, inlaid with 2 stars, shone conspicuously. At just 15 or 16, he had already become a 2nd grade advanced alchemist. This guy was indeed a rare alchemical prodigy.
Brother, I am Jiang Chen, and I have specifically come to Qingxian dwelling to see Master Yan Qingxian.
I hope you can inform him of my arrival.
Jiang Chen cupped his fist towards the boy and said very politely. This kid in front of him, was he the Jiang Chen that senior sister Su mentioned to the teacher?
As the boy heard Jiang Chen's self-introduction, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Just 2 days ago, after Su Lingxiang returned to Qingxian dwelling, she strongly recommended someone named Jiang Chen to their teacher, Yan Qingxian. It was precisely because of this that he had kept that name in mind. He just hadn't expected that this guy named Jiang Chen would come looking for them so quickly. It seemed this fellow was also eager to become the teacher's closed-door disciple. He, Bai Zishuan, had been exceptionally talented in alchemy since childhood. Now, barely 16 years old, he had already become a 2nd grade advanced alchemist. In this Lingyun mansion, Bai Zishuan was confident that no one else could compare to his alchemical talent. Yet, even he had only been accepted by Yan Qingxian as a nominal disciple. And this kid in front of him, it was said, was just a worthless bronze student. Such a character, by what right could he become Yan Qingxuan's closed-door disciple? Kid, who do you think you are? Do you think the teacher is someone you can just meet whenever you want? Bai Zishuan snorted coldly and directly gave Jiang Chen the boot. The teacher is researching pills with senior sister Su and doesn't have time to see you. You should leave quickly. You haven't even gone in to inform him, so how do you know Master Yan won't see me? Jiang Chen frowned slightly, saying with some displeasure. Given the teacher's status, he naturally isn't someone just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can meet. Bai Zishuan sneered, if you want to see the teacher, fine, but first let me see if you even have the qualifications to meet him. Oh? Jiang Chen smiled faintly, then tell me, what must I do to be qualified to meet Master Yan? Bai Zishuan moved his palm, and a pill formula appeared in his hand. This pill formula is an incomplete ancient formula. If you can complete it, I'll give you a chance to meet the teacher. Bai Zishuan flicked the pill formula towards Jiang Chen, a cold sneer forming in his heart. This very pill formula was what teacher Yan Qingxian and Su Lingxiang were currently trying to complete. Even teacher Yan Qingxian hadn't succeeded in researching it yet, so how could this kid possibly complete it? Jiang Chen snatched the pill formula, his gaze instantly falling upon it. Ding! You observed the incomplete grade 4 life-extending pill formula, triggering a 100-fold comprehension.
Ding! You successfully comprehended the complete grade 4 life extending pill formula. The 100-fold cultivation system is as awesome as ever. He just glanced at the incomplete pill formula, and the system immediately triggered a 100-fold comprehension, automatically completing it for him. So, this pill formula, can you complete it? Seeing Jiang Chen staring at the pill formula without speaking for a long time, Bai Zishuan couldn't help but sneer with disdain. Even if I could complete it, do you know what a real life extending pill formula looks like? Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly. What's more, if I want to see Master Yin, I don't need you to give me the opportunity. As long as I wish, within a minute, I guarantee he will come out to see me personally. Kid, I think you're deliberately here to cause trouble in Qingshan residence, aren't you? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Bai Zishuan's gaze suddenly darkened, and he said sharply, if you know what's good for you, get lost immediately. This Qingshan residence is not a place where you can run wild. Who was his master, Yan Qingshan? This was a giant in the alchemy world of Great Xia Kingdom, a renowned grade 6 alchemist master. With such status, even the king of Great Xia Kingdom would probably have to be polite when wanting to see Yan Qingshan. And this guy in front of him actually dared to speak so presumptuously here? Are you sure you want me to get lost? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. I hope you won't regret it later. Heh, just you? Bai Zishuan sneered disdainfully. Not to mention that he was Yan Qingshuan's registered disciple, just by being the son of Bai Jinsheng, the lord of Lingyun City, who in Lingyun City could make him regret anything? Jiang Chen didn't bother with Bai Zishuan and simply turned his head to look at Meng Qingxue beside him. Shout 3 times into the courtyard. The Azure Frost Spirit Fruit was placed incorrectly. What on earth did this guy want to do? Meng Qingxue was stunned for a moment, but she still followed Jiang Chen's instructions and shouted 3 times into the courtyard. The Azure Frost Spirit Fruit was placed incorrectly. The Azure Frost Spirit Fruit was placed incorrectly. The Azure Frost Spirit Fruit was placed incorrectly. Bai Zishuan's face was ashen, and just as he was about to throw Jiang Chen and the other person out, a loud explosion suddenly came from inside the courtyard. Bai Zishuan was instantly stunned. As an alchemist, he naturally knew that this was a furnace explosion during the alchemy process. Before Bai Zishuan could recover, an old man with white hair and a slightly disheveled appearance rushed out from inside. This old man was naturally Yan Qingshan, the owner of Qingshan Pavilion. Little girl Qingxue, why is it you? Were you the one who just shouted that the Azure Frost Spirit Fruit was placed incorrectly? Yan Qingshan looked at Meng Qingxue in the courtyard, and a hint of surprise appeared in his cloudy old eyes. Master Yan, I asked her to shout just now. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. I wanted to see Master Yan about something, and I resorted to this last resort out of necessity. I hope you don't mind. How did you know the Azure Frost Spirit Fruit was placed incorrectly? Yan Qingshan immediately looked at Jiang Chen with an utterly shocked gaze, asking excitedly. Meng Qingxue was astonished by this scene. Bai Zishuan, who was standing nearby, was completely petrified. Yan Qingshan, a distinguished 6th grade alchemy master, was humbly seeking guidance from Jiang Chen, just like a student. This was too shocking, too unbelievable. It's correct that you added Earth Spirit Milk and Blazing Heaven Grass to the remnant formula of the life-prolonging pill, but the Frost Spirit Fruit is too cold and will disrupt the balance of the medicinal properties. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Master Yan, if you want to refine the life-prolonging pill, you might consider using Everlasting Bind to replace the Frost Spirit Fruit. Everlasting Bind has a similar effect to Frost Spirit Fruit, and its medicinal properties are mild and balanced, which will not conflict with the other ingredients in the life-prolonging pill formula. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? Yan Qingshan murmured to himself, revealing a look of sudden enlightenment. He looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with fervor. Young friend, would you mind coming inside with me for a chat? I came here specifically to find Master Yan. Jiang Chen said, glancing at Bai Zishuan nearby, but your disciple insisted on throwing me out of here. What? Yan Qingshuan's face changed, and his sharp gaze instantly shot towards Bai Zishuan. Thud! Bai Zishuan's legs instantly gave way, and he slumped directly to the ground, his face turning incredibly pale. Yan Qingshan was furious. There are 9 grades of alchemists.
Grades 1 to 3 are ordinary alchemists, grades 3 to 6 are alchemy masters, and above grade 7 are alchemy grandmasters.
As a 6th grade alchemy master, Yan Xingxuan's lifelong wish was to make a breakthrough in alchemy and become a 7th grade alchemy grandmaster. However, he was already at the pinnacle of the alchemy world in the Great Xia Kingdom. In the Great Xia Kingdom, there were only a handful of people who could discuss alchemy with him. This also caused Yan Xingxian to remain stuck as a 6th grade alchemist, unable to break through for a long time. Now, he had finally met someone who could inspire him in alchemy, yet Bai Zixuan had almost driven him away. How could Yan Xingxian not be angry? Bai Zixuan, you're quite pompous, aren't you? Who gave you the nerve to try and kick my esteemed guest out of Qingxian residence? It seems my Qingxian residence cannot accommodate a big shot like you. Get out! Bai Zixuan's face instantly turned ashen, his expression blank, as if his soul had left his body. Jiang Chen, why are you here? Just then, a surprised voice suddenly echoed in the courtyard. Jiang Chen swept his gaze around and saw Su Lingxiang walking out from inside the courtyard. Jiang Chen? Hearing the name, Yan Xingxian couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Su Lingxiang in surprise. Lingxiang, my girl, could this young friend be the alchemy genius you discovered among the bronze students?
Yes, Master, Jiang Chen is absolutely the most talented alchemy genius I've ever seen in my life. Su Lingxiang quickly said, with his aptitude, he could certainly become your direct disciple and inherit all your knowledge. Lingxiang, my girl, don't flatter me. I'm not worthy of being a disciple of this young friend. Yan Xingxian chuckled dumbly and said, do you know that the one who just reminded us that the Azure Frost spirit fruit was placed incorrectly is this young friend Jiang Chen? What? Su Lingxiang's beautiful eyes immediately showed an expression of disbelief. He looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Jiang Chen, how do you know the Azure Frost spirit fruit was placed incorrectly? Do you have the complete prescription for the life-extending pill? The life-extending pill is an ancient miraculous elixir that can increase lifespan, but it has long been lost. How could I possibly have its prescription? Jiang Chen shook his head with a light laugh, then showed the prescription in his hand to Su Lingxiang. When I just came in, your junior brother Bai wanted to test whether I was qualified to see your teacher. So he gave me this incomplete prescription for the life-extending pill and asked me to complete it. I just took a glance at it a moment ago, and that's when I had a sudden enlightenment. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Su Lingxiang was utterly speechless. What does he mean by just took a glance at it and had a sudden enlightenment? Didn't you see that my teacher and I have been studying this incomplete prescription for many days, yet we still haven't been able to refine the true life-extending pill? Yet you just took one look and completed the prescription. Even Su Lingxiang, who already knew Jiang Chen was extraordinary, still didn't expect him to be extraordinary to this extent. This kid, he's really too demoralizing. Young friend Jiang Chen, you said you took one look at the incomplete prescription of the life-extending pill and completed it? At this moment, even Yan Xingxian, a 6th grade alchemist master, was so shocked that his mouth hung open. Jiang Chen nodded, more or less. Yan Xingxian gasped. Alchemy has been passed down from ancient times, and countless prescriptions have become incomplete for various reasons. Yet this kid in front of him can complete a full prescription just by looking at an incomplete one. This is simply an existence defying the heavens. Master Yan, the reason I came to Qingxian Manor this time is actually to ask you for something. Jiang Chen ignored Yan Xingxuan's shock and directly stated his purpose. What master or not master? I'm older than you, so you can just call me big brother from now on. Yan Xingxian waved his hand and said with a smile, whatever little brother needs, just ask away. This young man in front of him was truly a rare alchemy prodigy, seen only once in 10,000 years. In Yan Xingxuan's heart, he had long placed Jiang Chen on an equal or even higher standing than himself. He even had a feeling that the key to whether he could break through 6th grade and become a 7th grade alchemy grandmaster might lie with this young man. Then many thanks, big brother Yan. Jiang Chen said with a chuckle, I heard that big brother Yan once hired people to hunt down a scarlet flame fire phoenix, right? What I need is the essence blood of the scarlet flame fire phoenix. What do you need the essence blood of the scarlet flame fire phoenix for? Yan Xingxian looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment. The essence blood of a scarlet flame fire phoenix. This is a material only needed for refining 5th grade or higher grade elixirs.
Could it be that this young man can already refine 5th grade elixirs?
Brother Yen, my mate here has some health issues, and I need the essence blood of a scarlet flame fire phoenix to refine a pill.
Jiang Qin pointed at Meng Qingxue, who had been silent beside him, and said with a smile. What? This guy actually said that Meng Qingxue was his maid?
Yan Qingxian and Su Lingxiang were once again stunned by Jiang Chen's words. They looked at Meng Qingxue, who had completely assented, and were utterly at a loss for words.
Yan Qingxian and Su Lingxiang were naturally very clear about Meng Qingxue's identity.
To be able to make a heavenly prodigy like Meng Qingxue willingly become his maid.
This guy really was a pervert that couldn't be described by common sense. Brother Jiang Chen, from what you're saying, you can solve the problem with this girl Qingxue?
Yan Qingxian came back to his senses and quickly thought of another startling question. Meng Qingxue's problem was something that even he, a 6th grade alchemist, was powerless to solve.
Jiang Chen nodded and said, she has the Taiyin deadly physique.
Only the ancient profound young pill can resolve it, and to refine the ancient profound young pill, the essence blood of a 6th grade fire attribute demonic beast is needed.
Taiyin deadly physique, ancient profound young pill.
Yan Qingxian smiled bitterly in his heart. He considered himself well informed, yet he had never even heard of these two things. As a 6th grade alchemist, Yan Qingxian hadn't been this shocked in who knows how long.
He even somewhat suspected whether the person in front of him was some ancient alchemy grandmaster reborn.
This guy's attainments in alchemy were absolutely something he had never witnessed in his life. After exchanging alchemy insights with Yan Qingxian for nearly 2 hours, Jiang Chen finally left Qingshan residence with Meng Qingxue, taking the scarlet flame fire phoenix essence blood Yan Qingxian had given him. Upon returning to his dwelling, Jiang Chen saw Tang Shang already waiting for him at the entrance of the courtyard.
Brother Jiang Chen, you're finally back. Seeing Jiang Chen, Tang Shang couldn't help but walk towards him with an anxious expression. What's wrong? Jiang Chen asked with some surprise, did something happen to Baodan Pavilion?
This morning, a man named Zhang Kuei came to Baodan Pavilion looking for you. He was already severely injured when he arrived. Tang Sheng said in a deep voice, if I'm not mistaken, something might have happened to your Zhang family.
Uncle Kuei is in trouble? Jiang Chen's face instantly turned extremely grim. Zhang Kuei, his father Zhang Wuya's confidant.
Zhang Kuei had always managed most of the Zhang family's businesses for his father and held great prestige within the family. Now that Zhang Kuei was suddenly severely injured and had come to Lingyun City, it was enough to prove that what happened to the Zhang family was by no means simple.
Without hesitation, Jiang Chen hurried towards Baodan Pavilion. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen arrived at a guest room on the 3rd floor of Baodan Pavilion.
In the room, a burly middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged, healing his injuries with a pale face. As Jiang Chen entered, the burly man sensed his presence and opened his eyes.
Zhang Kuei greets young Master Chen.
The burly man looked at Jiang Chen as he entered the room and quickly stood up to bow to him.
Uncle Kuei, you and I aren't strangers, there's no need for such formality.
Jiang Chen waved his hand, then looked at Zhang Kuei with a puzzled expression and said, how did you get injured?
Are you all right? Thanks to the healing elixir given to me by young Master Tang of Baodan Pavilion, I'm fine now.
As Zhang Kuei spoke, he cast a grateful glance at Tang Shang. Tang Shang smiled and said, Uncle Jiang, you're too kind.
Brother Jiang Chen is our Baodan Pavilion's chief alchemist. Naturally, we wouldn't stand idly by when it comes to his affairs. Uncle Kuei, what exactly happened to the Jiang family? How did you get hurt? Jiang Chen got straight to the point without any pleasantries.
It was Jiang Qianhe.
Zhang Kuei gave a wry smile and said, actually, all of this is because Jiang Qianhe felt threatened by young Master Chen.
Ever since Jiang Chen suddenly rose from being a wasted body tempering 2nd level, Jiang Qianhe had been wary of him. Especially after seeing Jiang Chen in Lingyun City yesterday, this apprehension grew even stronger. Therefore, upon returning to the Jiang family, Jiang Qianhe decided to take swift action, eliminate dissidents, and seize control of the Jiang family.
As Jiang Wuya's confidant and a person of considerable prestige in the Jiang family, Jiang Kuwei became the first target Jiang Qianhe wanted to eliminate. Fortunately, Jiang Kuwei was vigilant enough to fight his way out and come to Baodan Pavilion to find Jiang Chen.
Jiang Qianhe, he's asking for death. Hearing that Jiang Qianhe actually wanted to control the Jiang family and become its patriarch, Jiang Chen's eyes instantly turned cold.
Young Master Chen, Jiang Qianhe's power is immense now.
No one can stop him from becoming the Jiang family patriarch.
If I'm not mistaken, Jiang Qianhe will soon inform you of his ascension to patriarch, luring you back to the Jiang family to walk into a trap.
I came to you hoping that you absolutely won't act impulsively.
Seeing Jiang Chen's angry demeanor, Jiang Kuwei quickly tried to persuade him. Uncle Kuwei, don't worry, I know what to do.
A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Originally, considering they were all direct blood relatives of the Jiang family, Jiang Chen hadn't intended to do anything to Jiang Qianhe as long as the latter honestly remained the Jiang family's grand elder. Now, Jiang Qianhe was ambitious, eliminating dissidents within the Jiang family and seizing the position of patriarch. Since this old fellow insisted on seeking death, he shouldn't blame Jiang Chen for being impolite. Tang Shang, prepare an alchemy room, along with a large amount of herbs for 2nd grade and 3rd grade elixirs.
I'm going to start alchemy.
He had decided to go all out on alchemy in Baodan Pavilion today, then rapidly upgrade. Once the news of Jiang Qianhe becoming the Jiang family patriarch arrived, he would directly return to the Jiang family. By then, he would let Jiang Qianhe know that his father's position as Jiang family patriarch was not something Jiang Qianhe could covet. Under Tang Shang's arrangement, Jiang Chen arrived at a dedicated alchemy room in Baodan Pavilion. Soon, countless ingredients for 2nd grade and 3rd grade elixirs were delivered to Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen wasted no time and immediately entered an alchemy state. As a 4th grade alchemist with the assurance of a 100% success rate, refining pills naturally went very smoothly.
Ding! You successfully refined a grade 2 Qi gathering pill, gaining 2,100 experience.
Ding!
You successfully refined a grade 2 Qi gathering pill, gaining 2,100 experience.
Ding!
You successfully refined a grade 3 innate spirit pill, gaining 3,100 experience.
Ding!
You have successfully advanced to a 5th grade alchemist. From morning till night, Jiang Chen refined pills non-stop, except for a 1-hour break for lunch. In a single day, Jiang Chen refined a total of 10 grade 2 pills and 3 grade 3 pills. After refining the pills, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to leave. He directly took out 3 grade 2 Qi gathering pills and 1 grade 3 innate spirit pill, swallowing all 4 pills.
Ding!
You consumed 3 Qi gathering pills, gaining 7,500 experience.
Ding!
You consumed 1 innate Qi pill, gaining 12,500 experience.
Ding!
You successfully broke through to the 2nd layer of Imperial Qi.
Ding!
You successfully broke through to the 3rd layer of Imperial Qi.
Ding!
You successfully broke through to the 9th layer of Imperial Qi. Due to the system's existence, Jiang Chen would gain 100 times the experience from consuming pills, with no limitations. Especially when he consumed a grade 3 innate spirit pill, which only martial artists in the innate realm could take, he gained a massive amount of experience. This vast amount of experience allowed Jiang Chen to directly break through to the 9th layer of Imperial Qi in one go. Such strength was almost enough to instantly kill all geniuses on the soaring cloud ranking.
And in Sanshan City, his father Jiang Wuya, once the strongest person in Sanshan City, was only at the 9th layer of Imperial Qi.
In just a few short days, Jiang Chen had transformed from a waste at the 2nd layer of body tempering to a level comparable to his father. After his cultivation improved, Jiang Chen began to practice his fist techniques again. After a night of practice, his profound grade low-level fist technique, Skybreaking Fist, was upgraded again, advancing to the profound grade mid-level fist technique, Azure Dragon Skybreaking Fist. The next morning, as Jiang Chen walked out of the alchemy room, he indeed received news from Sanshan City. Jiang Qianhe was hosting a banquet for all parties at the Jiang family today, and then he would succeed as the Jiang family patriarch. Jiang Chen naturally didn't hesitate for a moment, calling Meng Qingshui to return to the Jiang family in Sanshan City.
Young Master Chen, the Jiang family's action is clearly intended to lure you back to the family and then take the opportunity to eliminate you. How can you go back at this time? Upon hearing that Jiang Chen wanted to return to the Jiang family, Jiang Kuei immediately became anxious. Uncle Kuei, you don't need to worry. If I didn't have absolute certainty, I wouldn't just run back to the Jiang family to die. Jiang Chen said confidently, as long as I disagree, Jiang Qianhe can forget about taking the position of Jiang family patriarch. If young Master Chen insists on returning to the Jiang family, then I will go with you. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Jiang Chen, Jiang Kuei said with a determined expression. Of course, Uncle Kuei must return to the Jiang family with me. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Once I return to the Jiang family and deal with Jiang Qianhe, I will still need Uncle Kuei to help me manage the family. Seeing Jiang Chen's calm and composed demeanor, as if he didn't care about Jiang Qianhe at all, Jiang Kuei's eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of surprise. Could it be that young Master Chen, standing before him, truly had the confidence to deal with Jiang Qianhe? More than an hour later, Jiang Chen returned to the Jiang family with Meng Qingxue and Jiang Kuei. Stepping through the main gate of the Jiang family, Jiang Chen's gaze swept around, and he noticed hundreds of people gathered in the outer courtyard square, making it very lively. These people were clearly guests invited by Jiang Qianhe to witness his ascension to the position of Jiang family head. On the high platform in the center of the square, Jiang Qianhe, dressed in splendid robes, was performing ancestor worship and offering sacrifices to heaven, presided over by a priest. We remember the kindness of our ancestors, never to forget we inherit the legacy of our ancestors, ensuring there are successors. The former head of the Jiang family mysteriously disappeared, leaving the Jiang family without a leader. As the saying goes, a family cannot be without a master for even a day. Though I, Jiang Qianhe, am unworthy, I am willing to assume the position of Jiang family head, inherit the will of our ancestors, and strive for the revitalization of the Jiang family. After completing the ancestor worship, Jiang Qianhe confidently seated himself on the main seat of the high platform, full of spirit, and declared, "Everyone, today is my, Jiang Qianhe's." Jiang Qianhe, if you want to be the head of the Jiang family, why don't you look in a mirror first to see if you're worthy? When did it become your turn, you old dog, to become the head of my Jiang family? However, Jiang Qianhe's words were cut off mid-sentence by a sudden, disdainful sneer echoing across the square. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw three figures slowly walking towards the center of the square. What the hell, who is this kid, daring to cause trouble in the Jiang family? He is Jiang Chen, the young master of the Jiang family, the son of Jiang Wuya, the former head of the Jiang family. Oh, so it's the good-for-nothing young master of the Jiang family. What's he doing here? Is he going to contend with Jiang Qianhe for the position of family head? A good-for-nothing at body-tempering second level, trying to compete for the family head position? I think he's just dreaming. Seeing Jiang Chen's appearance, many people in the square showed expressions of disdain. This was a world where the strong were revered. A good-for-nothing should accept their fate. Why should a good-for-nothing at body-tempering second level come out at this moment to embarrass himself? This fellow, has he finally returned? Jiang Qianhe sneered as he looked at Jiang Chen, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Jiang Qianhe had never paid any mind to this good-for-nothing young master of the Jiang family. But who knew that this good-for-nothing young master suddenly seemed to have awakened, transforming into an extraordinary prodigy. Not only did he defeat Jiang Yunhong and reclaim the opportunity to enter the Lingyun martial mansion. Even more incredible to Jiang Qianhe was that this good-for-nothing young master had also become an alchemist. Jiang Qianhe already sensed immense danger emanating from Jiang Chen. He didn't want to give Jiang Chen any more opportunities to grow. For this reason, he decisively took control of the Jiang family, precisely to lure Jiang Chen back. This time, he was determined to completely nip the threat of Jiang Chen in the bud. Jiang Chen, I am the grand elder of the Jiang family. Now that the patriarch is missing, why am I not fit to inherit the position of patriarch? Today is a day of great joy for my Jiang family. You had best not cause trouble here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Jiang Qianhe stood up, looking down at Jiang Chen condescendingly, and said coldly. The patriarch of the Jiang family is my father, Jiang Wuya. Even if my father has left the Jiang family, if there is to be a new patriarch, it wouldn't be your turn, would it? Jiang Chen glanced at Jiang Qianhe indifferently. Don't forget, I am the young master of the Jiang family. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, many people in the square instantly widened their eyes. No way? This useless young master of the Jiang family actually wants to compete with Jiang Qianhe for the position of Jiang family patriarch? At this moment, all the guests who came to attend the ceremony in the square were almost struck dumb by Jiang Chen's actions. It's not that they haven't seen arrogant and formidable people in this world. But it was truly the first time they had encountered such a formidable good-for-nothing like Jiang Chen. On the divine martial continent, the strong are respected, and the weak have no say at all. Even if this boy is the son of Jiang Wuya, the former strongest person in Sangshan City and patriarch of the Jiang family, it cannot change this fact. Not to mention that Jiang Wuya is not in the Jiang family now. Even if Jiang Wuya were still here, the position of the next patriarch of the Jiang family would never be handed over to Jiang Chen, this good-for-nothing. They really wondered where this boy got the courage to so brazenly come and compete with Jiang Qianhe for the position of patriarch. Jiang Chen, according to your meaning, the position of Jiang family patriarch can only be inherited by you? Jiang Qianhe stared directly at Jiang Chen, sneering endlessly. Jiang Chen's gaze did not flinch, and he retorted, is it not? Alright, since you, the young master of the Jiang family, want to inherit the position of patriarch, then I'll give you a chance to see if you have the qualifications to inherit the Jiang family patriarch's position. As Jiang Qianhe spoke, his gaze directly fell on a Jiang family disciple below. Jiang Xing, come up. As Jiang Qianhe's voice fell, a cold-faced youth of 16 or 17 years old leaped onto the high platform, appearing beside Jiang Qianhe. Jiang Chen, to become the Jiang family patriarch, talking is useless. Everything depends on strength. The person beside me, you shouldn't be unfamiliar with him. He is Jiang Xing, the genius of the younger generation of the Jiang family. If you have the strength to defeat Jiang Xing and become the number one among the younger generation of the Jiang family, then I will admit that you are qualified to be the patriarch of the Jiang family. As Jiang Qianhe said this, a sinister smile also appeared in his aged eyes. He looked down at Jiang Chen and sneered, Jiang Chen, I wonder if you have the guts to come up and fight Jiang Xing? Jiang Xing, the number one genius of the younger generation of the Jiang family, had become an inner disciple of Lingyun Martial Academy half a year ago, and now possessed the strength of the third level of Qi control. If Jiang Chen really dared to come onto the stage, he would let Jiang Xing completely cripple Jiang Chen, and never give Jiang Chen any chance to recover. Damn, Jiang Qianhe's move is really too ruthless. Yeah, that good-for-nothing from the Jiang family probably can't even beat the worst disciple. Making him fight Jiang Xing, isn't that bullying? Jiang Qianhe's words made everyone in the square shake their heads, looking at Jiang Chen with sympathy. This good-for-nothing from the Jiang family was practically asking for death. This old dog actually called Jiang Xing back. Seeing Jiang Qianhe directly call Jiang Xing onto the high platform, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Chen, the head of the Jiang family. This is a major matter concerning the future of the Jiang family. If you want to become the head, come up and fight me. Just then, Jiang Xing's cold voice came down from the high platform. Jiang Xing, you're nothing but a lapdog raised by that old dog Jiang Qianhe. How dare you shout in front of this young master? You're not even qualified for me to make a move. If you want to fight me, defeat my maid first. Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully, then turned his head to look at Meng Qingxue behind him, and said indifferently, go up and deal with him for me. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingxue's figure flickered and she appeared on the high platform. She looked at Jiang Xing opposite her, and said coldly, I'll fight you on his behalf. Make your move. Meng Qingxue. Jiang Xing's expression changed dramatically when he saw Meng Qingxue appear on the high platform. He stared at Meng Qingxue in disbelief, and couldn't help but exclaim, You actually became Jiang Chen's maid. In the past 2 days, the news of Jiang Chen taking Meng Qingxue, the genius beauty on the Lingyun ranking, as his mate had spread like wildfire in the Lingyun martial mansion. Even Jiang Xing, who was in the inner mansion, had heard about it. But Jiang Xing had completely scoffed at it, not taking it seriously at all. Who was Meng Qingxue? This was the second-ranked genius beauty on the Lingyun ranking, a goddess-like figure, cold as an iceberg. Even the geniuses on the Lingyun ranking couldn't make her look them in the eye. How could the good-for-nothing young master of their Jiang family possibly take Meng Qingxue as a maid? But the scene before his eyes forced him to believe that Meng Qingxue had indeed become Jiang Chen's maid. Otherwise, how could Meng Qingxue have come to the Jiang family in Sangshan City, and how could she obey Jiang Chen's orders? This is my business, and it has nothing to do with you. Meng Qingxue frowned slightly and said coldly, "Make your move. If you don't act now, I guarantee you won't even have the chance. Where did this little girl come from, daring to meddle in my Jiang family's affairs? Get lost." Seeing a young girl suddenly appear to ruin his plans, Jiang Qianhe couldn't help but let out an explosive roar. He waved his hand, and a powerful surge of energy swept towards Meng Qingxue. Meng Qingxue's expression was calm, and she lightly flipped her slender hand. The fierce palm energy instantly clashed with Jiang Qianhe's. Bang! A booming sound erupted in mid-air. Immediately, Jiang Qianhe's body stumbled back several steps. And facing him, Meng Qingxue stood there motionless. "You, who exactly are you?" Jiang Qianhe was horrified, and his face turned somewhat ugly. This little girl looked no more than 16 or 17, yet her strength had already reached chi control sevenfold, no less than his own. Meng Qingxue said indifferently, "I am Jiang Chen's maid, is there a problem?" Holy crap! This genius girl, whose strength reached chi control sevenfold, was actually Jiang Chen's maid. At this moment, not only was Jiang Qianhe going crazy inside. Even the onlookers below were so shocked that their jaws dropped. A trashed body tempering twofold actually took a genius beauty, whose strength was even greater than Jiang Qianhe's, as a maid. The most fatal thing was that this genius beauty actually admitted it publicly. This is unbelievable. Jiang Chen, the struggle for the position of Jiang family head is an internal matter of the Jiang family. If you want to become the Jiang family head, then show your own capabilities. Relying on an outsider to support you, how can you make the entire Jiang family accept you wholeheartedly? Jiang Qianhe yelled angrily at Jiang Chen, his face livid. "Heh, Jiang Qianhe, you can't even defeat one of my maids, and you still have the nerve to shout here?" Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully, his faint voice directly echoing in everyone's ears. "But you do have a point. Since I want to become the Jiang family head, I must earn everyone's conviction. If anyone is unconvinced, then I'll beat them until they are." As Jiang Chen spoke, his phantom streamer steps instantly activated, turning him into an afterimage, and with a flash, he appeared on the high platform. He raised a hand and beckoned to Jiang Qianhe and Jiang Xing, "Don't you two want to witness my capabilities? Then come at me together. Jiang Chen, don't be so arrogant. Against you, I alone am enough." Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, Jiang Xing snorted coldly and stepped forward. If facing Meng Qingxue, the second-ranked genius on the Lingyun list, he might truly have no power to resist. But as for this trash Jiang Chen of the Jiang family, Jiang Xing didn't put him in his eyes at all. So what if Jiang Chen got rid of his trash title? He truly didn't believe that Jiang Chen could catch up to him, the number one genius of the Jiang family, in such a short time. "You think too highly of yourself." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "Actually, your so-called number one genius of the Jiang family, in my eyes, is nothing but a one-move wonder." As the faint words fell, Jiang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Jiang Xing. This bizarre scene immediately made Jiang Xing's pupils sharply constrict. However, before he could react, a black shadow streaked across his vision. Immediately, Jiang Xing only felt a violent sharp pain in his abdomen, and his whole body was sent flying backward by a tremendous force. A moment later, only a loud bang was heard. Jiang Xing's body slammed heavily onto the edge of the stone platform, immediately spewing out a mouthful of blood. You. Jiang Xing stared at Jiang Chen with a pale face, his expression filled with extreme terror. One move. Just one move. He, the top genius of the Jiang family, was truly defeated by Jiang Chen in a single blow. Watching this scene unfold, Jiang Qianhe was stunned. The crowd below the stage was also shocked. At this moment, everyone looking at Jiang Chen showed shock and disbelief. Is this really still that Jiang family good-for-nothing who was once famous in Sangshan City? Having effortlessly dealt with Jiang Xing with a single punch, Jiang Chen's gaze directly turned to Jiang Qianhe, stating indifferently, "Old dog, it's your turn now." Jiang Chen, don't think that just because you can defeat Jiang Xing, no one can deal with you. Jiang Qianhe stared coldly at Jiang Chen. Do you really think I'm like Jiang Xing, someone you can just knead at will? That's right, in my eyes, you're no different from him, just a one-hit wonder. Jiang Chen sneered, his fist suddenly clenched, and a grayish-blue dragon shadow, 2 to 3 zhang long, directly converged in front of him. Azure Dragon Shattering Heaven Fist. With a light shot from Jiang Chen, the grayish-blue dragon's shadow let out a clear dragon's roar towards the sky, then bared its fangs and claws as it pounced towards Jiang Qianhe. Feeling the terrifying power of Jiang Chen's strike, Jiang Qianhe's expression suddenly changed drastically. They quickly channeled all their strength, unleashing the Jiang family's only profound grade beginner martial art, Heaven-Shaking Palm. But even so, Jiang Qianhe still failed to block Jiang Chen's punch. The Azure Dragon Shattering Heaven Fist, with an unstoppable force, shattered Jiang Qianhe's Heaven-Shaking Palm and heavily struck Jiang Qianhe's body. Jiang Qianhe's figure immediately flew backward, finally tumbling like a gourd for more than 10 circles on the ground before he managed to stop with difficulty. However, before Jiang Qianhe could get up from the ground, Jiang Chen's figure flashed and appeared beside Jiang Qianhe. He swept his palm, delivering another strike towards Jiang Qianhe. Jiang Chen's palm strike was extremely fast. Jiang Qianhe, already severely injured, had no time to react at all before he was once again sent flying by Jiang Chen. Bang! This palm strike directly sent Jiang Qianhe's body crashing several zhang further away. Jiang Chen stared indifferently at Jiang Qianhe, who was struggling to get up. His figure flickered, appearing in front of Jiang Qianhe, and then he directly and decisively stepped down on Jiang Qianhe's chest. Put! Jiang Qianhe immediately let out a series of miserable screams, and blood continuously gushed from his mouth. Old dog, I will be the head of the Jiang family, do you accept it or not? With his foot on Jiang Qianhe, Jiang Chen looked down at him from above, his cold voice instantly reverberating. Accept. I accept. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was like a god of death, Jiang Qianhe finally couldn't help but cry out with a terrified expression. He never would have imagined that Jiang Chen's strength had already reached such a terrifying level. As the esteemed Grand Elder of the Jiang family, with a cultivation of 7 stages of qi control, he didn't even have the power to resist in front of Jiang Chen. Watching Grand Elder Jiang Qianhe of the Jiang family being beaten like a dead dog by Jiang Chen in an instant. At this moment, the vast square plunged into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned, staring blankly at Jiang Chen on the high platform. A notorious good-for-nothing young master in Sangshan City suddenly transformed into a powerful expert who could pin the Jiang family's Grand Elder to the ground and rub him. Grand Elder Jiang Qianhe of the Jiang family, he was an expert at 7 stages of qi control. Such strength was already considered top tier in Sangshan City. How could this good-for-nothing young master of the Jiang family possess strength comparable to a top-tier expert in Sangshan City? This is simply too preposterous. Young Master Chen, when did he become so powerful? Zhang Kuei's eyes widened as he stared blankly at Jiang Chen on the high platform, his expression filled with utmost shock. Before returning to Sangshan City, Zhang Kuei had always thought it was basically impossible for Jiang Chen to deal with Jiang Qianhe now. But who knew, Jiang Chen had hard-handedly turned the impossible into possible. He actually transformed from a good-for-nothing at the 2nd stage of body tempering into an expert capable of defeating Jiang Qianhe. And he effortlessly instantly killed Jiang Qianhe. This talent. This strength. Simply incredible. On the high platform, Meng Qingxue, standing behind Jiang Chen, also had a look of shock in her beautiful eyes. Apparently, she also hadn't expected Jiang Chen's own strength to have already reached such a level. The first time this guy saw her, he recognized her extreme fatal body. This guy's accomplishments in alchemy were astonishing and brilliant, even making the 6th grade alchemist Master Yin Qingxian admire him. This guy's talent in martial arts was not inferior to hers in the slightest. Jiang Chen, how many secrets are hidden within you? Jiang Qian has planned to seize the position if Jiang family had ultimately failed completely due to Jiang Qian's triumphant return. And his influence within the Jiang family disintegrated in an instant.
Under Jiang Chen's arrangements, Jiang Kuei was promoted to Grand Elder of the Jiang family, becoming his representative within the family. At the same time, Jiang Chen's name caused a sensation throughout Sangshan City overnight. Almost everyone knew that the once notorious good-for-nothing of the Jiang family in Sangshan City had risen against all odds, becoming a powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of Sangshan City. His monstrous talent had long surpassed that of Lin Yu, the former top genius of Sangshan City. He was truly the undisputed number one among the younger generation in Sangshan City. After Jiang Chen crippled Jiang Qian, he handed over all matters of the Jiang family to Jiang Kuei, taking on the role of a hands-off controller. However, Jiang Chen wasn't idle during these few days in the Jiang family. He instructed Jiang Kuei to collect medicinal herbs and refine many elixirs to enhance the strength of the Jiang family. With Jiang Chen's help, Jiang Kuei also successfully broke through from the 6th stage of qi control to the 7th stage of body tempering. Everything at the Jiang family was back on track, and Jiang Chen had no intention of staying there any longer. One day, just as Jiang Chen was preparing to return to Lingyun Martial Mansion, Jiang Kuei anxiously sought him out. "Young Master Chen, something terrible has happened. Our Jiang family's medicinal garden in Xiansong Mountain has been seized by the Blood Fiend Gang," Jiang Kuei said with a grim expression. "The Blood Fiend Gang? Why would they suddenly seize the Jiang family's medicinal garden?" Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Jiang Chen knew a little about the Blood Fiend Gang. This was a bandit force operating near Sangshan City, and their strength was far from weak. The Blood Fiend Gang's leader, Blood Fiend, was a well-known strongman around Sangshan City, possessing a strength of 8 levels of Imperial Qi. It was precisely because of Blood Fiend's power that the Blood Fiend Gang ran rampant around Sangshan City, forging a notorious reputation. Even the 3 major families of Sangshan City were wary of the Blood Fiend Gang. "If I'm not mistaken, it's probably because the Blood Fiend Gang learned that your father isn't at home," Jiang Kuei said with a bitter smile. Jiang Chen nodded, somewhat enlightened. His father, Jiang Wuya, was once the strongest person in Sangshan City, possessing the strength of 9 levels of Imperial Qi. It was precisely because his father was presiding over the family that the Blood Fiend Gang dared not touch the Jiang family in the slightest. Now that his father was not home, Blood Fiend believed that no one in the Jiang family could suppress him, so he naturally set his sights on the Jiang family's assets. "Humph, the Blood Fiend Gang, how bold of them. I'll go to Sangshuan Mountain to meet them right now." A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. The Jiang family's medicinal garden in Xiansong Mountain was one of the sources of the Jiang family's income. No matter what, he had to reclaim the medicinal garden from the Blood Fiend Gang. It would be fine if the Blood Fiend Gang knew what was good for them. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind eradicating the Blood Fiend Gang, ridding Sangshan City of a menace. Xiansong Mountain is located to the east of Sangshan City, only a few tens of miles away. Jiang Chen sped along the road, reaching Xiansong Mountain in less than half an hour. When he appeared at the entrance of the Jiang family's medicinal garden, the 2 Blood Fiend Gang members responsible for guarding it were chatting animatedly. "Heh, now that we've taken this medicinal garden from the Jiang family, our Blood Fiend Gang is going to get rich." The Jiang family is one of the 3 major families in Sangshan City. They definitely won't give up this medicinal garden. We should still be careful. "Ha, what are you afraid of? Jiang Wuya isn't in the Jiang family now. Who in the Jiang family is a match for our boss? Even if they come, they're just coming to their deaths." Jiang Chen's expression was cold as he strode directly towards the Jiang family's medicinal garden. "Kid, who are you and what are you doing here? This is the Blood Fiend Gang's territory. If you know what's good for you, get lost right now." Just then, one of the bald big men spotted Jiang Chen walking towards the medicinal garden and immediately shouted sternly. Jiang Chen said indifferently, "I am the one you spoke of who is coming to die." "You're from the Jiang family?" The bald man paused slightly, then stared at Jiang Chen and sneered contemptuously. "Kid, I never thought you'd be bold enough to come here alone. I take it you're tired of living, aren't you?"
This herbal garden is originally my Jiang family's territory, why shouldn't I come? Jiang Chen snorted coldly, an impatient expression on his face, and said, I don't have time to waste with you. Go call Xue Sha out to see me. Kid, what are you? How can our leader be seen just because you want to see him? If you know what's good for you, scram now. Otherwise, this Xian Song mountain will be your burial ground. The bald brawny man looked at Jiang Chen with disdain, his expression utterly arrogant. A mere henchman from the Blood Fiend gang dares to be so arrogant in front of me. You really don't know your place. Jiang Chen's face was cold. With a flick of his hand, he directly drew a leaf from the ground into his palm. Immediately, he pinched the leaf and flicked his finger. In an instant, the leaf shot out like a flying dagger, slicing across the bald brawny man's neck. Crimson blood spurted out, and the bald brawny man's body directly fell to the ground with a thud. You. This scene immediately terrified the remaining Blood Fiend gang member, even making his hair stand on end. Jiang Chen glanced at him indifferently. If you don't want to die, go call Xue Sha out to see me immediately. The Blood Fiend gang member was instantly reprieved, scrambling and crawling into the herbal garden. About 5 minutes later, a black-clothed brawny man with a scarred face, leading a group of people, stormed out of the herbal garden. Who's causing trouble on my Blood Fiend gang's territory? The scarred brawny man hadn't even arrived, but his thunderous roar had already exploded in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen looked at the scarred brawny man at the front and said indifferently, Are you Xue Sha, the leader of the Blood Fiend gang? That's right, I am Xue Sha. Xue Sha's fierce gaze swept over Jiang Chen. Kid, who are you? Who I am, you don't need to know. Jiang Chen said indifferently, You just need to know that this herbal garden is not something your Blood Fiend gang can lay a finger on. Kid, does your Jiang family have no one left to actually send a greenhorn like you here? You're just a kid who hasn't even fully grown. What right do you have to say such things to me? Not to mention you, even if Jiang Qinhe came, he wouldn't dream of taking this herbal garden back from me. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Xue Sha immediately burst into laughter. Jiang Chen's expression turned cold. Xue Sha, do you really think no one in my Jiang family can deal with you? Isn't that true? Besides Jiang Woya, who else in your Jiang family can do anything to me? Kid, let me advise you, if you know what's good for you, immediately hand over this herbal garden to me. If you anger me, do you believe I'll invade Sangshan City and completely erase your Jiang family from Sangshan City? Xue Sha laughed maniacally. The only one he feared in the Jiang family of Sangshan City was Jiang Woya. Now Jiang Woya was gone. In his eyes, the Jiang family was nothing but soft persimmons for him to need. Xue Sha, you think too highly of yourself. My father was able to suppress you back then, and I can still suppress you now. You think you're worthy of having my Jiang family removed from Sangshan City? Jiang Chen stared coldly at Xue Sha, his emotionless voice instantly echoing in the air. I'll give you 5 minutes. Take your people and disappear from my sight immediately. Don't force me to start a massacre. Ah, brothers, you didn't mishear, did you? This kid actually wants to start a massacre in front of me. Xue Sha seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, and couldn't help but burst into laughter with his subordinates behind him. I think this kid must be stupid. A guy who hasn't even grown all his hair, I could finish him off with one punch. Who gave him the courage to talk big in front of the gang leader? Xue Sha's words immediately drew agreement from the group of subordinates behind him, who all disdainfully mocked Jiang Chen. Boss, why bother wasting time with this kid? Let me take care of him. At this moment, behind Xue Sha, a middle-aged man actively volunteered. Xue Sha nodded, all right, don't be too heavy-handed. Leave him alive. No matter what, this kid was Jiang Woya's son. Although Jiang Woya was no longer with the Jiang family, it was better to be safe than sorry. He had seized this medicinal garden from the Jiang family. Even if Jiang Woya returned, he would at most get angry. But if he killed Jiang Woya's son, wouldn't Jiang Woya fight him to the death? Don't worry, boss, at most I'll just cripple him. The middle-aged man said, stepping forward directly, looking arrogantly at Jiang Chen. Kid, tell me, how do you want to die? I want to send you to your death. As the cold words fell,
Jiang Chen's figure instantly transformed into an afterimage, appearing ghost-like beside the middle-aged man. His fist, shimmering with silver light, didn't give the middle-aged man any chance to react before it heavily smashed into his chest. Jiang Chen's punch appeared ordinary, but the power it contained was terrifying to the extreme. The middle-aged man's body trembled violently from Jiang Chen's punch, and blood spurted from his mouth. Immediately, his body, like a kite with a broken string, was heavily flung 7 or 8 meters away, and he lay there, lifeless. What? Watching Jiang Chen take care of the middle-aged man with a single punch, not only were the members of the Shueisha gang stunned. Even Shueisha himself was greatly astonished. This middle-aged man was one of the few chi-controlling realm masters in their Shueisha gang. A chi-controlling realm expert was actually defeated by that kid with one punch. How could this mere youngster, who looked no older than 15 or 16, possess such formidable strength? Kid, I never thought someone your age could reach such a level of power. I underestimated you. Shueisha's gaze slightly narrowed as he looked at Jiang Chen and said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. 5 minutes are up. Kid, don't you dare be arrogant in front of me. Don't think that just because you have the power of the Imperial Qi realm, I'll be afraid of you. Shueisha scoffed with laughter. I'd like to see how you'll go on a killing spree in front of me. Shueisha, I've given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, from today onwards, there will be no more Blood Fiend gang within Sangshan City. As Jiang Chen spoke, his figure once again turned into an afterimage and vanished from the spot. Shueisha's face suddenly changed. Before he could react, a shrill scream suddenly sounded behind him. Shueisha abruptly turned around, only to see one of his subordinates falling to the ground with a thud. Damn it, I'll kill you. Shueisha immediately let out a furious roar that shook the heavens, like a raging lion, charging towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen completely ignored the charging Shueisha, his flowing light phantom steps executed to their limit, flashing and reappearing beside another Blood Fiend gang member. The next moment, that Blood Fiend gang member also instantly turned into a cold corpse. Watching the scene unfold before him, Shueisha's eyes were practically splitting with rage. However, even though he unleashed his speed to its maximum, he still couldn't keep up with Jiang Chen, only able to watch helplessly as Jiang Chen ended the lives of one Blood Fiend gang member after another. In just a few short minutes, almost all the Blood Fiend gang members behind Shueisha were gone, all fallen to the ground, completely lifeless. Good, very good. Shueisha looked at Jiang Chen with a laugh of extreme anger. Kid, if you can leave Mount Xinsong alive today, I'll write my name, Shueisha, backward. Shueisha was furious. Ever since he established the Blood Fiend gang and dominated Sangshan City, Shueisha had never been as enraged as he was now. He no longer cared whether this kid was Zhang Wuya's son or not. No matter who this kid was, today he was going to make him pay a bloody price. Blood Fiend Fist. Shueisha roared, swinging his right fist rapidly, and a dazzling bloody light erupted from his fist. Under Shueisha's control, the bloody light gathered in front of him, forming a crimson fist of full Zhanlong. Kid, prepare to die. Shueisha glared ferociously at Long Chen, then fiercely punched out. In an instant, the enormous crimson fist, like a bloody meteor, swiftly crashed down towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. He instantly unleashed the Azure Dragon Heaven-shattering fist, meeting the crimson fist head-on with a clean and decisive blow. Jiang Chen's punch directly caused the crimson fist to tremble in mid-air, then quickly distort, finally turning into specks of bloody light and vanishing without a trace. The moment the crimson fist dissipated, Shueisha's body staggered, and he half knelt on the ground, uncontrollably spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. You, who exactly are you? Shueisha coughed out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Jiang Chen, who stood calmly in front of him, his heart filled with terror. The punch this youth just unleashed had power that surpassed his Blood Fiend fist. It was likely at least a mid-grade profound skill. Most terrifying of all, this youth's cultivation was even higher than his, having reached the 9th layer of Qi control. Even Lin Yu, the number 1 genius of the Lin family who was renowned in Sangshan City, could never reach such a level. Jiang Chen, the current patriarch of the Jiang family. Jiang Chen looked coldly at Shueisha. I told you, from today onwards, there will be no more Blood Fiend gang within the borders of Sangshan City.
As his cold words fell, Jiang Chen's figure suddenly moved, appearing in front of Shueisha as if by teleportation. Stop. Patriarch Jiang, I am willing to surrender to you, please spare my life, Patriarch Jiang. Seeing Jiang Chen appear directly in front of him, Shueisha immediately felt his soul jump into his throat and quickly cried out in horror. This youth's strength was in no way inferior to Jiang Wuya's back then. If he didn't choose to surrender, he might truly be buried forever on Mount Xiansong today. Jiang Chen said coldly, how can I trust you? I have a secret art to control people. As long as this secret art is used, my life and death will be at your whim. Shueisha said, hastily pulling out a scroll of secret art from his body. With Shueisha's sincere surrender, Jiang Chen naturally didn't go for a complete kill. After all, this Shueisha was an expert at the 8th layer of qi control. If there were such a strong expert guarding the Jiang family, their position in Censions City would be as stable as Mount Tai. Disband the Blood Fiend gang, and then have someone transport all the wealth you plundered to Censions City. I'll wait for you in Censions City. After controlling Blood Fiend with the secret technique, Jiang Chen simply said to Blood Fiend, then turned and floated away. Upon returning to Censions City, Jiang Chen saw Jiang Kuei gathering a large group of elite Jiang family disciples at the city gate. Around them, many onlookers were discussing Jiang Kuei and his group. What's going on? Why is the Jiang family suddenly gathering so many people here? Don't you know? The Blood Fiend gang has forcefully occupied the Jiang family's medicinal garden in Xuanzang Mountain. Holy crap, is the Jiang family planning to go to war with the Blood Fiend gang? Uncle Kuei, what are you doing? Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stride forward and asked Jiang Kuei. Young Master Chen, you're back? Jiang Kuei was slightly stunned to see Jiang Chen suddenly appear. Young Master Chen, you went to Xuanzang Mountain alone. I was worried you might be outnumbered, so I gathered some Jiang family disciples, intending to bring them to assist you. Although a little surprised by Jiang Chen's sudden appearance, Jiang Kuei quickly recovered and said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, no need for such trouble. Just send people to retake control of the medicinal garden. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Kuei was once again stunned. Young Master Chen, what do you mean? Jiang Chen smiled faintly, the matter of the Blood Fiend gang has been resolved by me. You can rest assured and send people to take over the medicinal garden. What? As soon as Jiang Chen said this, not only was Jiang Kuei shocked, but many onlookers around them were also dumbfounded. Holy cow, is this real or fake? Did this kid really take care of the Blood Fiend gang by himself? Almost no one in Censions City didn't know about the Blood Fiend gang. The Blood Fiend gang was powerful, with many experts, and their leader, Blood Fiend, was an expert at the 8th level of qi control. In this Censions City, apart from Jiang Wuya, who was once the top expert, no one else could defeat him. Although Jiang Chen had transformed from a good-for-nothing into someone more monstrous than Lin Yang, Censions City's top genius. But he couldn't be so monstrous that he could even deal with Blood Fiend, could he? Just then, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the road outside Censions City. Immediately, a group of burly men on horseback galloped towards Censions City. Look, it's people from the Blood Fiend gang. Why are they suddenly coming to Censions City? Holy crap, and it's Blood Fiend, the leader of the Blood Fiend gang himself, leading his men here. Jiang Chen must have angered the Blood Fiend gang, and now Blood Fiend is leading his people to Censions City to kill. Jiang family disciples, prepare for battle. Seeing this, Jiang Kuei quickly shouted at the Jiang family disciples behind him, his expression serious as he braced for battle. Uncle Kuei, no need to be so nervous. They're not here to cause trouble. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Kuei was slightly stunned, not yet understanding Jiang Chen's words, when Shueisha had already arrived at the city gate. He dismounted, and then, under countless almost stunned gazes, he directly knelt on one knee before Jiang Chen. Shueisha greets the family head. At this moment, the city gate of Censions City instantly fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Shueisha, who was kneeling on one knee before Jiang Chen, with shock on their faces, their eyes almost popping out. The dignified leader of the Blood Fiend gang,
a powerful expert of the 8th stage of Qi control, a figure who dominated Sangshan City. Now, he was kneeling before Jiang Chen, acknowledging Jiang Chen as his master. This kid truly resolved the Blood Fiend gang by himself. The most incredible thing was that he even subdued Shuasha. Powerful. This is ridiculously powerful. Family head, these brothers have been with me for many years, and all of them have at least the 9th stage of body tempering strength. They are willing to join the Jiang family with me, and I hope the family head can accept them. Just as he hadn't recovered from the shock, Shuasha pointed to a few people behind him and said to Jiang Chen, "No problem." Jiang Chen nodded. The cultivation of these people was not weak. If they could join the Jiang family's strength would certainly be greatly enhanced. Your subordinates greet the family head. As soon as Jiang Chen agreed, the few people behind Shuasha, just like Shuasha, knelt on one knee before Jiang Chen. Hold on. The surrounding onlookers were shocked once again. The Jiang family was already powerful enough with Jiang Chen, this heaven-defying prodigy. Now, having subdued the Blood Fiend gang, Shuasha virtually led all the experts of the Blood Fiend gang to join the Jiang family. The current strength of the Jiang family was simply even greater than when Jiang Wuya was around. Family head, these are the treasures the Blood Fiend gang has plundered over the years. Please accept them. After Jiang Chen accepted a few brothers from the Blood Fiend gang, Shuasha directly took out a storage ring and handed it to Jiang Chen. Watching the scene before them, the expressions of the surrounding onlookers were almost numb. Some even felt envy, jealousy, and hatred. The Blood Fiend gang had dominated Sangshan City for many years. The treasures they had plundered over these years were immeasurable, probably enough to rival the 3 major families of Sangshan City. Now, all of it had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands. How could this not make people envious? But despite their envy, they dared not harbor any thoughts about the items in Jiang Chen's hands. The current Jiang family's strength absolutely surpassed the Lin family and the Li family, making them the hegemonic power in Sangshan City. Rise, all of you. Since you've joined the Jiang family, we are all one family. As long as you work wholeheartedly for the Jiang family will not treat you unfairly. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, and then, under countless shocked gazes, he led a group of Jiang family disciples and Shuasha and others into Sangshan City. The news of Jiang Chen subduing Shuasha and awing Sangshan City spread like a hurricane throughout Sangshan City, quickly reaching the ears of the Lin family and the Li family. Facing Jiang Chen, this prodigy who suddenly emerged and led the Jiang family's rapid rise, both the Lin and Li families felt immense pressure. For a long time, the strength of the 3 major families in Sangshan City had been almost equal. Especially after Jiang Wuya's disappearance, the Jiang family's strength was almost at the bottom among the 3 major families. However, they never expected that Jiang Chen, Jiang Wuya's good-for-nothing son, would suddenly transform into a powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of Sangshan City. Now, he had even subdued the Blood Fiend gang, greatly increasing the Jiang family's strength, seemingly on the verge of becoming the overlord of Sangshan City. If the Jiang family truly became the overlord of Sangshan City, where would their 2 families find a place to stand? Therefore, the patriarchs of the Lin and Li families could no longer sit still. The 2 of them, with a tacit understanding, formed an offensive and defensive alliance and sat together to discuss countermeasures. In the Lin family of Sangshan City, the discussion hall. Lin Tianxiong, the patriarch of the Lin family, and Li Gan, the patriarch of the Li family, sat opposite each other with grim expressions, the atmosphere heavy. Brother Li Gan, now that the Jiang family's strength has greatly increased, I'm afraid it won't be long before they dominate Sangshan City. We cannot just sit here and wait for death. After what seemed like a long time, Lin Tianxiong was the first to break the silence in the hall. Li Gan was silent for a moment, then said, "Brother Lin, what are your plans?" Eliminate Jiang Chen. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianxiong's eyes. This person is too monstrous now. As long as he's around, the Lin and Li families will never have a chance to rise in Sangshan City. Jiang Chen was able to defeat Jiang Qianhe with one punch and single-handedly subdue the Blood Fiend gang. His strength is probably no less than that of Jiang Wuya back then. Li Gan frowned tightly and said, "It won't be an easy task to eliminate him." Even if he has the strength of the 9th level of chi control, if our two families join forces, we might not be without a chance to eliminate him. Jiang Chen was able to suddenly grow to such a degree there must be some astonishing secret hidden within him.
Hasn't Brother Li Gan been tempted? Li Gan's heart stirred.
He was naturally very clear about Jiang Chen's background. This kid had been a well-known good-for-nothing in Sangshan City for many years, his strength always stuck at the 2nd level of body tempering. Yet, such a good-for-nothing at the 2nd level of body tempering had, in such a short time, become a formidable powerhouse shaking Sangshan City. If someone said there were no secrets about Jiang Chen, he wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten to death. If they could really eliminate Jiang Chen and claim the secret to Jiang Chen's rapid increase in strength for themselves, perhaps he could also break his own limits and quickly become a peerless expert at the Xiantian or even Kaiyuan realm. Alright, since Brother Lin has such courage, then I, Li, will risk my life to accompany you.
A sharp glint flashed in Li Gan's eyes as he looked up at Lin Tianxiong and said, "When should we act?"
Wait. Besides Jiang Chen, the current Jiang family also has Meng Qingxue, a genius on the Lingyun ranking of Lingyun Martial Mansion, and 2 experts at the 8th level of Qi control from the Blood Fiend Gang. With these 3 together, even if our 2 families join forces, it will be difficult to deal with them. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianxiong's eyes, and his chilling voice slowly echoed through the hall.
If I'm not mistaken, that kid Jiang Chen won't stay in the Jiang family forever.
The day he leaves the Jiang family will be the day he perishes.
While the Lin and Li families were secretly plotting against Jiang Chen,
Jiang Chen, on the other hand, sat in his room, staring blankly at an oval-shaped object about a foot long with some flame patterns on it. This oval object with flame patterns was something Jiang Chen discovered in the spatial ring Blood Fiend had given him. When he took this item out just now, 2 familiar notification sounds rang in his mind.
Ding!
You've discovered a damaged fire Qilin beast hatching egg, triggering a 100-fold comprehension.
Ding!
You've comprehended the method to repair the fire Qilin beast hatching egg.
Jiang Chen was instantly shocked. This is an ancient beast hatching egg? Just then, Meng Qingxue, who was beside him, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
Jiang Chen nodded and slowly said, "That's right, this is a fire Qilin beast hatching egg."
Fire Qilin beast.
Even the usually calm Meng Qingxue was too stunned to speak at this moment.
The fire Qilin beast, legendary for possessing the bloodline of the divine beast Fire Qilin.
A fully grown fire Qilin beast could reach the 6th rank. This was an existence comparable to a powerful expert in the divine sea realm among humans. Meng Qingxue looked at the fire Qilin beast hatching egg in front of Jiang Chen, feeling a touch of envy and jealousy. This guy's luck was simply too good. Ancient beast hatching eggs were already extremely rare. And a 6th rank fire Qilin beast hatching egg with a divine beast bloodline was absolutely something that could only be hoped for, not actively sought. As long as the fire Qilin beast was hatched and grew to its peak, it would be an invincible existence in the Great Xia Kingdom. Blood Fiend shouldn't be unaware of the value of this ancient beast hatching egg.
Why didn't he keep it to hatch himself? Meng Qingxue said with a bewildered expression.
Blood Fiend's head must have been kicked by a donkey he could give such a valuable item to Jiang Chen. Because this is a damaged fire Qilin beast hatching egg. Most beast tamers probably wouldn't be able to hatch it. Jiang Chen smiled confidently, this fire Qilin beast hatching egg, like your Taiyin severed fate body, probably only I can resolve.
Meng Qingxue was taken aback.
Her beautiful eyes, looking towards Jiang Chen, once again revealed a look of astonishment. The more she interacted with Jiang Chen, the more mysterious Meng Qingxue found him to be. It seemed there was nothing this young man couldn't do.
However, hatching this fire Qilin beast isn't easy. I still need to find heavenly bamboo spiritual milk first.
Jiang Chen sighed lightly. Heavenly bamboo spiritual milk, a rare and precious natural treasure with heaven-defying restorative abilities. Legend has it that a single drop of heavenly bamboo spiritual milk could instantly restore a cultivator below the Kaiyuan realm to their peak condition. Such a heavenly elixir wasn't something he could just find immediately just because he wanted to. If you're looking for heavenly bamboo spiritual milk, you can check the Thundercloud Mountains. Half a year ago, when I was training in the Thundercloud Mountains, I discovered heavenly bamboo spiritual milk there. There was just a monster beast there with a strength comparable to the 9th level of Imperial Qi.
I gave up then. Really?
Upon hearing Meng Qingshua's words, Jiang Chen immediately became excited. In that case, let's go to Leiyun Mountain Range. If he could truly obtain the heavenly bamboo spiritual milk, there would be hope for the fire-scaled beast to hatch. After a brief greeting to Jiang Kuei, Jiang Chen left the Jiang family with Meng Qingxue and headed towards the Leiyun Mountain Range. As soon as Jiang Chen and the others left Sangshan City, a shadowy figure stealthily followed them.
Jiang Chen, it seems we're being followed. Meng Qingxue quickly noticed the abnormality behind them and whispered to Jiang Chen. Speed up. Let's find a secluded place and deal with him.
A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he spoke coldly.
In Sangshan City, there weren't many who dared to track him so openly.
Jiang Chen knew without thinking that this must be someone sent by the Lin or Li family. The two sped up and traveled for dozens of miles, then with a flash, disappeared into a desolate mountain forest. About a few minutes later, a middle-aged man in black also quickly appeared in the forest. He swept his gaze across the forest, but there was no trace of Jiang Chen or Meng Qingxue.
Damn it, they got away.
The middle-aged man cursed under his breath, his face instantly turning ugly.
Are you looking for us?
Just then, a faint voice suddenly sounded behind him. The middle-aged man's face changed dramatically. He spun around abruptly, only to find that Jiang Chen and Meng Qingxue had appeared behind him at some unknown point. Jiang Chen looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, and his cold voice instantly resonated. In Sangshan City, someone with your movement technique is probably only Chou Wuying, the guest elder of the Lin family. Tell me the Lin family's purpose, and I'll leave you a whole corpse.
Ha ha! Jiang Chen, what big words you speak! Chou Wuying burst into laughter.
Kid, for you to grow from a waist to this extent so quickly, you must have quite a secret, huh? How about you tell me your secret, and I'll leave you a whole corpse. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. You're looking for death.
Ha. I think you're the one looking for death.
Chou Wuying sneered coldly, then moved his palm, and his signal flare shot straight into the sky. As the signal flare was sent out, 2 or 3 powerful auras instantly emanated from 100 meters away.
In just a few breaths, 3 figures appeared directly in Jiang Chen's line of sight. Among these 3 figures, Jiang Chen was not unfamiliar with the 2 leading ones.
They were none other than Lin Tianxiong, the patriarch of the Lin family, and Li Gan, the patriarch of the Li family. Beside these 2, there was also an old man with an arrogant expression, dressed in a Taoist robe. Jiang Chen looked at the 3 suddenly appearing figures and smiled faintly. Lin Tianxiong, Li Gan, I didn't expect both patriarchs to come together. This truly surprises me.
Sangshan City has always been divided among 3 clans. Now that your Jiang family dreams of monopolizing Sangshan City, how could we let you have your way? Jiang Chen, today is your doomsday.
Lin Tianxiong stared coldly at Jiang Chen, his whole body exuding a sharp killing intent.
You seem to think too highly of yourselves. Jiang Chen sneered, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. You think the 2 of you combined can kill me? Jiang Chen, I knew your current strength was formidable, yet I still dared to act. How could I have come unprepared? No matter what, today you are doomed to die.
Lin Tianxiong said, then directly raised his fist towards the Taoist-robed old man beside him. Master Gong, I trouble you. Rest assured, unless he is a Xiantian realm expert beyond the Qi control realm, he won't be able to escape. The Taoist-robed old man said faintly, then with a flick of his palm, a scroll radiating strange light appeared in his hand.
Immediately after, he gave a fierce wave.
The scroll, emitting a peculiar glow, shot up directly, floating more than 10 meters high in the air. Moments later, the strange scroll suddenly erupted with countless dazzling rays of light. The brilliant light rapidly descended from top to bottom, enveloping Jiang Chen and Meng Qingxue within a 10-meter radius.
This is a formation diagram. That old man is a formation master. Seeing this scene unfold, Meng Qingxue's pretty face couldn't help but change dramatically.
Oh? Lin Tianxiong actually invited a formation master just to kill him. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was also startled.
A formation master, this was an even rarer and more esteemed profession than an alchemist.
It was said that the formation diagrams created by powerful formation masters included killing formations that could kill people invisibly, defensive formations that were invincibly strong, and spirit formations that could accelerate the cultivation of martial artists. The art of formations was the most complex, encompassing the techniques of the 5 elements in yin-yang, and the mysteries of the universe, making it infinitely varied and unfathomably unpredictable. Jiang Chen, to deal with you, I paid a huge price to invite Master Gong. Master Gong is a third-rank formation master. With the formation diagram he creates, even a peak expert of Qi control 9th layer will find it impossible to escape. I told you long ago, today you are destined to die. Seeing Jiang Chen and the other trapped within the formation, Lin Tianxiong finally couldn't help but laugh wildly with triumph. Jiang Chen completely ignored Lin Tianxiong's wild laughter, instead focusing his gaze intently on the formation before him. Ding! You observed the 3 absolutes formation, triggering a 100-fold comprehension. Ding! You comprehended the method to break the 3 absolutes formation. Soon, familiar notification sounds echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Immediately, information about the 3 absolutes formation, along with the method to break it, appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Qingxue, attack the formation with all your might. Having comprehended the method to break the formation, Jiang Chen directly instructed Meng Qingxue. Meng Qingxue moved her palm, and a silver longsword instantly materialized out of thin air. The silver longsword instantly arched gracefully through the air, and a sharp swordlight slashed towards the array formation in mid-air. In an instant, the entire array trembled violently. This scene made Lin Tianxiong's expression involuntarily change slightly. He said with some concern, Master Gong, can your array really trap and kill them? Don't worry, although this little girl's attack is very strong, it's still just the power at the Qi control level. My 3 array is a 3rd-rank array. Unless it's a true Xiantian realm expert, it's impossible to break it with brute force. The 3 array can cut off all vitality. They are now trapped within the array, and it won't be long before they suffocate to death. Master Gong said with a confident expression. As a 3rd-rank array master, if the array he created couldn't even deal with 2 Qi control realm martial artists, then he would be too useless as a 3rd-rank array master. Sure enough, after Master Gong's words fell, the 3 array quickly calmed down. Jiang Chen, this array is at least a 3rd-rank array. With our Qi control realm strength, we simply can't break it with brute force. This is a very powerful trapping and killing array. If we can't get out of this array, I'm afraid we'll soon be trapped to death here. Seeing that even her strongest attack couldn't shake the array at all, Meng Qingxue's expression also became rather displeased. This is the 3 array, a low-level 3rd-rank array. The 3 array is said to be able to cut off all vitality, suffocating those trapped within it to death. It is indeed very powerful. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, however, even the most perfect array in this world will have flaws. This old fellow has only learned the superficial aspects of the 3 array. The array he created is full of flaws and utterly vulnerable. You even understand arrays? Meng Qingxue immediately widened her beautiful eyes, looking at Jiang Chen with an incredulous expression. I know a thing or two. Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly. At least, breaking this 3 array before us is entirely sufficient. Meng Qingxue stared dumbfounded at Jiang Chen in front of her, momentarily at a loss for words. Even Meng Qingxue, who always held herself in high regard, was deeply struck at this moment. It's one thing that this guy has outstanding martial arts talent, his alchemy talent is equally monstrous. And things that beast tamers do, this guy seems to understand too. Now, even the work of an array master, he appears to be very proficient in. It seems there's nothing in this world that Jiang Chen doesn't know. Heaven knows how such an omnipotent prodigy could have been born into this world. Isn't this just purely meant to frustrate people? Alright, let's break the array first. It's really a bit uncomfortable to stay in this 3 array. Saying this, Jiang Chen directly looked up at Lin Tianxiong outside, and a faint chuckle instantly echoed in their ears. Haha, Lin Tianxiong, do you really think that by finding an array master and setting up such a flawed array, you can kill me? Ha ha. Jiang Chen, you, a guy who doesn't even understand arrays, dare to say that Grandmaster Gong's array is full of flaws? Lin Tianxiong immediately burst into disdainful laughter.
Jiang Chen said calmly, whether I understand arrays or not, it doesn't matter. At least this current 3 absolutes array cannot trap or kill me. Kid, I didn't expect you to have some insight, to be able to recognize that this is my 3 absolutes array. Grandmaster Gong was somewhat surprised when Jiang Chen blurted out the name of the array, and glanced at him. How could you possibly understand my insights? Jiang Chen sneered, your 3 absolutes array is merely a superficial understanding of the 3 absolutes array. It's full of flaws and utterly useless. What? This kid actually dared to say his 3 absolutes array was useless? Grandmaster Gong was immediately enraged by Jiang Chen's words. Kid, don't boast in front of me. Since you say my 3 absolutes array has flaws, if you have the ability, break it and show me. Grandmaster Gong looked at Jiang Chen with a cold smile. You probably have about an hour. If you can't break the array within an hour, you might never get another chance. He truly didn't believe that he, a dignified 3rd rank array master, would lose to this young whippersnapper in array mastery. For your 3 absolutes array, why would it take an hour to break it? Jiang Chen smiled proudly. I can break your array with a flick of a finger. Okay. Grandmaster Gong laughed in anger. I'd like to see how you can break my 3 absolutes array with a flick of a finger. Qingxue, take 3 steps northwest, then thrust a sword upwards. Jiang Chen ignored him, directly turning his head and speaking to Meng Qingxue. Meng Qingxue quickly took 3 steps northwest, then thrust a sword upwards. Take 7 steps southeast, then slash horizontally with a sword. Jiang Chen calmly and composedly directed Meng Qingxue to break the array. Soon, Meng Qingxue executed 3 sword strikes consecutively as per Jiang Chen's instructions. As her 3rd sword struck, the 3 absolutes array enveloping them suddenly began to tremble violently. Immediately, a loud boom echoed. The originally impregnable 3 absolutes array instantly shattered, finally turning into countless sparkling motes of light that completely dissipated in mid-air. Ding! You have broken the 3rd rank array, 3 absolutes array, gaining 3,100 experience. Ding! You have successfully advanced to a 1st rank array master. Ding! You have successfully advanced to a 2nd rank array master. Ding! You have successfully advanced to a 3rd rank array master. Jiang Chen was secretly thrilled. He broke a 3rd rank array, and then instantly became a genuine 3rd rank array master. No, this is impossible. Grandmaster Gong stared blankly at Jiang Chen, muttering in disbelief. He had never imagined that his meticulously crafted 3 absolutes array would actually be broken by Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. The formation diagram, crafted by a majestic 3rd grade formation master, was so utterly vulnerable in front of Jiang Chen. This young man's attainments in the art of formations had actually reached such a terrifying level. How could this be? Beside Master Gong, Lin Tianxiong and Li Gan's faces instantly turned deathly pale. Having effortlessly shattered the 3 absolutes formation, Jiang Chen's piercing gaze shot directly at Lin Tianxiong and Li Gan, his icy voice instantly echoing through the silent mountain forest. Lin Tianxiong, Li Gan, it's one thing that I didn't come looking for trouble with you, but I never expected you to actively deliver yourselves to my doorstep. Since you insist on seeking death, then I'll send you on your way. Jiang Chen's cold words, devoid of any emotion, immediately caused Lin Tianxiong's expression to change drastically. Brother Li Gan, let's attack together. He suddenly roared at Li Gan, then immediately preempted, bringing a powerful palm strike with his right hand and slamming it towards Jiang Chen. Li Gan also didn't hesitate in the slightest. He quickly took out a long saber from his storage ring, performing a powerful chop like splitting manhwa, striking towards Jiang Chen's head. From the moment they decided to act against Jiang Chen, they and Jiang Chen had reached a point where it was either your death or mine. If they couldn't kill Jiang Chen today, it was likely that both the Lin family and the Li family would be completely erased from Tsongshan City. However, just as Li Gan's long saber was about to strike, Meng Qingxue's exquisite figure directly flashed into existence in front of him. With a swing of her silver long sword, she blocked Li Gan's long saber with a clang, and said coldly, "Your opponent is me. Get lost." Li Gan's expression darkened, and he roared at Meng Qingxue. With a twist of his long saber, a sharp surge of qi swept out towards Meng Qingxue. While Meng Qingxue was intercepting Li Gan,
Jiang Chen calmly watched Lin Tianxiong, who was striking a palm towards him. He stood there proudly and silently until Lin Tianxiong's figure was less than 3 feet away from him, then he unleashed a punch like lightning. Bang! In an instant, a violent collision resounded in mid-air. Lin Tianxiong only felt an extremely overbearing force transmit through his arm, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Immediately, he was sent staggering back about 10 steps by this powerful force. This kid's strength has indeed reached the 9th level of qi control. Lin Tianxiong forcibly suppressed the surging qi within his body, his face also turning extremely pale. Although he possessed the strength of the 8th level of qi control, only 1 level below Jiang Chen. But the true gap between them was simply like heaven and earth. Having sent Lin Tianxiong flying with 1 punch, Jiang Chen didn't give him any chance to catch his breath. He pushed off the ground with his foot, and his body once again shot towards Lin Tianxiong. The silver fist force, carrying in momentum that seemed capable of shattering even the void, slammed mercilessly towards Lin Tianxiong. Jiang Chen's punch was incredibly fast, giving Lin Tianxiong almost no time to react before the fist, carrying a fierce force, appeared right before him. Lin Tianxiong's expression changed dramatically. He quickly thrust out both palms to block Jiang Chen's punch. Boom! A violent crash echoed once again. Immediately, Lin Tianxiong's face turned ghastly pale. His body, like a kite with a broken string, flew backward, snapping 2 trees as thick as bowls before awkwardly rolling several meters away. Put! Lin Tianxiong spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Jiang Chen, who was already charging towards him again, and finally couldn't help but cry out in horror. No! Jiang Chen, spare me! My Lin family is willing to submit to the Jiang family, and we will honor your Jiang family as the supreme power in Sangshan City. Facing the threat of death, Lin Tianxiong finally begged Jiang Chen for mercy. Now you know to beg for mercy? What a pity, it's too late. My Jiang family doesn't need your Lin family's submission, and certainly not an ungrateful, white-eyed wolf that can't be tamed. From the moment you attacked me, your only outcome was death. As Jiang Chen's cold words fell, his figure flickered, abruptly vanishing from his original spot. Lin Tianxiong watched Jiang Chen's sudden disappearance, and a terrifying chill instantly permeated his heart. No. However, he didn't even have time to finish the word no. A fierce punch landed on his chest. In an instant, a shrill scream resounded through the forest. Lin Tianxiong's body was sent flying several yards again, and he completely lost his life. Meanwhile, the battle between Meng Qingxue and Li Gan was also drawing to a close. Although both were at the 8th level of qi manipulation, in terms of pure combat power, Li Gan was far inferior to Meng Qingxue, this genius beauty. In just over 10 moves, Li Gan was completely suppressed by Meng Qingxue. Especially after seeing Lin Tianxiong killed by Jiang Chen, Li Gan's heart panicked, giving Meng Qingxue an opportunity to strike and kill him with a single sword. How could this be? Zhou Wuying stared at Jiang Chen and the other person opposite him in utter horror, feeling an inexplicable chill envelop him from head to toe. In just a few minutes, these two had broken through the formation of a 3rd-rank formation master, slain the family heads of the Lin and Li families, and completely shattered their schemes. This was simply too terrifying. Run! At this moment, Zhou Wuying's soul almost fled his body. How could he dare to linger for even half a moment? He turned to flee. However, just as Zhou Wuying turned, he found that Jiang Chen had appeared in front of him at some unknown point. Trying to leave? Since you've come, then stay forever. As the faint words fell, a heaven-shattering punch whistled forth, striking towards Zhou Wuying's chest. No! Zhou Wuying's face was filled with fear and despair. He fully activated his inner qi, forming a defensive barrier in front of him, hoping to block the punch. However, although Zhou Wuying's movement technique was good, his actual strength was only at the 6th level of qi control. How could he withstand a full-strength blow from the 9th level of qi control? The heaven-shattering punch smashed through the defense in front of Zhou Wuying with a thud, and the fierce punch force landed entirely on Zhou Wuying's body. Immediately, Zhou Wuying's body went limp, and he fell headfirst towards the ground. Old man, only you are left. Having casually dealt with Chiu Wuing, Jiang Chen's sharp gaze directly shot towards Master Gong, who was standing by. Master Gong had also recovered from his previous shock at this moment. He looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer and said, "What? You want to kill me too? Since you accepted Lin Tianxiong's invitation to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed by me, shouldn't you?" Jiang Chen said coldly. If it weren't for the system's golden finger, he might have really died in this old man's triple array today. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If a person offends me, I will repay it tenfold. Since this old man dared to come and kill him, he would make this old man pay the price he deserved. First, you can't kill me. Second, I am Gong Yuan of the Gong family from the imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. Do you dare to kill me? Gong Yuan looked at Jiang Chen with disdain, his old face filled with arrogance. If you dare to touch a single hair on me, I can guarantee that the Jiang family of Sangshan City will be completely erased from the Great Xia Kingdom. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. Are you threatening me? Master Gong looked at Jiang Chen lightly and snorted, "If you don't believe me, you can try." Old man, you're being too presumptuous. Do you think just because you're from that Gong family, I wouldn't dare to kill you? Jiang Chen stared coldly at Gong Yuan, his entire being instantly becoming full of murderous intent. There's no one in this world I don't dare to kill. As the cold words fell, Jiang Chen bent his 5 fingers, and directly clawed towards Gong Yuan's throat. Gong Yuan's face changed drastically. A defensive array diagram was instantly summoned, forming a defensive light shield around him, blocking Jiang Chen. He stared at Jiang Chen with a fierce expression. "You little bastard, you actually dare to attack me. Believe it or not, I'll wipe out your entire Jiang family. You'll never have that chance." Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with coldness. "No matter who you are, I will kill you today." "With just you?" Gong Yuan laughed contemptuously. "A mere chi control realm martial artist, yet you dream of killing a third-grade array master. Are you worthy? Your reliance must be these third-grade array diagrams in your hands, right? But in my eyes, all these array diagrams of yours, just like the previous 3 absolutes array, are nothing but trash. No matter how many such arrays you have, I will break them all today. Just like this rank 3 defensive array in front of you, in my presence, it's practically useless." As Jiang Chen spoke, his gaze was fixed intently on the defensive array surrounding Gong Yuan. Ding! You are observing the rank 3 little boulder array, triggering 100-fold comprehension. Ding! You have successfully comprehended the method to break the little boulder array. The little boulder array, with the earth as its core, gathers the energy of the 5 elements earth to form a defensive array, capable of withstanding attacks from early Xiantian realm powerhouses. Its weakness lies underground. It can be broken by the energy of wood. Receiving the information on how to break the array, Jiang Chen moved swiftly, grabbing 3-foot-long branches from the side. Immediately after, he thrust the 3 branches into the earth at an odd angle, just scraping against the defensive light shield formed by the little boulder array. Breakthrough for me! At the same time, Jiang Chen let out a loud roar, and directly threw a lightning-fast punch. Bang! With only a loud bang, Gong Yuan's little boulder array instantly shattered. Having broken the little boulder array with a single punch, Jiang Chen's hand mercilessly reached out once again towards Gong Yuan's throat. His cold voice instantly echoed in Gong Yuan's ears. Old scumbag, I told you long ago that your trash arrays can't save your life. Prepare to die. Damn it, how did this kid do that? Seeing his little boulder array being instantly broken by Jiang Chen again, Gong Yuan was furious and alarmed. However, at this moment, he had no time to think. He saw his hand move, and another array diagram appeared in his grasp. Kid, in all these years, you're the first one who has pushed me to such an extent. I will remember what happened today. Just wait, I will soon return to Sangshan City and completely wipe your Jiang family off the map of Daxia Kingdom. Gong Yuan said coldly, activating the array diagram while looking at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stared at the array diagram Gong Yuan was activating, his gaze suddenly narrowing. Ding! You are observing the rank 3A trigrams displacement array, successfully triggering 100-fold comprehension. Ding! You have comprehended the method to break the 8 trigrams displacement array.
Just as Jiang Chen received the system message, Gong Yuan had finished activating his array diagram. His figure was quickly enveloped in a mysterious light, and then he vanished into thin air before Jiang Chen. "Humph, do you really think activating this 8 trigrams displacement array will allow you to escape my grasp?"
The Jin position activates displacement, the direction of teleportation is northeast. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, his figure instantly transforming into a streak of flowing light, chasing after him in the northeast direction. Damn it, this 8 trigrams displacement array diagram cost me a great deal to acquire, and now it's just been wasted. Gong Yuan activated the 8 trigrams displacement array, instantly reappearing 1,000 meters to the northeast. Thinking about how he was forced into such a pathetic state by a mere chi condensation realm brat, Gong Yuan felt incredibly exasperated. I was really careless. That kid, he actually saw through the weaknesses of all the formations with just one glance. He might have some treasure on him that specifically counters formations. I'll go gather some men right away and head back to Sanshan City. I must snatch that treasure from that kid. A glint flashed in Gong Yuan's eyes, and he immediately made to leave with big strides. However, he had only taken a few steps when a dark shadow instantly streaked past his eyes. An inexplicable chill ran through Gong Yuan's heart. Before he could react, a ghost-like hand had already clutched his throat. At the same time, a cold voice, extremely familiar to him, instantly sounded in his ear. Want to go back to Sanshan City? Do you think you'll still have that chance? The cold voice instantly made Gong Yuan's body stiffen. He looked at Jiang Chen next to him, his whole body as if he had seen a ghost. He had already used the teleportation formation map, instantly moving 1,000 meters away. But this guy still caught up. This kid, where did such a monstrous talent come from? At this moment, Gong Yuan finally panicked. He looked at Jiang Chen with a terrified expression. Kid, you can't kill me. I'm from the Gong family. If you kill me, the Gong family will definitely not let you go. So what if you're from the Gong family? If you dare to provoke me, even if you were the king of heaven, I'd still kill you without hesitation. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and the hand clutching Gong Yuan's throat squeezed hard. Gong Yuan's neck immediately let out a crisp cracking sound. Then, Jiang Chen loosened his grip, and Gong Yuan's body slowly collapsed to the ground. Jiang Chen, you really killed him? Just then, Meng Qingxue also flashed over, catching up. She looked at Gong Yuan's corpse, a shock in her heart. Killed him. Jiang Chen nodded. The Gong family in the imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom is the top aristocratic family in the Great Xia Kingdom, and a family renowned throughout the world for their formations. Their ancestor, an elder of the Gong family, is a rank 6 formations master, whom even the Great Xia Kingdom's royal family is wary of. The Gong family is extremely protective of its own. You must be careful. If they find out you killed someone from their family, you'll be in big trouble. Meng Qingxue said with an exceptionally solemn expression. So what if they're the top aristocratic family in the Great Xia Kingdom? Just a rank 3 formations master from the Gong family. If I killed him, I killed him. Even if the Gong family's ancestor dares to come looking for trouble, I'll make sure he pays dearly. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, then looked indifferently at Meng Qingxue and said, Let's go, to the Thundercloud mountain range. With that, Jiang Chen turned and left with big strides. A day later, Jiang Chen and Meng Qingxue arrived at Thunderstone City, the closest city to the Thundercloud mountain range. Thunderstone City has a unique geographical location, situated at the junction of Lingyun Prefecture and Songlei Prefecture, serving as the sole entrance for warriors from both prefectures into the Thundercloud mountain range. Because of this, Thunderstone City is not only majestic but also very prosperous. Its prosperity was almost on par with Lingyun City, the central city of Lingyun Martial Mansion. Upon entering Leisure City, Meng Qingxue immediately led Jiang Chen towards the west of the city. Jiang Chen followed behind Meng Qingxue and asked with some curiosity, Qingxue, where are we going? The Leiyun mountain range is vast and extremely dangerous. Martial Mansion disciples who come here for training usually choose to join an adventurer group in Leisure City. When I first came here, I joined the Azure Frost Adventurer group, and I have a good relationship with their leader, Yi Qingshuang. If they can help us, we'll save a lot of trouble entering the Leiyun mountain range. Meng Qingxue said, then led Jiang Chen around a few more streets, arriving before an ancient courtyard. Looking at the deserted entrance of the courtyard, Meng Qingshue's brows involuntarily furrowed tightly. Strange, how come there isn't even a single guard at the Azure Frost Adventurer Group's headquarters? Jiang Chen looked up into the courtyard, slightly frowned, and said, there's a commotion inside, something must have happened. Let's go in and take a look. Meanwhile, in the Azure Frost Adventurer Group's council hall, Yi Qingshuang, the beautiful leader of the Azure Frost Adventurer Group, was leading some members of the group in a confrontation with a group of fierce-looking burly men. At the forefront of this group of burly men, a young man, exceptionally dressed, was staring intently at Yi Qingshuang. Yi Qingshuang, since your Azure Frost Adventurer Group is affiliated with our Black Tiger Adventurer Group, it's only right that you make monthly offerings to us. Thunderstone City is a very brutal place. Without the protection of our Black Tiger Adventurer Group, you should be very clear about the fate of the Azure Frost Adventurer Group. Young Master Lu, your Black Tiger Adventurer Group has doubled the offering again this month. Isn't this going too far? Behind Yi Qingshuang, a girl dressed in leather armor said indignantly. I'm talking to your leader. Who do you think you are to question me? The young man snorted coldly, glaring at the girl with eyes like daggers. The girl's delicate body trembled, and her pretty face instantly turned pale. At this moment, Yi Qingshuang finally moved. She flashed and blocked in front of the girl in leather armor. Young Master Lu, last month you just raised the monthly offering from 20,000 gold coins to 50,000. Why do you want to double it again this month? Our Azure Frost Adventurer Group is weak, and we don't earn much gold every month to begin with. 100,000 gold coins, how do you expect us to come up with that? Yi Qingshuang suppressed the anger in her heart and frowned at the young man. Staring directly at Yi Qingshuang's heroic and beautiful face, the young man's lips curled slightly. Yi Qingshuang, if you can't come up with the offering, it's not entirely impossible. Let your Azure Frost Adventurer Group merge into the Black Tiger Adventurer Group. As long as you follow me, I promise I won't treat you unfairly. These words from the young man immediately infuriated all the members of the Azure Frost Adventurer Group in the hall. Lu Xiao, the young leader of the Black Tiger Adventurer Group, had always coveted their leader. However, they never expected that Lu Xiao would use such means to force their leader into submission. Lu Xiao, don't go too far. Yi Qingshuang's delicate body trembled. She clenched her fists and angrily shouted at Lu Xiao. Ha! Yi Qingshuang, the strong prey on the weak, that's the law of survival in this world. Submitting to me is your only choice. Otherwise, your Azure Frost Adventurer Group can just wait to be destroyed. Lu Xiao burst into an unbridled, arrogant laugh. Hee, it seems quite lively here. Just then, a faint chuckle suddenly echoed from the entrance of the courtyard. The sudden sound made everyone in the courtyard for a moment. They followed the sound and soon saw a young man and a young woman slowly walking into the courtyard. These two were naturally Jiang Chen and Meng Qingxue, who had just entered the Azure Frost Adventurer Group. Seeing the suddenly appearing Jiang Chen and the other person, Lu Xiao's gaze darkened. Just as he was about to sternly reprimand Jiang Chen, he noticed Meng Qingxue beside Jiang Chen. In an instant, Lu Xiao's eyes lit up fiercely, filled with an incredibly burning desire. Beautiful! Absolutely stunning! This beauty before him was simply an unparalleled beauty in the world. Even Yi Qingshuang, the leader of the Azure Frost Adventurer Group, would probably pale in comparison to her. A spring-like smile instantly appeared on Lu Xiao's face. He completely ignored Jiang Chen's presence and said to Meng Qingxue with a smiling face, "Beautiful lady, may I ask why you are here?" Meng Qingxue couldn't be bothered with Lu Xiao at all. She looked up at Yi Qingshuang, who was not far away, and smiled faintly, "Sister Qingshuang, long time no see." Yi Qingshuang looked at Meng Qingxue with a stunned expression, "Sister Qingsxue, why are you here?" Meng Qingxue whispered, "We're planning a trip to the Thunder Cloud Mountains and want to find someone familiar with the area to guide us, so we came to find you." "No problem, just wait for me." After Yi Qingshuang finished speaking, she coldly said to Lu Xiao, "Lu Xiao, give me 3 days. I guarantee that this month's tribute will be delivered to the Black Tiger mercenary group without a single penny missing.
You can leave now. Yi Qingshuang, you say delay for 3 days and it's delayed for 3 days? Who do you think you are?
You only have 2 choices today, either produce 100,000 gold coins now, or surrender to the Black Tiger mercenary group. There's no room for negotiation.
Lu Xiao sneered and said.
He had coveted Yi Qingshuang for a long time.
He came here today with no intention of letting this woman go.
Meng Qingxue furrowed her delicate brows, about to speak, but Jiang Chen's calm voice was the first to ring out. Friend from the Black Tiger mercenary group, we need Leader Yi of the Azure Frost mercenary group to take us to the Thunder Cloud Mountains.
Would you mind giving me some face and letting this matter drop for now?
Ha.
What are you? Why should I give you face?
Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lu Xiao immediately scoffed with disdain, not taking Jiang Chen seriously at all. He stared menacingly at Jiang Chen. Kid, if you don't want to die, it's best not to interfere with the affairs of our Black Tiger mercenary group.
Since you won't give me face, then I don't need to give you any.
Jiang Chen said indifferently, the Azure Frost mercenary group will be under my protection from now on.
Take your people and get out of here immediately.
The faint words caused the courtyard to fall into a brief silence.
Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with shocked expressions.
The Black Tiger mercenary group, this was one of the most powerful mercenary groups in Thunderstone City. In Thunderstone City, Jiang Chen was absolutely the first person in history to dare speak like that in front of Lu Xiao.
Jiang Chen's arrogant words also made Lu Xiao pause for a moment. A moment later, he finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! Kid, I think you're crazy, aren't you? Trash like you can't even take care of yourself, yet you dare to come out and support the Azure Frost mercenary group?
If you're smart, cut off an arm, then obediently leave the woman beside you for me to enjoy, and I might spare your dog life. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly turned icy cold. Kneel before her and apologize immediately, and you might still have a chance to live. Humph, you're on the verge of death and still dare to utter such arrogant words in front of me. Today, I'll let you know what happens to those who oppose me in Leisure City. Lu Xiao's lips curved into a chilling sneer. He waved his hand. Crippled this kid for me. I want him to kneel at my feet and repent. Yes, young leader. At Lu Xiao's command, all 3 martial artists, except for the old man in black standing beside Lu Xiao, charged menacingly towards Jiang Chen. Kid, we'll soon let you know just how miserable it is to offend our young leader. The 3 martial artists from the Black Tiger Adventure Group stared at Jiang Chen with murderous intent, and fierce auras instantly emanated from their bodies. 3 martial artists at Qi Mastery 4th stage. Seeing the aura exploding from the 3, Yi Qingshuang's pretty face suddenly changed. She looked at Meng Qingxue with concern. Qingxue, your friend, he'll be alright, won't he? Meng Qingxue smiled faintly. Don't worry, below the innate realm, few are his match. Yi Qingshuang's heart trembled. She suddenly looked up at Jiang Chen, who still appeared calm and unconcerned, and an incredible shock appeared in her beautiful eyes. Below the innate realm, few are his match. Didn't this mean that this young man, who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old, was at least a strong practitioner at Qi Mastery 9th stage? While Yi Qingshuang was in shock, Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, quietly watching the 3 martial artists charging towards him. It wasn't until these 3 were within 3 zhang of him that Jiang Chen finally moved. His aura suddenly changed, and a cold shout swept directly towards the 3, "Get lost, all of you!" The cold shout instantly resounded like a mighty bell, heavily striking the hearts of the 3 martial artists in front of him. In an instant, the bodies of the 3 martial artists trembled violently. Immediately after, their faces suddenly turned pale, and crimson blood continuously oozed from their orifices. In just a short moment, the 3 of them turned into 3 bloody figures, then fell to the ground with a thud, completely lifeless. Hiss! Watching this terrifying scene, all the members of the Azure Frost Adventure Group, including Yi Qingshuang, couldn't help but gasp. One shout. Just one shout instantly killed 3 martial artists at Qi Mastery 4th stage. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would hardly believe that a 15 or 16-year-old youth could have done it. The power of a single shout could instantly kill martial artists at Qi Mastery 4th stage.
Such strength was simply too terrifying. Kid, who exactly are you?
On the other side, Lu Xiao also took a while to recover from his shock. He never expected that this brash kid, whom he had never taken seriously, would possess such strength. To be able to so easily kill martial artists at Qi Mastery 4th stage, he must at least have the strength of Qi Mastery 7th stage.
I am the one who can kill you. Kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, in the next second, you will become a cold corpse.
Jiang Chen's gaze pressed straight on Lu Xiao, cold malice flashing in his eyes.
Kid, I have to admit I underestimated you.
However, don't think that just because you can kill a few martial artists at Qi Condensation 4th layer, you can be arrogant in front of me. Lu Xiao sneered, Old Hong, make your move and let him experience what despair truly feels like. The black-robed elder nodded indifferently, then slowly walked out from beside Lu Xiao. With each step he took, his aura grew stronger.
In just a moment, the powerful aura of a Qi Condensation 8th layer cultivator emanated from the black-robed elder.
Kid, to reach such a level of cultivation at your age, you are indeed a rare martial arts genius. The black-robed elder looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly. If you are willing to pledge allegiance to the Black Tiger Adventuring Group, I will spare your life. Merely a martial artist at Qi Condensation 8th layer, what right do you have to say such things in front of me? If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Jiang Chen glanced coldly at the black-robed elder. Martial artists at Qi Condensation 8th layer? I only killed 2 yesterday. Martial artists at Qi Condensation 8th layer. Killed 2 in one go. And he said only. Does this guy really think martial artists at Qi Condensation 8th layer are there for him to kill whenever he pleases? Arrogant brat, I'd like to see how you'll kill me today. The black-robed elder let out an angry laugh, instantly raising his full aura to the extreme, and stomped his foot abruptly on the ground. Boom! The hard bluestone floor instantly cracked open. Dense cracks, like spider webs, spread out in all directions. Immediately, the black-robed elder transformed into a black light, disappearing from his original spot in a flash. Whoosh! The next moment, the black-robed elder's body appeared behind Jiang Chen as if by teleportation. His withered palm, carrying a powerful black palm force, struck towards Jiang Chen's back. Is this the strength of a Qi Condensation 8th layer martial artist? So fast indeed. This scene immediately caused Yi Qingshuang and the others' hearts to pound, unable to help but break out in a cold sweat for Jiang Chen. Such speed! Such an attack! Could a human truly withstand it? Ha! A mere stripling, daring to be arrogant in front of me. Kid, I hope you open your eyes wider in your next life. The black-robed elder struck his palm towards Jiang Chen's back. He looked at Jiang Chen's back, which was within arm's reach, a sinister expression flashing across his aged face, and a cold chuckle echoed directly in the air. With his strength at Qi Condensation 8th layer, and using this low-grade profound tear movement technique, Shadow Step. Even some powerhouses at Qi Condensation 9th layer would be caught off guard and severely injured by him. How could such an attack be resisted by this brat in front of him? The black-robed elder's fierce palm force landed on Jiang Chen's back in almost an instant. However, the expected impact sound did not reach the black-robed elder's ears. The moment his black palm force touched Jiang Chen's body, Jiang Chen's figure instantly turned into nothingness. This was actually an afterimage. The black-robed old man's heart was filled with terror. He instinctively turned around, only to find that Jiang Chen's figure had appeared behind him at some point. Your speed, how can it be so fast? The black-robed old man couldn't help but exclaim in shock. You, a martial artist of the 8th level of Qi control, relying on a low-grade Shen level movement technique, think you can show off in front of me? Since that's the case, then I'll let you witness what true speed is. Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully, and the aura of a 9th level Qi control martial artist instantly burst forth with full power. A heart-pounding light also erupted from his eyes. At this moment, Jiang Chen was like a high and mighty monarch, looking down upon the world. A moment later, his figure directly transformed into a golden light, soaring towards the sky. Mid-grade Shen level movement technique, sky treading steps. A faint voice echoed through the sky.
Jiang Chen's figure, like a meteor, suddenly descended upon the black-robed old man's head, stomping down with one foot. Sky-treading steps. This was the mid-grade Xian-level movement technique Jiang Chen had newly comprehended. Back in Sangshan City, Jiang Chen's phantom streamer steps had already reached mastery. On the journey from Sangshan City to Leisure City, the streamer phantom steps had already advanced to the mid-grade Xian-level sky-treading steps. This mid-grade Xian-level movement technique was not only faster than the streamer phantom steps in terms of speed, but it was also an offensive movement technique. These sky-treading steps could almost be used as a mid-grade Xian-level martial skill. The black-robed old man watched as Jiang Chen descended upon his head like Mount Tai, his face instantly changing dramatically in horror. He hurriedly activated all his strength, forming a black protective chi shield around his body. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, a simple step, yet it carried an overwhelmingly domineering golden force, pressing down on the black-robed old man. Boom! A heaven-shaking roar exploded in the courtyard. The shattered bluestone ground, with a sharp whistling sound, splattered in all directions. In the courtyard, everyone except Meng Qingxue had to activate their protective chi shields and retreat repeatedly. And Lu Xiao, who was closer, had no time to dodge and was directly knocked back several meters by a flying stone. After a while, the dust in the courtyard finally slowly dissipated, returning to calm. Everyone looked at the situation in the arena, unable to help but gasp, their hearts filled with immense dread. In the center of the courtyard, Jiang Chen stood proudly. In front of him, there was a hole directly 3 meters wide. And most of the black-robed old man's body was forcibly smashed into the ground by Jiang Chen's attack. He stared with wide eyes, looking at Jiang Chen with a terrified expression, his mouth open, but he couldn't utter a single word. Finally, he tilted his head and never moved again. At this moment, all the members of the Qing Shuang adventuring group looked at Jiang Chen blankly, unable to recover their senses for a long time. Elder Hong, the elder of the Black Tiger adventuring group, was a peak martial artist of the 8th level of Qi control. Even among all the adventuring groups in Thunderstone City, he was renowned. Such a powerful expert at the 8th level of spirit control was suppressed by Jiang Chen in one move. Powerful. Truly too powerful. Seeing Elder Hong, one of the 3 revered enforcers of the Black Tiger adventuring group, casually killed by Jiang Chen, Lu Xiao's face instantly turned pale. How could he hesitate even for a moment? He immediately scrambled and stumbled out of the courtyard. Get back here, did I say you could leave? Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold, and with a flash, he appeared beside Lu Xiao. His sharp claws instantly grabbed Lu Xiao's shoulder, then pulled forcefully. Immediately, Lu Xiao's body flew back several meters, finally falling flat on his face on the ground. What do you want to do? Lu Xiao was furious and shocked. He stared fiercely at Jiang Chen. I am the young leader of the Black Tiger adventuring group. If you dare to touch me, my father will never let you off. Jiang Chen's gaze was cold, and his figure appeared next to Lu Xiao as if teleporting. He reached out his hand, single-handedly grabbed Lu Xiao's neck, and lifted Lu Xiao completely off the ground. At the same time, his cold voice instantly reached Lu Xiao's ears. Don't threaten me with your father. What if he comes? If he dares to come, I'll kill him too. It'll be a good way to send him underground to reunite with you. Lu Xiao's neck was suddenly seized by Jiang Chen, and his face instantly turned crimson. Seeing the cold killing intent in Jiang Chen's eyes, feeling the suffocation from his neck, Lu Xiao finally panicked. He couldn't help but beg for mercy with a look of terror. I was wrong. I'm willing to kneel and apologize. At this critical moment of life and death, Lu Xiao had no choice but to lower his arrogant head. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. As long as he returned to the Black Tiger adventuring group, he would surely have his father come forward and kill this brat along with everyone from the entire Azure Frost adventuring group. Of course, Yi Qingshuang and Meng Qingxue, these 2 peerless beauties, would definitely be kept for his amusement. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. I hope you'll be a good person in your next life. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent, and the hand clutching Lu Xiao's neck tightened abruptly. No.
Lu Xiao's expression was terrified, and he struggled madly, trying to escape from Jiang Chen's grip. But before he could struggle much, Jiang Chen snapped his neck. Lu Xiao only felt his vision suddenly turn black, and his entire body fell to the ground with an unwilling look. Seeing this scene, almost everyone from the Azure Frost Adventuring Group couldn't believe their eyes. Lu Xiao, the esteemed young leader of the Black Tiger Adventuring Group, who had dominated Thunderstone City, was actually dealt with just like that. "Young master, thank you for helping my Azure Frost Adventuring Group out of this predicament today." After a moment of shock, Yi Qingshuang finally came back to her senses and gratefully said to Jiang Chen, "It was a trivial matter." Jiang Chen waved his hand and said with a light chuckle, "Commander Yi, you just need to lead us to the Thundercloud Mountain Range to find the Sky Bamboo Spiritual Milk." "So you've come for the Sky Bamboo Spiritual Milk from that place?" Yi Qingshuang glanced at Meng Qingxue beside her, a look of sudden realization dawning on her face. "It's no problem to take you to find the Sky Bamboo Spiritual Milk, but we probably don't have a chance to leave the city right now. News of Lu Xiao's death here will likely spread quickly. I'm afraid it won't be long before Lu Xiao's father, Lu Heihu, comes storming our gates with the Black Tiger Mercenary Group." Yi Qingshuang said with a bitter smile. "No matter. We can enter the Thundercloud Mountain Range after we've dealt with the Black Tiger Mercenary Group. It won't be too late." Jiang Chen smiled faintly, then asked, "This Black Tiger Mercenary Group, how strong are they?" "Very strong. They can be considered one of the most powerful mercenary groups in Thunderstone City. Within the Black Tiger Mercenary Group, aside from the commander Lu Heihu, who is a 9th level Qi manipulation master, there is also a consecrated elder at the 9th level of Qi manipulation. In this Thunderstone City, there are no more than 3 mercenary groups that can contend with the Black Tiger Mercenary Group." Yi Qingshuang said in a deep voice. "2 9th level Qi manipulation martial artists, huh? Don't worry. If they dare to come, I guarantee they won't be leaving in one piece." A slight smile played on Jiang Chen's lips. He then took out the formation materials he had snatched from Gong Yuan and began setting up a formation in the courtyard. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Black Tiger Mercenary Group, Lu Heihu was meditating in his room when a series of urgent knocks on the door suddenly startled him awake. Lu Heihu's eyes snapped open as he shouted sternly, "Didn't I already order that I am not to be disturbed unless it's important?" "See, Commander, something terrible has happened." "The young commander, something's happened to him." The panicked voice from outside the door caused Lu Heihu's expression to change drastically. In a flash, he appeared outside the room, his gaze fixed on the middle-aged man at the door. "What happened to Shower?" The middle-aged man stammered in terror, "The young commander, he's been killed." "What did you say?" As soon as the middle-aged man's words fell, a heaven-shaking killing intent erupted from Lu Heihu's body. His eyes instantly turned incomparably cold. Who on earth killed Shower?" "The ones who killed the young commander were from the Frost Mercenary Group. The young commander took consecrated Elder Hong to the Frost Mercenary Group's headquarters today. But not long after, news spread that the young commander had been killed." The middle-aged man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said cautiously, "The Frost Mercenary Group?" Lu Heihu was momentarily stunned. Immediately, he roared in disbelief, "What about Hong Tao? How did he protect my son? Get him over here to see me right now." The Frost Mercenary Group was just a third-rate mercenary group. Its commander, Yi Qingshuang, was only at the 6th level of Qi manipulation. And by his son's side was a consecrated elder from the Black Tiger Mercenary Group, an 8th level Qi manipulation master. The middle-aged man said weakly, "Consecrated Elder Hong, he was also killed by the people from the Frost Mercenary Group." "Good. What a good Green Frost Adventurer Group. Notify everyone. Have all members at the Qi Manipulation Realm and above gather immediately. Follow me to storm the Green Frost Adventurer Group. How dare they lay a hand on my, Lu Heihu's, son? I will make the entire Green Frost Adventurer Group be buried with him." Lu Heihu's body erupted with a murderous aura that soared to the heavens, his eyes flashing with a monstrous fury. He was the leader of the esteemed Black Tiger Adventurer Group, a martial arts expert at the 9th level of the chi manipulation realm. In this Thunderstone city, his word was practically law. But now his son, Lu Xiao, had actually been killed right under his nose. Lu Heihu was enraged. In all these years, he had never been as furious as he was today. No matter who killed his son, he would make that person pay a price 10 times, even 100 times over. Lu Heihu quickly summoned the Black Tiger Adventurer Group's 2 remaining retainers, along with dozens of Chi Manipulation Realm martial artists, and marched menacingly toward the Green Frost Adventurer Group. 10 minutes later, Lu Heihu appeared outside the Green Frost Adventurer Group's headquarters with a host of Black Tiger Adventurer Group elites. His ice-cold gaze shot toward the tightly shut gates of the Green Frost Adventurer Group, and his thunderous roar exploded in the air. Yi Qingxuan, get the hell out here and face your death. The scene before them immediately drew the attention of many surrounding martial artists. Damn, what's going on? Lu Heihu actually led his men to the Green Frost Adventurer Group's doorstep. Ha. Rumor has it that someone from the Green Frost Adventurer Group killed Lu Heihu's precious son, Lu Xiao. It'd be strange if Lu Heihu didn't fly into a rage. Holy crap, the Green Frost Adventurer Group must be insane. They even dared to kill Lu Heihu's son. Sigh. The Green Frost Adventurer Group is probably done for this time. Many of the surrounding martial artists couldn't help but shake their heads. In this Thunderstone city, how many adventurer groups could withstand the wrath of the Black Tiger Adventurer Group? Yi Qingxuan, do you think you can hide just by cowering inside? If you don't give me an explanation today, I will raise your Green Frost Adventurer Group to the ground. Seeing no movement from within the Green Frost Adventurer Group, Lu Heihu's eyes turned cold. He abruptly clenched his fist, and a ferocious fist energy blasted towards the Green Frost Adventurer Group's gate. Boom! With a deafening crash, the gate of the Green Frost Adventurer Group, along with the walls on either side, was utterly destroyed by Lu Heihu's single punch. After shattering the gate with one punch, Lu Heihu waved his hand. Charge in! Flatten the Green Frost Adventurer Group. Lu Heihu broke through the gate with a single punch and commanded dozens of Black Tiger Adventurer Group elites to charge into the Green Frost Adventurer Group. Just then, Yi Qingxuan finally emerged from within, leading a group of people from the Green Frost Adventurer Group. Leader Lu, to what do I owe the pleasure of you storming my Green Frost Adventurer Group with such fanfare? Yi Qingxuan asked calmly, looking at Lu Heihu and his men who had charged in aggressively. Yi Qingxuan, stop putting on an act in front of me. Cut the crap and hand over the murderer who killed my son immediately. Otherwise, I'll slaughter every last person in your Azure Frost Adventurer Group. Not even a dog or chicken will be spared. Lu Heihu stared at Yi Qingxuan with a gloomy expression, his tone dripping with chilling killing intent. Do you think the Azure Frost Adventurer Group is something you can just bully whenever you feel like it? As long as I'm here, you won't touch a single hair on anyone in the Azure Frost Adventurer Group. Seeing Lu Heihu's arrogant demeanor, Zhang Chen let out a cold snort and stepped out from behind Yi Qingxuan. Lu Heihu's gaze sharpened as he looked at Zhang Chen stepping forward. Kid, who are you? Zhang Chen said nonchalantly, I'm the one you're looking for. The moment Lu Heihu heard this, he was instantly overcome with murderous rage. He stared at Zhang Chen with a deadly glare. You little bastard, you're the one who killed my son? He brought it upon himself. Who's to blame? Zhang Chen curled his lip, his domineering voice instantly echoing through the courtyard. Lu Heihu, I'll only say this once. The Azure Frost Adventurer Group is under my protection from now on. Take your men and disappear from my sight immediately. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you underground to reunite with your son. Zhang Chen's domineering words made many of the martial artists who had gathered outside to watch the spectacle widen their eyes in disbelief. Holy crap! This kid! It was one thing to kill Lu Heihu's son. But now that Lu Heihu had come knocking with the Black Tiger Adventurer Group, he still showed him no respect. What a badass! In all of Thunderstone City, this kid was definitely the first person to dare to disrespect Lu Heihu like this. You little punk, who the hell do you think you are, acting so insolent in front of me? Today, I will use all of your blood to commemorate my son's spirit in heaven." Lu Heihu stared at Jiang Chen with a murderous gaze, his furious roar, filled with overwhelming killing intent, instantly thundering through the sky. "Brothers, charge!" Bathe the Azure Frost Adventurer group in blood. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. "Lu Heihu, it seems you really want the Black Tiger Adventurer group to be erased from Thunderstone City? Just by yourself? Kid, I'll give you a chance to make a move right now. I'd love to see what skills you have to make the Black Tiger Adventurer group disappear from Thunderstone City." Lu Heihu laughed wildly with a look of utter disdain. "I didn't want to kill anyone, but since you insist on seeking death, then I shall grant your wish. Just a bunch of trash from the Black Tiger Adventurer group. Why would I even need to lift a finger to deal with you?" Jiang Chen watched Lu Heihu and his men coldly as his hands quickly formed a strange hand seal, which he then shot out into the air above the courtyard. Heart-crushing formation, activate. As Jiang Chen's calm shout faded, countless beams of light erupted from the surroundings of the courtyard, completely enveloping the dozens of members of the Black Tiger Adventurer group. A formation? Seeing this scene, Lu Heihu's expression changed dramatically. He stared at Jiang Chen in horror. You're a formation master?" Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent. "Lu Heihu, have a taste of my third-grade heart-crushing formation." Heart-crushing formation, a third-grade elementary formation. This was an incredibly powerful illusion and kill formation. Any martial artist below the innate realm, once trapped within the formation, would lose their mind, give rise to inner demons, and subsequently go mad. Therefore, the moment Jiang Chen activated the formation, some of the weaker members of the Black Tiger mercenary group instantly showed looks of agony on their faces. "Ah, you bastard, you killed my entire family. I'll tear you to pieces. Ha ha. I am the true leader of the Black Tiger mercenary group. Those who follow me shall prosper, and those who oppose me shall perish. All of you, go die." In just a short while, these members of the Black Tiger mercenary group seemed to have gone insane. Roaring, they began to madly attack their companions around them. In an instant, the dozens of chi manipulation realm martial artists of the Black Tiger mercenary group instantly fell into chaos. A clamor of clashing metal and shrill screams echoed ceaselessly in the air. In less than 5 minutes, apart from Lu Heihu and the 9th-level chi manipulation realm retainer who managed to stay sane, not a single other member of the entire Black Tiger mercenary group was spared. "Stop! All of you, stop!" This scene made Lu Heihu's eyes nearly pop from their sockets, and he couldn't help but roar at his subordinates. However, under the influence of the heart-crushing formation, these members of the Black Tiger mercenary group had long since lost their minds. How could they possibly heed Lu Heihu's words? Two crazed middle-aged men even heard Lu Heihu's roar and, with ferocious expressions, charged directly at him. Watching as Jiang Chen, with a mere flick of his wrist, caused the members of the Black Tiger mercenary group to kill each other. Many of the surrounding martial artists couldn't help but gasp in shock. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen were filled with utter terror. Holy shit! I can't believe this kid is a third-grade formation master. This is just too powerful. That idiot Lu Heihu, he actually courted death by offending a formation master. The Black Tiger mercenary group is completely done for this time. Ha ha! This is karma. Let's see how the Black Tiger mercenary group can act so arrogantly in Thunderstone City from now on. Seeing the miserable state of the Black Tiger mercenary group members in the field, many martial artists who had been bullied by them revealed expressions of schadenfreude. Behind Jiang Chen, Yi Qingxuan and the others from the Green Frost mercenary group were equally stunned by the scene before them. This young man's strength was immense. He had suppressed an 8th-level chi manipulation realm martial artist in a single move. This young man's attainments and formations were even more terrifying. A single formation had effortlessly slaughtered the Black Tiger mercenary group. At this moment, they simply couldn't find the words to describe Jiang Chen's power. Ah! Jiang Chen, you killed my son and destroyed my Black Tiger mercenary group. I'll kill you. As time went on, Even Lu Heihu, with his 9th level chi manipulation realm strength, was gradually losing his mind under the influence of the heart-crushing formation. He let out a ferocious roar, his expression twisted, and like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, he slaughtered all the members of the Black Tiger Adventurer group around him. In just a moment, dozens of elite chi-controlling realm experts from the Black Tiger Adventurer group, with the exception of Li Heihu and the chi-controlling 9th level enforcer, all met a tragic end. After dealing with the others, Li Heihu directly engaged in a furious confrontation with the chi-controlling 9th level enforcer. After hundreds of exchanges, both sustained severe injuries, exhausted their strength, and died. Jiang Chen set up the heart-shattering array, instantly annihilating all high-ranking members of the Black Tiger Adventurer group with a flick of his finger, shaking the entire Thunderstone City. Countless adventurer groups in Thunderstone City were deeply shocked. The Azure Frost Adventurer group actually had a powerful Grade 3 Array Master. This Grade 3 Array Master, with just one array, was enough to destroy a top adventurer group like the Black Tiger Adventurer group. For a moment, the Azure Frost Adventurer group, previously unknown in Thunderstone City, instantly became a taboo existence, almost untouchable. However, while countless adventurer groups in Thunderstone City were utterly stunned by Jiang Chen's actions, Jiang Chen and Meng Qingxue, led by Yi Qingxuan, entered the Thundercloud Mountain Range. Yi Qingxuan had spent a considerable amount of time in Thunderstone City. To survive, she had frequently led the Azure Frost Adventurer group into the Thundercloud Mountain Range. Therefore, Yi Qingxuan was very familiar with the section of the Thundercloud Mountain Range near Thunderstone City. Along the way, Jiang Chen and his companions encountered no difficulties. Even when they occasionally encountered demonic beasts, the strongest were only Grade 2 intermediate, equivalent to martial artists in the 5th or 6th level of chi controlling. Such demonic beasts were almost dealt with by Meng Qingxue with a single sword strike, barely requiring Jiang Chen's intervention. The three continued to venture deeper into the Thundercloud Mountain Range. Approximately half a day later, Yi Qingxuan led Jiang Chen and the others to a slightly eerie valley. This is it. The Sky Bamboo Spirit Milk is in a cave deep within the valley. Half a year ago, when Sister Qingxue was with the Azure Frost Adventurer group, we came here. However, there was a Grade 2 peak nether snow lion in that cave, whose strength was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of chi controlling 9th level, so we had to give up. Yi Qing pointed to the depths of the valley and said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked up towards the depths of the valley. Ah! Just then, a piercing scream suddenly came from the depths of the valley. Let's go take a look. A sharp glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he quickly darted towards the depths of the valley. After the three sped forward for several hundred meters, they saw a figure rushing out from the depths of the valley. This was a boy of 16 or 17 years old. Judging by the aura he emitted, he possessed at least chi-controlling 8th level strength. However, the situation of this chi-controlling 8th level boy was extremely dire at the moment. He was covered in blood, the long sword in his hand was broken, and his clothes were tattered, making him appear very disheveled. Three friends, help me! Seeing the sudden appearance of Jiang Chen and the two others, the boy was overjoyed and quickly rushed towards them. Jiang Chen frowned, but before he could speak, the young man was seen fleeing frantically towards the outside of the valley. You're asking for it. Jiang Chen's face turned cold, and he was about to stop the young man. Suddenly, a chilly, cold wind swept in from ahead. This cold wind was unusual even with Jiang Chen's strength at the 9th level of chi control, he still felt a bone-chilling cold throughout his body. At this moment, it was as if the surrounding space was frozen. Be careful, this should be the 2nd grade fierce beast, the netherworld snow lion, from inside. Yi Qingxuan's pretty face changed, and she said angrily, that bastard just now actually used us as his shield. Such a terrifying aura can never be emitted by a 2nd grade fierce beast. The netherworld snow lion inside has probably advanced to a 3rd grade fierce beast. A solemn expression also appeared in Meng Qingxue's beautiful eyes. What? The netherworld snow lion had advanced to a 3rd grade fierce beast. Yi Qingxuan was utterly astonished. A 3rd grade fierce beast, this was a powerful existence comparable to a martial artist in the Xian Tian realm.
Clip clop. Clip clop.
Just as Yi Qingxuan was filled with shock, heavy footsteps came from ahead.
In just a few breaths, a gray and white lion-shaped fierce beast appeared in Jiang Chen's in their sight.
This fierce beast was huge, standing about 3 meters tall. Every part of its body exuded a chilly aura. Especially its pair of huge, eerie blue pupils, which shot out 2 chilling lights that made people's hearts palpitate, looking down at the 3 of them, Jiang Chen. This netherworld snow lion has really advanced to a 3rd-grade fierce beast. Looking at the netherworld snow lion in front of them, Yi Qingxuan's face turned somewhat pale. It's just a newly advanced 3rd-grade fierce beast, nothing to make a big deal about.
Jiang Chen sneered.
He looked at the netherworld snow lion in front of him, and his arrogant voice instantly echoed in the air.
No matter what, I will have the heavenly bamboo spirit milk here today.
Even if it's a 3rd-grade fierce beast, I'll still kill it without hesitation. As Jiang Chen spoke, he directly took out a 3 absolutes formation diagram and tossed it into the air. Before entering the Thundercloud mountain range, Jiang Chen had made several formation diagrams just in case. Now that this netherworld snow lion had advanced to a 3rd-grade fierce beast, these formations came in handy. The netherworld snow lion, seeing Jiang Chen, a human like an ant, actually presuming to attack it, immediately became enraged.
Roar! It suddenly let out a roar, opening its mouth to shoot an ice arrow at Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen, unhurried, formed a strange hand seal with both hands and pointed at the formation diagram in mid-air.
3 absolutes formation, activate!
With a light shout from Jiang Chen, a dazzling light descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the netherworld snow lion.
And the ice arrow it spat towards Jiang Chen was also instantly blocked by the strange light around it.
Seeing that its attack was actually blocked by the strange light shield around it, the netherworld snow lion's huge pupils became even colder, and it furiously attacked the surrounding light shield. Under the netherworld snow lion's frantic attacks, the glow on the 3 absolutes formation also began to flicker continuously. It seems your 3 excellence formation can't trap this nether snow lion. Watching the 3 excellence formation teetering on the verge of collapse under the nether snow lion's assault, Meng Qingxue frowned slightly.
Of course. The 3 excellence formation alone definitely won't be enough to deal with it.
But if it wants to forcefully break the formation, it will have to expend quite a bit of effort.
Jiang Chen smiled faintly.
When it breaks the 3 excellence formation, I'll have another big gift waiting for it. Under the watchful eyes of the 3, the nether snow lion channeled its power and continuously attacked the 3 excellence formation.
In less than a quarter of an hour, the 3 excellence formation was completely shattered by the nether snow lion's tyrannical attacks.
And at the moment the 3 excellence formation broke.
With a flick of his hand, a formation diagram flickering with lightning appeared in Jiang Chen's palm. Thunder summoning formation, open for me.
With a cold shout from Jiang Chen, the thunder summoning formation diagram shot into the air under his control.
In an instant,
the originally clear, boundless sky was instantly filled with roiling dark clouds.
Dazzling lightning flashed incessantly within the dark clouds. With a deafening boom,
a bolt of silver lightning descended from the heavens, viciously striking down at the nether snow lion's head.
Boom!
The nether snow lion had just broken the 3 excellence formation and had no time to react before it was viciously struck by the lightning descending from the sky. The terrifying power of the lightning directly blasted open the top of the nether snow lion's head, spattering crimson blood all over the ground.
In mid-air, a burnt smell instantly emanated from the nether snow lion's head. Thunder summoning formation.
A mid-grade 3rd rank formation, primarily for offense. Activating this formation could summon the lightning from the heavens to deliver a powerful strike. The power of this strike was at least no less than the full power blow of a 4th-level congenital realm martial artist. The nether snow lion before them had only recently advanced to the 3rd rank. It had also been worn down by Jiang Chen's 3 excellence formation, losing 20 to 30% of its strength. Now, struck by the heavenly thunder summoned by Jiang Chen's thunder summoning formation, it was instantly left with less than half its life.
Qingxue, let's attack together and finish this thing off.
He called out to Meng Qingxue, instantly activating his sky treading steps and viciously stomping on the nether snow lion's head.
Strike while the enemy is down.
At this moment, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't give the nether snow lion any chance to breathe.
Meng Qingxue didn't hesitate either.
She brandished her long sword, and a sharp sword aura cut through the air, stabbing toward the nether snow lion's eye.
Under the storm-like offensive of the two,
the nether snow lion could only let out a series of unwilling and furious roars before finally falling powerlessly to the ground.
The third-ranked demonic beast, the nether snow lion, was killed just like that? Looking at the scene before her,
it took Yi Qingxuan a long while to recover from her shock.
This guy, he's a freak among freaks.
Yi Qingxuan was utterly speechless in her heart. Even though she already knew Jiang Chen was powerful and incredible, she still hadn't expected him to be this incredible. The nether snow lion before them was a genuine grade 3 demonic beast, an existence comparable to a powerful congenital realm martial artist. Yet, such a powerful demonic beast had been killed by Jiang Chen with ease. In fact, with ease was no longer an adequate description. This was a damn slaughter. After dealing with the nether snow lion and collecting the spoils, Jiang Chen and the others headed deeper into the valley. Soon, they arrived at the cave where the nether snow lion lived. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the area, and in the deepest corner of the cavern, he discovered a small pool less than a meter wide. On the ceiling above the pool, two milky white stalactites hung suspended, brewing a single drop of crystalline, milky white liquid. Heavenly stalactite spirit milk. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked toward the small pool. The three of them spent half an hour collecting all the heavenly stalactite spirit milk from the pool. Just as they finished collecting the heavenly stalactite spirit milk and were about to leave, a voice suddenly came from outside the cave. "Senior Brother Lei, the heavenly stalactite spirit milk is in here." As the voice faded, several figures slowly walked in through the cave entrance. Among the group, Jiang Chen spotted a familiar figure. It was none other than the purple-haired youth who had been chased by the nether snow lion earlier. "Kid, hand over the heavenly stalactite spirit milk." The purple-haired youth glanced at the empty pool, his incredibly arrogant voice ringing directly in Jiang Chen's and the others' ears. "Who the hell do you think you are? Why should I give you the heavenly stalactite spirit milk? Just now, you were being chased by the nether snow lion. If it weren't for us, would you still be alive? I saved your life. It's one thing not to be grateful, but now you shamelessly bring people here to snatch the heavenly stalactite spirit milk." Jiang Chen's expression turned cold, and his gaze towards the purple-haired youth instantly filled with icy killing intent. "I have to say, you've successfully provoked me. Today, no one can stop me from killing you." "Ha ha!" Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the purple-haired young man couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Kid, do you know who this person beside me is? This is Senior Brother Lei Qing, the twin master of sword formations at our Azure Thunder Martial Palace. Senior Brother Lei is not only a master of the 9th layer of Qi control, but also a 3rd-rank formation master. How dare you speak so arrogantly in front of Senior Brother Lei, with just your abilities?" The purple-haired young man looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. With Senior Brother Lei Qing here, he really didn't believe Jiang Chen could do anything to him. "Do you think I can't kill you just because he's by your side?" Jiang Chen merely gave the young man named Lei Qing a fleeting glance. Immediately, his sky-shattering fist directly blasted towards the purple-haired young man. Just then, Lei Qing, who was beside the purple-haired young man, moved. He flashed and blocked in front of the purple-haired young man, a fierce aura rising from his claw, shattering Jiang Chen's punch force. "You attack my person right in front of me, do you really take me for air?" Lei Qing stared at Jiang Chen with a stern expression, exuding a chilling aura that made people dare not look directly at him. Jiang Chen's gaze was icy. "The person behind you, I am determined to kill him today. Are you really going to stop me? Since he calls me senior brother, naturally I cannot just sit by and do nothing." Lei Qing said indifferently, "What's more, I also need the heavenly bamboo spirit milk in your hand." "Oh?" Jiang Chen's mouth curled slightly. "The heavenly bamboo spirit milk is in my hand. If you're capable, come and take it. Senior Brother Lei, why waste words with him? Let's attack together, kill them, and reclaim the heavenly bamboo spirit milk." The purple-haired young man stared at Jiang Chen with a ferocious look.
You two, stand down. Lei Qing waved his hand, then looked down at Jiang Chen, that netherworld snow lion outside. You killed it with a formation, didn't you? Jiang Chen said lightly, what if it was, what if it wasn't? I, Lei Qing, have never liked taking advantage of others. That you can kill a netherworld snow lion with a formation proves your attainment in the way of formations is not weak. I have a formation in my hand. If you can break it, I will let you leave. If you can't break it, then leave the heavenly bamboo spirit milk behind. As Lei Qing's faint words fell, a formation diagram shimmering with 5-colored light appeared in his hand. You want to compete with me in formations? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. If I can't break it, I have to leave the heavenly bamboo spirit milk. If I do break it, shouldn't you also leave something behind? Ha ha! Do you really think you can break senior brother Lei's formation? Exactly, senior brother Lei is a third-rank formation master. For you to even think of breaking senior brother Lei's formation is simply overestimating yourself. Behind Lei Qing, the purple-haired young man and several students from the Azure Thunder Martial Palace all scoffed disdainfully. If you can break my formation, this profound grade sword skill, startling thunder sword art, will be yours. Lei Qing directly took out a profound grade martial skill manual and said to Jiang Chen indifferently. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded and made a pleased gesture to Lei Qing. You can begin. Lei Qing changed his hand seals, and the formation diagram, shimmering with 5-colored radiance, was activated by him, enveloping all 3 of them, including Jiang Chen. Immediately, he looked indifferently at Jiang Chen, who was enveloped by the formation, and said, You can start breaking the formation now. Haha, this is the formation you want me to break? Jiang Chen let out a light laugh, and his disdainful voice instantly emerged from within the formation. To be honest, your 5 elements illusion formation is nothing special. Jiang Chen's scornful voice instantly made Lei Qing's expression turn extremely gloomy. He snorted coldly, Don't boast shamelessly in front of me. If you have the ability, then walk out of the formation. The 5 elements illusion formation, based on the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, transforms into all things in heaven and earth, causing those within the formation to get lost in illusions and never find a way out. It's just a pity that the 5 elements in your formation are not balanced, and the illusions it creates are riddled with flaws. Breaking your 5 elements illusion formation is merely a matter of a blink of an eye. As Jiang Chen's indifferent words fell, he immediately strode out of the 5 elements illusion formation, leading Meng Qingxue and the other person. This bizarre scene before their eyes not only instantly petrified the few people behind Lei Qing. Even on Lei Qing's stern face, a look of incredulity appeared. He had never imagined that the 3rd-grade intermediate formation, the 5 elements illusion formation, which he had painstakingly created, would be so vulnerable in front of Jiang Chen. For so many years. This was the first time Lei Qing had encountered someone among his peers who could utterly defeat him in the mastery of formations. Your Excellency's mastery in the art of formations, I, Lei, admire. Lei Qing suppressed his emotions, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, May I ask who exactly Your Excellency is? Jiang Chen said indifferently, My name is Jiang Chen, and I am from Lingyun Martial Mansion. So, you are from Lingyun Martial Mansion. Lei Qing nodded and tossed the startling thunder sword art to Jiang Chen. At the same time, his cold and stern voice rang in Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen, I admit defeat wholeheartedly in today's formation contest. However, sooner or later, I will come to Lingyun Martial Mansion and defeat you. As Lei Qing spoke, he was about to turn around and leave with a few students from Songlei Martial Mansion. Wait! Just then, Jiang Chen's indifferent voice came from behind them. Lei Qing's footsteps paused. He turned his head to look at Jiang Chen, frowning slightly. Does Your Excellency have anything else? You all can leave, but he must die. Jiang Chen pointed at the purple-robed youth and said indifferently. Humph. Lei Qing snorted coldly, his face ashen. Jiang Chen, don't go too far. Don't think that just because you broke my 5 elements illusion formation, I'll be afraid of you. Jiang Chen said coldly, I've said from the beginning, no one can stop me from killing him today. Good. Very good. Lei Qing laughed in extreme anger, waving his hand at the purple-haired youth and the others. You all go first. I'd like to see how he kills you in front of me. Yes, senior brother Lei. The purple-haired youth responded, casting a sarcastic glance at Jiang Chen before turning and walking away triumphantly. Jiang Chen stared at the retreating purple-haired youth, a cold shout instantly echoing through the cave. Do you think you can escape? Die! As this shout fell, Jiang Chen directly unleashed his sky-treading steps, avoiding Lei Qing as if teleporting, and appeared above the purple-haired youth's head. Lei! Senior brother Lei, save me! The purple-haired youth was instantly terrified, his face turning pale as he frantically cried out in horror. But his scream had barely left his lips when Jiang Chen's foot stomped heavily onto his head. Under Jiang Chen's sky-treading steps, the purple-haired youth's head instantly exploded. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was utterly dead. Jiang Chen, you actually dared to kill him. Looking at the purple-haired youth's corpse, Lei Qing stared at Jiang Chen with a sinister gaze, the anger in his pupils burning fiercely like flames. He was just trash. I killed him, so what? Jiang Chen looked calmly at Lei Qing. If you want to avenge him, then make your move. Lei Qing's expression turned extremely ugly. This kid's strength had already reached the 9th level of Qi mastery. And the martial art he had just displayed was at least at the middle grade profound level. Even he wasn't confident he could block it. In terms of strength, this kid was in no way inferior to him. In terms of array formation mastery, this kid completely surpassed him. Even if he wanted to avenge the purple-haired youth now, he probably didn't have the capability. Jiang Chen, you just wait, this isn't over between us. Lei Qing's eyes flickered with uncertainty for a while before he coldly spoke to Jiang Chen and then turned and left. After Lei Qing and the others left, Jiang Chen and his group also quickly departed from the cave. Having obtained the Heaven Bamboo spiritual milk, Jiang Chen did not linger too long in the Thunder Cloud Mountain range. By evening, Jiang Chen and his group had already returned to the encampment of the Azure Frost Adventurer group. After dinner, he returned to the room Yi Qingshuang had arranged for him. Jiang Chen took out the fire Kailan hatching egg and placed it in front of him. He first took out a bottle of Heaven Bamboo spiritual milk and coated the surface of the fire Kailan hatching egg thoroughly. Then, following the method for repairing the fire Kailan hatching egg in his mind, he quickly cast a seal. A moment later, the Heaven Bamboo spiritual milk on the surface of the fire Kailan hatching egg was completely absorbed. Jiang Chen repeated this process 3 times in a row, finally allowing this damaged fire Kailan hatching egg to fully recover. Ding! You have restored the fire Kailan hatching egg, gaining 1,100 experience. Ding! You have become a first-grade beast tamer. Ding! You have become a second-grade beast tamer. By restoring the fire Kailan hatching egg, Jiang Chen instantly became a second-grade beast tamer, and a wealth of beast taming knowledge instantly filled his mind. Without any hesitation, he directly cast a beast cultivation true art on the fire Kailan hatching egg. In an instant, the fire Lin beast's hatching egg, which had been completely still, suddenly began to wobble. A scorching aura, emanating from the surface of the hatching egg, immediately permeated the room. A moment later, a cracking sound was heard. A crack appeared on the surface of the hatching egg, then spread out like a spider web. Immediately after, a small fiery red head pushed open the cracked shell and burrowed out of the hatching egg. Ding! You have hatched a rank 6 fire Lin beast, gaining 6,100 experience. Ding! You have become a rank 3 beast tamer. Ding! You have become a rank 4 beast tamer. As the system prompts rang out in his mind, the fire Lin beast's body fully revealed itself before Jiang Chen. It had dragon horns, a cow's tail, horse hooves, and faint red scales covering its body. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the legendary divine beast, the Qilin. Crunch, crunch. As Jiang Chen observed the little creature before him, it directly bit into the eggshell and began eating it in large mouthfuls. Soon, the eggshell of the hatching egg was completely devoured. And after the little creature consumed the eggshell, its body rapidly swelled. The fire Lin beast, originally only the size of a small cat, instantly grew several times larger. And its aura was almost comparable to that of some rank 2 demonic beasts. This little guy. To possess strength comparable to a rank 2 demonic beast right after birth. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen was filled with awe. It truly lives up to its reputation as a rank 6 ancient beast with divine beast bloodline. It's simply too powerful. After eating the eggshell, the Fire Lin beast excitedly scampered to Jiang Chen, fawning over him. The Fire Lin beast showed great affection for Jiang Chen, its master who had hatched it. Jiang Chen patted the Fire Lin beast's head and said with a chuckle, "Little guy, from now on, I'll call you Little Flame." The Fire Lin beast tilted its head, pondered for a moment, and finally nodded reluctantly. Its expression suggested it wasn't quite satisfied with the name Jiang Chen had given it. "You can understand what I'm saying?" Jiang Chen asked, stunned, then couldn't help but inquire, "Little Flame, can your body shrink again?" As this guy grows, its size will definitely become larger and larger. If it can't shrink back, he can't possibly go around every day with a giant creature trailing behind him. Upon hearing this, the Fire Lin beast's body instantly shrunk drastically, quickly becoming exactly like it was when it had just hatched. "Excellent, excellent." Jiang Chen nodded with a cheerful smile. "This way, taking this little guy out will be much more convenient." After doting on the Fire Lin beast for a while, Jiang Chen, who had been busy all day, finally collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen was awakened by a knock on the door. After quickly tidying up, Jiang Chen opened the door and saw Meng Qingxue standing outside. Just then, a fiery red shadow darted directly out of the room. It skillfully leaped onto Meng Qingxue's shoulder, waving its tiny paws to greet her. "Fire Kirin Beast." Meng Qingxue glanced at the little creature on her shoulder, then looked at Jiang Chen with a surprised expression. "You really hatched it?" "I told you, as long as we found the sky bamboo spiritual milk, hatching it would naturally not be difficult." Jiang Chen smiled faintly and asked, "This early in the morning, do you need me for something?" "Sister Qingxuang asked me to call you." Meng Qingxue's attention was now completely drawn to the adorable little creature on her shoulder. She reached out and cradled the Fire Kirin beast in her arms, not even looking at Jiang Chen. The Moonscar Chamber of Commerce sent someone to the Qingxuang Adventurer Group. "They want to see you." "Moonscar Chamber of Commerce?" Hearing Meng Qingxue's words, Jiang Chen was visibly stunned for a moment. The Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, one of the largest chambers of commerce in the Great Xia Kingdom. With immense power, its branches are almost ubiquitous in most cities across the 9 prefectures of the Great Xia Kingdom. It can be said that in the Great Xia Kingdom, there are very few people who haven't heard of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. However, Jiang Chen found it strange. He had no dealings with the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, so why would their people be looking for him? Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered with Meng Qingxue, who was having a great time playing with the Fire Kirin beast, and walked directly outside. Stepping into the Qingxuang Adventurer Group's meeting hall, Jiang Chen saw Yi Qingxuang chatting with a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s. "Jiang Chen, you've arrived." Yi Qingxuang looked at Jiang Chen as he walked into the meeting hall and smiled. "Let me introduce you. This is President Cui from the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce in Leisure City." "Master Jiang, I am Cui Fu from the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce in Leisure City. I apologize for this abrupt visit, please don't take offense, Master Jiang." The middle-aged man quickly stood up and spoke to Jiang Chen very politely. "President Cui, you're too kind." Jiang Chen smiled faintly and got straight to the point. "President Cui, what can I do for you? Please speak freely." Since Master Jiang is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush either. To be frank, my Moonscar Chamber of Commerce in Leisure City urgently needs a formation master to set up a 3rd-grade spiritual formation. Cui Fu looked at Jiang Chen with a sincere expression. "I hope Master Jiang can accompany me for a trip. My Moonscar Chamber of Commerce will certainly reward you handsomely." Upon learning of Cui Fu's purpose, Jiang Chen readily accepted his invitation. The Moonscar Chamber of Commerce was immensely powerful, practically dominating half of the Great Xia Kingdom's commerce. If he could forge connections with people from the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, it would definitely be beneficial and harmless to him. 20 minutes later, Cui Fu led Jiang Chen to a courtyard in the backyard of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Upon entering the courtyard, Jiang Chen noticed about 10 figures already standing there. At the front, a middle-aged man in white and a young man in purple, in his early 20s, stood side by side.
Behind them were about 10 people dressed in Moonscar Chamber of Commerce uniforms, appearing to be alchemists and beast tamers from the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. However, their ranks were not high, seemingly all only second grade. At this moment, their gazes were all fixed on a giant eagle in the center of the courtyard. The giant eagle was enormous. Its wings, which faintly shimmered with lightning, were over 10 feet long alone. However, the eagle's feathers were disheveled, its body was covered in bloodstains, and its aura was extremely weak. It was clear at a glance that it was severely injured. A third-grade demonic beast, the Thunderwing Divine Eagle. And an injured Thunderwing Divine Eagle at that. Looking at the giant eagle in the center of the courtyard, Jiang Chen was also filled with shock. Could it be that Cui Fu had called him over for this Thunderwing Divine Eagle? Lord Yu, I have brought Master Jiang. While Jiang Chen was reeling in shock, Cui Fu led him over to the middle-aged man in white and spoke with a respectful expression. The middle-aged man in white appeared to be in his 40s. He had a handsome and spirited face, and his body exuded an unfathomable aura. Jiang Chen's heart tensed. This middle-aged man in white was very strong, likely a powerhouse at the congenital realm or even the Kaiyuan realm. President Cui, don't tell me this kid is the third-grade formation master you found? Just as Jiang Chen was still sizing up the middle-aged man in white before him, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from the side. Jiang Chen looked up slightly and saw a young man in purple robes next to the middle-aged man, looking at him with a disdainful expression. Master Kong, Master Jiang is indeed a third-grade formation master, and he is currently the only third-grade formation master in Thunderstone City. Seeing this, Cui Fu couldn't help but frown slightly. President Cui, the art of formations is profound and ever-changing. It's impossible for an ordinary person to become a third-grade formation master even after studying for 8 or 10 years. Even among the formation geniuses of the Gong family in the imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, those who can reach the level of a third-grade formation master by the age of 20 are few and far between. Don't tell me this kid can be compared to those formation geniuses from the Gong family? The purple-robed youth immediately sneered with disdain. What does it have to do with you whether I'm a third-grade formation master or not? Is there something wrong with your brain? Before Cui Fu could speak, Jiang Chen shot a cold glance at the purple-robed youth and said irritably, Kid, the Yuehen Chamber of Commerce invited you here to assist me in healing this Thunderwing Divine Eagle. As a beast tamer, I have already formulated a healing plan for the Thunderwing Divine Eagle, but it requires the aid of a third-grade spirit gathering formation. If you can't set up a third-grade spirit gathering formation, then you'd best not make a fool of yourself. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong during the treatment process, the consequences are not something you can bear. The purple-robed youth stared at Jiang Chen, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This kid actually dared to speak to him like that. He was simply courting death. It seems it really is about treating this Thunderwing Divine Eagle. Jiang Chen nodded, then glanced contemptuously at the purple-robed youth. However, you are not worthy of my assistance. Kid, what the hell did you just say? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the young man instantly grew furious, his eyes nearly spewing fire as he glared at Jiang Chen. Uncle Yu, it seems I am unable to treat your Thunderwing Divine Eagle's injuries. You had best find someone more capable. As the purple-robed youth spoke, he turned to leave with a flick of his sleeve. Nephew Kong Mo, you are the only Tier 3 beast tamer in the vicinity of Thunderstone City. I'm afraid no one but you can heal my Thunderwing Divine Eagle's injuries. The middle-aged man in white spoke to Kong Mo with a chuckle before turning to Jiang Chen. Little brother, I wonder if you would do me a favor and help heal my Thunderwing Divine Eagle? All right. Jiang Chen nodded and said flatly. He naturally had to give face to this middle-aged man in white. Thank you. The middle-aged man in white expressed his thanks, then looked at Kong Mo and said, Nephew Kong Mo, can you now tell us your treatment plan? Uncle Yu, your Thunderwing Divine Eagle is grievously injured, its life hanging by a thread. I need a Tier 3 Thunder Spirit Pill and a Tier 3 Spirit Gathering Formation. Combined with my Tier 3 Beast Tamer's Beast Healing Art, I can make the Thunderwing Divine Eagle recover. Kong Mo said with a face full of confidence. Heh, what a garbage method. Just then, a faint, cold laugh echoed in Kong Mo's ear. Kid, who do you think you are?
I am a tier 3 beast tamer.
What right do you have to call my method garbage? Kong Mo's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with a cold, sharp light.
A tier 3 beast tamer, is that so impressive?
Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully, then stated with conviction, I can tell you with certainty that if you follow that treatment method, the Thunderwing Divine Eagle will surely die.
Hearing Jiang Chen's resolute words, everyone in the courtyard couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The middle-aged man in white couldn't help but ask, little brother, could it be that you are also a beast tamer?
Jiang Chen said flatly, I am nothing special, just a tier 4 beast tamer.
Holy crap! A tier 4 beast tamer? This kid must be bluffing, right? Isn't it obvious?
Even Kong Mo from the Kong family here is only a tier 3 beast tamer.
How could he possibly be a tier 4 beast tamer?
Claiming to be a tier 3 formation master was already suspicious enough, and now he says he's a tier 4 beast tamer.
Isn't that just bullshit? In the courtyard, the people from the Moontrace Chamber of Commerce couldn't help but mock Jiang Chen with disdain. Ha ha!
Kid, I think you're just a compulsive liar.
Kong Mo acted as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world.
He looked at Jiang Chen with wild laughter. If you're a tier 3 formation master and a tier 4 beast tamer, I'll write my name backward from now on. While the Thunder Spirit Pill and the Spirit Gathering Formation can both aid the Thunderwing Divine Eagle's recovery, they are both extremely potent. With just your ability as a tier 3 beast tamer, you won't be able to control them at all.
Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to try. This kid seems to have a point. Indeed.
Using a Thunder Spirit Pill and a Spirit Gathering Formation on the Thunderwing Divine Eagle at the same time, a third-grade beast tamer probably couldn't handle it. Once the beast tamer loses control of those two domineering forces, given the Thunderwing Divine Eagle's current state, it will surely die. As soon as Jiang Chen spoke, the dozen or so alchemists and beast tamers from the Moon Crescent Guild couldn't help but start discussing among themselves.
Hearing the discussions around him, Kong Mo's expression instantly turned incredibly grim. Fine, just fine.
Since you say my method is garbage, why don't you come up with a method that isn't?
Kong Mo laughed in fury, his gaze fixed icily on Jiang Chen.
If you can't, don't blame me for getting rough with you.
The solution is simple. Just use a 4th grade Violet Thunder Mystic Pill instead of the Thunder Spirit Pill.
The Violet Thunder Mystic Pill is not only of a higher grade, but its medicinal power is also pure and gentle. Not only is there no risk, but its effects are countless times better than the Thunder Spirit Pills. You're a 3rd grade beast tamer, yet you don't even know this basic fact. I'm afraid you just picked up that 3rd grade beast tamer emblem of yours, didn't you?
Jiang Chen glanced at Kong Mo and said nonchalantly. Haha, is that the solution you're talking about? Kong Mo couldn't help but burst into scornful, wild laughter.
Kid, I thought you had some brilliant idea, but it turns out to be nothing special.
Stop showing off your intelligence in front of me, you bastard. You think I don't know the Violet Thunder Mystic Pill is better? If there were any Violet Thunder Mystic Pills in Thunderstone City right now, would I need you to teach me?
The members of the Moon Crescent Guild in the courtyard also couldn't help but shake their heads. Of course they knew the Violet Thunder Mystic Pill was better than the Thunder Spirit Pill. But in a place like Thunderstone City, there were no 4th grade alchemists who could refine a Violet Thunder Mystic Pill.
Wasn't this kid's solution just empty talk? Jiang Chen's expression was calm as he said nonchalantly, it's just a 4th grade pill. I'll just refine one. What's the big deal? Silence.
At that moment, the courtyard fell into a deathly silence.
Everyone stared at Jiang Chen as if he were an idiot. A Violet Thunder Mystic Pill, a 4th grade pill. Was that something you could just refine whenever you wanted?
Never mind Thunderstone City, even in the imperial capital of Great Xia, 4th grade alchemists who could refine the Violet Thunder Mystic Pill could be counted on one hand.
Ha ha!
Kid, don't tell me you're also a 4th grade alchemist.
Kong Mo nearly laughed himself crazy. Jiang Chen said coolly, congratulations, you guessed right. I really am a 4th grade alchemist.
Hearing Jiang Chen admit to being a 4th grade alchemist once again, everyone in the courtyard was dumbstruck and utterly speechless. It wasn't that they had never seen a braggart before, but this was the first time in their lives they had ever encountered someone who could boast like this. A 15 or 16-year-old kid, first claiming to be a rank 3 array master, then admitting to being a rank 4 beast tamer, and now even boasting about being a rank 4 alchemist. If you're really that awesome, why don't you just fly into the sky? Little brother, are you telling the truth? I wouldn't want you to be speaking so boldly in front of me. Just then, even the usually composed middle-aged man in white couldn't help but frown slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. How could a 15 or 16-year-old youth be a rank 3 array master, a rank 4 beast tamer, and a rank 4 alchemist all at once? It's simply preposterous. Whether I'm speaking boldly or not, we'll find out if we try. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, then turned his head to look at Cui Fu, who was already dumbfounded beside him. President Cui, your Moonscar Chamber of Commerce should be able to gather the materials for the Purple Lightning Profound Pill, right? Why yes, you can. Cui Fu finally snapped back to reality at this moment and quickly replied. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled slightly, and his arrogant voice instantly echoed throughout the courtyard. Then I'll trouble President Cui to bring over one set of materials for the Purple Lightning Profound Pill. I will refine the Purple Lightning Profound Pill right here, in public. What? Jiang Chen's arrogant words immediately made everyone in the courtyard widen their eyes. They all stared at Jiang Chen in shock. This kid actually wants to refine the Purple Lightning Profound Pill right in front of all of them. The Purple Lightning Profound Pill, that's a rank 4 mid-grade medicinal pill. Even some renowned rank 4 alchemists in the Great Xia Kingdom might not be able to easily refine the Purple Lightning Profound Pill. How could this kid in front of them possibly refine the Purple Lightning Profound Pill? Kid, I, Kong Mo, have never admired anyone in my life, but today I have to admire you. Your bragging skills alone, I'm afraid, could be considered unparalleled across the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Kong Mo sneered coldly. He directly said to the middle-aged man in white beside him, Uncle Yu, this kid is purely a bragging idiot. He'll only interfere with my treatment of the Thunderwing Divine Eagle here. Just blast him out. The middle-aged man in white ignored Kong Mo. He stared at Jiang Chen for a while before calmly saying, Cui Fu, go prepare a few sets of materials for the Purple Lightning Profound Pill. He had met countless people in his life, and a youth who could still appear so calm and confident in front of him at a time like this was truly a rare sight. The middle-aged man in white suddenly had a feeling. This youth in front of him would definitely not be the bragging idiot Kong Mo claimed him to be. Perhaps, this youth could really refine the Purple Lightning Profound Pill. If that were true, this youth was absolutely a once-in-a-million alchemy genius. At this moment, the middle-aged man in white even felt a little anticipation in his heart. No need for a few sets, I said one set, and one set it is. Jiang Chen waved his hand, his calm words exuding absolute dominance. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, everyone in the courtyard couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths fiercely. This kid actually only wants one set of materials. Does he really intend to successfully refine the Purple Lightning Profound Pill in a single attempt? This is just too insane. For alchemists, the higher the grade of the elixir, the lower the success rate naturally becomes. Generally speaking, even a 4th-grade alchemist attempting to refine a 4th-grade elixir might fail 10 or 8 times before succeeding even once, which is quite normal. Even if this kid really is a 4th-grade alchemist, short of a stroke of pure luck, there's absolutely no way he could succeed on the first try. Are you sure? The white-robed middle-aged man was also thoroughly stunned by Jiang Chen's words. Of course. Jiang Chen smiled confidently, I've never failed at alchemy. What an arrogant, confident, and domineering young fellow. In that case, let me see if your skills are truly as monstrous as you claim. He took a deep breath, then glanced at Cui Fu, who was still in a daze. Cui Fu, quickly go and fetch the materials for the Violet Thunder Profound Elixir. Yes. Cui Fu snapped back to reality and quickly ran out of the courtyard. After about a few minutes, Cui Fu returned with the materials for the Violet Thunder Profound Elixir. Jiang Chen took the materials, pulled out an alchemy furnace from his storage ring, and, as if no one else was present, entered an alchemy state. Jiang Chen's movements were swift. With the 100-fold success rate bonus from the system, even if he occasionally encountered minor issues during the alchemy process, Jiang Chen perfectly resolved them.
Half an hour later. As Jiang Chen formed a pill-condensing hand seal, a rich elixir fragrance instantly permeated the courtyard. This kid actually refined a 4th-grade elixir, the Violet Thunder Profound Elixir. And he succeeded on the first try. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the courtyard was dumbfounded, their eyes showing an unprecedented level of shock. Holy crap, I really didn't expect it, he's actually a 4th-grade alchemist. More than just a 4th-grade alchemist, he's countless times stronger than an ordinary 4th-grade alchemist. This guy is truly monstrous. Compared to him, those alchemy geniuses I've seen before are utter garbage. In the courtyard, it took a while for the alchemists from the Moonskar Merchant Association to recover from their shock. They all looked at Jiang Chen with awe, unable to help but exclaim in admiration. A 4th-grade alchemy master. And such a young 4th-grade alchemy master. This is probably an unprecedented existence in the thousands of years of the Great Xia Kingdom's history. How is this possible? Kong Yamo also stared blankly at Jiang Chen, letting out an incredulous roar. The Violet Thunder Profound Elixir. How could this kid refine the 4th-grade Violet Thunder Profound Elixir? Nothing is impossible in this world. Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly. What's more, something you'll find even more impossible is about to happen right before your eyes. As his faint words fell, Jiang Chen directly took the Violet Thunder Profound Elixir from the furnace and walked in front of the Thunderwing Divine Eagle. He first fed the Violet Thunder Profound Elixir into the Thunderwing Divine Eagle's mouth, then took out materials and quickly began setting up around the Thunderwing Divine Eagle. Spirit Gathering Array, activate. After a few minutes, Jiang Chen waved his hands in the air, and a formation enveloped the Thunderwing Divine Eagle. Around them, countless streams of spiritual energy frantically converged into the formation at that moment. Hiss! In the courtyard, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. This guy was indeed a 3rd-grade formation master. However, after setting up the 3rd-grade spirit gathering formation, Jiang Chen showed no signs of stopping. His palms crossed and shifted in mid-air, and a beast healing true art, which only a 4th-grade beast tamer could perform, appeared before everyone's eyes. In an instant, everyone in the courtyard was completely petrified. Originally, they thought this young man before them was nothing more than a bragging idiot who had exaggerated to the heavens. But now, it seemed they were the ones who were ridiculously foolish. He wasn't an idiot at all, he was truly extraordinary, to an extent that words could no longer describe. A 3rd-grade formation master. A 4th-grade beast tamer. A 4th-grade alchemist. Such 3 incredibly distinguished titles actually appeared on a young man who was merely 15 or 16 years old. How could there be such a monstrous talent in this world? And Kong Yamo, standing at the side, felt as if he had suffered a 10,000-point critical hit. His expression was numb, and his mind was blank. A 15 or 16-year-old youth, in all aspects of formations, beast taming, and alchemy, could instantly outshine 99% of the geniuses in this world. Is this even something a human can achieve? I never thought there would actually be such a monstrously talented young man in this world. Witnessing Jiang Chen's astonishing and earth-shattering actions, even the middle-aged man in white, who had seen his fair share of storms, found it difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. As an elder of the Moonskar Chamber of Commerce, he had seen countless geniuses in his life. Not only geniuses from the Great Xia Kingdom, but he had also met geniuses from outside the Great Xia Kingdom. But among all those geniuses, none had ever shocked him as much as this young man before him. Such an all-rounder monstrous talent could no longer be described as rare to see in 10,000 years. This was simply unprecedented and would be unrivaled in the future. Astonishing! It was truly too astonishing. I didn't expect, little brother, that you would be such an exceptionally talented all-rounder in formations, beast taming, and alchemy. Today truly opened my eyes. I am Yu Yangzhou, an elder of the Moonskar Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for your assistance, little brother. The middle-aged man in white clasped his hands and said to Jiang Chen with an expression of admiration, "May I ask, little brother, what your name is?" "My name is Jiang Chen, from Lingyun Martial Academy."
Jiang Chen smiled faintly. It's merely out of interest I've dabbled a little in various aspects, making Elder Yu laugh.
Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the people from the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce in the courtyard couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Holy crap! You, in any single aspect of formations, beast taming, or alchemy, could easily crush us into dust, alright? Already so incredibly awesome, yet you say you've only dabbled a little. Isn't this just deliberately trying to deflate us?
I never expected Lingyun Martial Academy to produce such an unparalleled genius as Brother Jiang Chen. It seems that in the 9 prefectures martial competition held in the imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom a few months from now, Lingyun Martial Academy is sure to shine brightly.
Yu Yangzhou looked at Jiang Chen with a smile.
He suddenly moved his hand and took out a golden token engraved with a crescent moon from his storage ring.
Brother Jiang Chen, this is the supreme golden token of my Moonscar Chamber of Commerce.
With this token, you can spend freely at any branch of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. I don't have anything valuable on me, so I can only offer this item to express my sincerity. I hope Brother Jiang Chen can accept it.
As an elder of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, how astute was Yu Yangzhou's vision?
As long as no unexpected circumstances arise, with this young man's talent, it's highly probable that within 10 years, he will become a paramount figure renowned across the divine martial continent. Such a person is absolutely worth befriending with a supreme golden token from the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Seeing the golden token in Yu Yangzhou's hand, not only were the people from the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce in the courtyard stunned.
Even Kong Yamo showed a look of envy, jealousy, and hatred.
This was the supreme golden token of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Even in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, those who could obtain a supreme golden token from the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce could almost be counted on one hand. How could this fellow, of all people, manage to get a supreme golden token from the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce?
Thank you, Elder Yu, for your generosity.
In that case, I will respectfully accept.
Jiang Chen didn't stand on ceremony either. He smiled slightly at Yu Yangzhou and put away the supreme golden token of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce.
Haha, good. Today, he not only resolved the injuries of the Thunderwing Divine Eagle but also befriended an exceptional talent like Jiang Chen. Yu Yangzhou was naturally in a very good mood. He laughed heartily as he looked at Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen, please come inside the inner courtyard with me for a chat. Let me treat you properly.
Elder Yu, you're too kind.
Jiang Chen smiled slightly. I still have matters to attend to and cannot stay in Thunderstone City. When I arrive at the imperial city of the Great Xia Kingdom another day, I will surely pay Elder Yu a visit. Since Brother Jiang Chen has matters to attend to, I won't press you. Yu Yangzhou nodded and smiled. Then I will await Brother Jiang Chen's esteemed presence at the headquarters of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. After leaving the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, Jiang Chen returned to the Azure Frost Adventuring Group. Then he and Meng Qingshu bid farewell to Yi Qingshuang and departed from Thunderstone City. A day later, Jiang Chen returned to the Jiang family in Sangshan City, only to learn that the Lin and Li families had already withdrawn from Sangshan City, and the entire Sangshan City was taken over by the Jiang family. Seeing that the Jiang family had no more threats in Sangshan City, Jiang Chen set up a third-grade defensive formation in the Jiang family, then returned to Lingyun Martial Mansion with Meng Qingshu. On the night Jiang Chen and Meng Qingshu returned to Lingyun Martial Mansion, Meng Qingshu's Taiyin fatal body suddenly flared up, causing her to fall into a coma. Therefore, early the next morning, Jiang Chen went straight to the Precious Pill Pavilion to find Tang Shang, preparing to gather materials to refine the ancient Profound Sun Pill. Brother Jiang Chen, among the materials you mentioned, Profound Phoenix Essence Stone and Dragon Blood Spirit Ginseng are too rare, we don't have them at our Precious Pill Pavilion.
These two medicinal ingredients can probably only be obtained from the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce.
Tang Sheng shook his head with a bitter smile, then looked at Jiang Chen and said, I'll have someone go to the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce to check. If they have these two medicinal ingredients, I'll have them bought. No need, I'll go to the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce myself.
Jiang Chen waved his hand. He now held the supreme golden token of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Wasn't it a simple matter to obtain two medicinal ingredients from the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce? Leaving Baodan Pavilion, Jiang Chen walked through several streets and arrived in front of a magnificently decorated building. Above the entrance of this building, the 4 calligraphic characters Moon Mark Chamber of Commerce were particularly eye-catching. "Sir, can I help you with something?" As Jiang Chen walked into the Moon Mark Chamber of Commerce, a beautiful female attendant from the chamber approached him with a smile. Jiang Chen nodded and asked, "Do you have these 2 medicinal ingredients, profound phoenix essence stone and dragon blood spirit ginseng, in your chamber?" "Please wait a moment, sir," the beautiful attendant said, and skillfully picked up an item list from the nearby counter and began to flip through it. About 2 minutes later, the beautiful attendant looked up at Jiang Chen and smiled. "Sir, you're in luck. Our chamber happens to have 1 profound phoenix essence stone and 1 dragon blood spirit ginseng left. Please bring those 2 medicinal ingredients for me." Jiang Chen didn't waste any words and spoke directly to the beautiful attendant. "Wait. I'll take this profound phoenix essence stone and dragon blood spirit ginseng." Just then, a faint, cold voice suddenly came from behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned. He turned around and saw a somewhat familiar young man in white walking towards him. "Bai Zixuan, what do you mean by this?" Jiang Chen looked at the young man in white, his gaze suddenly turning cold. This young man in white was none other than Bai Zixuan, who had a conflict with him at Qingxian residence and was eventually expelled by Yan Qingxian. "Nothing." Bai Zixuan's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he sneered, "I also fancy this profound phoenix essence stone and dragon blood spirit ginseng, is that not allowed?" Towards Jiang Chen, Bai Zixuan's heart was filled with extreme hatred. He was originally a talented alchemist in Lingyun Martial Mansion, fortunate enough to receive guidance from Yan Qingxian, and had a boundless future in alchemy. But all of this was ruined by the young man in front of him. Because of this young man, he was even expelled from Qingxian residence by Yan Qingxian. For the always arrogant Bai Zixuan, this was simply a great humiliation. Now encountering Jiang Chen in the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce, Bai Zixuan naturally had no intention of letting Jiang Chen off, wanting to teach him a lesson. "So what if you fancy them?" Everyone comes to the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce to buy things. There's always a first come, first served rule. I've already purchased this profound phoenix essence stone and dragon blood spirit ginseng first. My things are not something you can just snatch. Let me advise you, if you don't want to be thrown out like you were at Qingxian residence last time, then get as far away from me as possible. Jiang Chen stared coldly at Bai Zixuan, his faint voice resonating directly in the hall. "Jiang Chen, don't be so arrogant. Do you think this Moonmark Chamber of Commerce is run by your family, that you can throw me out whenever you want? You said you bought these 2 medicinal ingredients, but have you paid for them? Since you haven't paid, then these 2 ingredients aren't yours yet." Upon hearing Jiang Chen mention the incident at Qingxian residence, a look of anger and embarrassment appeared on Bai Zixuan's face. He sneered coldly, then turned to the beautiful attendant and said, "Miss, I'll take this profound phoenix essence stone and dragon blood spirit ginseng." However, the beautiful attendant from the Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce remained unmoved by Bai Zixuan's words. She smiled at Bai Zixuan. "I'm sorry, but our Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce has its principles. This gentleman already showed interest in the profound phoenix essence stone and dragon blood spirit ginseng." Bai Zixuan's face fell, and he immediately pulled out a token from his person. He looked at the beautiful attendant and said indifferently, "I have a VIP token for the Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce. Now, you can sell the medicinal ingredients to me, right?" The beautiful attendant instantly showed a troubled expression. To be honest, she deeply disliked Bai Zixuan, this arrogant fellow. However, the Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce had clear regulations. Those holding VIP tokens of the Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce indeed enjoyed discounts and priority purchasing rights at the chamber. Moreover, people who could possess a Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce VIP token were not someone a small attendant like her could afford to offend. Holy crap, isn't that Bai Zixuan, the young city lord of Lingyun City? Yeah, who's that kid opposite him? He actually dares to try and snatch something from Bai Zixuan. He's truly ignorant. Going against Bai Zixuan in this Lingyun city, isn't that just seeking death? The quarrel between Jiang Chen and Bai Zixuan soon attracted the attention of other customers in the lobby of the Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce.
They immediately started discussing, and a hint of pity appeared in their gazes towards Jiang Chen.
The whispers all around instantly made Bai Zishuan even more triumphant. He arrogantly shouted at the beautiful attendant, "Why aren't you getting me the profound phoenix essence stone and dragon blood spirit ginseng quickly? Do you believe I'll make you get out of the Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce immediately?" Upon hearing Bai Zishuan's words, the beautiful attendant's pretty face instantly turned pale. A dignified young city lord of Lingyun City openly threatening a woman like this? Aren't you ashamed?
She won't be kicked out of the Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce, and you won't be able to snatch my profound phoenix essence stone and dragon blood spirit ginseng either.
Jiang Chen gave Bai Zishuan a cold glance. "I'll give you 10 seconds to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll be thrown out of the Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce." Ha ha! Jiang Chen, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue with such big talk? Bai Zishuan burst into laughter. He brandished the token in his hand and said arrogantly, "I'm a VIP of the Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce. Who dares to throw me out of here?" Jiang Chen glanced at the token in Bai Zishuan's hand.
The shape of this token was somewhat similar to the supreme golden token of the Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce that Yu Yangzu had given him.
However, the one in Bai Zishuan's hand was merely a bronze token. Compared to his supreme golden token, this thing was several levels inferior. He immediately looked at Bai Zishuan and sneered disdainfully, "It's just the lowest grade bronze VIP token of the Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce. What right do you have to show off in front of me?"
Jiang Chen's arrogant words instantly made everyone look at him as if he were an idiot. The Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in Great Xia, not only powerful but also incredibly wealthy. In Great Xia, almost no one doesn't want to become a VIP of the Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce. Even the most common bronze VIP token of the Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce is a symbol of status and privilege. This kid in front of them, what right does he have to look down on the Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce's bronze VIP token? Ha ha! Jiang Chen, I think you're out of your mind, aren't you? Bai Zishuan burst into contemptuous laughter, saying, "You said I'm not qualified to show off in front of you. Could it be that you can produce a Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce silver VIP token?" Jiang Chen's face was expressionless. "I don't have a silver VIP token, but I can still make you get out of here. Jiang Chen, don't you dare be so sharp-tongued in front of me." Bai Zishuan laughed in extreme anger, his eyes fixated on Jiang Chen with a gloomy stare. "I'll soon let you know who is making who get out of here today."
What is going on?
Just then, a faint shout of anger suddenly rang out in the hall. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw an imposing middle-aged man slowly walking into the hall.
This middle-aged man was none other than Wu Jiannan, the president of the Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce S branch. "President Wu, you've come at a good time.
I'm here at your Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce to purchase profound phoenix essence stone and dragon blood spirit ginseng. According to the rules, since I have your chamber's VIP token, I have priority purchasing rights. But this kid insists on causing trouble here. Please, ask him to leave."
Bai Zishuan looked at Wu Jiannan approaching and said calmly, "Young city lord Bai is joking.
Our Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce is open for business, and anyone who enters our chamber is our guest." Wu Jiannan smiled faintly. "However, since young city lord Bai has a VIP token from my Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce, you naturally have priority purchasing rights. I'll have someone fetch the profound phoenix essence stone and dragon blood spirit ginseng for you right away."
As Wu Jiannan spoke, he was about to instruct the beautiful female attendant to bring the medicinal ingredients to Bai Zishuan. Wait a moment. Just then, a faint voice suddenly sounded in Wu Jiannan's ear. Wu Jiannan slightly turned his head, and his gaze fell upon Jiang Chen. "Young brother, do you have an objection?" "That's right." Jiang Chen nodded and said, "The profound phoenix essence stone and dragon blood spirit ginseng were what I saw first. You can't sell them to him."
"Jiang Chen, I think you've eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts to dare act wild in the Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce."
Bai Zishuan immediately sneered with disdain. "You say they can't be sold to me, so they can't be sold to me? Who do you think you are?"
"I told you, if I could make you get out of Yin Qingshuan's Qingshan residence back then, I can likewise make you get out of this Moon Scar Chamber of Commerce today." As Jiang Chen spoke, he immediately pulled out the supreme gold token that Yang Zhou had given him. He placed the supreme gold token in front of the middle-aged man, pointed at Bai Zishuan, and said coolly, "President Wu, I'll only ask you one thing. This token in my hand, can it make him get the hell out of my sight?" Wu Jiannan's gaze was fixed on the supreme gold token that Jiang Chen had casually produced. An undisguisable shock immediately filled his eyes. This young man before him actually possessed a supreme gold token from the Moonlit Mark Commerce Guild. At this moment, Wu Jiannan was utterly shaken, and cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. The Moonlit Mark Commerce Guild's supreme gold token. This was the highest level VIP token of the Moonlit Mark Commerce Guild. Those who held a supreme gold token not only enjoyed complimentary spending at any branch under the Moonlit Mark Commerce Guild but also possessed rights equivalent to a guild elder. However, the number of supreme gold tokens was extremely small. Even in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, those who owned one could be counted on one hand. In fact, most outsiders were completely unaware of the existence of the Moonlit Mark Commerce Guild's supreme gold token. Wu Jiannan had been with the Moonlit Mark Commerce Guild for over a decade, and this was the very first time he had seen the genuine article. This gentleman, I was blind and failed to recognize your importance. Please forgive my negligence. Wu Jiannan snapped back to his senses and instantly became like a child who had made a mistake, standing cautiously before Jiang Chen with the utmost respect in his expression. What? Witnessing this unbelievable scene, not only was Bai Zishuan stunned, the surrounding onlookers were also so shocked their eyeballs nearly popped out. Who was Wu Jiannan? This was the president of the Moonlit Mark Commerce Guild's branch in Cloudpiercer City. In terms of status, he was almost on par with the city lord of Cloudpiercer City. Yet, such a figure, after seeing the token Jiang Chen presented, had actually been reduced to this pathetic state. What? What the hell was going on? President Wu, your Moonlit Mark Commerce Guild doesn't even have a gold VIP token. The one he's holding must be a fake. Don't let him fool you. After a long moment of stupor, Bai Zishuan finally came to his senses and roared in disbelief. Whether our Moonlit Mark Commerce Guild has a gold VIP token or not, I know better than you. Wu Jiannan stared coldly at Bai Zishuan. Young City Lord Bai, you are not welcome at the Moonlit Mark Commerce Guild. You can get the hell out. Bai Zishuan trembled with rage, staring at Wu Jiannan in utter disbelief. Wu Jiannan, what the fuck did you just say? Young City Lord Bai, I don't want to repeat myself. Wu Jiannan's expression turned cold. Will you leave on your own, or do I have to make you get out? Wu Jiannan, don't push your luck. Bai Zishuan glared furiously at Wu Jiannan. I am a VIP of the Moonlit Mark Commerce Guild. What right do you, the president of a mere branch, have to kick me out? President Wu, isn't your efficiency a bit too low? Hurry up and throw him out, then give me the Mystic Phoenix Essence Stone and the Dragon Blood Spirit Ginseng. I don't have the time to waste on him here. Just then, Jiang Chen's very displeased voice rang directly in Wu Jiannan's ear. Hearing Jiang Chen's unhappy tone, Wu Jiannan's heart trembled. He wasted no more words on Bai Zishuan, flashing to appear right beside him. Bai Zishuan's expression changed drastically, and he quickly shouted, Wu Jiannan, how dare you? However, before Bai Zishuan could even finish his shout, Wu Jiannan had already grabbed him by the shoulder and lifted him up. Immediately, Wu Jiannan was seen dragging Bai Zishuan and tossing him out of the Moontrace Chamber of Commerce like a piece of trash. The scene before them plunged the Moontrace Chamber of Commerce into dead silence. Everyone's gaze towards Jiang Chen was filled with undisguised shock. The dignified young lord of Cloudsource City was thrown out of the Moontrace Chamber of Commerce just because of a single sentence from this kid. Strong. This kid was simply too powerful. After throwing Bai Zishuan out of the Moontrace Chamber of Commerce, Wu Jiannan immediately had someone bring the profound Phoenix Essence Stone and the Dragon's Blood Spirit Ginseng to Jiang Chen at the fastest speed possible. Jiang Chen accepted the two medicinal ingredients and, under Wu Jiannan's apologetic smile, left the Moontrace Chamber of Commerce directly. Having collected the materials for the ancient profound sun pill, Jiang Chen went straight back to the Cloudsoar Martial Academy, preparing to begin refining it. The ancient profound sun pill was a fifth-grade pill, and its refinement was extremely difficult. Moreover, whether it was the Crimson Flame Phoenix's blood essence, the profound Phoenix Essence Stone, or the Dragon's Blood Spirit Ginseng, there was only enough for a single attempt at refining the ancient profound sun pill. Therefore, even with the system's 100x success rate bonus, Jiang Chen had to be fully focused. From warming the cauldron to adding the ingredients, Jiang Chen was extremely careful with every step. Just the stage of adding the ingredients alone took Jiang Chen a full half hour. But even so, when Jiang Chen placed the final ingredient, the Crimson Flame Phoenix's blood essence, into the cauldron, an accident still occurred. The amount of Crimson Flame Phoenix blood essence was slightly too much, causing the medicinal liquid inside the cauldron to become extremely violent. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. Without the slightest hesitation, he added a stalk of ice soul grass like lightning, then forcefully reached his hand into the cauldron and forcibly extracted a sliver of the Crimson Flame Phoenix's blood essence. In an instant, the palm of Jiang Chen's hand that grabbed the Crimson Flame Phoenix blood essence immediately emitted a wisp of green smoke, almost getting cooked by the tyrannical energy of the blood essence. Ding! You have been injured. 100x comprehension triggered. You have comprehended the invincible body refining technique. Ding! You have been injured. You have gained 100 experience. Ding! Your invincible body refining technique has successfully cultivated to the first level. Jiang Chen completely ignored the notification sounds that suddenly appeared in his mind. His gaze remained fixed on the pill cauldron before him, only sighing in relief when the contents inside gradually calmed down. After another 10 minutes or so, the Crimson Flame Phoenix's blood essence finally merged with the medicinal liquid in the cauldron. As Jiang Chen executed a pill condensation art, the ancient profound sun pill was successfully refined by him. After successfully refining the ancient Xian Yang pill, Jiang Chen began to sort through the new information that had appeared in his mind. Just now, when he forcefully snatched a trace of the Crimson Flame Phoenix's essence blood from the pill furnace, his palm was injured. Unexpectedly, this led him to comprehend a technique called the invincible body refining art. Without a doubt, this invincible body refining art was an exceptionally powerful body refining technique. The invincible body refining art had a total of 9 levels. With each level he cultivated, his physical body would become stronger, and both his defense and recovery abilities would multiply. For example, currently at the first level of the invincible body refining art, his physical strength alone was enough to face a Qi control realm martial artist head-on. If he cultivated to the second level, he could rely on his physical body to withstand an innate realm expert without any issue. For an ordinary person, this invincible body refining art might be an ancient and extremely difficult body refining technique to cultivate. However, for Jiang Chen, who could cheat using the system, it was no trouble at all. TSK, what a powerful invincible body refining art. I'll cultivate it to the second level first. Jiang Chen was amazed. Immediately, he swung his fist and punched himself in the shoulder. Ding! You were punched, gaining 100 experience. As expected, as long as he was hit or injured, the invincible body refining art would gain 100-fold experience. Jiang Chen was instantly thrilled and began to rapidly pummel his own body with both fists. Ding! You were punched, invincible body refining art gained 100 experience. Ding! You were punched, invincible body refining art gained 100 experience. Ding! Your invincible body refining art has been cultivated to the second level. After Jiang Chen gave himself a frantic beating, the invincible body refining art quickly reached the second level. Jiang Chen could also clearly feel that his physique was countless times stronger than before. With his current defense, even if he just stood there and let an ordinary Qi control realm martial artist attack him, they probably wouldn't even be able to break through his guard. After cultivating the invincible body refining art to the second level, Jiang Chen took the ancient Xianyang pill to Meng Qingshue's room. After giving the ancient Xianying pill to Meng Qingxue to consume, Jiang Chen stood guard by her side, observing the condition of her body. When he saw that the ancient Xianying pill could indeed change the condition of the Supreme's severed meridian body, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Jiang Chen, get your ass out here right now. Just then, a cold, angry shout suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then strode outside. Leaving the courtyard, Jiang Chen saw Meng Dongxing standing at the entrance with a furious expression. Around him, many spectating students were chattering amongst themselves. Holy crap! Meng Dongxing was just wrecked by Jiang Chen with a single punch a while ago, and now he dares to come looking for trouble again? Isn't he courting death? Not necessarily. I heard that after Meng Dongxing was defeated by Jiang Chen's punch last time, it was a blessing in disguise, and he broke through to the chi control realm in one go. Oh? If that's the case, then we're probably in for a good show. Jiang Chen looked at Meng Dongxing at the courtyard gate and couldn't help but smile faintly. I was wondering who was shouting so loudly, turns out it's you. Jiang Chen, what exactly did you do to my sister? Meng Dongxing glared at Jiang Chen with a face full of anger, his eyes almost spitting fire. Some time ago, he went to find trouble with Jiang Chen and ended up being knocked out with one punch by Jiang Chen. Later, his sister, Meng Qingxue, got him a grade 2 elixir. During this time, Meng Dongxing took the elixir his sister gave him. Not only did his injuries heal, but he also broke through to the chi control realm in one fell swoop. Meng Dongxing had just emerged from his retreat after breaking through when he learned that his sister, Meng Qingxue, had become Jiang Chen's maid. Meng Dongxing was naturally furious. So, without another word, he immediately stormed towards Jiang Chen's residence. Your sister is my maid now. Of course, I can do whatever I want with her. Jiang Chen pouted and said, considering you're my maid's brother, I won't make things difficult for you today. You should leave. Jiang Chen, I want to duel you. Meng Dongxing trembled with anger, his eyes fixed coldly on Jiang Chen. If you lose, release my sister immediately. Jiang Chen said dismissively, you are no match for me. Go back and train for another 10 or 8 years, then we can talk. Jiang Chen, don't be so arrogant. Thanks to your punch last time, I have now broken through to the chi control realm. Meng Dongxing stared coldly at Jiang Chen. If you're a man, have the guts to fight me. I just don't want to waste time with you. Jiang Chen said indifferently, don't you know that even your sister is no match for me? Humph, that's ridiculous. How could you possibly be a match for my sister? You must have used some dirty trick to deceive my sister. Meng Dongxing snorted, Jiang Chen, stop talking nonsense and let's go to the arena for a showdown right now. Meng Dongxing, out of respect for your sister, I originally didn't intend to bother with you. However, since you insist on coming here to seek abuse, I will grant your wish. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Meng Dongxing calmly. If you want to fight me, then make your move. Meng Dongxing was taken aback. Right here? That's right, right here. Jiang Chen said dismissively, this time, it's your turn to hit me. I won't make a move. If you can make me retreat a single step, I lose. Jiang Chen's arrogant words immediately caused countless students around them to explode into an uproar. What the heck? Jiang Chen is a bit too arrogant. Yeah, Meng Dongxing has broken through to the chi control realm after all. Even if he's not very strong, making him retreat a step shouldn't be a problem, right? Damn it, this kid really thinks he's a genius on the Lingyun ranking, doesn't he? Jiang Chen, don't think that just because you defeated me with one punch last time, you can look down on people like this. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, which showed no regard for him, a look of exasperation and anger immediately appeared on Meng Dongxing's face. It's not that I look down on you, it's just that with your current strength, you truly don't have the qualifications to make me look at you properly. Enough with the nonsense, are you going to challenge me or not? If you're going to challenge me, make your move quickly. Don't waste my time here. Jiang Chen pouted, an impatient look on his face. Jiang Chen, you asked for this. I'll make you realize very soon what price you'll pay for being so arrogant in front of me. Meng Dongxing roared with a ferocious expression. Immediately, he pushed off the ground with his foot, his body soaring towards Jiang Chen like a rock spreading its wings. On his fist, a fierce punch, like a clap of thunder, went straight for Jiang Chen's chest. However, facing Meng Dongxing's thunderous punch, Jiang Chen remained calm, hands clasped behind his back, motionless. Holy crap, Jiang Chen, he didn't even activate his protective shield?
Does he really intend to use his body to withstand Meng Dongqing's attack? Damn, this guy is too crazy. Seeing Jiang Chen completely motionless,
not even using internal energy to form a protective chi shield around his body. All the surrounding spectators' eyes widened, their expressions as shocked as could be. You have to understand, Meng Dongqing was now a genuine Imperial Qi realm martial artist. Even a Xiantian realm expert couldn't possibly withstand Meng Dongqing's attack with their bare body without retreating a single step, could they? Bang! Just as everyone was stunned by Jiang Chen's actions, a crisp collision sound instantly echoed in mid-air. Immediately after, everyone saw Meng Dongqing grunt, then his whole body stumbled back 7 or 8 steps. In contrast, Jiang Chen on the opposite side remained standing in place with a calm expression. How is this possible? Meng Dongqing's punch just now must have been a trick, right? This scene instantly left countless onlookers completely dumbfounded. They never expected that Jiang Chen would actually withstand Meng Dongqing's attack with his bare body. Of course, that was secondary. What they found most incredible was that Jiang Chen not only didn't retreat a single step from the attack, but he also sent Meng Dongqing flying back. This guy, is he really still human? Such a powerful physique, it's even stronger than some second-grade demon beasts. You've cultivated a body refining technique? Meng Dongqing's expression was blank, his gaze towards Jiang Chen revealing unconcealable shock. With that punch just now, although he hadn't used a martial skill, he had almost used his full strength. But even so, his punch not only failed to repel Jiang Chen a single step, but he himself was shaken back several steps. Even his fist was throbbing faintly. The feeling was as if his punch just now hadn't hit a person, but rather an incredibly hard stone statue. Such a powerful physique was simply not something an Imperial Qi realm martial artist could possess. Even some innate realm experts couldn't possess such immense physical strength alone. There was only one possibility: the kid had cultivated a body refining technique. However, the path of body cultivation had long since declined on the divine martial continent. This was because the body refining techniques that had been passed down were not only extremely rare but also incredibly difficult to cultivate. How could this kid possibly have cultivated his physique to be so powerful? That's right, I have indeed cultivated a body refining technique. Jiang Chen looked at Meng Dongqing with a smile. Do you want to continue? I'll say it again, if you can make me take a single step back, I lose. Jiang Chen was now actually hoping Meng Dongqing would punch him a few more times. After all, Meng Dongqing was an Qi manipulation realm martial artist. When Meng Dongqing had landed that punch on him just now, it had directly caused the experience for his invincible body refining technique to surge. This rate of experience gain was much faster than punching himself. If he let Meng Dongqing hammer him a few more times, his invincible body refining technique might even advance to the 3rd level. Damn, so Jiang Chen cultivated a body refining technique. No wonder his physique is so powerful. But body cultivation has long since declined on the divine martial continent. How on earth did he cultivate his physique to be this strong? Hearing Jiang Chen personally admit to cultivating a body refining technique, countless students were filled with amazement. They never would have imagined that not only was Jiang Chen's martial cultivation talent outstanding, but his body cultivation talent was equally formidable. Meng Dongqing took a deep breath. His gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Chen. Fine, I'd like to see just how powerful a state you've tempered your physique to. As Meng Dongqing spoke, he instantly pushed his entire aura to its limit. Yellow-grade high-rank martial art, Heavenly Python Fist. With a furious roar from Meng Dongqing, a ferocious surge of energy burst forth from his fist. The sharp fist energy transformed into a giant python in mid-air, which opened its blood-red maw and surged toward Jiang Chen. Bang! Meng Dongqing's punch landed on Jiang Chen's body in the blink of an eye. In that instant, a recoil force, several times stronger than before, erupted from Jiang Chen's body. Meng Dongqing's body trembled, and he was sent flying back several yards in a sorry state, his face instantly turning somewhat pale. Is this your strongest attack? Sigh, it's not enough. Jiang Chen shook his head and said mockingly, that punch of yours was no different from a scratch. Jiang Chen,
I refuse to believe I can't force you back today. Feeling Jiang Chen's intensely mocking gaze, Meng Dongxing's expression instantly became savage. With a flick of his hand, a long sword of seemingly extraordinary quality appeared out of thin air. Meng Dongxing gripped the long sword tightly, just as he was about to unleash his strongest attack on Jiang Chen. A cold voice suddenly rang in his ear. Meng Dongxing, stop this at once. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The sudden voice made Meng Dongxing falter slightly. He followed the sound and saw his sister, Meng Qingxue, walking out from the courtyard. Sister, are you all right? Meng Dongxing looked at Meng Qingxue, who appeared before him, and his eyes immediately filled with joy. What could possibly be wrong with me? Meng Qingxue snorted coldly, as long as you don't go around causing trouble for me all day, everything will be fine. Sister, I heard them say you became Jiang Chen's maidservant. What exactly happened? Meng Dongxing stared fiercely at Jiang Chen. Did he use some trickery to deceive you? If that's the case, I, Meng Dongxing, will never let him off. This was my voluntary choice. My affairs don't need you to meddle. Meng Qingxue said indifferently, since you've already broken through the Imperial Qi realm, you should go challenge the Lingyun Pagoda and strive to become an inner court disciple sooner, instead of coming here to make a fool of yourself. Meng Dongxing looked at Meng Qingxue in disbelief. Sister, how can you? That's enough. Meng Qingxue directly interrupted Meng Dongxing. Her delicate brows furrowed. Meng Dongxing, have your wings grown strong? Are you no longer listening to me? Jiang Chen, you'd better not bully my sister. If anything happens to my sister, I, Meng Dongxing, will not let you off, even if it costs me my life. Seeing Meng Qingxue get angry, Meng Dongxing could only glare fiercely at Jiang Chen before turning around and leaving directly. Jiang Chen, thank you. After Meng Dongxing left, Meng Qingxue looked at Jiang Chen beside her, and a hint of gratitude appeared in her beautiful eyes. Even Meng Qingxue herself hadn't expected it. The life-severing physique, which had troubled her for over 10 years, was so easily resolved by Jiang Chen. You're my maidservant now, so it's natural for me to save you. Jiang Chen waved his hand, then stroked his chin and said, life in the outer court seems a bit boring. Should I go to the inner court to have some fun now? You really should enter the inner court. Inner court disciples not only have more resources for cultivation but also the true legacies left by the ancestors of the Lingyun Martial Academy. For example, there's a sword mark hall in the inner court of the Lingyun Martial Academy, where inner court disciples can go to comprehend sword intent. More importantly, the 9 prefectures martial arts competition of the Great Xia Kingdom is about to be held. Only by becoming an inner court disciple can you qualify to participate in the 9 prefectures martial arts competition. And those who stand out in the 9 prefectures martial arts competition will become disciples of the Yanhuang Martial Academy, the martial arts holy land of the Great Xia Kingdom, entering a broader world. Just then, Meng Qingxue whispered into Jiang Chen's ear. Oh? Jiang Chen immediately became interested. Since that's the case, I'll go challenge the Lingyun Pagoda and become an inner court disciple right now. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he and Meng Qingxue walked towards the Lingyun Pagoda of the Lingyun Martial Academy. At the Lingyun Martial Academy, for an outer court disciple to be promoted to an inner court disciple, the assessment is actually very simple: challenging the Lingyun Pagoda. When Jiang Chen and the others arrived at the Lingyun Pagoda, it was surrounded by a large crowd of people, including Meng Qingxue's younger brother, Meng Dongxing, who had also already arrived. Jiang Chen, it seems you also plan to challenge the Lingyun Pagoda? Looking at Jiang Chen, who was approaching with his elder sister, Meng Dongxing couldn't help but let out a cold snort. That's right. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. I'm really tired of staying in the outer compound. I plan to go to the inner compound for some fun. As soon as Jiang Chen spoke, countless eyes around him instantly turned to stare at him. Who is this kid, acting so arrogant? Does he really think the inner compound is somewhere he can enter whenever he wants? Brother, you're out of touch, don't you even know who he is? He's Jiang Chen, who's been making the biggest splash in the Lingyun Martial Arts Academy recently. Holy cow, so it's him. No wonder he's so awesome. While everyone was discussing Jiang Chen, his gaze fell upon the magnificent azure stone tablet beside the Lingyun Pagoda.
On this azure stone tablet, Jiang Chen also saw nearly 100 densely packed names. Especially the top 3 names on the tablet, their characters shimmered with a faint luster, appearing exceptionally dazzling.
What do these names on the stone tablet mean?
Jiang Chen looked at the azure stone tablet and asked Meng Qingxue, who was beside him, with some curiosity.
This is the ranking of students who have challenged the pagoda in Lingyun Martial Arts Academy.
The Lingyun Pagoda has 10 floors.
The identity token for inner compound students is placed on the 10th floor.
As long as you pass the 10th floor, you can become an inner compound student. However, the Lingyun Pagoda can also reflect the challenger's potential to a certain extent. The less time taken to pass the pagoda, the greater the potential. It can be said that these 100 names on the stone tablet represent the 100 most outstanding geniuses since the founding of the Lingyun Martial Arts Academy.
Before Meng Qingxue could speak, Meng Dongxing's voice sounded in his ear. This ranking is quite interesting. Jiang Chen asked with great interest, I wonder how much time Shi Xingqi, who was at the top of the list, took.
Shi Xingqi, a peerless genius of the Lingyun Martial Arts Academy 30 years ago. It is said that he passed the Lingyun Pagoda in less than 10 minutes. For the past 30 years, the record he set has not been surpassed by anyone.
Jiang Chen, don't even dream of comparing yourself to Shi Xingqi.
With your ability, whether you can even leave your name on the Lingyun tablet is questionable. Meng Dongxing sneered with a look of disdain. Look quickly, Li Xingjie, the gold-ranked student who was second in the ranking, has come out of the Lingyun Pagoda.
Wow! The token in his hand must be the inner compound student's identity token. Yeah, I can't believe he succeeded.
At this moment, countless students around looked at Li Xingjie, who walked out of the Lingyun Pagoda, all showing expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Seeing that Li Xingjie, whom he had always suppressed, had successfully challenged the pagoda, Meng Dongxing could no longer sit still. He moved swiftly, heading directly towards the entrance of the Lingyun Pagoda. Approximately 15 minutes later, Meng Dongxing finally emerged from the Lingyun Pagoda with the identity token of an inner compound student. Buzz! Just then, a ripple suddenly appeared on the stone tablet beside the Lingyun Pagoda.
A dazzling name instantly materialized at the very end of the ranking on the stone tablet. Ah, didn't you see?
I left my name on the cloud soaring stele. Looking at his name etched on the stone stele, Meng Dongxing glanced at Jiang Chen and couldn't help but grin triumphantly.
Jiang Chen pouted, you just left your name at the very end of the stele. What's there to be so smug about? Humph, you say it so easily.
Meng Dongxing sneered, come back when you're capable of leaving your name on the cloud soaring stele yourself.
Leaving my name on the cloud soaring stele? That's too little of a challenge. If I'm going to play, I might as well go big. Jiang Chen calmly looked at Meng Dongxing, his arrogant voice instantly echoing in everyone's ears.
Today, I'm going to break the record set by Shi Xingqi. From now on, the top spot on this cloud soaring stele will belong to no one but me.
Silence! Jiang Chen's domineering voice directly plunged the surroundings into a deathly silence.
It took almost a while for everyone to recover from the shock. They all looked at Jiang Chen with mocking expressions.
Holy crap, I didn't mishear, did I? Jiang Chen actually wants to break Shi Xingqi's record.
Shi Xingqi is the most monstrous genius in the hundreds of years since our cloud soaring martial academy was founded.
How can his record be broken just by wanting to? Forget breaking Shi Xingqi's record, if he can even get into the top 10, I'll kneel down and call him daddy. Ha ha! Jiang Chen, you're really too ignorant of your own limitations, wanting to break Shi Xingqi's record. Meng Dongxing couldn't help but burst into scornful laughter.
Although he had to admit that Jiang Chen's martial arts talent was good, even better than his own.
But that was all.
Even if he were to be beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that this guy could be even more monstrous than the most monstrous genius in the history of the Cloud Soaring Martial Academy.
Whether I can break it or not, won't we know if I try?
Jiang Chen smiled faintly, then, under the gaze of all, walked towards the entrance of the Cloud Soaring Tower. Sister, this guy is a complete braggart. I really don't know why you insist on staying by his side.
Meng Dongxing looked at Jiang Chen's retreating figure entering the tower and couldn't help but say to Meng Qingxue, you like this? Enough, I told you, my affairs are none of your business. I'm warning you, it's best not to provoke him in the future. He's not someone you can afford to provoke. If you really anger him, even I won't be able to save you. Meng Qingxue directly interrupted Meng Dongxing, saying coldly, though he's arrogant, he never speaks empty words. Since he said he's going to break the record, then the top spot on this cloud-soaring steel will definitely be his. Sister, you haven't gone mad, have you? Shi Xingqi is a legendary figure in the cloud-soaring martial academy, and you actually believe that kid can break Shi Xingqi's record? Meng Dongxing was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but scoff disdainfully. Your sister hasn't gone mad. Shi Xingqi may be a legend of the cloud-soaring martial academy, but to me, legends are meant to be broken. Listening to you praise Shi Xingqi so highly just now, I thought this record would be incredibly difficult to break. Who knew it would be so simple? The record on this Lingyun tablet is far too easy to break. Just as Meng Dongxing's sneer faded, a faint voice sounded in his ear. The sudden faint voice instantly made Meng Dongxing's expression change drastically. He abruptly looked up and saw Jiang Chen walking out of Lingyun Tower with an identity token for an inner court disciple. This bizarre scene instantly froze Meng Dongxing in place with a look of terror, as if he had seen a ghost. After Jiang Chen entered Lingyun Tower, he had only chatted with his sister for a while. This process definitely didn't exceed 5 minutes. Yet, in such a short time, Jiang Chen walked out of Lingyun Tower with an identity token for an inner court disciple. One must know that even Shi Xingqi back then took 9 minutes for the entire process. Didn't this mean that Jiang Chen not only broke Shi Xingqi's record, but also forcibly cut the time by nearly half? At this moment, an unprecedented look of horror finally appeared in Meng Dongxing's eyes as he looked at Jiang Chen. A monstrous talent. This guy's talent is simply too damn monstrous. This incredible scene before them not only shocked Meng Dongxing to the extreme. The surrounding onlookers also had their eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. 5 minutes. In less than 5 minutes, this guy actually passed through Lingyun Tower. This isn't just breaking a record, it's completely obliterating the record Shi Xingqi set back then. Holy crap! He passed through Lingyun Tower in less than 5 minutes. How did this guy do it? I must have seen it wrong. This is too damn fake. There must be something wrong with Lingyun Tower, otherwise, there's no way the Lingyun tablet wouldn't react. Everyone snapped back to reality, looking at Jiang Chen with expressions of utter disbelief. But just then, the Lingyun tablet, which had been motionless, suddenly vibrated with a hum. An extraordinarily dazzling light shot up from the Lingyun stone tablet. Immediately, Jiang Chen's golden shimmering name instantly appeared at the very top of the Lingyun tablet. His name forcibly pushed Shi Xingqi, who was originally at the top, down to the second position. And the most tragic of all was Meng Dongxing. He had only been on the Lingyun tablet for a few minutes before Jiang Chen pushed him down. Oh my gosh! This is actually real. Shi Xingqi's 30-year record on the Lingyun tablet was utterly destroyed by Jiang Chen just like that. Looking at the two characters Jiang Chen dominating the top of the list, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. However, Jiang Chen, paid no attention to any of this. After obtaining the identity token of an inner court disciple, he directly left Lingyun Tower under the shocked and incredulous gazes of everyone. Returning to the Golden Disciple's residence, Jiang Chen simply packed up, and then, together with Meng Qingxue and the fire-scaled beast, entered the inner compound of Lingyun Martial Mansion. After receiving his inner compound student robes and settling in, Jiang Chen eagerly asked Meng Qingxue to take him to see the Sword Mark Hall. The Sword Mark Hall is one of the core buildings in the inner compound of Lingyun Martial Mansion. It is said that in the Sword Mark Hall, an ancestor of Lingyun Martial Mansion once left 3 sword marks there. Each of these 3 sword marks contains the sword intent of that ancestor. Sword intent is a martial arts true meaning that completely transcends any martial skill or move. However, the true meaning of martial arts is extremely difficult to comprehend. Even in the hundreds of years of Lingyun Martial Mansion's history, the geniuses who could comprehend the true meaning of martial arts were few and far between. The true meaning of martial arts is a very powerful artistic conception.
Once any martial cultivator comprehends it, they can become unrivaled among peers. It's not even impossible to kill enemies beyond their level. 10 minutes later, Meng Qingxue led Jiang Chen to the entrance of the Sword Mark Hall. At Lingyun Martial Mansion, any inner compound student is qualified to come to the Sword Mark Hall to comprehend sword intent. However, to enter the Sword Mark Hall, one must pay 10,000 student points each time. Generally speaking, besides the geniuses on the Lingyun ranking, few people are willing to spend 10,000 student points to comprehend this elusive sword intent. After Meng Qingxue paid 10,000 student points for him, Jiang Chen strode into the Sword Mark Hall. The Sword Mark Hall was not large. Apart from a square stone in the center of the palace, there was nothing else. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over the stone and immediately spotted the 3 sword marks on it. Each mark was extremely sharp, as if the mark itself was a sharp sword. Ding! You glance at the sword mark stone, gaining 100 experience. Ding! You have successfully comprehended the first level of sword intent. As the 2 system prompts sounded, Jiang Chen instantly felt that he had grasped the essence of the first level of sword intent. While excited, Jiang Chen couldn't help but once again marvel at the power of the 100-fold cultivation system. Sword intent, among the many true meanings of martial arts, is one of the most powerful. Even an ordinary sword cultivator, even if they exhaust their entire life's energy, may not be able to comprehend even the slightest bit of sword intent. However, Jiang Chen merely glanced at this sword mark stone, which contained sword intent, and successfully comprehended the first level of sword intent. If those genius sword cultivators on the divine martial continent knew about this, who knows if they would be so angry as to spit blood. After comprehending the first level of sword intent, Jiang Chen continued to observe the sword mark stone for a while. When he found that he would no longer gain experience points by observing these sword marks, he then turned and left the Sword Mark Hall. "Why did you come out so quickly?" Seeing Jiang Chen, who had entered the Sword Mark Hall but ran out in just over 10 minutes. Meng Qingxue's beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of astonishment. Comprehending sword intent is not something that can be achieved overnight. Generally speaking, students who enter the Sword Mark Hall to comprehend sword intent almost always stay there for a full day. Compared to that, 10,000 student points were no small amount. In the Lingyun Martial Academy, even a regular inner-sect student might not earn 10,000 student points in a month. I had a slight epiphany in the Sword Mark Hall just now. I can just go back and slowly comprehend it on my own. There's no need to stay inside. Jiang Chen said lightly. What? Meng Qingxue immediately widened her beautiful eyes, looking at Jiang Chen with an incredulous expression. She even suspected that there was something wrong with her ears. This guy only stayed in the Sword Mark Hall for 10 minutes and he could have an epiphany? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. It's not surprising that I gained some insight by observing the sword intent left by the ancestors of Lingyun Martial Academy, is it? Normal? Normal, my foot. At this moment, even Meng Qingxue, who usually had a calm demeanor, couldn't help but feel a little frantic. Meng Qingxue had comprehended the sword intent in the Sword Mark Hall more than 10 times. But even so, she had only grasped a mere fraction of the sword intent. Yet, this guy in front of her, entering the Sword Mark Hall for the first time and only staying for a mere 10 minutes, came out and told her he had already gained some insight. This is too disheartening. Jiang Chen. Just as Jiang Chen was speaking with Meng Qingxue, a cold voice suddenly rang in their ears. The sudden sound made Jiang Chen slightly taken aback. He looked up and saw a tall, handsome young man striding towards the Sword Mark Hall. Looking at the young man before him, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This young man was none other than Lin Yu, the former top talent among the younger generation in Sangshan City, and now ranked third on the Lingyun list of the Lingyun Martial Academy. Jiang Chen had not expected to run into Lin Yu so soon after entering the inner sect. It seemed they were destined to be enemies. Jiang Chen, I was just about to go look for you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep, saving me a lot of trouble. Lin Yu stared coldly at Jiang Chen, his entire being instantly filled with a murderous aura. Is that so? Jiang Chen glanced at Lin Yu indifferently and said arrogantly, even if I stand before you now, what can you do to me? Jiang Chen, don't be so arrogant in front of me.
Lin Yu stared at Jiang Chen with a sinister gaze. I ask you, did you kill my father? He who kills, shall be killed. Since he dared to try and kill me, he should have been prepared to be killed. Dying by my hand, he has only himself to blame. Jiang Chen said expressionlessly. Good, very good. Lin Yu laughed in extreme anger, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. Jiang Chen, you killed my father. If I don't avenge this, I, Lin Yu, swear I am not a man. Lin Yu never imagined that this former famous good-for-nothing in Sangshan City could suddenly rise and grow to such an incredible level. Even his own father perished at Jiang Chen's hands. And their Lin family was consequently forced to leave Sangshan City. Everything, all of it, was caused by Jiang Chen. Lin Yu had long wished to tear Jiang Chen to pieces. However, out of fear of Jiang Chen's strength, Lin Yu had to suppress the killing intent in his heart and diligently cultivated himself. In these past few days, Lin Yu had almost unleashed his full potential. Not only did he successfully break through from the 8th to the 9th stage of Qi control, but he also comprehended a rudimentary sword intent within the sword mark hall. With his current strength, even when facing some powerful experts in the innate realm, he might not be without a fighting chance. Now that he had encountered Jiang Chen here, how could he let Jiang Chen off? You want revenge? You can. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, but that depends on whether you have the ability. Jiang Chen, when I, Lin Yu, dominated Sangshan City, you were nothing but a good-for-nothing from the Jiang family. Even if you got lucky and shed your good-for-nothing title, you are still not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Yu stared at Jiang Chen with a murderous look. Enough talk, dare you come out and fight me, with no regard for life or death. The confrontation between Jiang Chen and Lin Yu quickly attracted the attention of some students passing by the sword mark hall. They all stopped in their tracks, unable to resist pausing to watch. Holy crap! Who is that kid? Lin Yu, ranked 3rd on the Ling Yun list, actually wants to fight him to the death? He must be that amazing guy who took Meng Qingxue as his maid. Haven't you seen Meng Qingxue standing right beside him? Oh, it's him, no wonder he's so incredible. I remember Lin Yu always had a soft spot for Meng Qingxue. This is going to be a good show. Lin Yu, if you don't want to end up like your father, you'd better disappear from his sight immediately. Meng Qingxue's delicate brows furrowed as she looked at Lin Yu and said indifferently. Lin Yu's face darkened. Meng Qingxue, what do you mean by that? Nothing, just a piece of advice, considering you once helped me. Meng Qingxue said coldly, if you leave now, perhaps it's still not too late. Meng Qingxue, what benefits did this kid give you that make you willing to do this for him? Lin Yu's face instantly became extremely grim. He looked up at Jiang Chen, and couldn't help but say mockingly, Jiang Chen, what kind of skill is it to hide behind a woman? If you're a man, come out and fight me. Firstly, if I can have a woman for me to hide behind, that's also my skill. Secondly, you think too highly of yourself. To deal with trash like you, why would I need to rely on others? If you truly wish to fight me, I shall oblige. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, his arrogant voice resonating directly in Lin Yu's ears. With his proud words spoken, Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Lin Yu indifferently. Make your move, let me see how capable you, the former top genius of Sangshan City, truly are. Jiang Chen, you killed my father, destroyed my Lin family, this hatred is irreconcilable, die for me. A ferocious expression flashed across Lin Yu's handsome face. He roared, his aura instantly rising to its peak, and he punched directly at Jiang Chen's chest with lightning speed. However, facing Lin Yu's attack, Jiang Chen stood still, showing no intention of resisting. He looked as if he had been struck by a freezing spell. What is Jiang Chen doing? Is he trying to use his body to withstand Lin Yu's palm strike? What the hell? Even if this guy wants to show off, this isn't the way to do it. He's not showing off, I think he's practically seeking death. Seeing this scene, many people looked at Jiang Chen with expressions reserved for an idiot. Facing the full-strength blow of a martial artist above the 8th level of the spirit control realm, this guy actually showed no intention of defending, wanting to withstand it head-on with his body. You really think you're a powerhouse of the innate realm? Moreover, even an innate realm powerhouse probably wouldn't dare to play like this, right? While everyone was speechless at Jiang Chen's idiotic actions, Lin Yu's fist landed squarely on Jiang Chen's body with a thud. Immediately, a shocking scene unfolded. Jiang Chen only took half a step back from Lin Yu's punch before steadying himself. On the other hand, Lin Yu stumbled back more than 10 steps in a sorry state. What the hell, what exactly is going on? Where did this monster, Jiang Chen, come from? He actually managed to withstand Lin Yu's blow with his body. Awesome, this is damn awesome. Looking at the situation before them, countless onlookers were stunned and almost couldn't believe their eyes. Casually deflecting Lin Yu's blow, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer, "Lin Yu, your punch is really too weak." "Jiang Chen, don't be too arrogant. I'm going to make you pay for your arrogance right now." Faced with Jiang Chen's taunts, Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a ferocious roar. He moved his palm, and a sharp surge of energy instantly swirled in his palm. A moment later, a transparent giant palm, 2 to 3 zhang in size, directly condensed on his hand. Profound grade low-tier martial skill, cloud-shocking palm. As Lin Yu roared, the giant transparent palm instantly enveloped Jiang Chen. However, facing Lin Yu's powerful attack, Jiang Chen still stood there quietly. He showed no resistance, no evasion, and instead, a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Boom! Lin Yu's cloud-shocking palm, a profound grade martial skill, struck the unresisting Jiang Chen almost in the blink of an eye, completely engulfing Jiang Chen's body. A moment later, Lin Yu's shocking cloud palm's force finally dissipated slowly in mid-air. And Jiang Chen's figure once again appeared in everyone's sight. When they saw Jiang Chen still standing there unharmed, their eyes instantly widened. Holy crap! Lin Yu, the mighty third-ranked genius on the soaring cloud list, after unleashing a profound grade martial skill, couldn't even harm Jiang Chen, who wasn't even resisting, in the slightest. Awesome! Overpowered! Is this kid even human? Impossible, this is simply impossible. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was still unharmed after taking his profound grade martial skill, the shocking cloud palm, Lin Yu's expression was blank, and he couldn't help but let out an incredulous roar. He, a dignified Chi Control 9th level martial artist, after unleashing a profound grade martial skill, couldn't even break Jiang Chen's body's defense. You should have enjoyed that, right? If you're done, isn't it my turn now? Jiang Chen looked indifferently at the astonished Lin Yu, clenched his fist abruptly, and swiftly punched towards Lin Yu like lightning. Cracking sounds came from his bones. A moment later, Jiang Chen gently lifted his foot, then brought it down fiercely. Bang! As his foot landed, a dull explosion instantly resounded. Jiang Chen's body immediately shot towards Lin Yu like an arrow released from a bowstring. His fist, without any ripple of internal force, directly and cleanly smashed towards Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu stared coldly at the approaching Jiang Chen, a fierce burst of internal force accompanying his fist as he met Jiang Chen's punch head-on. In an instant, an earth-shattering collision instantly exploded in mid-air. Immediately after, Lin Yu's body trembled, and he was sent flying several yards backward in a disheveled manner. However, before he could stabilize himself, Jiang Chen's figure suddenly closed in, and another earth-shattering punch came roaring towards him. Lin Yu's face instantly changed dramatically, and he hastily conjured a defensive chi shield around himself to block Jiang Chen's attack. Bang! Jiang Chen's punch landed squarely on Lin Yu, directly and forcefully shattering him. And Lin Yu's body, like a kite with a broken string, crashed several yards away. Put! After landing, Lin Yu felt a sweetness in his throat, and he couldn't help but spew out a mouthful of fresh blood. Looking indifferently at Lin Yu, Jiang Chen's contemptuous voice instantly resounded. Lin Yu, you, the former #1 of Ascension City's younger generation, the third-ranked genius on the soaring cloud list, are nothing more than this. Even without using internal energy, I can beat you into a cripple. Seeing Jiang Chen effortlessly beat Lin Yu into such a sorry state with just 2 punches, countless onlookers were once again stunned. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. I can't believe even someone like Lin Yu was abused so miserably. Yes, throughout the entire process just now, Jiang Chen didn't seem to use even a trace of internal energy, did he? This guy, just relying on his physical body is already this powerful, it's truly terrifying. hearing the chatter from the crowd and Jiang Chen's disdainful taunts.
Lin Yu's face was ashen. Suppressing the excruciating pain racking his body, he slowly rose from the ground.
Jiang Chen, I have to admit, you're strong. Stronger than I ever could have imagined. But, even so, I, Lin Yu, will absolutely not lose to you today. As Lin Yu's cold words fell, a long sword shimmering with an icy glint materialized in his hand. He gripped the long sword, his eyes narrowed, and an incredibly sharp aura instantly erupted from him. As this aura burst forth from Lin Yu, the long swords of some nearby students suddenly began to vibrate with a strange hum. Jiang Chen, after learning you killed my father, I sat in silent meditation in the Hall of Sword Scars for 3 days and finally comprehended sword intent. Today, I'll let you witness the power of sword intent. Sword intent. Lin Yu had actually comprehended sword intent. Hearing Lin Yu's chilling words and feeling the astonishing aura radiating from him, the surrounding students were all horrified. Holy shit! Lin Yu truly is the most promising genius of our Skycloud Martial Academy. Yeah, I can't believe he even comprehended sword intent. Sword intent is one of the most tyrannical forms of martial intent. Jiang Chen is probably done for this time. It wasn't just the surrounding students who were stunned by the sword intent erupting from Lin Yu. Even Meng Qingshue's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of shock. Meng Qingxue was very clear about how difficult it was to comprehend sword intent. Even with her talent, she has only just grasped the basics so far. But the sword intent emanating from Lin Yu was already a complete embryonic form of sword intent. As long as he gradually perfected it, he might be able to condense a true first-level sword intent. Sword intent. This is synonymous with invincibility and power. Anyone who comprehends sword intent is practically invincible among those at the same level, and even killing opponents of a higher level is not a problem. Watching Lin Yu unleash his sword intent, even Meng Qingxue, who knew Jiang Chen was very strong, couldn't help but reveal a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes. I didn't expect you to have some talent, to actually comprehend sword intent. However, with this embryonic form of sword intent that you haven't even fully condensed, you still can't pose a threat to me. Faced with the sword intent emanating from Lin Yu, Jiang Chen remained calm. He glanced indifferently at Lin Yu, then turned and said to Meng Qingxue behind him, "Qingxue, lend me your sword for a moment." Meng Qingxue was slightly stunned, but quickly took out a sword from her spatial ring and threw it to Jiang Chen. Holding Meng Qingxue's silver long sword, Jiang Chen performed a graceful flourish with it in his hand, and his calm voice echoed in everyone's ears. Just now, while observing the sword marks in the sword mark hall, I accidentally comprehended sword intent. Since you want to use sword intent, then I'll use the sword intent I accidentally comprehended to duel with you. I will let you know what true sword intent is. Jiang Chen's calm words instantly caused the mouths of the onlookers to drop so wide a duck egg could be stuffed in. This guy actually claimed he also comprehended sword intent. And he supposedly just accidentally comprehended it while in the sword mark hall. Holy crap! Did this guy really think sword intent was like a common cabbage in the market, something he could comprehend just by wanting to? Ha ha! Jiang Chen, you entered the sword mark hall for the first time today, and you comprehended sword intent in there? Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh disdainfully. Jiang Chen said indifferently, "Why not? Alright, then let me witness the sword intent you accidentally comprehended." Lin Yu smiled menacingly, then fiercely slashed out with the sword infused with his sword intent towards Jiang Chen. In an instant, a grayish-white sword chi sliced straight towards Jiang Chen. The chilling aura contained within the sword chi seemed to pierce through everything, making all things wither. Jiang Chen watched Lin Yu's sword intent infused strike with a calm expression. He saw his eyes narrow, and a materialized sword intent instantly surged from Jiang Chen's body. Immediately after, Jiang Chen's hand, gripping the long sword, moved slightly, and he swung out a seemingly ordinary strike. At the same time, a faint cold shout instantly reverberated in everyone's ears. "Breakthrough for me!" Jiang Chen's seemingly ordinary strike, however, was unstoppable, easily shattering Lin Yu's fierce sword light infused with sword intent. The terrifying power directly pressed towards Lin Yu with lightning speed. No, impossible, how could he comprehend such powerful sword intent?
Seeing his sword-intent-infused attack so easily broken by Jiang Chen, Lin Yu let out an incredulous growl. He gritted his teeth, unleashed his sword intent to its limit, and his 3-foot sharp blade whistled out. Bang! The two sword intent-infused attacks clashed again, and the fierce energy wildly raged in all directions. In that instant, Lin Yu's body, caught in the aftermath of the force, spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. On the other side, Jiang Chen's figure stood like a straight, sharp sword, completely unaffected by the surging gale. Holy crap! Lin Yu actually lost even with his sword intent. The sword intent Jiang Chen unleashed just now was many times more powerful than Lin Yu's. It would be strange if he didn't lose. It's said that when Jiang Chen challenged the Lingyun Pagoda, he broke Shi Xingqi's record. I didn't believe it at first, but now I have to. Yes. This guy, he's practically a monster among monsters. Upon witnessing Lin Yu unleash his sword intent, only to be completely suppressed by Jiang Chen's even more powerful sword intent, countless onlookers were left in utter shock. The expressions in their eyes as they gazed at Jiang Chen were filled with an unparalleled level of astonishment. This guy truly wasn't bragging. The first time he entered the Sword Mark Hall, he inadvertently comprehended sword intent. And it was an incredibly powerful sword intent. Even Lin Yu, who had also comprehended sword intent, seemed utterly vulnerable before him. However, compared to the crowd gathered around, Meng Qingxue was arguably the most shocked. At this very moment, Meng Qingxue was beyond words to describe how monstrous and abnormal Jiang Chen was. Meng Qingxue cultivated the way of the sword, and given her extraordinary background, she naturally understood sword intent far better than the average person. The sword intent Jiang Chen displayed just now had already reached the stage of transforming the illusory into reality. Such sword intent was already truly a first-level sword intent, completely incomparable to Lin Yu's nascent sword intent. If Jiang Chen had cultivated the way of the sword since childhood and comprehended first-level sword intent at this age, while Meng Qingxue would be surprised, she could still accept it. But Jiang Chen was not a sword cultivator at all. This entry into the Sword Mark Hall seemed to be his first encounter with sword intent. What left Meng Qingxue even more speechless was that Jiang Chen had only spent less than 10 minutes in the Sword Mark Hall in total. Someone who had been in contact with sword intent for less than 10 minutes had somehow comprehended a first-level sword intent. What kind of monstrous comprehension must one possess to be so abnormal? While everyone was still immersed in shock, Jiang Chen, holding his long sword, walked expressionlessly towards Lin Yu. Jiang Chen, what do you want to do? As he watched Jiang Chen slowly approaching him, a panicked expression involuntarily appeared on Lin Yu's pale face. If I remember correctly, this battle of ours was supposed to be a life-and-death struggle, wasn't it? Since it's a life-and-death struggle, I have no reason not to kill you. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Yu with a cold expression, and a sharp killing intent instantly erupted in his eyes. With a swing of the long sword in his hand, a silver sword light shot directly towards Lin Yu's glabella with lightning speed. Jiang Chen's sword strike was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the sword light was already in front of Lin Yu. No! Staring at the oncoming sword light, Lin Yu, already too weak to fight back, finally revealed a look of despair in his eyes. Jiang Chen's expression was cold, his gaze towards Lin Yu was as if he were looking at a dead man. This Lin Yu's talent was not weak, and while he posed no threat to someone with a system like him, he was ultimately a hidden danger. Moreover, the situation between him and Lin Yu had long since become an endless feud. Since Lin Yu had delivered himself to him for a life-and-death battle this time, how could he possibly let Lin Yu off? However, just as Jiang Chen's fierce sword was about to pierce Lin Yu's head, a fiery red figure suddenly descended from the sky. With a gentle wave of his palm, he directly caused Jiang Chen's sword light to dissipate into nothingness. Meanwhile, a faint sigh also instantly resounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Alas! Young man, could you give me some face and let this matter end here today? Jiang Chen looked at the suddenly appearing red-robed old man, his gaze slightly narrowing. Who are you, senior? The red-robed old man said with a chuckle, I am Yen Sangming, an elder of the inner palace of the Lingyun Martial Mansion. So it's Elder Yen. Jiang Chen looked at Yen Sangming indifferently. This life-and-death battle was proposed by Lin Yu himself. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for Elder Yen to interfere like this? Life and death battles must be conducted on the life and death stage of the martial mansion. Your private conduct of such a battle is already against the rules. Our Lingyun martial mansion has always ranked low among the 9 mansions of the Great Xia Kingdom. Now that we have finally produced 2 geniuses who comprehended sword intent, I don't want any of you to make a mistake. As Yin Sangming spoke, he directly took out a long sword shimmering with red light from his storage ring.
Young man, this blazing dragon sword can be considered a rare second-grade spirit weapon. Consider it my compensation to you. Just for my sake, how about you cease this battle? A second-grade spirit weapon. Hearing Yin Sangming, countless disciples around looked at the blazing dragon sword with extremely fervent expressions. In the divine martial continent, weapons are divided into ordinary weapons and spirit weapons. Spirit weapons are extremely difficult to forge and are very rare. Even the lowest grade first-grade spirit weapons are priceless, and ordinary people simply cannot afford them. And this second-grade spirit weapon before their eyes was absolutely a weapon countless sword cultivators dreamed of. Since Elder Yen has spoken to this extent, I shall spare his life. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and took the blazing dragon sword from Yin Sangming. This old man was very powerful. If he truly intended to protect Linyu, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to kill him anyway. Now that he could obtain a blazing dragon sword, it was already quite good, and there was no need for him to stubbornly contend with this old man. After accepting the blazing dragon sword, Jiang Chen didn't spare Linyu another glance. He bid farewell to Yin Sangming, then turned and left directly. Leaving the Sword Mark Hall, Jiang Chen returned to his residence with Meng Qingxue. However, when he returned to the entrance of his courtyard, he found that a crowd of people was gathered there. In the center of this crowd, a fire-curing beast, covered in wounds, let out roars of anger. And in front of the fire-curing beast, a black giant python, fully 10 meters long, was glaring menacingly at it. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's expression suddenly turned cold. He took a step, soaring into the sky, then instantly descended from above into the center of the crowd. At the same time, his cold voice resonated in everyone's ears. Who let this crawler injure my fire-curing beast? Don't you dare not come out and face death. Jiang Chen's figure instantly descending from the sky caused everyone around to be momentarily stunned. Who is this guy? Is he the owner of this fire-curing beast? I don't know him. This kid really got lucky to actually obtain a 6th-grade fire-curing beast cub. Humph. What's the point of getting it? It's just doing someone else's work for nothing. Now that Wu Feiyu has his eyes on this fire-scaled beast, could it possibly be his? Just as everyone was discussing Jiang Chen. Behind the black giant python, a black-robed young man with an arrogant expression slowly walked out. He looked down at Jiang Chen. Kid, is this fire-scaled beast yours? Jiang Chen didn't answer. He stared coldly at the black-robed young man. Was it you who instructed this worm to injure my fire-scaled beast? What if it was? What if it wasn't? The black-robed young man sneered. I didn't intend to hurt it, just to subdue it. But it was unappreciative, so I can't be blamed. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. My fire-scaled beast, is it something you can subdue just because you want to? In this world, anything I, Wu Feiyu, set my eyes on, I get. Wu Feiyu looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. Kid, you're not worthy of owning a fire-scaled beast. Jiang Chen sneered back. I'm not worthy, but you are? That's right. Wu Feiyu said proudly, I am a Tier 3 beast tamer, and I'll soon break through to Tier 4. Only in my hands can a fire-scaled beast grow better. A mere Tier 3 beast tamer, you're not qualified to show off in front of me yet. Jiang Chen's eyes grew cold. The fire-scaled beast is mine. Whether I can make it grow or not is my business, and it's not your place to interfere. Kid, I don't want to waste any more words with you here. Wu Feiyu said impatiently, no matter what, I've taken a liking to your fire-scaled beast. If you're smart, sell it to me. Jiang Chen's expression turned cold. You say sell it to you, and I must sell it to you? Kid, a Tier 6 demonic beast isn't something you can possess. As the saying goes, an innocent man is punished for possessing a treasure. I'll give you 100,000 gold coins. Selling the fire-scaled beast to me is your best option. Otherwise, this fire-scaled beast might even bring you a deadly disaster.
Wu Feiyu looked at Jiang Chen with a cold smile, a hint of threat even faintly discernible in his eyes. I'll only say this once, I'm not selling the fire-scaled beast. Even if the price is higher, I still won't sell it. Jiang Chen sneered inwardly. The fire-scaled beast, it's a tier 6 demonic beast with divine beast bloodline. Its value simply cannot be measured in money. This kid actually wants to buy his fire-scaled beast for 100,000 gold coins? How is that any different from outright robbery? Kid, I'll also say this one last time, sell the fire-scaled beast to me. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't even get 10,000 gold coins. Seeing Jiang Chen being so unappreciative, a sharp glint flashed in Wu Feiyu's eyes. I already said, the fire-scaled beast is not for sale. Do you not understand human speech? I don't want to waste words with you either. You and this worm injured my fire-scaled beast just now, and you'll have to pay the price for it. Jiang Chen's face was extremely cold. His sharp gaze shot directly at Wu Feiyu, and his cold voice instantly echoed in the air. I'm giving you a choice now, do you choose to die, or does it die? Holy crap! This kid must have taken the wrong medicine, to be so arrogant in front of Wu Feiyu. Yeah, in this Lingyun Martial Arts Academy, almost everyone who offends Wu Feiyu comes to a bad end. This kid, he's probably dead meat in a bit. Seeing Jiang Chen being so reckless and audacious in front of Wu Feiyu, many people around couldn't help but shake their heads, casting a sympathetic look at Jiang Chen. Ha ha! What kind of trash are you to dare say such things in front of me? Wu Feiyu immediately burst into disdainful laughter. He looked at Jiang Chen with an arrogant expression. Kid, do you know who I am? Who was he, Wu Feiyu? The renowned genius beast tamer of Lingyun Martial Arts Academy. And his elder brother, Wu Feilong, was the #1 genius on the Lingyun ranking. In this Lingyun Martial Arts Academy, he, Wu Feiyu, was practically untouchable. And this unknown kid in front of him actually dared to speak so arrogantly and ask him how he wanted to die. It was simply a huge joke. Who you are, I don't need to know. I only know that you injured my fire Kylan beast, and you must pay the price for it. Since you won't choose, I'll choose for you. I'll take the life of your black cloud python. As the faint words fell, Jiang Chen's figure appeared like a ghost directly in front of the giant black python. He clenched his right fist and landed a simple, unadorned punch on the black python's head. Bang! The seemingly ordinary punch, however, contained a powerful force comparable to a strike from a Xian realm expert. The black cloud python's massive body, nearly 10 meters long, was instantly sent flying by Jiang Chen's punch. Boom! Moments later, the ground suddenly shook as if an earthquake had occurred. The black cloud python crashed to the ground several zhang away with a thud, directly creating a large crater in the ground. Immediately after, crimson blood surged from the black cloud python's head. After struggling briefly, the black cloud python finally let out its last breath unwillingly, completely dead. This shocking scene instantly plunged the surroundings into a deathly silence. All eyes on Jiang Chen revealed unconcealed astonishment. Black Cloud Python, this was a rank 2 high-level demonic beast. A mature Black Cloud Python was a powerful existence capable of rivaling a 9th-stage chi manipulation realm expert. However, yet, such a powerful Black Cloud Python was effortlessly killed by a single punch from this kid in front of them. Even the top geniuses on the Lingyun ranking could never kill a rank 2 high-level demonic beast with one punch. How on earth did this guy do it? This whole situation was just too unbelievable, too shocking. Watching his Black Cloud Python get killed by Jiang Chen's punch, it took Wu Feiyu a while to recover from the shock. Immediately, he glared at Jiang Chen with icy eyes, his gaze burning with raging fury. You bastard, how dare you kill my Black Cloud Python? Wu Feiyu won't be done with you today. This grade 2 high-level demonic beast, the Black Cloud Python, was something he had put a lot of effort into acquiring. Yet, it was just killed by Jiang Chen with a single punch. How could Wu Feiyu not be enraged by this? You talk too much nonsense. Jiang Chen gave Wu Feiyu a cold glance. Pointing at the Black Cloud Python's corpse, his indifferent voice, devoid of any emotion, rang directly in Wu Feiyu's ears. You still have two choices, either disappear from my sight immediately, or suffer the same fate as it. Jiang Chen's voice, laced with chilling killing intent, made Wu Feiyu's body tremble involuntarily. He was a beast tamer, relying on controlling his pets to fight others. His own strength wasn't formidable, he had only recently broken through to the Qi control realm. Now that even his black cloud python was killed by Jiang Chen with a single punch, how could he possibly be Jiang Chen's opponent? Good, very good. Kid, in this Lingyun martial mansion, you're the first person to ever humiliate me like this. You just wait, this isn't over between us. After Wu Feiyu's expression flickered erratically for a while, he finally hurled a fierce threat at Jiang Chen, then turned and left. TSK, that guy is really impressive, he actually made Wu Feiyu eat humble pie. He's impressive because he has impressive strength. Killing a black cloud python with a single punch, such strength is probably not inferior to Wu Feilong's, right? In our Lingyun martial mansion, when did such an amazing person appear again? After Wu Feiyu left, Jiang Chen, under the amazed gazes of the crowd, led his fire Kirin beast into his own courtyard. And just then, Meng Qingxue, who was nearby, also walked directly into the courtyard. I didn't see wrongly, did I? The one who just went in was Meng Qingxue, the beautiful genius from our Lingyun ranking. Holy cow! I know who that young man was now. He must be Jiang Chen, the one rumored to have taken Meng Qingxue as his maidservant, right? So it was him. No wonder he's so awesome. Witnessing the scene before them, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in amazement once again. After Jiang Chen returned to the courtyard, he immediately used a beast tamer's healing technique to heal the fire Kirin beast's injuries. Then, with a serious expression, he repeatedly admonished the fire Kirin beast, telling it not to run around alone. A grade 6 fire Kirin beast cub is not only a coveted existence for countless beast tamers. Even some ordinary martial artists would probably be incredibly envious. On Jiang Chen's first day in the inner mansion, he once again continued the legend of the outer mansion. He comprehended sword intent in the sword mark hall, defeated Lin Yu, who ranked third on the Lingyun ranking, and killed Wu Feiyu's black cloud python with a single punch. Such a fierce battle record instantly caused a sensation in the inner mansion of Lingyun Martial Mansion. This also made his reputation in Lingyun Martial Mansion instantly catch up to Wu Feilong, the top genius on the Lingyun ranking, making him a legendary figure. However, after Jiang Chen caused a sensation in the inner sect of Lingyun Martial Mansion on his first day, the following period became much quieter. For several days in a row, Jiang Chen stayed in his courtyard cultivating. Under the hundredfold experience of the hundredfold cultivation system, even without consuming pills. Jiang Chen's experience in Qi cultivation stage 9 still reached its maximum, allowing him to successfully break through to the Xiantian first stage. After breaking through to the Xiantian first stage, just as Jiang Chen was about to go out for some fresh air, he heard a commotion coming from outside the courtyard. Jiang Chen frowned and strode outside. A short while later, Jiang Chen arrived at the outer courtyard. In the courtyard, a slender young man, about 20 years old, stood proudly in the center. And by the young man's side, the two servants assigned by Lingyun Martial Arts Academy to look after Jiang Chen's daily needs seemed to have been beaten by him, looking very disheveled. Seeing this scene, a trace of anger flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He moved swiftly, striding towards the courtyard. At the same time, a cold voice directly echoed through the courtyard. I don't care who you are, get out of here immediately, and don't make trouble on my turf. The young man looked at Jiang Chen, who walked out from the courtyard, and his eyebrows involuntarily twitched slightly. He looked at Jiang Chen indifferently. You say this is your turf, so you must be Jiang Chen? Does who I am matter? Jiang Chen said coldly, what matters is that you not only caused trouble on my turf, but you also injured my people. They are merely two lowly dog slaves, yet they dared to block me. It's already good that I didn't take their lives. The young man was completely indifferent and directly ordered Jiang Chen, I'm here to find Meng Qingxue. Go and call Meng Qingxue out for this young master. His condescending tone was as if he were ordering a servant. Is that so? Jiang Chen said with a cold face, in your eyes, they are dog slaves. But in my eyes, you are probably not even as good as a dog.
Kid, what the hell did you just say? You, a mere inner disciple of Lingyun Martial Arts Academy, dare to insult this young master? I think you're tired of living. The young man stared menacingly at Jiang Chen, his entire being instantly filled with murderous intent. Jiang Chen snorted, "You are not a member of Lingyun Martial Arts Academy, yet you trespass into its inner compound. I think you are the one who's tired of living." Ha ha! What is a mere Lingyun Martial Arts Academy?
Let alone this Lingyun Martial Arts Academy, even in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, there's no place I, Meng Xingyu, dare not trespass.
Meng Xingyu burst into laughter. Immediately after, he looked at Jiang Chen impatiently. "Quickly call Meng Xingxue out to see me, and this young master will spare your life." Meng Xingxue is currently my maid. Jiang Chen glanced at Meng Xingyu indifferently. "What are you? Do you think you can see my maid just because you want to?
I gave you a chance to live, but you insist on seeking death.
In that case, I shall grant your wish. Die for me." Meng Xingyu was instantly enraged by Jiang Chen's words.
His expression turned cold, and with a flick of his right hand, his Xiantian True Qi directly transformed into a huge illusory palm, grabbing towards Jiang Chen.
Xiantian True Qi. This Meng Xingyu is indeed a Xiantian expert. Jiang Chen's gaze narrowed. He moved his hand, quickly drew out the blazing dragon sword, and swung a sword strike towards the illusory palm. The fierce sword aura, almost in the blink of an eye, shattered Meng Xingyu's illusory palm. The sword aura shattered Meng Xingyu's palm force without losing any speed, striking Meng Xingyu's palm like a bolt of lightning. Put! In that instant, a stream of fresh blood spurted, and a wound instantly appeared on Meng Xingyu's right palm, bleeding profusely. Innate sword qi, you're also an innate expert? Meng Xingyu looked at the wound on his right palm, and an undisguised look of shock immediately appeared in his gaze towards Jiang Chen. He never expected that Jiang Chen, merely an inner disciple of Lingyun Martial Mansion, was already an innate realm expert. As far as he knew, in Lingyun Martial Mansion, besides Wu Feilong, who was ranked first on the Lingyun list, there seemed to be no other innate realm disciples. Where did this kid come from? Someone like you, who is worse than a dog, can reach the innate realm, so why can't I be in the innate realm? Jiang Chen looked at Meng Xingyu expressionlessly. He abruptly lifted the blazing dragon sword in his hand, pointing its tip at Meng Xingyu, and his icy voice instantly reached Meng Xingyu's ears. Meng Xingyu, if you know what's good for you, get out of my courtyard immediately. Otherwise, I'll take your dog's life with one sword. Ha ha! Jiang Chen, want to take my life with one sword? Do you even qualify? It is indeed a bit surprising that you suddenly reached the innate realm, but that's all it is. As you are now, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me yet. Meng Xingyu laughed disdainfully. Immediately after, a blood-red long saber exuding a sharp killing intent instantly appeared out of thin air in his hand. Meng Xingyu, what are you doing here? Just as Meng Xingyu was about to make a move, a clear, cold shout suddenly rang out from inside the courtyard. Meng Xingxue's figure flashed and she appeared beside Jiang Chen. Her beautiful eyes stared intently at Meng Xingyu opposite her, her expression extremely cold. I am here on young master's orders to bring you back to the Meng family. Meng Xingyu raised his long saber, pointing it at Jiang Chen, and said indifferently, I heard you willingly became this kid's maid? My affairs do not require your interference. Meng Xingxue said coldly, go back and tell Meng Tianheng that I will return to the Meng family within 10 days. You can leave now. 10 days' time, I can give you that. However, as a young lady of the Meng family, with noble status, you are now this kid's maid. Where do you place the Meng family's reputation? Get out of my way. After I kill this kid to uphold the prestige of our Meng family, I will naturally leave. Meng Xingyu raised the long saber in his hand, gazing at Jiang Chen with a face full of killing intent. Meng Xingyu, don't think that just because you're from the Meng family, you're really that great. I'm telling you not to make a move for your own good. If you truly make a move, I guarantee you'll be the one who regrets it. Meng Xingxue stared coldly at Meng Xingyu, her pretty face covered in frost. Meng Xingyu said indifferently, then step aside. I'd like to see how he can make me regret it.
Since you insist on bringing shame upon yourself, I won't stop you. Meng Qingxue coldly glanced at Meng Xingyu, then turned her head directly to Jiang Chen and said, "You do it.
Just leave him alive."
The Meng family, one of the four great aristocratic families in the imperial city of Daxia, and also the foremost martial arts family in Daxia. If this guy really died at Jiang Chen's hands, it would likely cause Jiang Chen a lot of trouble.
Okay. Jiang Chen nodded.
He stared at Meng Xingyu with an indifferent expression, his cold voice instantly reverberating in Meng Xingyu's ears. "For Qingshue's sake, I won't kill you today. However, while death can be avoided, punishment for the crime cannot. You injured my person on my territory, so leave an arm behind."
Ha ha.
Meng Xingyu let out a sinister laugh, and the blood-red long saber in his hand suddenly erupted with a heaven-shaking evil aura. "My arm, Meng Xingyu's arm, is not something you can take just because you want to. Jiang Chen, you made Meng Qingxue your maid, bringing shame upon my Meng family. How can I spare you? Today, I will strike you down with one blow to uphold the prestige of my Meng family." Buzz! The blood-red long saber instantly burst forth with a 10-foot-long blood-red saber glow, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. "Blood fiend Mad Blade, go to hell!" Meng Xingyu roared, and the long saber slashed straight down. The enormous blood-red saber glow immediately whistled out, overwhelmingly cutting towards Jiang Chen. Profound grade middle-tier martial skill, Blood Fiend Mad Blade. This strike from Meng Xingyu clearly carried the intention to kill Jiang Chen, directly unleashing his strongest attack. Overconfident, "You'd better leave your arm behind for me." Jiang Chen's face turned cold. His hand clutching the fiery dragon sword tightened abruptly, and a heaven-shaking sword intent instantly erupted from his body. The moment the sword intent soared from Jiang Chen's body, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth above the courtyard rapidly condensed into streaks of sword chi. These sword chi converged from all directions above Jiang Chen's head, forming a transparent giant sword phantom. Cut! As Jiang Chen's cold shout rang out, the giant sword phantom, with an unstoppable momentum, slashed down at the oncoming saber glow. Crack! The giant sword phantom easily shattered Meng Xingyu's saber glow, continuing its relentless advance directly towards Meng Xingyu. In that instant, Meng Xingyu screamed as if struck by lightning, his entire body flying backward. A moment later, Meng Xingyu's body crashed miserably onto the ground several feet away. From his chest to his left arm, there was a shocking wound, his entire left hand hung limply, and bright red blood spurted out like a fountain. Sword intent. You actually comprehended sword intent. Meng Xingyu clutched his left arm, which had been severed by Jiang Chen's sword, his face contorted in pain. The look in his eyes as he stared at Jiang Chen finally revealed an unprecedented terror. He had never imagined that this young man in front of him had not only broken through to the Xiantian realm but had also comprehended sword intent. To break through to Xiantian at such a young age and also comprehend the legendary martial arts true intent. Such talent, even in the Yanhuang Martial Academy, is probably a rare and peerless genius. Get lost. For Qingshue's sake, I'll spare your dog life. If there's a next time, I won't show any mercy. Just as Meng Xingyu was utterly astonished, Jiang Chen's cold voice echoed in his ears. "Jiang Chen, I'll remember you." Meng Xingyu shot Jiang Chen an ashen look, leaped up, and vanished in a flash. Good heavens! I didn't expect this kid to have broken through to Xiantian after just a few days. With his current strength, he's fully capable of competing with the top geniuses of the 9 prefectures. In 3 months, my Lingyun Martial Academy will surely shine brightly in this 9 prefectures martial arts gathering. Watching Jiang Chen swiftly defeat the Xiantian first-level Meng Xingyu with a single sword stroke, Yen Sangming, who had been observing everything from hundreds of meters in the air, couldn't help but murmur to himself, then disappeared in a flash. "Jiang Chen, I'm sorry. I'm from the Meng family, one of the 4 great families in the imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. For some reason, I may have to return to the Meng family. But don't worry, I'll be back within half a year at most to fulfill our agreement." After Meng Xingyu left, Meng Qingxue apologized to Jiang Chen with a regretful look. She had to return to the Meng family. Otherwise, the Meng family might send even stronger people to bring her back. At that time, it would likely bring endless trouble to Jiang Chen.
Alright, you go back then.
Jiang Chen chuckled. In 3 months is the Great Xia Kingdom's annual grand event, the 9 Prefectures martial arts gathering, and I will also come to the Imperial City.
Okay, then I'll wait for you in the Imperial City. Meng Qingxue nodded, then turned and left. After Meng Qingxue left, Jiang Chen also directly exited the Lingyun Martial Academy.
To prevent the fire-scaled beast from causing unnecessary trouble, Jiang Chen first went to the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce to get a pet pouch and put the fire-scaled beast inside.
Immediately after, an idle Jiang Chen directly walked towards the Alchemist Guild of Lingyun City.
Currently, Jiang Chen was not weak in alchemy, formations, or beast taming, but he didn't have any formal identity to show for it. Therefore, Jiang Chen decided to go to the Alchemist Guild first, to get an alchemist badge to play with. Jiang Chen strolled casually along the main road leading to the Alchemist Guild.
Suddenly,
the clip-clop of hooves came from behind him.
Immediately after, Jiang Chen felt the street behind him become a little chaotic.
Jiang Chen turned his head and saw a purple silhouette galloping from the end of the road, with countless figures along the way scattering to both sides. The fiery red steed, like a flame, flashed past from a distance, appearing just a few zhang away from Jiang Chen in a matter of blinks.
Good dogs don't block the way. Get out of my way, all of you.
Seeing Jiang Chen standing still not far ahead, the purple-clad maiden's delicate brows furrowed, and she shouted angrily.
Jiang Chen frowned.
He merely gave the purple-clad maiden a faint glance, then continued walking forward as if nothing had happened.
Seeking death.
Seeing Jiang Chen ignore her presence like that, the purple-clad girl snorted coldly, and the whip in her slender hand lashed violently towards Jiang Chen.
In that instant,
a red shadow tore through the air, bringing with it a gust of wind, and directly whipped towards Jiang Chen's head.
Feeling the attack from behind, Jiang Chen's expression instantly turned cold.
Without even turning his head, he stretched out his palm, grabbed with a backhand, and the whip was caught in his grasp. Immediately, Jiang Chen pulled the whip forcefully, directly causing the purple-clad girl to lose her balance and fall from the horseback.
Ah! The purple-clad girl couldn't help but let out a shriek, then landed squarely on the ground. You bastard, how dare you lay a hand on this young lady?
As her backside met the cold, dirty ground, the purple-clad girl's face instantly turned livid, and she roared at Jiang Chen. She looked like an enraged tigress. Jiang Chen glanced at the purple-clad girl and said indifferently, "If you can lay a hand on me, why can't I lay a hand on you? What are you, to dare to lay a hand on this young lady?" Jiang Chen's indifferent words instantly enraged the purple-clad girl completely. She looked at the middle-aged beautiful woman who had caught up behind her and said furiously, "Aunt Lan, kill him for me." "Zilwan, you're causing trouble again." The middle-aged beautiful woman frowned slightly. "How many times have I told you not to cause trouble? Don't forget the purpose of our trip." Hearing the middle-aged beautiful woman's words, the purple-clad girl also remembered that she had important business in Lingyun City this time and couldn't waste time here. Consider yourself lucky. Next time I see you, this young lady will make sure you pay." The purple-clad girl could only glare at Jiang Chen resentfully before quickly leaving with the middle-aged beautiful woman. Jiang Chen watched the two purple-clad girls leave, said nothing, and slowly walked towards the Alchemist Guild. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen arrived in front of a magnificent and grand building in the center of Lingyun City. Jiang Chen looked up slightly, and 5 ancient characters, faintly blurred, shimmered with a faint fiery glow above the entrance of the building. Alchemist Guild. Jiang Chen paused for a moment before walking towards the Alchemist Guild's entrance. "Hey kid, this is the Alchemist Guild. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed near. What are you doing here?" Just then, a tall, burly middle-aged man at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild directly shouted sternly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said indifferently, "Nothing much, I just want to go in and get an alchemist badge to play with." "Go in and get an alchemist badge to play with? Do you think this thing is something you can just get whenever you want?" Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, the middle-aged man's face instantly darkened. The middle-aged man then stared at Jiang Chen with an unfriendly expression. "Kid, if you're here to be assessed as an alchemist, then hand over your letter of introduction."
Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. "What's a letter of introduction? You don't even know the rules of the Alchemist Guild, yet you dare to claim you're here for an alchemist assessment?"
Anyone who comes to the Alchemist Guild for an alchemist assessment must either be brought by a mentor or present a letter of introduction from one. The burly middle-aged man immediately said with a look of disdain, "If you can't produce a letter of introduction, then hurry up and leave." "I don't have a letter of introduction, but I really am here to take the alchemist assessment."
Jiang Chen frowned slightly. "You can go in and announce that Yen Qingxian sent me."
"Ha ha. Kid, Yen Qingxian is one of the 3 great 6th grade alchemists in our great Xia kingdom."
"You actually dare to say that Master Yen introduced you? Are you f***ing kidding me?"
The burly middle-aged man immediately sneered disdainfully.
"Why are you talking so much nonsense?"
Jiang Chen's expression turned cold, and he said somewhat impatiently, "You have 2 choices now, either let me in, or go inside and call someone in charge out."
"Don't waste my time here.
Kid, the Alchemist Guild is not a place where you can cause trouble whenever you want." The burly middle-aged man's face darkened, and he directly roared at Jiang Chen, "If you know what's good for you, leave now.
Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." "You really won't let me in? Let me advise you, don't be a snob. If you don't let me in now, I'll make you beg me to let you in later."
Jiang Chen stared coldly at the burly middle-aged man, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes.
"Ha! Kid, you really think I was scared when I was growing up, don't you? I'd like to see what ability you have to make me beg you to come in."
The burly middle-aged man sneered, clearly not taking Jiang Chen's words seriously.
"What status did Master Yen Qingxian have? If this kid really had a connection with Yen Qingxian, how could he not even produce a token to enter the Alchemist Guild?" "Jiang! Master Jiang!"
Just then, a somewhat surprised voice suddenly came from inside the Alchemist Guild's main entrance.
Immediately after,
a middle-aged man wearing a 2nd-grade high-level alchemist badge quickly walked out from inside. This 2nd-grade high-level alchemist was familiar to both Jiang Chen and the burly middle-aged man,
because he was none other than Zhu Mingyuan from Baodan Pavilion.
Looking at Zhu Mingyuan, this 2nd-grade alchemist, the burly middle-aged man couldn't help but feel a thump in his heart, having a bad premonition. At the entrance of the Alchemist Guild right now, apart from him and Jiang Chen, there was no one else.
Could the Master Jiang Zhu Mingyuan spoke of be this kid in front of him? "Master Jiang, what brings you to the Alchemist Guild?"
While the burly middle-aged man was feeling uneasy, Zhu Mingyuan had already jogged up to Jiang Chen and said very respectfully. Jiang Chen glanced at the burly middle-aged man and said indifferently, "I wanted to go in and get an alchemist badge, but he blocked me at the door."
"What?"
Upon hearing this, Zhu Mingyuan's cold gaze instantly fell on the burly middle-aged man.
"It's over."
Seeing this, the middle-aged man's face instantly turned incredibly pale. Before Zhu Mingyuan could speak, he immediately knelt before Jiang Chen with a thud.
Master Jiang, I was wrong. I looked down on people with my dog's eyes. I was blind and offended you. Please be merciful and spare me." At this moment,
the middle-aged man no longer cared about losing face and hurriedly begged Jiang Chen for mercy. Even the dignified 2nd-rank high-level alchemist Zhu Mingyuan had to be respectful in front of this young man.
If this young man really wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be easier than killing an ant? Jiang Chen didn't bother to argue with the middle-aged man and just said indifferently, "Can I go in now?"
Yes, yes." Seeing that Jiang Chen seemed to have no intention of pursuing the matter further, the middle-aged man was overjoyed. He quickly made a pleased gesture to Jiang Chen, "Master Jiang, please come in."
"Please come in."
"Master Jiang, this is your first time at the Alchemist Guild, so you're probably not familiar with it.
Why don't I take you to participate in the alchemist assessment?" Just then, Zhu Mingyuan also spoke from the side. "Okay." Jiang Chen nodded, then walked into the Alchemist Guild with Zhu Mingyuan. "Alchemist Zhu, why are you at the Alchemist Guild?"
As Jiang Chen walked into the Alchemist Guild, he asked Zhu Mingyuan somewhat curiously. Xu Mingyuan smiled wryly and said, "To be honest, I came to the Alchemist Guild today to assess for a third-rank alchemist, but I failed." As the two spoke, they soon arrived at the Alchemist Assessment Hall of the Alchemist Guild. Walking into the Alchemist Assessment Hall, a faint fragrance of medicine wafted over, making one feel refreshed. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the hall, and he noticed more than a dozen stone platforms in the center of the hall, made of an unknown material. On each stone platform, there was an alchemy furnace and various alchemy ingredients. At this moment, on these stone platforms, 7 or 8 young people were eagerly sitting there. What surprised Jiang Chen the most was that the purple-clad girl with whom he had a conflict on the street was among them. Besides them, at the very front of the hall, there was also an extraordinary-looking white-haired elder. On the chest of this white-haired elder was a silver alchemist badge with 4 stars.
Master Jiang, this elder in front of us is Danny Chen, the president of the Alchemist Guild in Lingyun City, and also the only 4th-rank alchemy master in Lingyun City. Just then, Zhu Mingyuan couldn't help but whisper into Jiang Chen's ear.
Jiang Chen nodded, looking at the young people on the stone platforms. Are these people all here to take the alchemist assessment?
Yes, and no.
Generally speaking, except for the assessment of a third-rank alchemist, Master Dan would not personally preside over it. It's just that I recently heard that Master Dan intends to take on disciples, so these people are probably here for that reason. Xu Mingyuan said in a low voice. Alchemist Zhu, are you bringing your disciple to participate in the alchemist assessment? Just as the two were conversing in low voices, Danny Chen's faint chuckle instantly resounded in their ears. Danny Chen's faint chuckle also caused the 7 or 8 youths on the rock to cast their gazes uniformly upon Jiang Chen and the other. What, it's him. Seeing Jiang Chen suddenly appear in her line of sight, the purple-clad girl's face couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment. Master Dan, you flatter me. I'm not qualified to be his teacher. Xu Mingyuan quickly said. Oh? A look of surprise immediately appeared in Danny Chen's aged eyes. Young brother, are you here to take the alchemist assessment? That's right. Jiang Chen nodded and said indifferently, I'm here to assess for a grade 3 alchemist. Silence. Jiang Chen's nonchalant words instantly brought a dead silence to the hall, so quiet that you could almost hear a pin drop. Especially the 7 or 8 youths on the stone platform, who were of similar age to Jiang Chen, all looked at Jiang Chen as if he were an idiot. A moment later, they couldn't help but scoff at Jiang Chen with disdain. Holy crap, this kid must be out of his mind. He actually said he's here to assess for a grade 3 alchemist. Heh, he's not even afraid of biting his tongue with such big talk. With his pitiful appearance, whether he can even pass the grade 1 alchemist assessment is questionable. Of course. Jiang Chen's arrogant words also caused Danny Chen to be greatly stunned. He glanced at Zhu Mingyuan, who stood beside Jiang Chen with an expression of course, and couldn't help but be startled. Could it be, this young fellow really possesses the strength of a grade 3 alchemist? If that were truly the case, it would be far too monstrous. Young fellow, do you really want to assess for a grade 3 alchemist? Danny Chen recovered his senses, and an odd look appeared in his aged eyes as he gazed at Jiang Chen. Is there a problem? Jiang Chen said lightly, however, if you can assess for a grade 4 alchemist here, I wouldn't mind getting a grade 4 alchemist badge to play with. As soon as Jiang Chen uttered these words, the hall immediately erupted once again. Damn it! This kid is utterly arrogant. Ha, assessing for a grade 4 alchemist, I can't believe this kid would even say that. If he can become a grade 4 alchemist, then I'd probably be even more awesome than Master Yen Qingxian. Grade 4 alchemist. This guy actually wants to assess for a grade 4 alchemist. This time, even Zhu Mingyuan was shocked by Jiang Chen's words. He originally thought that grade 3 was Jiang Chen's limit, but who knew Jiang Chen could assess for grade 4? Based on his understanding of Jiang Chen during this period, since this guy dared to say it, it proves that he can definitely refine grade 4 pills. A 15 or 16-year-old grade 4 alchemist. This is just too abnormal. Young fellow, I can indeed only assess for grade 3 alchemists here. A glint flashed in Danny Chen's eyes, and he smiled slightly at Jiang Chen. May I ask what grade badge you currently hold? Jiang Chen shook his head and said, I haven't received my alchemist badge yet. Ha, this kid doesn't even have an alchemist badge, yet he's delusional enough to try and test for a 4th grade alchemist. He's really making me laugh my ass off. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, the group of teenagers in the hall immediately burst into laughter. Little guy, according to our Alchemists Guild, you must first pass the 1st grade alchemist test, and only after successfully advancing can you attempt the 2nd grade alchemist test. Danny Chen looked at Jiang Chen with a full smile. Do you still want to take the test? He wanted to see if this kid was just a boastful madman or a true peerless genius. Alright, then I'll advance 1 grade at a time. Jiang Chen nodded, then his figure flashed, and he directly chose a stone platform and sat down. The stone platform he chose happened to be right next to the purple-clothed girl he had previously clashed with. Humph, I didn't expect to run into you here. How dare you boast about testing for a 4th grade alchemist? I think you'd better get lost quickly. If you can't even refine a 1st grade pill later, I'd like to see how you'll clean up your mess. The purple-clothed girl looked at Jiang Chen and couldn't help but say sarcastically. How I clean up my mess, what does it have to do with you? Jiang Chen pouted, and his faint voice instantly resonated throughout the hall. What's more, a mere 1st grade pill, I can refine it in 3 minutes. Refine a 1st grade pill in 3 minutes. Jiang Chen's still extremely arrogant voice immediately left the teenagers on the stone platforms completely speechless. They were even too lazy to say anything to mock Jiang Chen. 3 minutes, not even enough time to prepare herbs, start a fire, and warm the furnace, yet this guy claimed he could refine the pill. This idiot, does he really think they're all fools? Alright, time's almost up, let's begin. The assessment for a 1st rank alchemist is very simple. You can do whatever you like, just refine a complete 1st rank medicinal pill. Just then, Danny Chen's voice suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. As soon as Danny Chen spoke, the 7 or 8 youths on the stone platform immediately began to act. Jiang Chen's gaze swept around, and he found that most of these youths had prepared materials for refining either revitalizing pills or power accumulation pills. Only the girl in purple next to Jiang Chen, and a stern-faced boy in black, were preparing to refine a high-grade 1st-rank medicinal pill, the body-tempering pill. About 2 or 3 minutes later, everyone on the stone platform, except for Jiang Chen, had prepared their materials one after another and began to light their fires and warm their cauldrons. In that instant, 7 or 8 cauldrons were burning with roaring flames. The temperature in the air of the hall instantly became several degrees hotter. Although these youths' techniques were clumsy, their alchemy steps were orderly and almost flawless. Especially the girl in purple and the girl in black, both of them quickly began to place medicinal herbs into their cauldrons. Why haven't you started yet? Don't tell me you don't even know how to begin refining pills. As the girl in purple put medicinal herbs into her cauldron, she couldn't help but glance at Jiang Chen next to her. Looking at Jiang Chen, who still hadn't made any movement, she immediately couldn't help but sneer with disdain. You should focus on refining your own pill. I'm afraid that if I start refining, it will affect your mood and cause your cauldron to explode by accident. Jiang Chen said lightly. Humph. How ridiculous. My body tempering pill is already nearing the end of the herb adding stage and will soon be condensing. How could it possibly explode? The girl in purple sneered and looked at Jiang Chen provocatively. Aren't you amazing? Please, I beg you, make my cauldron explode. Since you don't want to succeed in refining pills so badly, then I'll grant your wish. For me, refining pills is as simple as drinking water. As Jiang Chen spoke, he quickly lit a fire in the cauldron in front of him. Immediately after, he spent less than 30 seconds warming the cauldron, then, as smooth as flowing water, he placed all the medicinal herbs for the body tempering pill into the cauldron. After less than 2 minutes, Jiang Chen swiftly cast a pill condensing spell. A moment later, Jiang Chen opened the cauldron and directly took out a body tempering pill, presenting it before everyone. 3 minutes. This guy actually took less than 3 minutes to refine a high-grade 1st-rank body tempering pill. This scene instantly made the 7 or 8 youths on the stone platform turn to stone. They even forgot the alchemy movements in their hands. Immediately after, a series of booming explosions continuously echoed. In just a blink of an eye, the cauldrons in front of several youths, including the girl in purple, completely exploded.
How is this possible? The purple-clad girl looked at the body-tempering pill in Jiang Chen's hand, then at the exploded cauldron in front of her, and instantly couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. I told you, if I refine pills, it would affect your mood for refining pills, but you wouldn't believe me. Jiang Chen pouted, looking at the purple-clad girl with a smiling expression and said, Are you satisfied now? The purple-clad girl's pretty face instantly flushed crimson, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. She had never expected that Jiang Chen would really refine the body-tempering pill in 3 minutes. Even more, she hadn't expected that she would be momentarily stunned by Jiang Chen's astonishing performance, and what should have been a very smooth assessment ended up with her cauldron exploding at the critical moment. She glanced at the black-clad youth, who was completely unaffected, and her face instantly turned a little pale. Whether she could become Danny Chen's disciple this time in Lingyun City was extremely important to her and her family. With her current performance, how could she still become Danny Chen's disciple? A few minutes later, the black-clad youth finally succeeded in refining the body-tempering pill. This black-clad youth was also the only person on the stone platform, besides Jiang Chen, who successfully refined a pill. This kid has good talent and temperament, he's indeed a promising individual. Seeing the black-clad youth's performance, Danny Chen couldn't help but nod to himself. As for Jiang Chen, Danny Chen completely ignored him. Just based on Jiang Chen's earlier display, Danny Chen already knew. The seemingly arrogant words this kid spoke earlier were not boasting at all. This young fellow's attainments in alchemy might truly be no less inferior to his own. Such a prodigy was simply beyond his ability to teach. President Dan, can I proceed with the second grade assessment now? Just as Danny Chen was filled with emotion, Jiang Chen's faint voice awakened him. Yes, of course. To avoid disturbance during the assessment, starting from the second grade alchemist assessment, our alchemist guild has dedicated assessment rooms. I wonder if the young brother would like to continue here or go to a dedicated alchemist assessment room. Danny Chen looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Jiang Chen waved his hand directly, no need for such trouble, let's just start here. For the second grade alchemist assessment, the pill to be assessed will be customized by me. You shall refine a chi-enhancing pill. Danny Chen wasted no words, quickly took out a set of materials for a second-grade chi-enhancing pill from his spatial ring and placed them in front of Jiang Chen. The chi-enhancing pill, a second-grade primary pill, was 2 levels lower than the second-grade advanced pill, the chi-gathering pill. Refining such a pill was naturally effortless for Jiang Chen. In just over 10 minutes, Jiang Chen perfectly refined the chi-enhancing pill. The second-grade alchemist assessment, just like that, it passed? Seeing this astonishing scene before their eyes, the youths on the stone platform almost had their eyeballs pop out. At this moment, they finally realized that this kid wasn't bragging, he was truly exceptional. And the kind of amazing that leaves everyone else in the dust. Little brother's skill in the way of alchemy is truly something this old man has never witnessed in his life. Danny Chen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He looked at Jiang Chen and asked, May I ask, little brother, do you still wish to continue the third-grade alchemist assessment here? Of course. Jiang Chen nodded, then glanced at Zhu Mingyuan next to him. Alchemist Zhu, you should come and take the assessment with me too. Zhu Mingyuan was stunned for a moment, then immediately gave a wry smile. I'm afraid I'm not ready yet. I already failed the previous assessment. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, his arrogant voice instantly echoing in everyone's ears. Don't worry, just come and participate in the assessment. With me here, I guarantee you'll be promoted to a third-grade alchemist today. Jiang Chen's arrogant words instantly plunged the hall into a deathly silence once again. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with eyes as if he were a monster. You say you're an amazing alchemist, able to refine first-grade, second-grade, and third-grade pills casually, and we've accepted that. Although a third-grade alchemist in his teens is somewhat outrageously abnormal, it's at least something that can be accepted. But now this guy actually claims he's going to help the second-grade alchemist next to him get promoted to third grade. Holy crap! Is an alchemist's promotion something that can be helped just by wanting to help? If it were that easy, wouldn't there be second-grade alchemists everywhere and third-grade alchemists walking around like dirt? Would they still be as rare as they are now? Just as everyone thought that Jiang Chen couldn't possibly help Zhu Mingyuan get promoted to a third-grade alchemist. Zhu Mingyuan, however, was overjoyed and immediately scurried over to a stone platform next to Jiang Chen. This scene instantly made the corners of the mouths of those young men on the stone platform twitch uncontrollably. This second-grade alchemist actually believes that kid can help him get promoted to third grade. Isn't this utterly preposterous? Master Dan, please also prepare a set of third-grade alchemist assessment materials for me. Zhu Mingyuan completely ignored the shocked gazes of the surrounding youths and spoke directly to Danny Chen with excitement. If it had been in the past, and someone had said such words in front of him, Zhu Mingyuan would definitely have wanted to curse them as an idiot. But now that these words came from Jiang Chen's mouth, Zhu Mingyuan had no reason not to believe. Ever since he met Jiang Chen, Zhu Mingyuan had heard such boastful words from Jiang Chen countless times. However, every time everyone thought Jiang Chen's words were wild fantasies. He turned the impossible into possible, time and time again. Now that Jiang Chen said he would help him get promoted to a third-grade alchemist, how could Zhu Mingyuan foolishly refuse? No matter what, Zhu Mingyuan decided to give it a try. After all, even failing again wouldn't be a big deal. But if he succeeded, he could fulfill his long-cherished wish of becoming a third-grade alchemist. Danny Chen watched this scene, and a look of surprise also flashed in his cloudy old eyes. He said nothing further, and directly prepared the third-grade alchemist assessment materials for both Jiang Chen and Zhu Mingyuan. He wanted to see just how monstrous this young alchemy prodigy in front of him could get. This time, for the third-grade alchemist assessment, Danny Chen had prepared the third-grade elementary pill, Heaven Restoring Pill, for Zhu Mingyuan. As for Jiang Chen, Danny Chen had directly prepared the third-grade advanced innate spirit pill. Clearly, Danny Chen also wanted to test the limits of this young prodigy. Upon receiving the assessment topic, Zhu Mingyuan quickly began arranging his materials, lighting the furnace, and entering the alchemy state. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was refining his own pill while keeping an eye on Zhu Mingyuan's progress. Soon, Zhu Mingyuan began adding medicinal ingredients into the alchemy furnace. After skillfully adding several medicinal ingredients, Zhu Mingyuan directly grabbed a section of transparent bamboo, about a foot long, in his hand. Add the Heaven's Heart bamboo and earth nether sand at the very end. Just then, Jiang Chen's faint voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Hearing this, Zhu Mingyuan quickly put down the Heaven's Heart bamboo and added other medicinal ingredients to the furnace. Watching Jiang Chen actually refine his own pill while simultaneously guiding Zhu Mingyuan, everyone was once again stunned into silence. This guy could multitask while refining pills. Awesome! That was just too damn awesome. Alchemy, this was a very delicate process. Generally speaking, no alchemist could afford to be anything less than fully focused when refining pills. Otherwise, even a slight oversight could lead to a failed attempt. But this guy, on the other hand, was multitasking, refining his own pill while guiding someone else. This was just too much. How could anyone else live like this? Under Jiang Chen's guidance, Zhu Mingyuan successfully added all the other medicinal ingredients to the alchemy furnace, leaving only the Heaven's Heart bamboo and earth nether sand. But just as Zhu Mingyuan hesitated about what to add next, the alchemy furnace suddenly became turbulent. This scene immediately made Zhu Mingyuan a little flustered. Don't panic, take 2/3 of the Heaven's Heart bamboo, and 10 pieces of earth nether sand, add them both to the furnace. Just then, Jiang Chen's faint voice echoed in his ear once more. Zhu Mingyuan dared not delay and quickly followed the instructions. Soon, the previously turbulent alchemy furnace became calm. Watching the medicinal ingredients in the furnace gradually being refined into liquid, Zhu Mingyuan was ecstatic and immediately began condensing the pill. A few minutes later, the Heaven Restoring Pill was finally refined by him. And after Zhu Mingyuan successfully refined his pill, Jiang Chen also accelerated his refining speed and quickly succeeded in refining the innate spirit pill. Looking at the situation before them, the expressions of the youths on the stone platform had become completely numb. This guy in front of them was simply not human, not to be measured by ordinary standards. Master Jiang, thank you. After Jiang Chen finished refining his pill, Zhu Mingyuan immediately bowed respectfully to him. His demeanor was as if he regarded Jiang Chen as his teacher. This child's alchemy talent. I'm afraid it won't be long before a grandmaster alchemist emerges in our great Xia kingdom. Danny Chen only recovered from his shock after quite some time. The 3 alchemists who passed the assessment, please follow me to claim your alchemist badges. Everyone else, you may leave. After Danny Chen finished speaking, he immediately led Jiang Chen and the other 2 towards the hall. The remaining youths, including the girl in purple, left the alchemist assessment hall disheartened. After receiving his grade 3 alchemist badge, Jiang Chen had a meal at Zhu Mingyuan's warm invitation before returning to Lingyun Martial Arts Academy. Sir, someone from the Zhongwu Hall came today and said that you must complete a academy mission this month. They want you to go to the Zhongwu Hall to pick it up when you have time. When Jiang Chen returned to his residence, one of his servants told him. Okay, I understand. Jiang Chen nodded. Jiang Chen had heard Meng Qingxue mention academy missions before. In Lingyun Martial Arts Academy, inner core students must complete 1 academy mission each month. This was also a way for the academy to temper its students. However, it was said that completing academy missions could earn a large number of student points. And in the inner core of Lingyun Martial Arts Academy, whether it was for exchanging martial arts techniques or cultivating in certain specific places, student points were required. Jiang Chen also planned to earn some student points for fun. The night passed without a word. The next morning, Jiang Chen went directly to the Zhongwu Hall. You must be junior brother Jiang, who has been quite famous in the inner core recently, right? What kind of academy mission would junior brother Jiang like? As Jiang Chen entered the Zhongwu Hall, the inner core steward in charge of mission assignments greeted him with a smile. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, I'd like a mission with a generous reward. Generous reward? The steward pondered slightly and said, not long ago, the academy did issue a new 3-star mission with a reward of 100,000 student points. Without waiting for the steward to finish, Jiang Chen immediately said, alright, I'll take this 3-star mission. Junior brother Jiang, there is no problem with you taking this mission. The steward said with a wry smile, it's just that 3-star student missions are generally quite difficult, and the information for this mission is very scarce. Do you want to consider a different one? Jiang Chen shook his head and said, no need, I want this 3-star mission. Junior brother Jiang, the content of this 3-star mission is to go to the Hua family in Fenghua City. It is said that the Hua family has encountered trouble and needs help. However, the mission doesn't explicitly state the specific situation. Seeing that Jiang Chen seemed to have made up his mind, the steward stopped dissuading him and directly explained the mission situation. Alright, I'll set off for Fenghua City now. After choosing the mission, Jiang Chen did not linger in the martial arts academy and immediately headed towards Fenghua City. Fenghua City, one of the cities under the jurisdiction of Lingyun Prefecture, is located 800 miles northwest of Lingyun City. Unlike Sangshan City, where Jiang Chen was from, Fenghua City has always been dominated by the Hua family. It could be said that the Hua family was the overlord that had entrenched Fenghua City for many years. Even so, the Hua family had to seek help from Lingyun Martial Arts Academy this time. Evidently, the trouble the Hua family encountered this time was no simple matter. Half a day later, Jiang Chen arrived at a plain within Fenghua City's territory. Strange, from what I know, Fireblaze City's prosperity should be no less than Sangshan City's. We're not far from Fireblaze City now, so why is the main road so desolate? Jiang Chen looked up at the dimly visible outline of the huge city ahead and muttered to himself. Help, help me! Just then, a sudden cry for help echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen's eyebrows raised, and he swiftly moved towards the direction of the sound. Around a bend not far ahead, several warriors, exuding killing intent, had surrounded an old man. The old man was hunched over, carrying a worn-out cloth bag on his back, and holding the hand of a 15 or 16-year-old girl with a sweet face. The girl's face was pale with terror at this moment, clearly petrified by the scene before her. Ha, old man, stop your pointless shouting. Our Sky Dragon stronghold will soon conquer Fireblaze City and become the overlord of this land. Do you really think someone will come to save you? If you're smart, hand over your granddaughter to entertain us, and we might consider sparing your life.
just as Jiang Chen was observing the situation before him.
The leading burly man in black spoke with blatant disregard, his voice ringing directly in Jiang Chen's ears. "Grandpa!"
Hearing the unrestrained laughter of the burly man in black, the girl trembled all over, and a look of despair appeared in her bright, intelligent eyes. You wish. You won't lay a finger on my granddaughter, unless you step over my dead body." The old man shielded the girl tightly behind him, and an incredibly determined look flashed in his cloudy old eyes. "Humph. Old man, I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, I'll grant your wish." The burly man in black snorted, a sharp, cold glint flashing in his eyes. He swung the long sword in his hand, stabbing it directly towards the old man. Whoosh! Just as the long sword in the burly man's hand was about to pierce the old man, a sword chi instantly sliced through the air, swiftly streaking past the burly man's neck. In an instant, crimson blood splattered. The burly man's head was directly severed by this sharp sword chi and fell to the ground. The sudden turn of events also stunned the remaining warriors. They all abruptly turned their heads to look behind them. A young man, 15 or 16 years old, had appeared there at some unknown point, his gaze incredibly cold and indifferent. "Kid, who are you, and why are you meddling in our Sky Dragon stronghold's affairs?" One bald, burly man carrying a large saber glared fiercely at Jiang Chen and spoke menacingly. "I don't care if your Sky Dragon stronghold or Skyworm stronghold bullying unarmed common folk deserves death." As Jiang Chen's cold words fell, his figure transformed into a blur, passing through the warriors like a butterfly flitting among flowers. Immediately after, the warriors all fell to the ground one after another. Without exception, a deep bloody mark appeared on almost all of their necks. Just as Jiang Chen suddenly appeared, he swiftly dealt with the group of people before him in a flash. The old man was startled awake after a while. He immediately knelt down towards Jiang Chen, saying, "Thank you, young hero, for saving my life." Next to the old man, the young girl stared blankly at Jiang Chen, a peculiar glint in her beautiful eyes. "It was nothing but a small effort, old man, there's no need for such formality." Jiang Chen quickly helped the old man up, asking with some confusion, "Old man, who exactly are these martial artists, and how dare they be so rampant near Finghua City?" The old man replied, "There's a Sky Dragon fortress in Tianlong Mountain, west of Finghua City. They are the bandits from Sky Dragon Fortress." Jiang Chen frowned slightly. "These Sky Dragon Fortress people are so brazen, doesn't Finghua City do anything about it?" In the past, with the Hua family guarding Finghua City, the Sky Dragon Fortress people wouldn't dare to be so rampant. But recently, Xiang Tianlong, the chieftain of Sky Dragon Fortress, broke through to the Xiantian realm, becoming a Xiantian expert. It is said that even the head of the Hua family was seriously injured. Now, the Hua family can barely protect themselves, so how can they manage these matters? The old man said with a bitter smile. "I see." Jiang Chen nodded with a sudden realization. It seemed the Hua family in Finghua City had indeed run into trouble. And the source of this trouble was the so-called Sky Dragon Fortress. "Old man, Finghua City might not be peaceful recently. It's too dangerous for you to make a living here with your granddaughter. If you don't mind, you can go to Baodan Pavilion in Lingyun City for a job. Just say that Jiang Chen sent you." After Jiang Chen finished speaking, without waiting for a reply, he quickly flashed towards Finghua City. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen finally arrived at Finghua City. From a distance, Jiang Chen saw two groups of people standing opposite each other at the city gate of Finghua City, the atmosphere extremely tense. Jiang Chen knew without thinking that these two groups were probably from the Hua family of Finghua City in Sky Dragon Fortress. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, striding directly towards the city gate of Finghua City. "Kid, what the hell do you want? Didn't you see our Sky Dragon Fortress conducting business here? If you don't want to die, then get lost immediately. Otherwise, I'll cut you down with one strike." At this moment, from the Sky Dragon Fortress side, the leading middle-aged man also noticed Jiang Chen walking towards the city gate. His expression turned cold as he sternly shouted at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked up at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, "I'm not looking for death, I'm looking for someone." "Humph. A mere greenhorn dares to act wild in front of my Sky Dragon Fortress." The middle-aged man's face suddenly hardened, and he shouted fiercely, "Xianghu, kill him for me." As the middle-aged man's stern shout fell, a tall, burly figure with a broad back and muscular shoulders charged out from behind him. "Kid, I think you've got guts, daring to meddle in the affairs of Skydragon Fortress." The burly man named Xiang, who brandished the long saber in his hand, let out a fierce roar, and the saber transformed into a black shadow, striking down angrily at Jiang Chen. Mountain-shattering strike, die. Jiang Chen stood calmly, watching the approaching long saber with an impassive face. It wasn't until the saber was right above his head that he casually extended 2 fingers. In that instant, the long saber was clamped precisely between Jiang Chen's 2 fingers. It was as effortless as pinching a leaf. Effortlessly clamping the long saber, Jiang Chen gave a powerful shake, and the saber snapped in 2 with a clang. Xianghu's body was also instantly sent flying by a powerful surge of energy. Jiang Chen's face was devoid of expression, and the 2 fingers holding the broken blade tip flicked slightly. Whoosh! The blade tip arrived in an instant. Xianghu had no time to react at all. The blade tip pierced directly through his chest, and crimson blood spurted out instantly. Immediately after, Xianghu's tall body directly collapsed to the ground with a thud. This sudden turn of events not only stunned the people of Heavenly Dragon Fort but also greatly surprised everyone from the Hua family. That Xiang, who was, after all, a martial artist of the Qi-controlling realm. And now he had been effortlessly killed by a single move from this young man. This young man was definitely a peerless genius, 1 in a million. Zilwan, isn't this the young man you had a conflict with in Lingyun City? How is he here? In front of the Hua family members, a beautiful middle-aged woman looked at Jiang Chen, who had killed Xianghu with 1 move, and asked with a surprised expression. It's him. Beside the middle-aged beauty, a hint of complex emotion also appeared in the beautiful eyes of the purple-clothed maiden. This purple-clothed maiden was none other than Hua Zilwan, the esteemed daughter of the Hua family from Firewind City, and the person who had clashed with Jiang Chen in Lingyun City yesterday. Half a month ago, Xiang Tianlong, the leader of Heavenly Dragon Fort, broke through to the innate realm and attacked Firewind City. Her father, Hua Wujin, the head of the Hua family, almost risked his life to repel Xiang Tianlong. Yesterday, she went to Lingyun City to participate in the alchemist assessment, hoping to become a disciple of Danny Chen. If she could become Danny Chen's disciple, she could use Danny Chen's status as a 4th-grade alchemist to deter Xiang Tianlong and resolve the Hua family's crisis. However, this plan ultimately failed. In the end, out of desperation, Hua Zilwan had to pay a price to post a mission at Lingyun Martial Mansion, hoping to use Lingyun Martial Mansion to overcome this crisis. This young man is very powerful. That Xiang, who was a martial artist of Qi controlling 4th stage, but he was easily killed by him in 1 move. This child's martial arts talent is absolutely no less than the geniuses on the Lingyun ranking of Lingyun Martial Mansion. Could he be sent by Lingyun Martial Mansion to help our Hua family? The middle-aged beautiful woman stared at Jiang Chen, her delicate brows tightly furrowed. Although this young man's talent was astounding, the Hua family was facing an innate realm expert this time. Can this kid really help their Hua family overcome the crisis? You little bastard, how dare you kill someone from my Heavenly Dragon Fort? Seeing Jiang Chen kill Xianghu with 1 move, the leading middle-aged man from Heavenly Dragon Fort, after a moment of stunned silence, instantly turned incredibly ferocious. Killed them if I killed them. What can you do to me? Jiang Chen's expression was calm. I'm here today to kill the people of Tianlong village. Good, very good. Little brat, soon I, Xiang Tianxiong, will let you know how tragic the outcome will be for anyone who opposes my Tianlong village. The middle-aged man, Xiang Tianxiong, laughed in extreme anger. He angrily shouted at the 4 golden-robed strong men behind him, Tianlong guards, form the array for me. As Xiang Tianxiong roared, the 4 golden-robed strong men behind him immediately charged out. The 4 golden-robed strong men surrounded Jiang Chen from 4 different directions, then tacitly attacked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression turned cold, and he instantly transformed into a faint shadow. Fierce fist forces directly blasted out from his fists, turning into a sky full of fist shadows in mid-air. In just a blink of an eye, all 4 golden-robed strong men were struck multiple times without exception.
Immediately after, several low grunts echoed in mid-air. The bodies of the 4 golden-robed strong men were seen flying into the air, then crashing heavily several meters away. Young hero, be careful. The 4 heavenly dragon guards of Tianlong village practice a secret technique. When the 4 of them team up, their defense and recovery are extremely formidable. They are not so easy to deal with. Just then, a warning voice sounded behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. Immediately after, Jiang Chen was surprised to find that the bodies of the 4 golden-robed strongmen he had just knocked down erupted with brilliant golden light. A moment later, all 4 golden-robed strongmen stood up from the ground, completely unharmed. "Ha, kid, when my 4 golden guards of Tianlong village join forces and use our secret technique, even a martial artist at the 9th level of Qi mastery can't do anything to them. Unless you are a powerhouse in the innate realm, you are doomed to die today." At this moment, Xiang Tianxiong couldn't help but burst into laughter. After a moment of slight surprise, Jiang Chen quickly composed himself. He swept his gaze across the 4 golden-robed strong men, and a sneer of disdain immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. What a load of rubbish secret technique. It's just a combined attack technique implicitly containing rudimentary array principles. Do you really think these 4 guys can deal with me? Just open your eyes and watch carefully, and see how I resolve them with one sword. As the cold words fell, Jiang Chen took out the blazing dragon sword, and a layer of sword intent instantly erupted, then he quickly swung it 4 times in the air. In that instant, 4 sharp sword energies, carrying an unstoppable artistic conception, instantly shattered the golden light on the bodies of the 4 golden-robed strong men. Even their bodies were instantly cut into 2 halves by Jiang Chen's sharp sword energy. Watching Jiang Chen effortlessly resolve the 4 heavenly dragon guards of Tianlong village with 4 simple sword strokes, everyone present, whether from Tianlong village or the Hua family, was so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. Aunt Lan, how can he be so powerful? Could he be an expert in the innate realm? Hua Zilan stared blankly at the scene before her, and it took her a while to recover from the shock. This guy's talent in alchemy is already monstrous enough, he's now a true grade 3 alchemist. But Hua Ziluana never expected that this guy's martial arts talent would be just as monstrous. To kill the 4 heavenly dragon guards of Sky Dragon Fort in one move, that's something only a Xiantian realm expert could possibly achieve. I don't know if he's a Xiantian expert, but the 4 sword chi he just unleashed contained an ineffable artistic conception. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary sword intent. The middle-aged beautiful woman gazed at Jiang Chen, an incredible shock surfacing in her beautiful eyes. A genius! This young man in front of her was actually a peerless genius who had comprehended sword intent. Sword intent! Upon hearing this, Hua Ziluana's alluring cherry lips couldn't help but let out a surprised gasp. Although Hua Ziluana's martial arts talent wasn't exceptional, she knew what sword intent signified. Sword intent, this was the legendary true martial intent. In Daxia Kingdom, even among 10,000 martial cultivators, perhaps not a single one could comprehend true martial intent. At this moment, Hua Ziluana was completely at a loss for how to describe the monstrous nature of this young man before her. Indeed, it's sword intent. With this young man here, it seems our Hua family should have no problem overcoming this crisis. The middle-aged beautiful woman said with a smile, her taut nerves finally relaxing. True martial intent, a synonym for unparalleled power. Since this young man had comprehended sword intent, even without the strength of the Xiantian realm, he still had the qualifications to contend with Xiang Tianlong. Boy, who exactly are you? Seeing that the 4 heavenly dragon guards had actually been killed by Jiang Chen's single sword, Xiang Tianxiong took a while to recover from his shock. The 4 heavenly dragon guards, they were the second strongest force in Sky Dragon Fort, only surpassed by his elder brother, Xiang Tianlong. Yet now, they had been easily annihilated by this young man. Xiang Tianxiong never imagined that this boy's strength would be so formidable. Who I am is not something you're worthy of knowing. Today, I don't wish to cause a bloodbath. Take your men and scram. And while you're at it, go tell Xiang Tianlong to come and see me in Finghua City within 3 days, otherwise, he'll bear the consequences. Jiang Chen glanced indifferently at Xiang Tianxiang and said casually, "Boy, who the hell do you think you are?" Xiang Tianxiang immediately erupted in anger upon hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words. He stared ferociously at Jiang Chen. "Don't think that just because you have some strength, my Sky Dragon Fort is truly afraid of you. Let me advise you." Bang! However, before Xiang Tianxiang could finish his sentence, Jiang Chen instantly unleashed his heaven-treading steps, appearing like a ghost above Xiang Tianxiang's head and kicking him to the ground. He looked coldly at Xiang Tianxiang, who was spitting blood on the ground, and his chilling voice instantly resonated in the air. "Why are you spouting so much nonsense? If you don't want to die, scram immediately. Go back and tell Xiang Tianlong to get his ass in front of me within 3 days. Otherwise 3 days from now, I will flatten your Sky Dragon village." Xiang Tianxiang clambered up from the ground, looking disheveled and miserable. Feeling Jiang Chen's icy killing intent, his expression instantly turned to one of extreme terror. He no longer dared to hesitate for a moment, and directly fled with a group of Sky Dragon village people, scrambling away in a panic from Firewind City. "Jiang Master Jiang, thank you for coming to our Hua's rescue today." After the Sky Dragon village people left, Hua Zilwan couldn't help but quickly lead her people forward. Looking at Jiang Chen, she said with some apology, "Yesterday in Lingyun City, it was my impetuosity that offended you. I hope you won't take offense." "It's fine. I didn't take yesterday's matter to heart at all. Since I accepted the task of helping your Hua family, solving the Sky Dragon village problem for you is simply my duty." Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't bother with Hua Zilwan, merely smiling faintly. Zilwan is immensely grateful that Master Jiang could come and help the Hua family resolve this crisis. However, Zilwan has one more audacious request, and I hope Master Jiang will definitely agree to it. Hua Zilwan said, then bit her lip tightly and knelt down before Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen waved his palm, and a force lifted the kneeling Hua Zilwan up. "Zilwan, although young Master Jiang possesses extraordinary talent in martial arts, the problem with your father is not something that can be solved by martial arts strength alone." Just then, the middle-aged beautiful woman behind Hua Zilwan also stepped forward. She looked at Hua Zilwan with a chiding expression. "Don't make things difficult for young Master Jiang. No, I believe Master Jiang definitely has a way to save my father." Hua Zilwan looked at Jiang Chen with a pleading expression. "I still hope Master Jiang can offer his help. Whatever the conditions, Zilwan will agree to them." Others might not know Jiang Chen's background, but Hua Zilwan knew it all too well. Although Jiang Chen only tested as a third-grade alchemist at the Alchemist Guild in Lingyun City yesterday, yet, his attainments in alchemy were so profound that even Danny Chen admired him greatly. Hua Zilwan even had a feeling. Among all the people she had encountered, if there truly was someone who could save her father, that person would likely be Jiang Chen, who stood before her. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "Miss Hua, if you want me to save your father, you'll first have to take me to see him, won't you?" "Master Jiang, please follow me." Seeing Jiang Chen agree, Hua Zilwan was overjoyed and quickly led Jiang Chen into Firewind City. Half an hour later, Hua Zilwan led Jiang Chen to the room where the Hua family patriarch, Hua Wujin, resided. Jiang Chen entered the room, his gaze sweeping across it, and he found a pale-faced, unconscious middle-aged man in red robes lying on the bed. Beside the bed, a 2 to 3 meter tall red tiger was lying there. With Jiang Chen's eyesight as a 4th-grade beast tamer, it was not difficult to recognize that this was a 2nd-grade high-level demonic beast, a blazing flame tiger. However, this blazing flame tiger's life force was already very weak, seemingly showing signs of death at any moment. Next to the blazing tiger, there was also an old man dressed in a beast tamer's robe, sweating profusely as he treated the beast. Looking at the situation in the room, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. It's actually a life-sharing contract. Master Jiang indeed has a keen eye. My father did sign a life-sharing contract with this blazing tiger. Half a month ago, my father and the blazing tiger worked together to repel Xiang Tianlong, which gave the Hua family a chance to breathe. It's just that in that battle, the blazing tiger was severely injured, and my father became like this. Hua Zihuan said with a bitter smile. On the divine martial continent, apart from beast tamers, ordinary martial artists who want to control demonic beasts must sign a contract with them. And this life-sharing contract is a contract of equality.
If one party is injured and on the verge of death, the other party must share their life with them. It can be said that the reason this blazing tiger has survived until now is because of the existence of the life-sharing contract. What it is consuming now is entirely Huo Wujin's life. The only outcome if this continues is that Huo Wujin and the blazing tiger will die together.
Miss Hua, I've done my best.
This blazing tiger's injuries, even if you invite the best 6th grade beast tamer in the Great Xia Kingdom, it probably won't be enough to save it. Looking at Huo Zihuan and the other person at the door of the room, the old man shook his head, sighing. Upon hearing the old man's words, Huo Zihuan's pretty face instantly turned pale.
Humph, who told you that this blazing tiger's injuries are beyond saving? If you can't save it, it can only be blamed on your lack of skill. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly echoed in the room. Jiang Chen's light snort immediately made the old man freeze. Immediately after, his gaze instantly fell upon Jiang Chen.
Watching this 15 or 16-year-old boy actually question his judgment,
the old man's expression immediately turned unpleasant. Kid, did you just say I lack skill? Isn't that true?
This blazing tiger is clearly salvageable, yet you insist it's beyond saving.
If this isn't a lack of skill, then what is it? Jiang Chen said indifferently. Kid, who do you think you are?
What right does a mere greenhorn, who hasn't even fully grown, have to speak so boastfully in front of me? The old man snorted with an unfriendly expression. He stared at Jiang Chen with disdain. This blazing tiger is merely clinging to life thanks to the life-sharing contract.
When I say it's beyond saving, that's an undeniable fact.
Jiang Chen pouted and said, since you said it still has a breath left, why can't it be saved?
Kid, if you don't understand beast taming, don't talk nonsense here. The old man snorted, saying with certainty, I said this blazing tiger is beyond saving, and it definitely is. Even if you invite the best beast tamer in the world, it would be useless. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, it's merely treating a 2nd grade blazing tiger. I can handle it myself, why bother inviting others?
You? The old man scrutinized Jiang Chen from head to toe, as if he had just heard the funniest joke of his life. What could this kid possibly do with a problem that even he, a dignified 3rd-rank beast tamer, was powerless to solve?
Master Jiang, can you really save the blazing tiger?
Just as the old man looked at Jiang Chen's words with disdain, Huo Zihuan, on the other hand, gazed at Jiang Chen with an excited expression. Miss Hua, he's just a greenhorn who knows nothing. You absolutely must not be fooled by him. Otherwise, if he messes something up, your father might truly be in danger. Seeing that Huo Zihuan was actually going to believe Jiang Chen's words, the old man's expression immediately turned rather unpleasant.
How ridiculous.
The blazing tiger shares a life with Miss Hua's father.
Since you said the blazing tiger can't be saved, how is that any different from saying her father can't be saved? Since, in your eyes, her father is beyond saving, what other danger could there be? Old man, I think you're truly getting senile. Jiang Chen glanced indifferently at the old man, saying with a sneer.
Kid, aren't you afraid your tongue will get tangled from spouting such big words? If you have the guts, don't just talk the talk. If you're capable, then save this blazing tiger. If you can truly heal it, I'll kneel down and call you master. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, a look of exasperation mixed with anger immediately appeared on the old man's face.
Ha. I'm afraid you'll really have to call me master. With me here, this blazing tiger won't be able to die even if it wants to.
As Jiang Chen spoke, he focused his gaze on the blazing tiger.
Ding!
You observed the critically wounded 2nd-rank advanced demonic beast, the blazing tiger, triggering a 100-fold comprehension.
Ding!
You comprehended the method to save the blazing tiger. As the prompt sounded in his mind, Jiang Chen sorted through the new information he had received.
Immediately after,
he walked directly to the desk in the room, picked up a pen, and swiftly wrote down about 10 ingredients, then handed them to Huo Zihuan. Miss Hua, please have someone use these ingredients, boil them over high heat for 15 minutes, and then bring the prepared medicinal liquid.
All right, I'll have someone prepare it right away.
Hua Zilwan didn't hesitate in the slightest and quickly took the medicinal ingredients Jiang Chen had written down to have someone prepare them.
Meanwhile, the old man standing by was watching Jiang Chen with a sneer.
This old man was named Lu Yuanhua, a highly experienced third-rank beast tamer from Firewind City. Since being invited by the Hua family, he had examined the blazing tiger's injuries almost no less than 10 times. Moreover, during this period, he had also tried various methods to treat the blazing tiger, but none had any effect. Now he wanted to see what tricks this kid could pull off shortly. While Jiang Chen and Lu Yuanhua waited quietly. About half an hour later, Hua Zilwan directed 2 Hua family servants to carry in 2 buckets of medicinal liquid. Seeing this, Lu Yuanhua immediately couldn't help but say with a sneer, "Kid, don't tell me you're going to use these medicinal liquids to save this blazing tiger? Is there a problem?" Jiang Chen said faintly. "Boy, you really are talking nonsense. How dare you still put on airs here? Don't you know that this blazing tiger is only hanging by a thread due to the life-sharing contract and has already lost its original bodily functions? Even if your medicinal liquid is truly a miraculous elixir, it simply cannot absorb it." Lu Yuanhua sneered. "Of course, I know it can't absorb it. If it could absorb it by itself, then what would we need beast trainers for?" Jiang Chen smiled faintly, not bothering to waste words with the old man. He pointed his hands at the 2 barrels of medicinal liquid, and the 2 barrels flew 3 meters above the blazing tiger's head. Under Jiang Chen's control, the medicinal liquid rapidly poured down onto the blazing tiger below. At the same time, Jiang Chen's hands quickly formed an enigmatic hand seal, continuously striking the blazing tiger's major acupoints. And after Jiang Chen had conjured 12 hand seals in a row, the medicinal liquid pouring down from mid-air also landed on the blazing tiger's body. In that instant, a shocking scene unfolded. The medicinal liquid, instead of sliding off the blazing tiger's body as expected, did something else. Under the guidance of Jiang Chen's 12 hand seals, the medicinal liquid was rapidly absorbed by the blazing tiger. How is this possible? Witnessing this incredible scene, Lu Yuanhua's eyes almost popped out in astonishment. A moment later, Lu Yuanhua recovered from his shock. A sudden flash of insight struck him, recalling an ancient book he had stumbled upon by chance, related to beast trainers. That ancient book contained some records about ancient beast taming techniques. And the methods Jiang Chen was now employing bore some resemblance to what was described in that ancient book. Is this the legendary ancient beast taming technique? You actually know the legendary ancient beast taming technique. Lu Yuanhua's expression instantly turned incredibly terrified. He stared blankly at Jiang Chen, even his speech becoming somewhat incoherent. You do have some knowledge, to actually know this is an ancient beast taming technique. That's right, what I'm performing today is the Spirit Awakening chapter of the ancient beast taming technique. Today, I will use this ancient beast taming technique to help this blazing tiger rise from its ruins and successfully advance to a third-grade demonic beast. As Jiang Chen's faint words fell, the 2 barrels of medicinal liquid pouring down from mid-air were completely absorbed by the blazing tiger. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate for a moment, swiftly bringing his hands together in front of his chest. Immediately after, the 12 hand seals encircling the blazing tiger's body instantly merged into its body. After all 12 of Jiang Chen's hand seals had merged into the blazing tiger's body, the vitality in the blazing tiger's body also began to recover rapidly, at a noticeable speed. Alright, I have slowly restored the blazing tiger's vitality using the ancient beast taming technique, completely activating its potential. In at most half a month, it will rise from its ruins and advance to a third-grade demonic beast. At that time, both the blazing tiger and your father will awaken. Looking at the situation on the blazing tiger's body, Jiang Chen couldn't help but clap his hands and chuckled softly at Huazilu. Thank you. Huazilu's expression became incredibly excited upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. When she had previously sought Jiang Chen's help to save her father, she was essentially acting with a dead horse, live horse doctor mentality. She never expected that Jiang Chen would actually solve it so easily. It's nothing but a trifle, Miss Hua, you don't have to be so polite. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, then looked at Lu Yuanhua beside him. How about it?
I said this blazing tiger could be saved, do you concede?
Master, with your profound understanding of ancient beast taming techniques, your achievements in beast taming far surpass this old man's.
I am utterly convinced.
Just now, this old man was blind and failed to recognize the master's true eminence. I beg the master for forgiveness. This old man is willing to follow the master for life, listening to your teachings by your side.
As Lu Yuanhua spoke, he respectfully knelt down before Jiang Chen.
Learning knows no age, the capable are teachers. Lu Yuanhua even had a feeling that the young man's achievements in beast taming surpassed even his former mentor. To become a disciple of such a beast taming master was not a shameful thing.
Moreover,
to be able to follow a beast taming master who possessed ancient beast taming techniques was absolutely something countless beast tamers dreamed of. Watching Lu Yuanhua suddenly behave this way in front of Jiang Chen,
Huazilu's expression was so shocked it became somewhat numb.
She never imagined that Jiang Chen was not only monstrously talented in alchemy and martial arts, but also terrifyingly abnormal in the art of beast taming. In just a short while, he had completely subdued a grade 3 beast tamer who had been looking down on everyone.
Overpowered. It was simply too abnormal. How could there be such a monstrous prodigy in every aspect in this world? There's no need to follow me. The world is vast, and there are countless hidden talents. I hope you won't underestimate others in the future.
Jiang Chen said indifferently, then turned and walked out of the room. After settling the matter with Huazilu's father, Jiang Chen stayed at the Hua family's residence, waiting for Xiang Tianlong of Tianlong village. 3 days passed in a flash, but Xiang Tianlong never appeared in Fenghua city.
Early on the 4th day,
to quickly resolve the Hua family's troubles and return to Lingyun Martial Mansion, Jiang Chen ignored the dissuasion of Huazilu and others and decided to head to Tianlong village. Even Huazilu's offer to send people from the Hua family to help was flatly refused by Jiang Chen. Leaving Fenghua city, Jiang Chen traveled west, heading straight for Tianlong Mountain.
An hour later, Jiang Chen arrived at the foot of Tianlong Mountain.
He looked up at the perilous mountain peak before him, which looked as if it had been carved by knives and axes, soaring straight into the clouds.
Without hesitation, Jiang Chen walked directly up the narrow and steep mountain path.
Jiang Chen's speed was as fast as lightning, moving along the narrow and steep path almost as if on flat ground. In just over 10 minutes, Jiang Chen arrived at a checkpoint set up by Tianlong village halfway up the mountain.
Boy, who are you? Outsiders are forbidden on Tianlong Mountain, hurry up and get out of here.
Looking at Jiang Chen, who appeared before the checkpoint, the several Heavenly Dragon Fortress warriors guarding the checkpoint roared at Jiang Chen fiercely. Jiang Chen looked up at the warriors on the checkpoint and said faintly, "I'm here to settle scores with your Heavenly Dragon Fortress leader, Xiang Tianlong. Where did this little brat come from, daring to cause trouble on Heavenly Dragon Mountain?
I think you're looking for death." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, those Heavenly Dragon Fortress warriors were instantly furious.
They plunged directly down from the checkpoint, brandishing the weapons in their hands, and charged at Jiang Chen.
Bang, bang, bang.
A series of continuous collision sounds instantly erupted. Those warriors didn't even have time to let out a scream before their bodies were sent flying into the air, falling towards the 1,000-foot cliff on one side. Having dealt with these checkpoint guards, Jiang Chen continued his journey along the steep mountain path. Heavenly Dragon Fortress was extremely heavily guarded, with a checkpoint almost every 500 meters.
Soon, Jiang Chen arrived at the second checkpoint.
However, these checkpoints set up by Heavenly Dragon Fortress posed no threat to Jiang Chen at all. In just a short while, Jiang Chen had broken through 3 checkpoints in a row, arriving directly at an open area halfway up Heavenly Dragon Mountain.
Jiang Chen looked up slightly, and a fortress instantly entered his sight.
This was a huge fortress nearly 10 meters high. The fortress was built against the mountain, and the walls of its gate were made of massive bluestone, like a natural, formidable pass.
Boy, who are you, and why are you causing trouble at my Heavenly Dragon Fortress?
Just as Jiang Chen appeared at the gate of Heavenly Dragon Fortress, a cold, angry roar instantly echoed from the fortress walls. Jiang Chen looked up slightly and saw a Heavenly Dragon Fortress warrior with thick eyebrows and large eyes glaring furiously at him.
I'm not causing trouble, I'm just here to settle accounts with Xiang Tianlong.
Go quickly and inform your leader, Xiang Tianlong, and tell him to get down here and face his death. Jiang Chen looked at the thick-browed man on the wall, his faint voice slowly echoing in the air. Humph, a mere young brat dares to come alone to my heavenly dragon fortress to cause trouble.
Do you really think my heavenly dragon fortress is easy to bully? If you know what's good for you, get out of Heavenly Dragon Mountain immediately. Otherwise, if you dare take another step forward, you will be killed without mercy. The thick-browed man's face turned cold. With a wave of his hand, countless heads instantly popped up on the city wall. They all swiftly drew their bowstrings, their arrows uniformly aimed at Jiang Chen below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Jiang Chen and the people of Heavenly Dragon Fortress were at loggerheads, several whooshing sounds came from behind Jiang Chen. At the same time, a conversation drifted over with the wind. Senior brother Nangong, someone really got ahead of us. But looking at the situation, we're not too late. Humph, no matter what, Xiang Tianlong's head is mine. If anyone dares to snatch it from me, don't blame me for being impolite. With Xiang Tianlong's head, senior brother Nangong can obtain a heavenly spirit pill, thereby breaking through to the innate realm in one go. At that time, he will surely shine brilliantly in the upcoming 9 prefectures martial arts competition. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. He looked back and saw 3 figures galloping towards the gate of the stronghold. Just as Jiang Chen was scrutinizing the 3 uninvited guests in front of him, the handsome young man, who exuded an ethereal and refined aura and was leading the group, walked directly up to Jiang Chen. Immediately after, his domineering voice echoed directly in Jiang Chen's ears. Kid, Xiang Tianlong's head, the leader of Sky Dragon Stronghold, is mine, Nangong Yi's. No one should even think of snatching it from me. Are you from the Purple Cloud Martial Academy? Jiang Chen did not answer Nangong Yi, but instead glanced at the 3 of them. All 3 were wearing purple robes, with large characters for Purple Cloud embroidered on their chests, looking particularly striking. Jiang Chen could guess without thinking. The 3 people in front of him were likely students from the Purple Cloud Martial Academy, one of the 9 prefectures of the Great Xiao Dynasty. The Purple Cloud Martial Academy is located west of Lingyun, almost bordering Fenghua City. The appearance of these 3 Purple Cloud Martial Academy students here did not surprise Jiang Chen. That's right, we are students of the Purple Cloud Martial Academy. Senior brother Nangong is a genius ranked among the top 3 on our Purple Cloud Academy's Purple Cloud ranking. At this moment, a rather attractive girl behind Nangong Yi stepped forward directly. She looked arrogant, condescendingly looking down at Jiang Chen. Looking at your attire, you must be a disciple of the Lingyun Martial Academy, right? Jiang Chen said calmly, that's right, I am an inner disciple of the Lingyun Martial Academy. Lingyun Martial Academy, the lowest-ranked martial academy among the 9 prefectures of the Great Xiao Dynasty. You, an inner disciple of the Lingyun Martial Academy, actually came to Sky Dragon Mountain alone? Isn't that looking for death? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the girl immediately sneered disdainfully. Ha ha! Kid, didn't your mentors at Lingyun Martial Academy tell you that Xiang Tianlong, the leader of Sky Dragon Stronghold, is a martial artist at the 9th level of Qi control? If you don't want to die, just give us Xiang Tianlong's head, and then go back to where you came from. On the other side, the young man carrying a long saber also burst into laughter. Jiang Chen paid no attention to the disdainful mockery from the 2 Purple Cloud Martial Academy students. He looked at Nangong Yi calmly, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You really want me to give you Xiang Tianlong's head? Firstly, at your Lingyun Martial Academy, no one can kill Xiang Tianlong except Wu Feilong, who ranks first on the Lingyun ranking. I am saving you. Secondly, whether you give it or not, Xiang Tianlong's head is mine. Whoever dares to stop me, I will kill them. Nangong Yi looked arrogant, acting as if he was the most impressive person there. I came to Sky Dragon Mountain merely to resolve a small problem, not for Xiang Tianlong's head. Since the 3 of you are so interested in Xiang Tianlong's head, I'll let you have it then. Jiang Chen looked at the 3 people in front of him calmly, but scoffed inwardly. These 3 students from Ziyun Martial Arts Academy had no idea that Xiang Tianlong had already broken through to the Xian Tian realm.
He wanted to see if these three guys could still act so cocky after they met Xiang Tianlong. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Nan Gongyi no longer paid attention to Jiang Chen and walked directly towards the gate of the mountain stronghold. "Kid, good thing you're sensible." The female student from Ziyun Martial Arts Academy cast a triumphant glance at Jiang Chen, then quickly followed behind Nan Gongyi. "Humph, a mere few youngsters dare to act presumptuously in my Tianlong stronghold. Fire the arrows, kill them." Looking at the three approaching Nan Gongyi walking straight towards the stronghold gate, the rough-browed man on the city wall couldn't help but turn cold. He waved his hand, and a volley of arrows shot towards Nan Gongyi and the two others. A bunch of ants, looking for death. Nan Gongyi's expression turned cold. With a wave of his hand, a fierce gust of energy instantly transformed into an ethereal large hand, seizing all the arrows. Immediately after, he flung the arrows back towards the city wall. In that instant, a series of screams immediately rang out from the city wall. With a casual blow, Nan Gongyi effortlessly killed all the archers on the city wall. In just the blink of an eye, only the rough-browed man was left standing alone on the city wall. "You, who exactly are you people?" The rough-browed man looked down at Nan Gongyi, his expression filled with terror. "Nan Gongyi of Ziyun Martial Arts Academy, I am here at Tianlong Mountain today only for Xiang Tianlong's head. If you don't want to die, then get out of my sight." Nan Gongyi's cold words fell, and then he directly threw a punch at the tightly closed gate of the mountain stronghold. Boom! The stronghold gate shattered with a crash. Nan Gongyi smashed through the stronghold gate with a single punch, just about to enter the stronghold, when a cold voice instantly came from inside. "Humph, a mere few students from Ziyun Martial Arts Academy, yet you dare to cause trouble in my territory. Do you think my head, Xiang Tianlong's head, is something you can just take whenever you please?" As this cold voice spread, a burly middle-aged man, leading a group of warriors, strode out from inside the mountain stronghold. The big man was dressed in a black robe, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, exuding an incredibly wild aura. Nan Gongyi looked calmly at the black-robed man in front of him. "You are Xiang Tianlong, the leader of Tianlong stronghold?" "I am Xiang Tianlong." Xiang Tianlong stared at Nan Gongyi with a ferocious expression and fierce eyes. "Just now, did you say you wanted my head?" "That's right, your head. I, Nan Gongyi, will claim it today." Nan Gongyi moved his hand and took out a long sword. He held the long sword, its tip pointing at Xiang Tianlong. "Will you end your own life, or do you want me to take it myself?" "Ha, you want my head, Xiang Tianlong's head? Do you really think you're worthy? Daring to cause trouble in my Tianlong stronghold, this place will be your burial ground today." Xiang Tianlong burst into maniacal laughter, and a 10-foot-long golden saber suddenly appeared in his hand. With the golden saber in hand, Xiang Tianlong delivered a horizontal slash, and a formidable saber aura, swift as lightning, lunged directly at Nan Gongyi. And the moment Xiang Tianlong unleashed that saber strike, Nan Gongyi, who had always been so calm and composed, finally couldn't help but dramatically change his expression. Innate saber aura, you are an innate realm expert. Staring at the incoming saber strike, Nan Gongyi's expression instantly became incredibly terrified. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly retreated. As Nan Gongyi retreated, his hands swiftly grabbed the shoulders of the two Purple Cloud Martial Mansion disciples. Immediately after, under the disbelieving gaze of the two disciples, he directly pushed them out with a palm strike. Bang! The fierce saber aura instantly struck the two disciples, directly cleaving their bodies into two. This friend, Xiang Tianlong, has already broken through to the innate realm. If we all join forces, perhaps we can still fight him. Otherwise, none of us will leave here alive today. Nan Gongyi retreated hastily to Jiang Chen's side, and couldn't help but quickly say to Jiang Chen, "Join forces with you? And then wait for you to stab me in the back?" A dignified genius from the Purple Cloud list of the Purple Cloud Martial Mansion, for the sake of survival, doesn't hesitate to sacrifice his companions. "I wouldn't stoop to associating with trash like you." Jiang Chen disdainfully glanced at Nan Gongyi, then directly looked at Xiang Tianlong opposite him, his calm voice instantly echoing in midair. "Xiang Tianlong, quickly deal with this scum." After you've dealt with him, I'll settle our accounts with you properly.
Since you've come today, none of you shall leave alive. All of you, go to hell. Xiang Tianlong snorted coldly, his eyes blazing with fierce light. With a wave of the golden saber in his hand, another formidable saber aura, with lightning speed, swept towards Jiang Chen and the other person. Seeing this, Nan Gongyi's expression instantly changed dramatically. Heavenly Moon Slash. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly unleashed his strongest profound grade sword technique, clashing head-on with Xiang Tianlong's saber aura. Boom! Nan Gongyi's strongest strike was instantly shattered by Xiang Tianlong's saber aura. Immediately after, Nan Gongyi opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying back several feet like a kite with a broken string. Nan Gongyi scrambled up from the ground in disarray, without the slightest pause, directly fleeing frantically towards the mountain path outside. Only a chilling voice drifted from afar in mid-air. Xiang Tianlong, I, Nan Gongyi, will remember what happened today. When I return next time, I will surely take your dog's head. He fled quite fast. Xiang Tianlong snorted coldly, then his gaze fell on Jiang Chen. When he saw Jiang Chen still standing motionless in his original spot, his eyes suddenly narrowed. This guy seemed completely unaffected by his previous saber aura strike. Kid, you're not with that fellow just now, are you? A flicker of light flashed in Xiang Tianlong's eyes, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chen. Naturally not. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, however, my goal is no different from theirs. You want to kill me too? Even with the strength of that kid just now, at the 9th level of chi manipulation, he was still no match for me in a single exchange. What makes you think you can kill me? Xiang Tianlong looked at Jiang Chen indifferently, his expression full of disdain. This kid in front of him looked even younger than that genius from Ziyun Martial Mansion just now. He really didn't believe that this kid in front of him could be a powerful Xiantian realm expert. He couldn't kill you because he lacked the ability. That doesn't mean I can't either. Xiang Tianlong, 3 days ago, I already sent someone to tell you to roll into Fenghua City to see me. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, today I will fulfill my promise and flatten your Tianlong stronghold. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, his cold voice directly echoing in Xiang Tianlong's ears. Jiang Chen's cold words instantly made Xiang Tianlong's face change dramatically. He stared intently at Jiang Chen. It's you're that young man who helped the Hua family in Fenghua City? Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to answer Xiang Tianlong, and simply said indifferently, disband Tianlong's stronghold and cripple your cultivation, and I might consider sparing your life. Kid, don't be so arrogant in front of me. I know you've already comprehended sword intent, but so what? As long as you're not a true Xiantian expert, I, Xiang Tianlong, am not afraid of you. A chilling glint suddenly burst forth from Xiang Tianlong's eyes. He gripped the golden saber in his hand, and a 3-meter-long saber aura instantly erupted from the blade. The dazzling saber light, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the void, slashed fiercely towards Jiang Chen. Is that so? Then I'm very unfortunate to tell you that I've not only comprehended sword intent, but I've also broken through to the Xiantian realm and become a Xiantian expert. A cold smile tugged at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. His gaze suddenly sharpened, and the aura of a Xiantian expert along with a first-level sword intent, almost simultaneously burst forth from his body. The aura of a Xiantian expert and first-level sword intent exploded at the same time. Under Xiang Tianlong's look of extreme terror, Jiang Chen directly swung his sword. As soon as this sword light appeared, Xiang Tianlong felt as if his entire being had been locked onto by this single beam of sword light. A faint, inexplicable fear instantly spread through Xiang Tianlong's heart. Jiang Chen's sword was simply too powerful. Not to mention that he hadn't yet recovered from his battle with Hua Wujin, the head of the Hua family, half a month ago. Even at his peak, he probably wouldn't have been able to block this move. Xing. While Xiang Tianlong was still in shock, the sword light landed on his saber aura, easily slicing through it as if it were tofu. Immediately after, the sword light flashed, directly piercing through Xiang Tianlong's chest. Thud. Xiang Tianlong stared at Jiang Chen with an unwilling expression, then his body swayed and he fell heavily to the ground. One move. Just one move.
The formidable leader of Tianlong's stronghold, Xian expert Xiang Tianlong, had been killed by this young man in front of him. Witnessing this incredible scene, all the warriors of Tianlong's stronghold were stunned. It took them a while to recover from the shock, their gazes at Jiang Chen filled with extreme terror. Jiang Chen expressionlessly glanced at Xiang Tianlong's corpse, then looked towards the group of Heaven Dragon Stockade warriors opposite him.
Clang!
Dozens of Heaven Dragon Stockade warriors, upon meeting Jiang Chen's gaze, trembled and dropped their weapons, kneeling down together. "Sir, we'll disband Heaven Dragon Stockade right away and leave Heaven Dragon Mountain. Please spare our lives." Jiang Chen's face was cold. "All of you, get out. Don't let me see you committing such evil, burning, killing, and looting again, or don't blame me for being merciless."
Thank you, sir, thank you, sir."
The group of warriors were overjoyed, quickly offering their profuse thanks to Jiang Chen, then hurried down the mountain.
Xiang Tianxiong, everyone else can leave, but you stay.
Jiang Chen's gaze swept through the crowd, suddenly spotting a somewhat familiar figure. He moved swiftly, grabbing the man's shoulder and throwing him out of the crowd.
Sir, don't kill me, I
can tell you a secret about Heaven Dragon Stockade."
Xiang Tianxiong's face instantly turned ashen, and he frantically screamed at Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen said indifferently, "What secrets could your Heaven Dragon Stockade possibly have? Deep inside Heaven Dragon Stockade, there's a cave dwelling left by a master. My elder brother broke through to the Xiantian realm because of the pills left by that master. On one of the stone walls in that cave, that master also left a earth-grade martial art."
Xiang Tianxiong quickly explained.
"A earth-grade martial art, that's a decent secret. But even if you told me, I still wasn't planning on letting you go."
Jiang Chen nodded, but his fiery dragon sword directly slashed across Xiang Tianxiong's neck.
"No." Xiang Tianxiong was instantly scared out of his wits, but just as he managed to utter one word, it was cut short, and he turned into a cold corpse. After dispatching Xiang Tianxiong with a single sword stroke, Jiang Chen quickly rushed into Heaven Dragon Stockade and soon found the cave Xiang Tianxiong mentioned. Entering the cave, Jiang Chen's gaze swept around and was immediately drawn to the pattern on the stone wall on one side of the cave.
Ding!
You observed the incomplete earth-grade martial art Sky Blazing Sword Art, triggering hundredfold comprehension.
Ding!
You comprehended the complete version of Sky Blazing Sword Art. Earth-grade low-level martial art, Sky Blazing Sword Art. Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with the martial art on the stone wall. Last time in the Sword Mark Hall of Lingyun Martial Mansion, he used the system to comprehend sword intent. However, a person who had comprehended sword intent didn't even have a reliable sword technique. Although he had comprehended a yellow-grade sword technique through daily sword practice, it would take some time to upgrade it to an earth-grade martial art. The sky-blazing sword art before him, however, filled the void in his sword techniques. After comprehending the sky-blazing sword art, Jiang Chen scanned the cave up and down. Finding nothing else of value in the cave, he flashed and disappeared from it. Leaving Tianlong Mountain, Jiang Chen quickly returned to Fenghua City. When Wazailan and the others learned that Jiang Chen had killed Xiang Tianlong and completely annihilated Tianlong village in less than half a day, they were all too shocked to speak. Tianlong village, that was an existence that had once plunged their Hua family into crisis. Now it had been effortlessly resolved by Jiang Chen. Having solved the Hua family's troubles and completed his mission, Jiang Chen did not stay long at the Hua family's residence. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen bid farewell to Wazailan and the others and left Fenghua City. Back at Lingyun Martial Mansion, as Jiang Chen walked into his courtyard, a servant quickly greeted him. "Sir, you finally returned. Early this morning, a guest arrived in the courtyard, and she's still waiting for you in the living room."
A guest? Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned.
Although he had been in Lingyun Martial Mansion for some time, he didn't know many people.
Who would come here looking for him?
With a hint of doubt, Jiang Chen walked directly into the living room. Entering the living room, a familiar beautiful figure appeared in Jiang Chen's sight. "Instructor Su, why are you here?" Seeing Su Lingxiang in the living room, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask in surprise.
"Jiang Chen, you're back."
Su Lingxiang looked up slightly. She looked at Jiang Chen walking in from outside, and a look of immense joy appeared in her beautiful eyes.
Yes, I went to Finghua City to complete a student mission and just got back. Jiang Chen nodded and asked with some curiosity, Instructor Su, why are you here? Did Elder Yin send you to find me? Jiang Chen, don't call me instructor anymore, just call me by my name.
Hearing Jiang Chen call her instructor while also addressing her own instructor as brother, Su Lingxiang couldn't help but feel a bit speechless.
Jiang Chen smiled faintly, then I'll call you Sister Lingxiang. Su Lingxiang didn't dwell on the matter.
She suddenly said with a touch of embarrassment, Jiang Chen, my visit this time wasn't at my instructor's behest.
I actually have something I'd like to ask for your help with. What could Sister Lingxiang possibly need my help with? Jiang Chen paused slightly.
This woman before him was no mere pretty face, but a genuine third-grade alchemist. More importantly, she was also the disciple of Yin Qingxian, a sixth-grade alchemy master. One could say that in terms of both status and strength, Su Lingxiang was an existence that most people in this world could only look up to.
Jiang Chen truly didn't know what Su Lingxiang could possibly need his help with. It's a long story. Come with me to Qingxian residence, and we can talk on the way.
As Su Lingxiang spoke, she directly pulled Jiang Chen and walked outside. Just as Jiang Chen and Su Lingxiang stepped out of the courtyard, a thunderous cold shout exploded directly beside their ears.
Jiang Chen, you finally returned. I've been waiting for you for a long time.
The sudden cold shout instantly made Jiang Chen freeze. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall young man, about 18 or 19 years old, leap down from a nearby large tree.
Bang!
The tall young man's body landed heavily like a falling meteor, 3 zhang away in front of Jiang Chen and the others.
In that instant,
the bluestone floor within a radius of several meters around the tall young man instantly cracked.
You are Wu Failong?
Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This tall young man in front of him was very strong. Definitely stronger than Xiang Tianlong, the Xian Tian expert he killed on Tianlong Mountain. In this Lingyun martial mansion, besides Xiang Tianlong, who ranked first on the Lingyun ranking, who else could possess such strength?
That's right, I am Wu Failong. Wu Failong looked at Jiang Chen calmly. 2 days ago, wasn't it you who punched my brother's black cloud python to death?
Yes.
Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. What, you want to get revenge for your brother?
Of course. You have to consider the owner even when beating a dog, let alone you bullied my younger brother. I heard you have a 6th grade fire Kirin beast cub. Compensate it to my brother, and I can pretend this never happened. Wu Failong looked at Jiang Chen with a calm expression, his indifferent voice, however, exuded an overbearing aura.
Holy crap! Everyone look, Wu Failong really came to trouble Jiang Chen. The confrontation between Wu Failong and Jiang Chen quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding students. They all gathered around Jiang Chen and the other, eager to watch the show. Wu Failong, what do you want?
I am here on the teacher's orders to escort Jiang Chen to Qingxian residence.
If you know what's good for you, get out of my way.
Su Lingxiang's pretty face turned cold, and she directly shouted at Wu Failong in front of her.
Hearing Su Lingxiang's words, Wu Failong's expression couldn't help but change slightly. Qingxian residence, that was the dwelling of the 6th grade alchemy master Yin Qingxian. If it was truly Yin Qingxian who wanted to see Jiang Chen, wouldn't his obstruction here be going against Yin Qingxian?
A 6th grade alchemy master was not someone a mere student of Lingyun martial mansion could afford to offend.
Jiang Chen, consider yourself lucky today. I'll settle this score between us another day. Wu Failong let out a cold snort with a livid face, then immediately turned to stride away.
Wu Failong, you come when you want and leave when you want, that's a bit too disrespectful to me, isn't it?
Just as Wu Failong turned around, Jiang Chen's calm voice rang out behind him. Wu Failong's steps suddenly halted.
He turned his head and glared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, for Master Yan's sake, I'm giving you some face, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit.
Jiang Chen, what do you want to do?
Seeing that Jiang Chen actually called out to Wu Failong, who was about to leave, Ling Qingxue felt a bit speechless.
Since someone has come to my doorstep, I naturally can't let myself be underestimated. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Sister Ling Xiong, wait for me. After I deal with this guy, I'll go to Qingxian residence with you. Ha ha. Jiang Chen, I've heard you're arrogant for a long time. Today, I, Wu Feilong, have finally experienced it. Wu Feilong burst into laughter. He looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. I'd like to see what you can do to deal with me. Jiang Chen looked at Wu Feilong indifferently, and directly held up 5 fingers towards him. Immediately after, his arrogant voice instantly echoed in everyone's ears. To deal with you, 5 minutes is enough. What the heck? I didn't hear wrong, did I? Jiang Chen said he'll deal with Wu Feilong in 5 minutes. How is this possible? Jiang Chen's arrogant words instantly caused an uproar among the surrounding onlookers. Who was Wu Feilong?
A famous genius of Lingyun Martial Academy, a peerless figure who had dominated the top of the Lingyun ranking for 3 years. For these 3 years, no one in Lingyun Martial Academy had ever shaken Wu Feilong's position. Even more terrifying was, it was said that Wu Feilong had recently broken through to the Xiantian realm, becoming a Xiantian master. Such strength, even among the 9 prefectures of the Great Xia Kingdom, was a rare existence. Even if Jiang Chen's talent was monstrous, comprehending the legendary sword intent, and possessing the capital to fight above his level, there was no way he could defeat Wu Feilong in 5 minutes, right? 5 minutes to deal with me? Jiang Chen, this is probably the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. If you can harm a single hair on me within 5 minutes, I, Wu Feilong, will kneel before you on the spot and admit defeat. Wu Feilong laughed wildly as he spoke. As the peerless genius of Lingyun Martial Academy, Wu Feilong was already exceptionally strong. Especially after breaking through to the Xiantian realm, his combat power was no less than some Xiantian 2nd or even 3rd level powerhouses. Not to mention in Lingyun Martial Academy, even looking across the entire Great Xia Kingdom, there were probably few peers who would dare to say such things in front of him. This guy in front of him also wanted to defeat him in 5 minutes? It was simply a pipe dream. A joke? In my eyes, you, the top of the Lingyun ranking, are the real joke. To be honest, 5 minutes to deal with you, I even think is a bit too much. As the faint words fell, Jiang Chen instantly unleashed his heaven-treading steps, appearing directly above Wu Feilong's head in one stride. You're asking for it. A sharp light burst forth from Wu Feilong's eyes, and a domineering aura that dominated the world emanated from his entire body. He clenched his fist fiercely, and a phantom fist image instantly condensed. Under his activation, the fist image, carrying an incomparably domineering artistic conception, slammed towards Jiang Chen. Bang! A heaven-shaking collision instantly echoed in mid-air. And Jiang Chen's figure was directly sent flying several feet backward by Wu Feilong's punch. Looking at Wu Feilong, who stood still in place opposite him, Jiang Chen's gaze narrowed. You comprehended fist intent? Ha. Jiang Chen, you're not the only one in this world who can comprehend martial arts' true intent. Hurry up and unleash your sword intent. I also want to see whether your sword intent is more powerful, or my fist intent is more domineering. Wu Feilong punched Jiang Chen back, and couldn't help but laugh wildly with smugness. Damn, I didn't expect Wu Feilong, he actually comprehended the true meaning of martial arts. With the strength of an 8 tier 1, plus this fist intent, I'm afraid some martial artists at an 8 tier 3 wouldn't be a match for Wu Feilong. Jiang Chen really overdid it with his bragging this time. 5 minutes to deal with the guy? I think he'd be lucky if he wasn't dealt with in 5 minutes himself. The scene before them instantly left everyone around dumbfounded. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal pity. This time, Jiang Chen might really get mowed down for trying to brag. However, just as everyone was feeling sympathetic about Jiang Chen's impending fate, Jiang Chen's arrogant voice rang out once again. Wu Feilong, you've only grasped a superficial understanding of fist intent. What right do you have to show off in front of me? What's more, to defeat you, why would I need to use sword intent? Silence. Jiang Chen's words immediately silenced the surroundings. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen as if he were an idiot. Holy crap! This kid,
surely he'd been scared witless by Wu Failong opposite him?
You say you're awesome, that you've comprehended sword intent.
But Wu Failong isn't bad either, he's also comprehended fist intent. What's more,
Wu Failong is still a Xiantian realm powerhouse, his cultivation far superior to yours.
In this situation, it looks like Wu Failong should be easily dominating you.
Yet, this guy in front of them actually dared to boast that he could defeat Wu Failong without using sword intent.
A martial artist at the 9th level of Qi manipulation wants to defeat a Xiantian powerhouse who has comprehended fist intent, without even using sword intent? Are you sure you're not messing with us?
It wasn't just the surrounding onlookers who thought Jiang Chen's words were preposterous, even Su Lingshan felt Jiang Chen was talking nonsense. Although she knew that Jiang Chen's martial arts talent was no less than his alchemy talent. At only 15 years old, he already possessed the strength of the 9th level of Qi manipulation and had even comprehended sword intent. A genius like Jiang Chen indeed had the ability to fight beyond his level and defeat Xiantian masters.
But that also depends on what kind of Xiantian master the opponent is.
Wu Failong, the one opposite, was the top-ranked individual on the Lingyun board, a Xiantian powerhouse who had comprehended fist intent.
Was such a person someone you could just defeat if you wanted to? Ha ha! Jiang Chen, I see you're truly boundlessly arrogant.
Forget about not using sword intent, even if you did use it, you wouldn't have the right to act wildly in front of me.
Soon I'll let you know that your meager strength is utterly worthless in my presence. Wu Failong sneered with a laugh.
He clenched his fist, and a Xiantian fist aura imbued with fist intent directly slammed towards Jiang Chen. A Xiantian fist aura merged with fist intent.
The power of Wu Failong's strike was entirely sufficient to severely injure ordinary Xiantian dual-realm martial artists. Jiang Chen watched Wu Failong's fierce strike with a calm expression.
He moved his hand, and the blazing dragon sword materialized out of thin air. Jiang Chen's hand, gripping the blazing dragon sword, suddenly tightened, and a continuous stream of Xiantian true qi poured into the blazing dragon sword. As the true qi was infused, a blazing red sword light shot up into the sky. The fiery red sword light almost instantly made the temperature of the surrounding space several degrees hotter. The spiritual energy in mid-air was also stirred into turmoil by the fiery red sword light. Moments later, the surrounding spiritual energy quickly converged towards the sword light, forming a giant 3-zhang-long flaming sword in mid-air.
Sky-burning sword art, cleave. Gazing at Wu Failong, whose pupils suddenly contracted, Jiang Chen let out a cold cry and slashed out with the blazing dragon sword. In that instant,
the giant flaming sword, under countless shocked gazes, carried a hot current of air and cleaved down directly at Wu Failong.
Clang!
The fiery giant sword, like chopping melons and vegetables, shredded Wu Failong's fist energy and struck Wu Failong's body. Wu Failong was struck as if by lightning, letting out a scream and spitting out blood as he flew backward, crashing several feet away. His clothes were torn to shreds, with no intact spots, and his whole body emitted a scorched smell. A martial art that draws upon the power of heaven and earth, you actually mastered a earth-grade martial art. Wu Failong struggled to prop himself up, and in his eyes, as he looked at Jiang Chen, a look of profound horror finally appeared.
Whoosh! Immediately after,
Wu Failong's throat tasted sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Then, his head tilted, and he fainted directly to the ground.
So strong.
An Earth-grade martial art. I can't believe Jiang Chen actually mastered a legendary Earth-grade martial art.
Awesome, absolutely awesome.
Seeing Jiang Chen's world-shattering sword strike, which directly inflicted severe injuries on Wu Failong, everyone around gazed blankly at Jiang Chen, their expressions filled with shock. They never imagined that even without using his sword intent, Jiang Chen still possessed such a heaven-defying killing move as an Earth-grade martial art. Even more, they never expected that Jiang Chen would actually defeat Wu Failong within 5 minutes. Wu Failong, the formidable top contender of the Soaring Cloud ranking, who had dominated it for 3 years, couldn't even last 5 minutes against Jiang Chen.
Shocking.
This was truly astonishing. What amazed them the most was how terrifyingly fast Jiang Chen's growth was. It had only been a mere 1 or 2 months since Jiang Chen entered the Soaring Cloud martial mansion. Yet, in such a short period, Jiang Chen had risen from a bronze student who entered through the back door to a heaven-defying prodigy.
Along this journey,
Jiang Chen first defeated the top golden student of the outer courtyard, took the talented beauty Meng Qingshui as his maid, and broke a 30-year unbroken record on the soaring cloud ranking. Upon entering the inner courtyard, he defeated Lin Yu, a genius on the soaring cloud ranking, on his very first day. Now, he had completely crushed Wu Feilong, the top contender of the soaring cloud ranking, ascending to the throne of the soaring cloud Martial Mansion's #1 student. Such a record is absolutely unprecedented in the history of the soaring cloud Martial Mansion. And it's likely that no one will be able to surpass him in the future either.
Alright, Sister Lingxiang, we can go now.
Under countless shocked gazes, Jiang Chen put away his blazing dragon sword, walked to Su Lingxiang's side, and smiled at her.
You really are a monster.
Su Lingxiang looked at Jiang Chen in front of her, and it took her quite a while to snap out of her shock. She finally understood why this guy insisted on cultivating both martial arts and alchemy. With his monstrous talent, it was simply a piece of cake for him.
Lingxiang, so you're here, I finally found you.
Just then, a slightly surprised voice suddenly rang out beside the two of them. Jiang Chen looked up and saw a young man dressed in an alchemist's robe smiling as he walked towards them. The young man was about 24 or 25 years old and very handsome. Of course. Most importantly, this young man had a silver 4-star alchemist badge pinned to his chest. This young man was clearly a 4th-grade alchemist.
Holy cow! Am I seeing things?
This young man is actually a 4th-grade alchemist. To be a 4th-grade alchemist at such a young age, that's incredibly impressive. Looking at the sudden appearance of the young man, everyone couldn't help but show a look of reverence.
Jiang Chen, this young man is Dan Xiuming, from the Dan family, the top alchemist family in Dasha Kingdom.
Ever since Master took me to the Dan family last time, he's been pestering me, and now he's even come to Lingyun Martial Arts Academy. I came to you because I wanted you to help me get rid of this annoying guy. Looking at Dan Xiuming, who was walking directly towards them, Su Lingxiang's pretty face subtly changed, and she couldn't help but whisper to Jiang Chen. So, Sister Lingxiang wants me to be her protector, huh? In that case, let's go, don't mind him. As Jiang Chen spoke, he was about to pull Su Lingxiang away.
Kid, what's your relationship with Lingxiang? Take your dirty hands off her. The young man's expression suddenly darkened as he watched the scene, and he shouted at Jiang Chen. Who are you?
Jiang Chen glanced at him indifferently. What our relationship is none of your business.
Hold on.
Jiang Chen's words, showing no respect for Dan Xiuming, immediately filled everyone around with admiration. This guy truly lives up to his reputation as the top maverick of their Lingyun Martial Arts Academy. He's not afraid at all, even in front of a 4th-grade alchemist. A 4th-grade alchemist that someone even many Xiantian masters and even Kaiyuan realm powerhouses have to treat with courtesy. They really didn't know where this guy got the courage to confront a 4th-grade alchemist like this. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, which clearly showed he didn't care about him at all, Dan Xiuming's eyes turned cold. He stared coldly at Jiang Chen. Kid, what kind of nobody are you? Who gave you the guts to speak to a 4th-grade alchemist like that? Jiang Chen smirked dismissively. A 4th-grade alchemist. Is that a big deal? As soon as Jiang Chen said this, the corners of everyone's mouths around them twitched uncontrollably, their hearts utterly speechless. This was a 4th-grade alchemist. Any 4th-grade alchemist in Dasha Kingdom held a transcendent and extremely noble status. This guy actually dared to say that a 4th-grade alchemist was nothing special. It's not that they're nothing special, they're extremely special. Kid, what the hell did you just say? Dan Xiuming was so angry his lungs almost exploded. He turned his gaze directly to Su Lingxiang and said, Lingxiang, don't tell me this arrogant brat is the one you like? That's right, Jiang Chen is the person I like, and his alchemy talent is not inferior to yours in the slightest. Su Lingxiang said indifferently, so I hope you won't bother me again in the future.
Him? His alchemy talent not inferior to mine? Dan Xiuming immediately scoffed contemptuously. Lingxiang, you don't have a fever, do you? I'm perfectly sober right now. If you don't believe me, you can have an alchemy competition with him. If you win, I'll do whatever you want. If you lose, never appear before me again.
Upon hearing Su Lingxiang's words, everyone around was so stunned their eyeballs almost popped out. They never expected that Su Lingxiang would actually have Jiang Chen compete with that rank 4 alchemist in alchemy. Although Jiang Chen had astonishing martial arts talent, did he really know alchemy? Even if he knew a little, competing with a rank 4 alchemist would surely result in him being utterly crushed, wouldn't it? Alright, since you said so, Lingxiang, then I'll compete with him. Dan Xiaoming's eyes darted about, then he looked at Jiang Chen with a scornful expression. Kid, didn't you just say that a rank 4 alchemist is nothing special? If you've got the guts, come out and compete with me. Jiang Chen said indifferently, I was just stating the truth. A rank 4 alchemist is indeed nothing special in my eyes. Ha ha. Dan Xiaoming laughed scornfully. Kid, what qualifications do you, a person without even a rank, have to say that a rank 4 alchemist is nothing special? Who told you I don't have a rank? I just went to the Alchemist Guild 2 days ago and got a badge for fun. It's a pity. Lingyun City doesn't have the means to assess for ranks above rank 3. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and pulled out an alchemist badge for a rank 3 alchemist. Looking at the rank 3 alchemist badge in Jiang Chen's hand, not only did Dan Xiaoming's scornful laughter instantly cease. The surrounding onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. Holy crap! This Jiang Chen was actually an alchemist. Ho! Holy crap, Jiang Chen is too abnormal. Yeah, I didn't expect his alchemy talent to be so monstrous either. He's already a rank 3 alchemist. Awesome! In this Lingyun martial palace, I don't admire anyone but him now. Jiang Chen directly pulled out the rank 3 alchemist badge, instantly causing everyone around to gasp in admiration. Jiang Chen's ability to become the top student of Lingyun Martial Palace was already astounding enough for them. They never imagined that Jiang Chen was also a rank 3 alchemist. And from Jiang Chen's tone just now, it seemed he was fully qualified to assess for a rank 4 alchemist. It's just that the Alchemist Guild in Lingyun City didn't have the authority to assess for rank 4 alchemists. What's more, even if Jiang Chen couldn't assess for a rank 4 alchemist, becoming a rank 3 alchemist at the age of 15 or 16 was still incredibly impressive. Such alchemy talent was almost enough to instantly obliterate the rank 4 young alchemist opposite him. No, impossible. How could you be a rank 3 alchemist? Your badge must be fake. Dan Xiaoming stared at the alchemist badge in Jiang Chen's hand, and it took him a while to recover from his shock, shouting in disbelief. A rank 3 alchemist at 15 or 16 years old. Most people at this age have only just begun to dabble in alchemy, and those who can become a rank 1 alchemist are already very remarkable. Even in their Dan family, such a terrifying prodigy had never appeared before. Even if this kid is Yen Xingxuan's apprentice, there's no way he could become a 3rd-grade alchemist at 15 or 16. You can become a 4th-grade alchemist, so why can't I become a 3rd-grade alchemist? Enough with the nonsense, aren't you going to compete with me in alchemy? If you want to compete, then let's go. If you lose, get out of my sight and don't make a fool of yourself in front of me. Jiang Chen curled his lip, saying impatiently. Good, very good. Dan Xiaoming laughed in extreme anger. How do you want to compete? So what if this kid really is a 3rd-grade alchemist? Dan Xiaoming really didn't believe it. He, a dignified 4th-grade alchemist and one of the best alchemy geniuses of the Dan family, couldn't possibly fail to deal with this greenhorn in front of him. Whatever you like. Jiang Chen said indifferently, you set the challenge. That way, I can make sure you lose convinced. Kid, you're F-king too arrogant. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Dan Xiaoming almost exploded with rage. Just as he was about to erupt, Su Lingxiang's clear and cold voice rang in his ear. Dan Xiaoming, if you want to compete with Jiang Chen in alchemy, stop wasting words here. For fairness' sake, I will set the challenge. Okay. A cold glint flashed in Dan Xiaoming's eyes. He sneered as he stared at Jiang Chen. Kid, soon I'll make you realize how vast the gap between us is. Jiang Chen couldn't even be bothered to look at him, turning his head directly to Su Lingxiang and saying, Sister Lingxiang, please set the challenge. Su Lingxiang didn't hesitate. With a flick of her hand, she took out a scroll of alchemy formula from her storage ring.
Both of you are rare alchemy geniuses. Today, we'll compete on your understanding of the alchemic Tao.
This scroll, the Azure Spirit Elemental Transformation Pill, is a new third-grade high-level formula developed by my teacher. Other than me and my teacher, no one else knows about it. I will erase 3 ingredients from the formula and present the incomplete formula of the Azure Spirit Elemental Transformation Pill to you. Whoever correctly identifies the 3 erased ingredients first wins.
What do you two think? I have no problem.
Dan Xiaoming naturally had no objections to Su Lingxiang's challenge. As a genius of the Great Xia Kingdom's foremost alchemic Tao world, Dan Xiaoming not only had high comprehension but also a much deeper foundation than ordinary 4th-grade alchemists. With his strength, defeating the young man in front of him would be a piece of cake.
Sister Lingxiang, since he has no objection, let's begin. Hearing Su Lingxiang's challenge, Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile inwardly.
Last time at Qingshan residence, Su Lingxiang had witnessed his heaven-defying ability to instantly complete an alchemy formula. Su Lingxiang taking the right to set the challenge into her own hands wasn't for fairness at all, it was clearly her trying to help him cheat. After both Zhang Chen and Dan Xiaoming agreed, Su Lingxiang opened the alchemy formula in her hand, covering 3 of the medicinal ingredients. A moment later, she directly presented the formula in front of Zhang Chen and Dan Xiaoming.
Zhang Chen casually glanced at the formula. Ding!
You viewed the incomplete Azure Spirit Elemental Transformation Pill formula, triggering a 100-fold comprehension.
Ding!
You have comprehended the complete version of the Azure Spirit Elemental Pill formula. Without a doubt, as soon as Zhang Chen looked at it, the system automatically triggered a 100-fold comprehension, completing the Azure Spirit Elemental Pill formula.
In that instant,
a complete version of the Azure Spirit Elemental Pill formula directly appeared in Zhang Chen's mind. Zhang Chen's lips immediately curled into a slight, involuntary arc. With his arms crossed, he lazily looked at Dan Xiaoming, who was deep in thought, and his disdainful voice echoed directly in Dan Xiaoming's ear.
Dan Xiaoming, your comprehension is a bit too poor, isn't it? You've been staring at it for a long time. Can you or can't you complete the remaining 3 ingredients of the Azure Spirit Elemental Pill? If you can't, then quickly admit defeat and get out of here. Don't waste everyone's time. Zhang Chen's sudden, scornful words instantly stunned everyone present. Holy crap! No way! Zhang Chen completed the formula so quickly?
From the moment Su Lingxiang displayed the formula until now, it hadn't been more than 10 seconds at most.
Could it be that Zhang Chen, in less than 10 short seconds, had completed the unit ingredients that Su Lingxiang had erased? How could it be so exaggerated? Kid, don't tell me you completed this formula so quickly? Dan Xiaoming turned his head and glanced at Zhang Chen, sneering as he spoke. Completing a pill formula is a very complex and difficult process. Even for him, to complete the 3 missing ingredients for the Azure Spirit Elemental Pill would require countless deliberations. And this kid in front of him actually claimed he completed the Azure Spirit Elemental Pill in just 10 seconds. This kid, does he really think he's an immortal? A mere tier 3 pill formula, and only 3 ingredients are missing. What's so difficult about completing it? If you can't complete it, you can only blame your poor comprehension. The remaining 3 ingredients in this Azure Spirit Elemental Pill formula are the Azure Yang Vine, the Elemental Return Leaf, and the Willow Ginseng. After speaking, Zhang Chen smiled slightly at Su Lingxiang. Sister Lingxiang, I wonder if my 3 ingredients are correct? That's right, the 3 ingredients I covered were indeed the Azure Yang Vine, the Elemental Return Leaf, and the Willow Ginseng. As Su Lingxiang spoke, she directly revealed the 3 concealed ingredients on Zhang's pill formula to everyone present. 10 seconds. Zhang Chen really took less than 10 seconds to perfectly answer Su Lingxiang's question. What the F? Awesome. This guy, he's simply too divine, isn't he? Watching the scene unfold, everyone's eyes widened, looking at Zhang Chen as if he were a monster. A monstrous talent. This was simply too monstrous. The distinguished Tier 4 alchemist Dan Xiaoming was actually crushed by Zhang Chen in a pill refinement competition.
This guy's talent in alchemy was simply more terrifying than his talent in martial arts. Dan Xiaoming stared blankly at the scene before him, and it took him a while to recover from his shock. Immediately after, he glared at Zhang Chen with a ferocious expression, a roar of disbelief escaping his lips. Impossible. This is impossible. You must have cheated. You definitely saw the complete Azure Spirit primordial pill formula beforehand. Su Lingxian's delicate brows shot up. Dan Xiaoming, don't accuse others falsely. Zhang Chen hasn't seen the Azure Spirit primordial pill formula at all. Do you really think I, Dan Xiaoming, am a fool? If he hadn't seen the formula beforehand, how could he have completed it in less than 10 seconds? Dan Xiaoming sneered. Su Lingxian instantly trembled with anger. She said furiously, Dan Xiaoming, you're a distinguished 4th grade alchemist, are you really such a sore loser? If it weren't for your prior collusion, would I have lost to him? Dan Xiaoming snorted coldly. He stared at Zhang Chen with a gloomy gaze. If you've got guts, don't play tricks. Compete with me fair and square. Ha. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. You're inferior in skill, yet after losing, you still have the nerve to accuse others of cheating. Zhang Chen sneered at Dan Xiaoming, a look of contempt appearing on his face. Stop spouting such nonsense in front of me. A cold glint flashed in Dan Xiaoming's eyes, and he said coldly, if you're a man, come and have a real alchemy competition with me. You don't need to use such childish provocation to rile me up. Zhang Chen looked at Dan Xiaoming calmly. Tell me, how do you want to compete this time? It's simple. I have 5 sets of materials for the 4th grade return yuan pill. Whoever refines the return yuan pill first wins. Dan Xiaoming looked at Zhang Chen provocatively. What do you say, do you dare? Zhang Chen curled his lip. You want to compete with me in refining a 4th grade medicinal pill? Didn't you just say that a 4th grade alchemist was nothing special? Dan Xiaoming sneered, since you dared to say that, you must have the ability to refine 4th grade medicinal pills, right? If you want to compete in refining 4th grade medicinal pills, I'll humor you. The corners of Zhang Chen's mouth curved into a slight arc, but if I win, the medicinal pills I refine are mine. Dan Xiaoming's expression darkened, and he snorted, as long as you have the ability to win against me, what does it matter if I give them to you? Ha. Winning against you is merely a trivial matter for me. With someone of your caliber, if I can crush you once, I can crush you a second time. Since you're actively seeking abuse, what's the harm in me crushing you again? Zhang Chen grinned at Dan Xiaoming, his arrogant voice ringing directly in everyone's ears. Haha, you wanna crush me? Simply ridiculous. If it weren't for your collusion and cheating just now, do you think you would have won against me? You'll soon find out who's crushing whom next. Dan Xiaoming laughed in anger, then with a wave of his large hand, 5 sets of alchemy materials instantly appeared before him. Dan Xiaoming took out 5 portions of Guiyuan Dan ingredients and said coldly, Zhang Chen, let's cut the nonsense and begin. Dan Xiaoming truly couldn't believe that he would lose to Zhang Chen again in concocting Guiyuan Dan this time. As the Dan family's alchemy genius, Dan Xiaoming had been a 4th grade alchemist for quite some time. Dan Xiaoming already had considerable experience in concocting 4th grade pills. Especially this 4th grade primary pill, Guiyuan Dan, he had successfully concocted it more than once before. As for Zhang Chen, he was merely a 3rd grade alchemist, not even having participated in the assessment for a 4th grade alchemist yet. Even if Zhang Chen truly had the ability to concoct 4th grade pills, his experience couldn't be compared to Dan Xiaoming's. In this competition, he was determined to thoroughly defeat Zhang Chen and wash away the humiliation he had just suffered. Okay. Since you're so eager to be crushed by me, then I'll grant your wish. Zhang Chen smiled faintly, then immediately took out an alchemy furnace and sat down opposite Dan Xiaoming. Immediately after, both had a great understanding, almost simultaneously lighting their fires to warm their furnaces. About 2 minutes later, Zhang Chen quickly began to place the medicinal ingredients into his furnace, instantly opening up a lead on Dan Xiaoming. What's the use of being fast?
Fourth grade pills aren't that easy to concoct, you know?
Dan Xiuming, seeing Jiang Chen's actions, merely let out a cold snort, then continued to focus his attention on the alchemy furnace before him. Concocting fourth grade pills was extremely difficult even for him, a fourth grade alchemist. He had to be exceptionally careful. Especially during the stage of lighting the fire and warming the furnace, it was even more crucial to achieve perfection. Otherwise, a single moment of carelessness could potentially lead to the subsequent alchemy failing at the last moment. In his opinion, Jiang Chen's eager rush for time was simply courting disaster. Dan Xiuming spent 5 minutes warming his furnace, then began methodically adding the medicinal ingredients into it. However, just as his medicinal ingredients were only halfway added, a rich pill fragrance wafted into his nose. Immediately after, sounds of astonishment from all around instantly rang out in his ears. Oh, holy hell! This is way too amazing. Yeah, the fourth grade alchemist opposite has only just reached the halfway point, and Jiang Chen has already concocted the fourth grade pill. Listening to the sounds of astonishment in his ears and smelling the rich pill fragrance wafting through the air, Dan Xiuming instantly froze in place, his entire body stiff. He suddenly looked up at Jiang Chen opposite him, only to find that Jiang Chen had taken a gleaming golden guiyuan dan from his alchemy furnace. How is this possible? Dan Xiuming stared blankly at the scene before him, his face instantly turning ghastly pale. Bang! And at that very moment, the alchemy furnace in front of Dan Xiuming also directly exploded. Jiang Chen, however, paid no attention to any of it. He put away the guiyuan dan, then, under countless shocked gazes, proceeded to concoct the second batch. Very quickly, Jiang Chen finished concocting the remaining 3 portions of guiyuan dan ingredients. The result was undeniable. All 3 portions of ingredients were successfully refined into guiyuan dan by him. 4 guiyuan dan pills were now complete. Jiang Chen looked up at Dan Xiuming across from him, and a faint chuckle echoed in everyone's ears. Dan Xiuming, I'm just going to ask you one thing right now. This time, do you accept defeat or not? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, everyone couldn't help but show a hint of sympathy in their gazes towards Dan Xiuming. This was not a pill refining competition, it was simply a complete crushing defeat. He's a monster. Senior brother Jiang Chen is simply too monstrous. I never imagined his talent for pill refining would be so extraordinary. He's more than extraordinary, he even crushed that genius from the Dan family across the way. At this moment, almost all the students of Lingyu Martial Mansion looked at Jiang Chen with expressions of profound reverence. Hearing Jiang Chen's faint chuckle and the amazed voices of the surrounding Lingyu Martial Mansion students, Dan Xiuming's handsome face instantly flushed red. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into. How could he still have the face to stay here? He simply slunk away under countless burning gazes. After defeating Wu Feilong and getting rid of the troublesome Dan Xiuming for Su Lingxiang, Jiang Chen enjoyed a rare period of peaceful life in Lingyu Martial Mansion. However, such peaceful days did not last too long. On this day, as Jiang Chen was meditating and cultivating in his room, a powerful aura suddenly descended upon the courtyard. This is the aura of Elder Yen Songming, the Grand Elder of the Inner Palace. Why is he here? Jiang Chen muttered to himself, then immediately stood up and flashed out of the room. Upon leaving the room, Jiang Chen found Yen Sangming already landed in the courtyard. Elder Yen, why have you come? Jiang Chen looked at Yen Sangming, a strange look involuntarily appearing in his eyes. I'm here to ask you to fight. A few students from Songlei Martial Arts Academy are challenging students from Lingyun Martial Arts Academy in the outer campus square. Now, all the students on the Lingyun ranking have been beaten up one by one. What Songming said with a rather displeased expression. If they didn't curb the arrogance of those Songlei Martial Arts Academy students, their Lingyun Martial Arts Academy would lose all face. Jiang Chen said with a surprised look, even Wu Feilong and Lin Yu lost? You still have the nerve to ask? Lin Yu left Lingyun Martial Arts Academy after you defeated him last time and hasn't returned since. Wu Feilong was beaten up 2 days ago and is still recovering. What Songming said grumpily, now, in Lingyun Martial Arts Academy, only you can put them in their place. And there's a kid from Songlei Martial Arts Academy who specifically asked to challenge you by name. Hearing Hua Songming's words, Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. His only contact with a Songlei Martial Arts Academy student was Lei Qing, whom he met in the Thunder Cloud Mountain Range last time. Could it be that guy who came to Lingyun Martial Arts Academy? Alright, I'll go meet them. Since someone specifically challenged him by name, Zhang Chen naturally didn't want to be seen as a coward. Anyway, he'd been feeling a bit restless these past few days, so it was a good chance to stretch his muscles. In a short while, Zhang Chen arrived at the outer campus square. Sounds of disdainful mockery immediately echoed in his ears. Heh, the students of Lingyun Martial Arts Academy are really getting worse and worse. Yeah, senior brother Lei Qing alone hammered all the geniuses on the Lingyun ranking of Lingyun Martial Arts Academy. Senior brother Lei Qing has already broken through to the innate realm. These wastes from Lingyun Martial Arts Academy can't even withstand a single move. Zhang Chen looked in the direction of the voices and saw about 10 students from Songlei Martial Arts Academy standing in the center of the square. The tall young man leading them was none other than Lei Qing, whom he had met in the Thunder Cloud Mountain Range last time. In front of Lei Qing, 5 or 6 students from Lingyun Martial Arts Academy looked disheveled and clearly injured by Lei Qing. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed, and a faint cold snort directly resounded across the square. Humph, mere students from Songlei Martial Arts Academy dare to act wildly in Lingyun Martial Arts Academy. You dare not say that Lingyun Martial Arts Academy has no one. Zhang Chen's faint cold snort immediately drew the gaze of everyone in the square onto him. Look quickly, it's senior brother Zhang Chen. Senior brother Zhang Chen, he finally showed up. Ha ha. With senior brother Zhang Chen stepping in, let's see how arrogant these disciples from Songlei Martial Arts Academy can still be. Seeing Zhang Chen's appearance, many students from Lingyun Martial Arts Academy couldn't help but show extremely excited expressions in their eyes. Zhang Chen, you finally decided to show yourself. I thought you were going to be a coward forever. Seeing Zhang Chen slowly walking towards the center of the square, a cold glint flashed in Lei Qing's eyes, and a sneer unconsciously appeared on his face. I was wondering who came to act wildly in Lingyun Martial Arts Academy. Turns out it's you, my defeated opponent. Zhang Chen glanced at Lei Qing lightly. Was it you who injured my Lingyun Martial Arts Academy students just now? They're just a bunch of trash. They don't have the skills but still want to challenge me. They deserve to be injured by me. Zhang Chen, my purpose in coming to Lingyun Martial Arts Academy today is just for you. I said in the Leiyun Mountain Range back then that one day, I would personally come to Lingyun Martial Arts Academy to defeat you. Lei Cheng stared coldly at Zhang Chen, his whole being filled with killing intent. Back in the Leiyun Mountain Range, Zhang Chen not only thoroughly defeated him in formations, but also killed a student from Songlei Martial Arts Academy right in front of him. For the always arrogant Lei Qing, this was simply a great humiliation. It was precisely because of this that after Lei Qing broke through to the innate realm, he came directly to Lingyun Martial Arts Academy. He wanted to get back 10 times the humiliation he suffered from Zhang Chen. Defeat me? Are you worthy? I dealt with you in the Leiyun Mountain Range back then, and I can still deal with you now. But before dealing with you, I must first vent some anger for my Lingyun Martial Arts Academy students. As Zhang Chen's cold words fell, his figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot. Immediately after, only a series of continuous screams were heard. The students of Songlei Martial Arts Academy behind Lei Qing all flew backwards several feet like broken string kites, landing in a sorry state. Wah! What the F? Ha ha! Weren't these guys so arrogant just now? Now they're all taken care of by senior brother Zhang Chen with one move. As expected of senior brother Zhang Chen, this is so damn satisfying. Seeing Zhang Chen swiftly knock down those several Songlei Martial Arts Academy students behind Lei Qing with one move, all the students of Lingyun Martial Arts Academy laughed excitedly. Zhang Chen, aren't you going too far? Seeing Zhang Chen once again act directly against the Songlei Martial Arts Academy students behind him, right in front of him, Lei Qing's face instantly darkened to the point where water seemed about to drip from it. What, are you only allowed to attack my Lingyun Martial Arts Academy students, and I can't injure your Songlei Martial Arts Academy students? Zhang Chen pouted and said indifferently, I'm just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Jiang Chen, you've got guts. Over the years, you're the first person to successfully infuriate me. Lei Qing laughed in extreme anger. Soon I will let you know what price you will pay for provoking me, Lei Qing. Are you talking too much nonsense? Jiang Chen looked at Lei Qing impatiently, his cold voice instantly ringing out. Aren't you here to defeat me? If you want to defeat me, then make your move quickly. Otherwise, if I make my move, you probably won't even have a chance to strike. Jiang Chen, do you think I'm still the same me from back then? Dare to look down on me, I will definitely make you regret it. Lei Qing's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a long sword shimmering with lightning flashed out from his hand. Lightning flickered in his eyes, and the aura of an innate realm martial artist instantly erupted. Sizzle! Accompanied by the sizzling sound of thunder, a bolt of lightning suddenly burst forth from the long sword in Lei Qing's hand. Startling thunder sword art! With a roar from Lei Qing amidst the thunder and lightning, he slashed directly towards Jiang Chen. Facing Lei Qing's sword, Jiang Chen's expression remained incredibly calm. Although Lei Qing, before him, had also broken through to the Xiantian realm. When it came to combat power, he was many times weaker than Wu Feilong. Jiang Chen calmly watched the incoming attack. It wasn't until the thunderous sword light appeared less than 3 zhang away from him that he casually threw a punch. Bang! A loud bang echoed in the air, and Lei Qing's startling thunder sword art was shattered by his punch. After smashing Lei Qing's startling thunder sword art with a single punch, Jiang Chen flashed to Lei Qing's side and delivered a swift and decisive punch to Lei Qing's body. The next instant, Lei Qing's body was sent flying by Jiang Chen's punch. Whoosh! Lei Qing spewed blood from his mouth, and his entire being was sent tumbling several zhang away in a disheveled state. He looked at Jiang Chen, who stood calmly and proudly before him, with an expression of extreme horror. Wah! What the heck? Is this the strength of senior brother Jiang Chen? It's even more monstrous than the legends say. Yeah, he defeated a Xiantian expert with just one punch. He's truly too strong. Watching this astonishing scene, all the students of Lingyun Martial Mansion were dumbfounded. Just a casual punch was enough to pulverize a Xiantian martial artist. Although they knew Jiang Chen was very strong, they still hadn't imagined that Jiang Chen had become so incredibly powerful. Take your Song Lei Martial Mansion people and scram immediately. From now on, if you don't have the ability, don't come out to make a fool of yourselves. After severely injuring Lei Qing with a single punch, Jiang Chen looked down at him from above, his faint voice echoing directly in everyone's ears. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lei Qing's already pale face instantly became even uglier. Feeling the mocking gazes of the surrounding Lingyun Martial Mansion students, Lei Qing felt a wave of shame and indignation. He didn't dare to look at Jiang Chen again and immediately left with a dozen or so disheveled students from Song Lei Martial Mansion. Having dealt with Lei Qing and his group from Song Lei Martial Mansion, Jiang Chen, now with nothing to do, decided to make a trip back to the Jiang family. Life at Lingyun Martial Mansion had become quite boring for him. Since there wasn't much time left until the Grand Xiao Nation's 9 Prefectures Martial Tournament, Jiang Chen decided to head to the imperial city of Grand Xiao Nation early. And after this departure, Jiang Chen wasn't sure when he would return to Lingyun Mansion next. Therefore, it was entirely necessary for him to visit the Jiang family. After a simple packing, Jiang Chen left Lingyun Martial Mansion alone. Returning to Sangshan City, Jiang Chen felt that the atmosphere of the city was somewhat off. The usually bustling Sangshan City appeared extremely deserted, and the entire city exuded a chilling aura of grimness-killing intent. Boy, today is a big day for my Lin family to destroy the Jiang family and take over Sangshan City. Outsiders are forbidden to enter Sangshan City. If you don't want to die, get out of here quickly. Just as Jiang Chen walked to the gates of Sangshan City, several guards armed with long spears immediately blocked his path. The Lin family actually returned to Sangshan City. Jiang Chen's expression instantly turned incredibly grim. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with coldness, and his figure suddenly vanished from the sight of those guards. Bang bang bang! A series of continuous crashing sounds instantly reverberated. Before the guards could even react, their bodies were sent flying backward like kites with broken strings. In that instant,
Screams of agony also emanated from the mouths of those guards. Jiang Chen stomped on the chest of one of the guards, asking coldly, "Tell me, what exactly happened in Sangshan City?" Ever since Lin Tianxiong and Li Gan ganged up to ambush Jiang Chen that day, only to be counter-killed by him, the Lin and Li families had withdrawn from Sangshan City. Jiang Chen had originally thought that the Lin and Li families could no longer pose any threat to the Jiang family. But he never expected that the Lin family would make a comeback and return to Sangshan City. Could it be that Lin Yu made a move? But if Lin Yu knew he was no match for him, why would he seek his own death and act rashly? 3 days ago, Lin Yu, the new head of the Lin family, led his people back to Sangshan City. Now the Jiang family has been completely defeated, barely holding on by relying on a formation, cowering in the Jiang family compound. "Yes, sir, we were all forced by Lin Yu, please spare us." The guard looked at Jiang Chen with terror, showing no hesitation whatsoever, and quickly revealed everything about the situation in Sangshan City. "I already gave you a chance back then. But you chose to be ungrateful, insisting on following Lin Yu back to Sangshan City and opposing the Jiang family. Since you're seeking death, then I shall grant it to you." A chilling glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and with 2 light palms, he ended the lives of several guards. Having dealt with the guards at the city gate, Jiang Chen's figure transformed into an afterimage and darted towards the Jiang family's direction. Meanwhile, west of Sangshan City, the Jiang family compound. Lin Yu, with a long sword on his back and a cold expression, led over 100 Lin family disciples to surround the Jiang family's main entrance. Beside Lin Yu, there was also a robust middle-aged man with a powerful aura and a white-haired old man dressed in a Taoist robe. And opposite Lin Yu and his group, Jiang Kuei and Shui Sha, along with a group of Jiang family disciples, guarded the Jiang family's main entrance, confronting Lin Yu and the others. "Jiang Kuei, your Jiang family's defensive formation has now been broken by me. Whatever tricks you have left, just use them. Today, no one can stop me from annihilating your Jiang family." Lin Yu stared coldly at Jiang Kuei opposite him, his eyes flashing with icy coldness. "Lin Yu, back then your father colluded with the Li family to attack our Jiang family head, yet he was still counter-killed by our head alone. And you think you can annihilate my Jiang family?" Jiang Kuei laughed loudly as he looked at Lin Yu. "Even if you can break through my Jiang family today, my Jiang family will not be destroyed. The day our family head returns will be the day your Lin family perishes." "Humph, don't say Jiang Chen isn't here. Even if he did appear, I could still destroy your Jiang family." Hearing Jiang Kuei mention Jiang Chen, a look of humiliation flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He drew the long sword from his back and shouted sternly, "Charge in, leave no one alive." However, just as Lin Yu was about to lead the Lin family members to storm the Jiang family gate, a cold roar suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. "Lin Yu, how dare you! That day, out of respect for Yin Sangming, I spared your dog life, but I didn't expect you to dare to cause trouble at the Jiang family again. Since you insist on seeking death, I'll take your dog life today." The sudden, icy voice caused everyone present to freeze for a moment before they could react. A figure, treading on thin air, descended from the sky like lightning, landing with a thump directly in front of the Jiang family gate. Family head Jiang Chen is back. "Ah, our Jiang family is finally saved." That's right, family head Jiang Chen is even stronger than the old family head. Let's see how arrogant these Lin family members can still be. Looking at Jiang Chen who descended from the sky, all the Jiang family disciples couldn't help but show excited expressions. "Family head, you're back?" Jiang Kuei and Shui Sha also looked surprised and delighted at Jiang Chen who appeared before them. Ever since the Lin family made their move, Jiang Kuei had sent people to Lingyun City multiple times to inform Jiang Chen. However, without exception, all the dispatched people were intercepted and killed by Lin Yu. Originally, he had already prepared for the worst and arranged for most of the Jiang family disciples to evacuate through a secret passage. But he didn't expect Jiang Chen to return at this crucial moment. Jiang Chen nodded, then turned to look at the somewhat disheveled Jiang Kuei and Shui Sha behind him, frowning slightly and asking, "Uncle Kuei, are you alright?" "It's nothing, just some minor injuries from the battle." Jiang Kuei shook his head, then gave a bitter smile. It was Elder Jiang China, though, who was killed by Lin Yu 2 days ago while buying us time. "Don't worry, I will settle this score with them properly." Jiang Chen's expression was cold, and a surge of towering fury instantly rose in his heart. This time, Jiang Chen was truly enraged. If it weren't for his spontaneous decision to return to the Jiang family might truly have suffered a devastating blow at Lin Yu's hands. Family head, be careful. Lin Yu has somehow brought in a Xiantian expert and an array master. If it weren't for these two helping Lin Yu, our Jiang family wouldn't have fallen so quickly. At this moment, Shueisha reminded Jiang Chen from behind. Jiang Chen was expressionless, his gaze swept over Lin Yu and the two people beside him, then locked directly onto Lin Yu. When Lin Yu met Jiang Chen's gaze, his heart instantly trembled, feeling an inexplicable chill spread throughout his body. Jiang Chen, I never thought you'd return to the Jiang family at a time like this. It's good that you've returned. I'll just take care of you too, and completely wipe out your Jiang family in Sangshan City. Feeling Jiang Chen's gaze, Lin Yu's pupils constricted slightly. He suppressed the inexplicable fear in his heart, his face contorted in a ferocious expression, and roared at Jiang Chen. Kill me? Do you even deserve to? Back then, I spared your dog life out of respect for Yin Sangming, but you were so ungrateful. Today, no one will be able to save you again. Jiang Chen stared coldly at Lin Yu, a fierce killing intent instantly emanating from him. Ha! Jiang Chen, don't be so arrogant in front of me. Even though I knew I wasn't your match, I still dared to attack the Jiang family. How could I have come unprepared? I may not be able to kill you, but there are many in this world who can. Lin Yu sneered ferociously, if one of us is destined to die today, I guarantee it will only be you. What you rely on should be those two beside you. However, just a Xiantian master and a third-grade formation master are not qualified to deal with my Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced indifferently at the two, his imposing voice spreading directly through the air. Since they dared to help you, I'll just kill them all. Those who offend my Jiang family shall be mercilessly slain. Humph, a mere brat dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, which showed no regard for them, the middle-aged man beside Lin Yu was the first to get angry. He snorted coldly and took a step forward. The next instant, the powerful aura of a Xiantian realm martial artist immediately burst forth from him. He stared at Jiang Chen with menacing eyes. Kid, I'd like to see what right you have to be arrogant in front of me. Your Xiantian true qi is unstable, your foundation weak. It's probably been no more than 10 days since you broke through to the Xiantian realm. Someone like you, I could easily take on 10 of them. Jiang Chen curled his lip, saying with disdain. Ha, you little brat at the Qi control realm, you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. The middle-aged man burst into laughter, his hand moving, and a phoenix-mouth saber instantly appeared out of thin air in his palm. He gripped the phoenix-mouth saber tightly in his right hand, pointed at Jiang Chen, and sneered, Kid, if you can take 3 of my strikes, I might consider sparing your life. I originally intended to let you live a little longer and settle accounts with you after dealing with Lin Yu. But since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. As Jiang Chen's indifferent words fell, he stomped his foot heavily on the ground. The bluestone slab beneath his feet instantly cracked with a kacha sound. Immediately after, with everyone staring in astonishment, Jiang Chen bent down and picked up a bluestone brick slightly larger than his palm. He tossed the bluestone brick lightly in his hand, and his proud voice resonated once again. Sandao, you think too highly of yourself. In front of me, you won't even get a chance to make 3 moves. To deal with you, a single brick is all I need. Jiang Chen's arrogant words not only stunned Lin Yu and the others. Even the members of the Jiang family behind Jiang Chen stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What the F? Their family had actually planned to bash that Xiantian expert on the opposite side to death with a brick. If he actually manages to do this, that would be incredibly awesome. Ha ha! What a colossal joke! Kid, I've seen many arrogant individuals in my life, but someone as conceited as you, this is truly a first. I'd like to see how you can deal with me with a brick. The middle-aged man laughed disdainfully, swinging the phoenix beak saber in his hand wildly. In that instant, streaks of sharp saber chi instantly shot out from the tip of the saber, their sound exceptionally piercing.
But just as the middle-aged man was about to swing his saber at Jiang Chen,
Jiang Chen's figure suddenly vanished.
The middle-aged man's heart tensed, his pupils suddenly constricted, and a cold chill instantly rose from the soles of his feet. Filled with fear, he moved his foot, preparing to retreat explosively. However, just as he was about to retreat, a fierce murderous aura suddenly assailed him from behind.
Jiang Chen's figure reappeared out of thin air behind the middle-aged man.
He brandished the blue stone brick in his hand and slammed it hard onto the back of the middle-aged man's head.
Bang!
A crisp thud instantly resounded in mid-air. The middle-aged man immediately felt the world spin, his head dizzied, and he slumped to the ground with a thud. And from the back of his head, blood gushed out, quickly dyeing a large patch of the ground red.
This shocking scene instantly left everyone around completely petrified. Shocking.
This is just too shocking.
Jiang Chen actually used a single brick to kill a Xiantian expert.
What the F?
This is too badass. Ha ha. Awesome, our Jiang family head is awesome.
Yeah, even a Xiantian expert was killed by our family head with a single brick.
I ask you, who else can do that?
It took a while for the Jiang family members to recover from their shock after seeing Jiang Chen kill the Xiantian expert on the opposite side with a single brick. Looking at the middle-aged man's corpse on the ground, they couldn't help but show a hint of sympathy.
A dignified Xiantian expert, actually killed by a brick.
This was probably the most humiliating death a Xiantian martial artist had ever experienced. This guy, he's truly a monster.
Shueisha looked at Jiang Chen, standing proudly in the arena, his heart also filled with shock.
When Jiang Chen defeated him back then, his strength was only at the 9th level of chi control. He never expected that in such a short time, Jiang Chen not only broke through to Xiantian but also became so monstrous that he could kill a Xiantian expert with a brick. Such a growth rate is truly astonishing. At this moment, Blood Fiend's last trace of reluctance to submit to Jiang Chen instantly vanished into thin air. While everyone with Jiang Chen was exhilarated by his ability to bash a Xiantian master to death with a brick. Across from them, the faces of the Lin family members turned extremely pale.
Their gazes towards Jiang Chen were filled with immense terror.
You actually broke through to the Xiantian realm. How is this possible?
Lin Yu stared blankly at Jiang Chen, unable to stop a disbelieving growl from escaping his lips.
Only half a month ago, he had fought Jiang Chen at Lingyun Martial Mansion. Although he had lost to Jiang Chen in that battle, Jiang Chen had only possessed the strength of the 9th layer chi control. Lin Yu never expected that in just half a month, Jiang Chen would successfully break through to the Xiantian realm. Moreover, his strength was far greater than that of an ordinary Xiantian master. Even the Xiantian master he had painstakingly invited was effortlessly bashed to death by Jiang Chen with a single brick. There's nothing impossible in this world.
Lin Yu, I told you long ago, today, your dog life is mine, Jiang Chen's, to take.
Before Jiang Chen's words had even finished, a golden light flashed on his fist, bringing forth a fierce surge of energy that he blasted towards Lin Yu.
Lin Yu's expression changed dramatically in horror.
He quickly unleashed his sword intent, trying to block Jiang Chen's earth-shattering punch.
However, his current strength was no longer on the same level as Jiang Chen's.
With a loud bang, his sword intent was completely shattered by Jiang Chen's punch, and his entire body was sent flying backward.
Put!
A moment later, Lin Yu's body slammed heavily several feet away, and a mouthful of blood uncontrollably spurted out.
Jiang Chen, I am a genius of Lingyun Martial Mansion.
Elder Yan still needs me to participate in the 9 Mansions martial competition.
You can't kill me.
If you kill me, Elder Yan will definitely not let you off. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was approaching step by step with killing intent, a look of desperate terror finally appeared in Lin Yu's eyes.
How ridiculous. Do you think that by bringing up Yin Sangming, I truly wouldn't dare to kill you?
Never mind that Yin Sangming isn't here, even if he really came, I would still have to kill you. From the moment you brought people to Ascension City again and attacked the Jiang family, no one could save you.
Jiang Chen sneered, instantly unleashing his heaven-treading steps.
His figure flashed, appearing above Lin Yu's head, and he stomped down fiercely with one foot.
No!
Watching Jiang Chen appear above his head like a ghost, stomping directly down on him. A look of desperate terror immediately emerged in Lin Yu's eyes. But before he could even utter a single word, Jiang Chen's foot had already slammed heavily onto his head.
Bang! In that instant, the hard bluestone ground was directly stamped with a hole nearly 3 meters deep by Jiang Chen's brutal kick. And Lin Yu's entire body was submerged amidst countless fragments of bluestone.
Jiang Chen first used a brick to kill the innate martial artist who had come with him, then mercilessly struck down Lin Yu.
The expression of the white-haired elder beside them instantly turned to panic. How could he hesitate even for a moment?
He turned to flee in a hurry.
Old man, stop right there. Do you think you can just come and go as you please on my Jiang family's territory? However,
the moment the white-haired elder turned around, Jiang Chen's cold snort instantly reached his ears. The white-haired elder only felt a blur before his eyes, and Jiang Chen's figure had already appeared in front of him.
Jiang Chen, let me go.
I promise I will never meddle in your Censions city's affairs again. The white-haired elder looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, his face suddenly changing. Old man, do you know that by breaking my Jiang family's formation for Lin Yu, you almost caused my entire Jiang family to be wiped out? Now you want to settle things with just a promise not to meddle? It's not that easy. If I don't kill you today, how can I account to the deceased disciples of the Jiang family? As Jiang Chen's cold words fell, he directly punched the white-haired elder's head. The white-haired elder's face changed. He quickly activated a defensive formation diagram, blocking Jiang Chen's punch. Jiang Chen, do you know who I am? I am a dignified third-grade formation master, an honored elder of the Lingyun City Lord's Mansion. If you dare to touch a single hair on my head, I guarantee the Lingyun City Lord will not let you off. Seeing that Jiang Chen actually intended to kill him, the white-haired elder immediately cried out in terror. He was merely a third-grade junior formation master. This defensive formation diagram might be powerful against a Qi refinement realm martial artist. But Jiang Chen in front of him was not only an innate expert. He was also a powerful existence who could kill an innate martial artist with a single brick. His third-grade defensive formation simply could not withstand Jiang Chen's full-force attack. To save his life, the white-haired elder had no choice but to reveal his identity. I was wondering where Lin Yu found the innate expert in formation master, so they were invited from the Lingyun City Lord's Mansion. Jiang Chen looked at the white-haired elder indifferently, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. That's right, I am the honored elder of the Lingyun City Lord's Mansion. If you let me go, I promise we'll all mind our own business from now on. Otherwise, offending the Lingyun City Lord's Mansion, your Jiang family can forget about surviving in Lingyun Prefecture. Seeing that Jiang Chen seemed to have no intention of attacking, the white-haired elder thought Jiang Chen was afraid, and his expression once again became arrogant. Ha! Lingyun City Lord's Mansion, is it very remarkable? Upon hearing the white-haired elder's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh contemptuously. I even dared to offend the young city lord of Lingyun City, let alone a mere honored elder like you. Those who offend my Jiang family shall be killed without mercy. Don't say you are the honored elder of the Lingyun City Lord's Mansion. Even if Bai Jin Tian dared to offend my Jiang family, I would still kill him without hesitation. Jiang Chen's faint chuckle faded, and the blazing dragon sword instantly appeared in his hand. Jiang Chen, your martial arts talent is extraordinary, and your future prospects are limitless. However, with your current strength, opposing the Lingyun City Lord's Mansion would be tantamount to seeking your own death. If you spare my life today, I can speak to the city lord and form an alliance with the Jiang family of Censions City. This would benefit everyone. The white-haired old man looked at Jiang Chen, who had drawn his sword, his expression instantly turning terrified. He quickly began to threaten and entice Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the white-haired old man expressionlessly. Why are people from your Lingyun City Lord's Mansion here to help Lin Yu? It was our young master. He came forward to speak for Lin Yu, which is why we came to Censions City. But don't worry, once I return to Lingyun City, I will explain everything to the city lord and ensure that Lingyun Mansion does not become an enemy of your Jiang family.
The white-haired old man did not conceal anything, narrating the entire sequence of events. He. Just as I expected, it was that idiot Bai Zixuan stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Since Bai Zixuan instructed you to come, there's no room for discussion. So, you might as well go to hell. Jiang Chen sneered, his eyes flashing with brilliance, and a layer of sword intent instantly erupted. In that instant, a powerfully oppressive, chilling sword light flashed through the air. Whoosh! With only a soft sound, a clear bloodline instantly appeared on the white-haired old man's neck. Crimson blood spurted from the bloodline, instantly splattering across the ground. The white-haired elder's eyes widened instantly, staring at Jiang Chen in disbelief, gradually losing their luster. Humph, I didn't expect that idiot Bai Zixuan would dare to lay hands on my Jiang family. With Bai Zixuan around, the existence of the cloud-soaring city lord's mansion will always be a threat to the Jiang family. It seems that before leaving Cloud-Soaring Mansion, I must pay a visit to the Cloud-Soaring City Lord's Mansion and make this threat disappear completely. Jiang Chen looked at the corpse of the white-haired elder, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Jiang! Patriarch Jiang, we were wrong, we'll never dare again, it was Lin Yu who forced us to come. Please, in your great generosity, spare us this one time. I promise we will never set foot in Sangshan City again. Seeing Jiang Chen kill Lin Yu and the other two in succession, the face of the leading elder of the Lin family instantly turned ashen. He trembled all over as he led a group of Lin family disciples, kneeling before Jiang Chen to beg for mercy. Now you know to beg for mercy? Unfortunately, it's too late. When Lin Tianxiang attacked me, he was killed by me instead. Afterwards, I didn't wipe out your Lin family completely, which was already giving you a chance. Now you dare to make a comeback and attack my Jiang family. How can I spare you? A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Cut the weeds, but fail to remove the roots, and they will grow again with the spring breeze. This time, he would absolutely not give the Lin family any chance to rise again. Hearing Jiang Chen's order, Jiang Kuei and Shueisha didn't hesitate in the slightest. They immediately led a group of Jiang family disciples and quickly rushed over, under the desperate and terrified gazes of the Lin family members. Under the leadership of Jiang Kuei and Shueisha, two martial artists at the 8th level of Qi control. In just a moment, all the Lin family disciples present were completely annihilated. Jiang Chen's sudden return, killing Lin Yu and other Lin family members, resolved the Jiang family's crisis. Sangshan City also once again returned to its former tranquility. After dealing with the Lin family's affairs, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to leave the Jiang family. He spent 3 full days, first creating several powerful third-grade array diagrams. Then he refined many pills for the Jiang family to improve their strength. He even refined many pills to help Patriarch Jiang Kuei and Shueisha break through to the Xiantian realm. After all this was done, Jiang Chen gave some instructions to Jiang Kuei before finally leaving Sangshan City. Upon returning to Cloud-Soaring City, Jiang Chen did not go back to Cloud-Soaring Martial Academy, but instead strode directly towards the Cloud-Soaring City Lord's Mansion. To avoid repeating the same mistakes as with the Lin family. Before leaving Cloud-Soaring Mansion, he must first deal with the Cloud-Soaring City Lord's Mansion. The Cloud-Soaring City Lord's Mansion is located in the center of Cloud-Soaring City. Outside the mansion was a huge square. On the square, there were many people who came to the City Lord's Mansion to conduct business, forming a long line at the entrance of the mansion, waiting to be summoned. Jiang Chen only paused briefly in the square before striding towards the main gate of the City Lord's Mansion. Hey, kid, stop right there. This is the Cloud-Soaring City Lord's Mansion. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. If you wish to enter the City Lord's Mansion for official business, please register and queue up. We will call you when it's your turn. Just then, 4 guards stepped forward from the entrance, blocking Jiang Chen's path. One of them, with a wary expression, sternly barked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced indifferently at the men in front of him, then gently shook his head. I'm not here for business, I'm here to cause trouble. As soon as Jiang Chen uttered these words, in the square, countless gazes instantly fixated on Jiang Chen. Their expressions were utterly shocked. This young man, alone,
had actually come to the Cloudsource City Lord's mansion to cause trouble.
And so openly at that.
His audacity was simply too great.
Kid, I think you're tired of living, daring to come and act wildly at the City Lord's mansion.
I don't care who you are, if you know what's good for you, get out of here and stay away. If you dare to take another step forward, don't blame us for being ruthless. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the 4 guards all drew their weapons, looking at Jiang Chen with murderous intent.
So what if it's the Cloudsource City Lord's mansion?
Today, I truly intend to turn this Cloudsource City Lord's mansion upside down.
A faint voice emerged from Jiang Chen's mouth.
Before his words even finished echoing, he casually threw out a punch.
This is bad.
Feeling the terrifying power contained in Jiang Chen's punch, the leading guard's face instantly changed drastically. He hastily raised the weapon in his hand.
Bang! A punch shadow flashed, followed by a piercing shriek.
The guard's body was sent flying backward instantly, finally crashing heavily onto the steps at the main entrance of the City Lord's mansion, utterly lifeless.
You actually dared to kill someone from the City Lord's mansion?
Seeing the leading guard killed by a single blow from Jiang Chen, the remaining 3 guards were terrified.
Their gazes towards Jiang Chen were filled with disbelief.
And in the square, those who had come to the City Lord's mansion for business now had their eyes wide with shock.
Holy crap!
This young man actually came single-handedly to the Cloudsource City Lord's mansion. And with his first move, he killed a guard of the City Lord's mansion.
This is just too insane. Holy crap! Who is this kid? He's so incredible.
Just a mere youngster, daring to cause trouble at the Cloudsource City Lord's mansion.
I think he's purely looking for death. Yeah, this kid must be crazy.
In the square, it took a while for everyone to recover from the shock. They all looked at Jiang Chen with speechless expressions.
This was the Cloudsource City Lord's mansion, after all.
Even within the entire Cloudsource prefecture, those who dared to offend the City Lord's mansion were rare. And the person before them was merely a 15 or 16-year-old youth. An unknown youngster, yet he ran to the Cloudsource City Lord's mansion to publicly commit murder.
What difference was there between such an act and coming to seek death?
Jiang Chen paid no mind to the discussions among the people on the square. He looked calmly at the remaining 3 guards and said indifferently, I'm here today to settle a score with Bai Zishuan, and I don't want to go on a killing spree.
If you don't want to die, get out of my way.
Ha ha!
Kid, what do you amount to?
You, of all people, are fit to settle a score with our young master.
You've killed people from my City Lord's mansion today and are still spewing nonsense here. No matter who you are, don't even think about leaving alive.
Attack together, kill him.
Just then, one of the guards finally came to his senses.
He grinned hideously at Jiang Chen, then gestured to his 2 companions beside him, and they all charged at Jiang Chen. I've already warned you not to come here to die, but you wouldn't listen. Jiang Chen watched the 3 charging at him, shook his head slightly, and threw out a punch.
Bang, bang, bang.
A series of continuous collision sounds instantly rang out.
Jiang Chen's seemingly ordinary punch directly sent the 3 guards flying.
They didn't even have time to let out a scream before they fell to the ground, deader than dead.
At this moment, everyone on the square gaped in astonishment.
These 3 guards from the City Lord's mansion all had at least the strength of the 5th or 6th layer of spirit control. Yet, working together, they were effortlessly killed by a single punch from this young man.
Just how terrifying was the strength of this young man in front of them?
Having effortlessly dealt with a few guards, Jiang Chen slowly raised his head, his sharp gaze piercing directly into the depths of the City Lord's mansion.
Meanwhile,
his cold voice directly echoed in the air above the City Lord's mansion. Bai Zishuan, I, Jiang Chen, have come to settle a score with you. Hurry up and get out here and face your death.
Jiang Chen's cold words also left everyone on the square deeply shocked.
This guy, he really came to cause trouble for Bai Zishuan, the young city lord of Lingyun City. Who dares to act wildly in my City Lord's mansion? At that moment, a powerful roar instantly erupted from within the City Lord's mansion. Immediately after, a brawny man with a broad back and strong shoulders flashed onto the wall of the City Lord's mansion. He pushed off the wall with his foot and directly leaped down to stand before Jiang Chen.
Kid, did you kill all these people from my city lord's mansion?
The brawny man looked at the bodies of the 4 guards on the ground, then raised his head, staring at Jiang Chen with chilling murderous intent. Jiang Chen's gaze was calm, his expression unchanged.
He looked indifferently at the brawny man before him. Are you by Jin Tian, the city lord of Lingyun City? How dare you? How can you just casually utter our city lord's name? I am He Du, commander of the city lord's mansion. You've killed my city lord's mansion guards, damaged the prestige of my city lord's mansion. Now, come and face your death. As the brawny man's shout fell, a fierce aura instantly erupted from him. Oh my god, it's He Du, commander of the city lord's mansion. I can't believe he actually came in person. He Du, he's a renowned innate realm expert in Lingyun City. That kid is definitely dead this time. When He Du, who had shot out from the city lord's mansion, was seen, everyone around couldn't help but let out gasps of surprise. He Du, commander of Lingyun City Lord's Mansion, and one of the few innate realm powerhouses in Lingyun Prefecture. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen's strength might be, how could he possibly be a match for an innate realm powerhouse? Facing the aura emanating from He Du, Jiang Chen's expression remained exceptionally calm. He looked at He Du indifferently. I'll say it one last time, I'm here for Bai Zishuan and his father today. If you truly insist on stopping me, I guarantee the one who dies will be you. Ha, you mere stripling, boasting in front of me without fear of biting your tongue. Daring to cause trouble in Lingyun City Lord's Mansion, your only outcome is death. He Du laughed loudly. He stomped his foot violently on the ground, and his figure shot out like lightning towards Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, his claw-like hand brought with it a fierce innate vital energy, grabbing towards Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, his figure showed no signs of evasion, and his fist, without any fancy moves, directly collided with He Du's. Bang! A thunderous crash instantly resounded in mid-air. The next instant, He Du's clothes instantly burst apart, his entire body turning into a bloodied mess, and he flew backward like a kite with a broken string. This horrifying scene instantly caused everyone to widen their eyes in disbelief. The vast square fell into a deathly silence at this moment. Shock. Incredible. They never would have imagined. He Du, the esteemed commander of Lingyun City Lord's Mansion, a renowned innate realm powerhouse of Lingyun Prefecture, was also hammered into oblivion by Jiang Chen with a single punch. A youth who looked no older than 15 or 16, actually heavily injured an innate realm martial artist with one punch. Even the top geniuses in Lingyun Martial Arts Academy could never possess such terrifying strength, could they? This kid, where on earth did this monster come from? Bang! Under the almost dazed gazes of the crowd, He Du was directly sent flying 3 or 4 zhang by Jiang Chen's punch, finally smashing a large pit into the ground. You, who exactly are you? Blood gushed continuously from his mouth, and a look of extreme terror appeared in his eyes as he stared at Jiang Chen. One punch. Just one punch. He was heavily injured by this kid. He Du couldn't believe that this seemingly 15 or 16-year-old youth possessed such terrifying strength. I already told you not to meddle, but you just had to be so ungrateful. Do you think being an innate realm martial artist makes you so great? Jiang Chen said coldly, I haven't killed an innate realm expert from your Lingyun City Lord's Mansion before. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, He Du's face instantly changed dramatically. Commander Guan and the others, you said you killed them? 3 days ago. Another commander and a third-rank array master from the City Lord's Mansion were ordered by young City Lord Bai Zishuan to handle a matter in Sangshan City. But until now, both of them had not returned. Bai Zishuan was about to send him to Tsongshan City to investigate. He hadn't even begun to act, and the main party had already come knocking. And he was a monstrous talent with incredibly abnormal martial arts aptitude. He Du took a deep breath. With a flick of his palm, he pulled out a token and tossed it into the air. An earth-shattering explosion reverberated above the City Lord's Mansion. Wah! What the heck? Isn't that the emergency summon signal for Lingyun City's City Lord's Mansion? Yeah, I heard that by using this emergency signal,
Lingyun City can summon powerful experts from Lingyun Martial Academy to assist.
I'm dizzy, He-do is really overreacting.
Witnessing this scene, everyone in the square couldn't help but gape in astonishment.
They looked at Jiang Chen with unconcealed admiration. This kid truly wasn't ordinary.
He, by himself, single-handedly stormed the city lord's mansion in Lingyun City, forcing He-do to use the emergency summons order for the city lord's mansion. He-do had no mind to care about the discussions of the surrounding crowd. Although the young man in front of him appeared to be only 15 or 16, his strength was unfathomable. He-do even had a feeling that this fellow's strength would be no less inferior to their city lord's. This young man was absolutely the most powerful enemy their city lord's mansion had ever encountered in its history. If they were careless, their city lord's mansion might truly face a great crisis. It was precisely because of this that He-do unhesitatingly used the city lord's mansion's emergency summons signal. As He-do sent out this signal, inside Lingyun City's city lord's mansion, teams of armored guards, exuding extraordinary aura, swiftly rushed out.
Soon, Bai Jintian, the city lord of Lingyun City, dressed in a magnificent purple gold robe, strode out of the mansion with powerful steps. Behind Bai Jintian, Jiang Chen also spotted a familiar figure. This person was none other than Bai Zishuan, the young city lord of Lingyun City. Jiang Chen, what's he doing here? Seeing Jiang Chen appear in his line of sight, Bai Zishuan's expression instantly turned somewhat grim. He-do, what's going on? Why did you use the city lord's mansion's emergency summons signal?
Bai Jintian glanced at the disheveled He-do beside him and frowned slightly.
He-do quickly explained, City Lord, this kid came to the city lord's mansion to cause trouble, and he's very strong. It's just a brash young man causing trouble, and you needed to use the city lord's mansion's emergency summons signal? Bai Jintian didn't wait for He-do to finish, and immediately let out a displeased shout. He raised his head slightly, his gaze sharp as he stared at Jiang Chen opposite him. Boy, who are you, and why are you causing trouble in my city lord's mansion?
Sangshan City, Jiang family's Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said calmly, as for why I'm here to cause trouble, you'll have to ask your son, Bai Zishuan. Humph, no matter what my son did, the city lord's mansion of Lingyun City is not a place for you to run wild. If I don't kill you today, what face will I, Bai Jintian, have left to stand in Lingyun City? Bai Jintian snorted coldly, then waved his large hand. A streak of innate true qi instantly coalesced into an illusory giant palm in mid-air, striking towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. He instantly unleashed his sky-treading step, viciously stomping on the illusory giant palm. In that instant, the giant palm shattered with a crash under Jiang Chen's foot. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's icy voice instantly spread through everyone's ears. Bai Jintian, your son secretly conspired with others, sending out powerful experts from your city lord's mansion to attack the Jiang family, almost destroying it. As the city lord of Lingyun City, you attack me without asking any questions. I think it's time for a change in the city lord of Lingyun City. Because you are simply not worthy of being the city lord of Lingyun City. In the square, everyone who heard Jiang Chen's icy words was once again shocked into speechlessness. Arrogant. This kid, he's simply too arrogant. Although they had to admit, this kid in front of them was indeed very impressive. He not only single-handedly fought his way to the Lingyun City Lord's mansion, but also directly smashed He-do with one punch. But Bai Jintian was not only powerful, an expert of the fourth layer of Xiantian, but also had Lingyun Martial Academy backing him. As long as Lingyun Martial Academy didn't nod its head, Bai Jintian's position as City Lord of Lingyun City would be as stable as Mount Tai. What's more, the emergency summons from the City Lord's mansion had already been issued, and powerful experts from Lingyun Martial Academy would arrive soon. No matter how impressive this kid was, he probably couldn't force Bai Jintian out of his position as City Lord of Lingyun City. Ha ha! Kid, do you think you're the Dean of Lingyun Martial Academy? Whether I, Bai Jintian, am worthy of being the City Lord of Lingyun City, it's not up to you to decide. Bai Jintian laughed in extreme anger. He stared at Jiang Chen with a sinister gaze. Kid, if you can leave alive today, I'll write my name, Bai Jintian, backward from now on.
Even if you want to write your name backward, you'll need the chance to do so. After today, there will be no more by Jin Tian in this world. However, after you die, I can consider preparing a tombstone for you and having your name carved backward.
As Jiang Chen's calm voice fell, he suddenly clenched his fist.
Profound grade mid-level martial skill, Azure Dragon Breaking Heaven Punch. With a fierce shout from Jiang Chen,
an azure dragon let out a long roar, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced towards Bai Jin Tian.
You're asking for it. Bai Jin Tian snorted coldly, directly meeting Jiang Chen's attack with a palm strike.
Profound grade mid-level martial skill, Sky Treading Step. With the Azure Dragon Breaking Heaven Punch blocked by Bai Jin Tian, Jiang Chen's figure instantly shot up into the sky, violently stomping down towards Bai Jin Tian with one foot.
How did this kid learn so many profound grade mid-level martial skills?
Seeing that Jiang Chen had just finished unleashing one profound grade mid-level martial skill, and a second profound grade mid-level martial skill was already attacking again,
Bai Jin Tian's expression couldn't help but change slightly.
However, at this moment, he had no time to think much and quickly swung his palm again to block Jiang Chen's attack. But just as Bai Jin Tian had blocked Jiang Chen's Sky Treading Step and repelled Jiang Chen, a red light flashed in Jiang Chen's hand in mid-air, and the flaming dragon sword appeared in his grasp. Earth Grade Martial Art, Heaven Incinerating Sword Art. Jiang Chen's expression was cold as a fiery sword light, 5 to 6 zhang long, instantly shot into the sky, condensing into a giant flaming sword in mid-air. With a flick of Jiang Chen's long sword, the giant flaming sword slashed directly down towards Bai Jin Tian. Earth Grade Martial Art.
Watching Jiang Chen's astonishing sword strike, Bai Jin Tian's pupils couldn't help but contract sharply. How could he dare to be negligent in the slightest? He quickly channeled the power within his body, forming a protective chi barrier in front of him.
Meanwhile, Bai Jin Tian also unleashed his most powerful unique skill, the Black Grade Mid-Level Martial Art, 8 Desolation's Tyrannical Flame Fist, towards the giant flaming sword.
Boom!
Two immensely powerful forces collided in mid-air, and an earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the sky.
Bai Jin Tian's 8 Desolation's Tyrannical Flame Fist was shattered by the giant flaming sword in the blink of an eye. Immediately after,
Bai Jin Tian himself stumbled backward, taking several steps. With every step back, his feet left a huge footprint, about a foot deep, in the ground.
However, before Bai Jin Tian could recover from Jiang Chen's Heaven Incinerating Sword Art, another cold shout rang out in his ears. First level sword intent, strike. With a light shout from Jiang Chen,
the sharp sword intent directly transformed into a sword shadow 10 meters long, pressing down towards Bai Jin Tian. Sword intent, and it's even first level sword intent. Bai Jin Tian looked in horror at the sword shadow, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, slashing towards him. He immediately felt his scalp tingle. He dared not hesitate for a moment, quickly pushing his innate fourth layer power to its limit, and the 8 Desolation's Tyrannical Flame Fist roared out once again.
Boom! The two fierce attacks collided in an instant.
Amidst the loud crash, a surge of energy wildly swept in all directions. Under the impact of this energy wave, Bai Jin Tian's body was sent flying backward in a sorry state.
Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was completely unaffected, standing straight and proud like a spear in his original position.
Silence. Witnessing the shocking scene before them,
the square fell into a dead silence.
After quite a while, incredible murmurs finally began to ripple through the square.
What the F? He really defeated Bai Jin Tian.
Bai Jin Tian, the Lord of Lingyun City, a powerful expert of the fourth layer of Xiantian, was actually defeated by him just like that.
This is truly monstrous. When did such a freak appear in our Lingyun Martial Academy? In the square, everyone was filled with exclamations of surprise and awe. No one could have imagined that things would escalate to this point.
Even more, no one could have imagined that this young man named Jiang Chen would possess such heaven-defying strength. A 15 or 16-year-old youth breaking through to the Xiantian realm was one thing, but his powerful martial skills were incredibly numerous. 2 mid-grade profound level martial skills. 1 earth-grade sword technique. The most terrifying thing was that this kid had even comprehended the legendary sword intent. He simply used 4 moves, and Bai Jintian, the dignified lord of Lingyun City, an expert of the 4th layer of Xiantian, was defeated by him. And it was a complete thrashing, leaving Bai Jintian utterly speechless and without any temper. Bai Jintian, as the lord of Lingyun City, you allowed your son to send people to attack my Jiang family in Sangshan City, almost bringing about the annihilation of my Jiang Chen's clan. Today, I will take your dog's life and replace the lord of Lingyun City with a new one. Jiang Chen heavily injured by Jin Tian with a continuous wave of attacks, his cold voice instantly echoing in everyone's ears. Jiang Chen, you say my son sent people to attack your Jiang family, but I was unaware of this matter. Give me some time, and I will thoroughly investigate this matter and give you a satisfactory explanation. Feeling the icy killing intent emanating from Jiang Chen, Bai Jintian trembled all over and quickly said to Jiang Chen. Facing this terrifying young man, Bai Jintian, at this moment, no longer cared about the dignity of a city lord and chose to yield directly. If you had said this when you first appeared, it might have been useful, but unfortunately, it's too late now. I no longer need you to give me a satisfactory explanation. Jiang Chen said indifferently, as long as you are dead, that will be the best explanation for the Jiang family. Jiang Chen, I am the Lord of Lingyun City, personally appointed by the head of Lingyun Martial Academy. Bai Jintian stared at Jiang Chen with a ferocious expression. If you dare to harm me in the slightest, you will be making an enemy of the entire Lingyun Martial Academy. Haha, really? I'd like to see if the Lingyun Martial Academy will become my enemy after I kill you. Jiang Chen sneered, just as he was about to make a move to finish off Bai Jintian. A fiery red figure, carrying a powerful aura, instantly surged towards Jiang Chen and the others. In just the blink of an eye, the fiery red figure appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen and the others. This sudden red figure was none other than Yen Sangming, the Grand Elder of Lingyun Martial Academy. Ha ha! Jiang Chen, the expert from Lingyun Martial Academy, has arrived. Now, let's see how you can still be arrogant in front of me. Seeing Yen Sangming rush over at the news, Bai Jintian couldn't help but burst into triumphant laughter. Elder Yen, this brat not only caused trouble in the city lord's mansion but also severely injured us. Not only that, but he also publicly declared that he would kill me, the city lord of Lingyun City. Please, Elder Yen, uphold justice for our city lord's mansion. Bai Jintian endured the severe pain in his body, crawled up from the ground, and quickly spoke respectfully to Yen Sangming. Yen Sangming didn't even spare Bai Jintian a glance, directly turning his head to frown at Jiang Chen, who was beside him, and asked, Jiang Chen, what's going on? The Lingyun City Lord's Mansion dispatched a Xiantian master and a 3rd-rank formation master to Tsangshan City to attack the Jiang family. If I hadn't returned to the Jiang family in time, my Jiang family would probably have been destroyed by them. Jiang Chen said lightly. Elder Yen, I was not aware of this matter. Don't worry, I will immediately have someone thoroughly investigate this. If this matter is truly as he says, no matter who it is, I will show no mercy. Seeing that Jiang Chen seemed very familiar with Yen Sangming, Bai Jintian's face changed, and he quickly said. Whether you knew about it or not. Since your subordinates committed such an act, then it's your dereliction of duty. Yen Sangming snorted coldly and said indifferently, since Jiang Chen feels you are not fit to be the city lord of Lingyun City, I think you don't need to be this city lord anymore. Elder Yen, what did you say? Bai Jintian looked at Yen Sangming with an expression of utter disbelief. He even somewhat suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. This bizarre scene before their eyes also made everyone in the square drop their jaws in shock. What the heck? What exactly is going on? Wasn't this strong individual from Lingyun Martial Academy summoned by the City Lord's Mansion's urgent summons? He should be here to help Bai Jintian deal with this troublemaker who came to the City Lord's Mansion. But now, this suddenly appearing powerful figure from Lingyun Martial Academy is actually helping this troublemaking brat against Bai Jintian. Unbelievable. This is truly too unbelievable. Yen Sangming was too lazy to answer Bai Jintian, directly turning his head to Jiang Chen and saying, do you want to handle this yourself, or should I help you? I'll do it myself. Jiang Chen said calmly,
his sharp gaze directly shooting towards Bai Jin Tian opposite him.
Bai Jin Tian, today, besides death, you have no other path.
If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for having a good-for-nothing son. I'll give you one last choice. Will you take your own life, or do you want me to personally finish you off? Bai Jin Tian's face instantly darkened to the extreme. His gaze towards Yan Sangming was almost spitting fire. Yan Sangming, as an elder of the Lingyun Martial Academy, protecting the Lingyun City Lord's mansion is your duty.
I am the City Lord of Lingyun City, and only your principal of Lingyun Martial Academy is qualified to dismiss me.
You're actually helping this kid deal with me now. If the Lord of Lingyun Martial Mansion holds you accountable, can you bear the responsibility? Bai Jin Tian, don't try to pressure me with the Lord's authority.
Currently, the Lord of Lingyun Martial Mansion is not here, and all matters of Lingyun Martial Mansion are handled by me, Yan Sangming, with full authority.
What's more,
Zhang Chen is at the top of the Lingyun ranking, and in Lingyun Martial Mansion, he possesses authority comparable to that of the Lord.
Yan Sangming glared coldly at Bai Jin Tian, so?
Zhang Chen has every right to decide your life and death.
No. Upon hearing Yan Sangming's words, Bai Jin Tian's expression instantly became filled with extreme terror.
Ha ha! A mere lord of Lingyun City dares to offend a distinguished guest of my Moonscar Chamber of Commerce.
Even if Lingyun Martial Mansion doesn't take your life today, I, Wu Jiannan, won't spare you. Just then, a hearty laugh suddenly echoed through the square. Immediately after, a man of extraordinary presence appeared in the square in a flash. Wu Jiannan, president of the Lingyun City branch of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. He actually came here too, and he's here to support Zhang Chen. Watching Wu Jiannan appear in the square, everyone's eyes widened once again. Awesome!
This guy named Zhang Chen is really unbelievably awesome. Not only is this kid powerful himself, but his connections are unbelievably strong.
It's one thing for Yan Sangming, an elder of Lingyun Martial Mansion, to speak for him, but now even Wu Jiannan of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce has stepped forward.
Humph, what a Lingyun City Lord's mansion, to even lay hands on little friend Zhang Chen's family.
Little friend Zhang Chen, go ahead and act.
If anyone dares to say no, I, Yan Xingxian, will definitely not spare him. Before the crowd could recover from the scene of Wu Jiannan's appearance, an ancient cold voice echoed again above the square.
Everyone looked in the direction of the sound.
They saw an old man, dressed in an alchemist's robe with a 6-star silver alchemist badge pinned to his chest, descending from mid-air.
Boom!
A wave of shock and awe surged through everyone's hearts once more.
6th grade alchemist Yan Xingxian.
This is a figure renowned throughout the Great Xia Kingdom, someone whose stomping of a foot would make the entire Great Xia Kingdom tremble. Even such a prominent figure directly came forward to support Zhang Chen.
This Zhang Chen is simply too formidable. Looking at the suddenly arriving Wu Jiannan and Yan Xingxian,
Bai Jin Tian's face was filled with extreme fear, his entire being turned ashen, and then he slumped to the ground in despair.
Wu Jiannan, president of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce in Lingyun City.
Yan Xingxian, a highly prestigious 6th grade alchemist master of the Great Xia Kingdom. Either of these two, wanting to deal with him, the Lord of Lingyun City, would be as simple as crushing an ant.
The arrival of Wu Jiannan and Yan Xingxian even surprised Yan Sangming, the Grand Elder of Lingyun Martial Mansion. Immediately after,
a hint of pity couldn't help but appear in his gaze as he looked at Bai Jin Tian. Why did this idiot have to provoke Zhang Chen of all people? Isn't he just asking for death by delivering himself to his doorstep? Mr. Zhang Chen, if the cloud-soaring City Lord's mansion dares to lay a hand on you, then they are making an enemy of my Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Just say the word, and I'll immediately send people to flatten the City Lord's mansion.
Wu Jiannan stood beside Zhang Chen like a subordinate, speaking to him with utmost respect. What the F?
Seeing Wu Jiannan's polite demeanor towards Zhang Chen, everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets once again. The Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. This was the most powerful chamber of commerce in the Great Xia Kingdom. As the highest steward of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce in Yunling Prefecture, Wu Jiannan's status was already extremely exalted.
Even within the entire Great Xia Kingdom, few would dare not show him some respect.
Yet, such a distinguished and important figure stood cautiously before Jiang Chen like a mere servant.
This scene. It was simply too shocking. No need. This is a matter between Bai Jingtian and his son and me. I'll handle it myself.
I only came here today to settle scores with Bai Jingtian and his son. I don't intend to go on a killing spree in the cloud-soaring city lord's mansion.
Jiang Chen said calmly, then his icy gaze directly shot towards Bai Jingtian opposite him. Jiang Chen, I'm willing to give up the position of cloud-soaring city lord.
As long as you spare our lives, I promise to take my son and leave Yunling Prefecture, never to step foot in Yunling Prefecture again for the rest of our lives.
Bai Jingtian gritted his teeth and quickly begged Jiang Chen for mercy.
In this situation, his only chance of survival was to beg Jiang Chen for mercy. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. As long as he could get Jiang Chen to let them off, there would be plenty of opportunities for revenge later. At that time, he would definitely make Jiang Chen pay tenfold, even 100-fold, the price. I don't trust your words. Nor do I want to leave two venomous snakes who might bite me in the back at any time. So, I think it's better to just kill you. As Jiang Chen's cold words fell, he swung his blazing dragon sword and thrust it towards Bai Jingtian. Bai Jingtian's expression changed dramatically in horror, and he hastily channeled the last of his inner strength to block Jiang Chen's sword strike. However, in Bai Jingtian's severely injured state, how could he withstand a move from Jiang Chen infused with sword intent? In just the blink of an eye, Bai Jingtian's head was directly severed by Jiang Chen's sword. No. Jiang Chen, I was wrong. I'm not human. I shouldn't have listened to Lin Yu's instigation and sent people to attack your Jiang family. I won't dare again. I'll never dare again. Please, I beg you, spare me. Seeing Jiang Chen kill his father with a single sword, Bai Zishuan, who was beside them, collapsed to his knees with a thud, frantically kowtowing to Jiang Chen and begging for mercy with a terrified expression.
Jiang Chen's face was cold, completely ignoring Bai Zishuan. A flash of sword light in his hand instantly ended Bai Zishuan's life. Jiang Chen, aren't you a bit too much of a troublemaker? You cause so much trouble wherever you go.
After Jiang Chen killed Bai Zishuan and his son, Yan Sangming couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, I think you should stay and cultivate well in the martial mansion and prepare for the upcoming 9 mansions martial competition. No choice, I don't look for trouble, but trouble always seems to come looking for me. Jiang Chen pouted, then directly said, Elder Yan, quietly cultivating in the martial mansion is not the life I want. I've decided to go out and gain experience, heading to the imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom alone.
You want to go to the imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom alone? Yan Songming frowned slightly, that might not be a good idea. Lingyun Mansion is at least half a month's journey from the imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom.
Moreover, the imperial capital is not comparable to Lingyun Martial Mansion.
With this kid's temper, he might offend powerful noble families in the imperial capital if he's not careful.
This kid is now the hope for their Lingyun Martial Mansion to rise in this 9 mansions martial competition, and Yan Sangming doesn't want anything to happen to Jiang Chen.
Ha ha!
Yan Sangming, just let him go with peace of mind. A young eagle must learn to spread its wings itself before it can soar into the sky. I believe that with young friend Jiang Chen's ability, he can still carve out his own world even in the imperial capital. Just then, Yan Xingxian smiled slightly and said, after I finish something in a couple of days, I will also go to the imperial capital.
With me there, young friend Jiang Chen will definitely not be in trouble.
Elder Yan, please rest assured, Mr. Jiang Chen is a distinguished guest of our Moonscar Merchant Association. In the imperial capital, even if someone wants to harm a single hair on Mr. Jiang Chen, they'll have to ask if our Moonscar Merchant Association agrees.
Wu Jiannan, who was at the side, also quickly added. Hearing Yan Qingxian and Wu Jiannan's words, Yan Sangming felt much more at ease. He looked at Jiang Chen and instructed, since you've already decided, I won't force you to stay. However, the world outside is dangerous, so you must be extra careful when you're alone. Mr. Jiang Chen, Lingyun Mansion is half a month's journey from the imperial capital, and you have never been to the imperial capital. Traveling alone indeed has many inconveniences. Wu Jiannan smiled and said, I do have a suggestion, I wonder if you find it feasible. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. What suggestion?
Tomorrow, the Soaring Dragon Escort Agency in Lingyun City has been entrusted to transport a batch of goods to the imperial capital. Wu Jiannan said with a smile, if Mr. Jiang Chen doesn't mind, I can speak to the people of the Soaring Dragon Escort Agency and arrange for you to travel with them to the imperial capital.
Good, that would be a great help then. Jiang Chen nodded. Lingyun Mansion is quite far from the imperial city of the Great Xia Kingdom, and Jiang Chen is unfamiliar with the route. If he could travel with the people from the Soaring Dragon Escort Agency, it would save a lot of trouble. Mr. Jiang Chen, you're too kind.
Wu Jiannan quickly said, then I'll go and speak to the people of the Soaring Dragon Escort Agency now. You can simply meet them at the North Gate at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. The night passed without a word. The next morning, Jiang Chen left Lingyun Martial Mansion alone and headed towards the North Gate of Lingyun City. Arriving at the North Gate of Lingyun City, Jiang Chen saw a convoy of vehicles on an open space outside the city gate. At the very front of the convoy, a flag was flying, embroidered with the 4 large characters Tunlong Escort Agency in a majestic script. On both sides of the convoy were dozens of martial artists with powerful auras.
Are you Jiang Chen? Is Uncle Wu from Moon Trace Chamber of Commerce the one who asked us to take you to the imperial capital? Humph, you don't look old, but you certainly have an air about you.
To think you'd make us wait for you alone when you're going to the imperial capital with our Tinglong Escort Agency. If it weren't for Uncle Wu's sake, I probably would have set off long ago. Watching Jiang Chen walk towards them, the beautiful, mature, and fiery woman with striking features, who was leading the group, couldn't help but let out a cold snort.
Greetings everyone, I am Jiang Chen. I apologize for making you wait.
Seeing that the people from Tinglong Escort Agency seemed to have been ready to depart, waiting only for him, Jiang Chen said with some apology. Miss, we are ahead of schedule. This is not the young man's fault. Just then, a burly man standing beside the beauty smiled and said, now that everyone is here, let's depart. The beauty nodded coldly, then immediately mounted her horse and shouted, set off the escort.
Yes.
The rough voice instantly echoed in the air, and a group of people escorted the convoy and began to head north.
Brother Jiang Chen, I am Tang Xiang, the Deputy Chief Escort of Tinglong Escort Agency. The one just now was our Miss, Tung Xiuyu.
Miss has been in a bad mood lately due to some matters, and I hope you won't take offense.
As the convoy had just started moving, the burly man walked directly to Jiang Chen's side and said to him apologetically, Brother Tang, you're too polite.
Jiang Chen smiled slightly, it was my delay that held you up. I should be the one apologizing. Our young miss is kind-hearted and a very good person. You'll know once you've been around her long enough. Tang Xiang sighed, it's just that Tinglong Escort Agency is facing a life and death crisis lately, and Miss has been in a rather low mood.
Jiang Chen nodded, not asking further.
And even if he didn't ask, he could vaguely guess the general situation.
During this escort mission, the chief escort of Tinglong Escort Agency was absent. If he guessed correctly, it was probably because something had happened to the chief escort of Tinglong Escort Agency that Tang Qiuyu had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the agency. 3 days later, the escort team finally left the territory of Lingyun Prefecture.
Jiang Chen and his companions also arrived at a vast plain.
Stop! A clear shout rang out from the front of the convoy. Tung Qiuyu dismounted, turned to the others behind her, and instructed, we'll set up camp and rest here tonight. Hearing Tang Qiuyu's words, everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of energy.
For the past 3 days, they had been rushing at full speed since leaving Lingyun City, barely resting along the way. Even though all of them were at least martial artists who had reached the chi-controlling realm, they were still somewhat exhausted. The group set up camp and had dinner. After Tang Qiuyu arranged for a few warriors to take turns on guard duty, she instructed everyone to rest up and set off early tomorrow morning.
However, just as everyone was about to rest, a thunderous sound of horses' hooves instantly came from afar. Bandits! Everyone, quickly form up and prepare for battle. Tang Xiang's expression changed, and he flipped over to stand up, roaring at the group of bodyguards beside him. Clang! As Tang Xiang's roar faded, the continuous clang of swords being drawn from their scabbards rang out. Dozens of bodyguards quickly took their positions, forming a formation and staring menacingly at the approaching group of people.
The horses galloped at a very fast speed, and in just the blink of an eye, they appeared before them. Jiang Chen's gaze also instantly fell on the group of people opposite. There were about 40 to 50 people in this group, all dressed in uniform black armor. In the dark night, they swept in like a black whirlwind. The aura emanating from these people was extremely strong, all of them above the chi control realm. Especially at the forefront of this group, a fierce-looking, middle-aged man with a scarred face led the charge, exuding a powerful aura. With Jiang Chen's keen eyesight, he could tell at a glance that this burly man was a powerful expert in the innate realm. Looking at the dozens of black-armored men before them, Tung Qiuyu suddenly remembered something, and her pretty face changed dramatically. Black Armored Bandit Group, you are from the Black Armored Bandit Group? Ha. Little girl, you're quite knowledgeable to know the name of our Black Armored Bandit Group. Enough talk. If you're smart, leave your escorted carriage and get lost immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me, Niu Tiankue, for going on a killing spree. Just then, the wild laughter of the scar-faced leader echoed directly in everyone's ears. The Black Armored Bandit Group? This is the largest bandit group operating around Lingyun Prefecture. How could we be so unlucky to run into them? Rumor has it that Niu Tiankue, the leader of the Black Armored Bandit Group, is a powerful innate expert. It's over, we're definitely finished this time. Hearing Niu Tiankue's arrogant laughter, the faces of many warriors from Tunglong Escort Agency turned pale. Meanwhile, Tung Qiuyu and Tang Xiang, who stood at the very front, both had grim expressions.
Tang Xiang took a deep breath, then cupped his fists towards Niu Tiankue and said, "So it's Chief Niu."
Today, Tanglong Escort Agency is passing through this area, and I hope Chief Niu can be accommodating. Our Tanglong Escort Agency is willing to offer 10,000 taels of gold. The Black Armored Bandit Group was powerful, far beyond what Tanglong Escort Agency could provoke. Since they encountered them, they could only choose to pay to avoid disaster. Ha! You think 10,000 taels of gold can send me away? Do you really think I'm a beggar? I'll give you 3 minutes. Leave your escorted goods, and then disappear from my sight immediately. But, this girl has to stay. I, Nyodakue, haven't touched a woman in days. She'll be perfect for releasing some steam. Nyodakue scanned the surroundings from his elevated position, his gaze finally settling on Tung Qiuyu's fiery figure, instantly becoming. Hearing Nyodakue's arrogant words, Tung Qiuyu's pretty face involuntarily changed. Suppressing the anger in her heart, her beautiful eyes stared coldly at Nyodakue. Your black armored bandits have always been elusive. How did you know we would pass through here? Heh, not only do I know you'll pass through here, but I also know your escort is headed for the Zhao family in the Imperial City. I'll be honest with you, someone doesn't want your escort to reach the Zhao family safely, so they offered a hefty sum for me to act. Enough small talk. Drop your goods and get out. Otherwise, your only outcome will be death. As Nyodakue spoke, the aura of an Xiantian expert instantly erupted from his body. You wish. Facing the powerful aura emanating from Nyodakue, Tung Qiuyu's delicate face showed no trace of fear. She said coldly, as escorts, since we've accepted the mission, we are responsible to the end. If you want to seize the goods, you'll have to step over our corpses. Ha ha. Hearing Tang Qiuyu's words, behind Niu Tiankue, the group of black-armored bandits couldn't help but burst into scornful laughter. Leader, since these people from Soaring Dragon Escort Agency don't know what's good for them, why are we wasting our breath? Just kill them all. Each member of the black-armored bandits looked at the Soaring Dragon Escort Agency with contempt, their words filled with chilling murderous intent. Miss, you immediately take the main group and retreat first. I'll stay behind to cover your escape. Seeing that the black-armored bandits were clearly up to no good, Tang Xiang immediately drew his long sword and said in a deep voice to Tang Qiuyu beside him. No, if we go together. If we stay together. Tang Qiuyu said resolutely, at worst, we'll fight them to the death. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Since you insist on seeking death, then I will grant your wish. Niu Tiankui's expression turned cold, and he roared directly, "Go get them, kill these people from the Soaring Dragon Escort Agency."
However, just as Niu Tiankui's words fell, a faint voice abruptly echoed in everyone's ears. "Niu Tiankui, if you dare to harm even a single hair on them, believe it or not, I will wipe out your black-armored bandits."
The sudden faint voice also caused everyone present to be momentarily stunned.
Their gazes followed the sound and quickly landed on Jiang Chen. "It's him!"
Seeing that the person speaking was Jiang Chen, the young man who had been traveling with them to the Imperial City.
All the people from Soaring Dragon Escort Agency couldn't help but be greatly astonished.
In Tang Qiuyu's beautiful eyes, an expression of incredible shock appeared. She never expected that this young man, who was traveling with their Soaring Dragon Escort Agency to the Imperial capital, would step forward and speak up for them at this moment. Even more unexpectedly, this young man dared to speak such arrogant words in front of Niu Tiankui. "Ha, a mere brat who hasn't even grown all his hair, dares to spout such nonsense in front of me. You, wanting to wipe out my black-armored horse bandit gang, that's just a huge joke. Kid, since you're actively seeking death by coming to my doorstep, then I'll send you to meet the King of Hell first." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, which showed no regard for them, Niu Tiankui's face turned cold. "Kill this arrogant brat first." "Yes, leader." Behind Niu Tiankui, two members of the black-armored bandit gang immediately raised their long spears and charged towards Jiang Chen. Tang Qiuyu's pretty face changed slightly, just as she was about to call out to Tang Xiang beside her to stop the two men. Swish! Swish! Two fierce sword lights flashed across the air abruptly. The next instant, the two charging members of the black-armored horse bandit gang stiffened abruptly. They subconsciously wiped their necks with their hands, only to find that blood was already gushing from their necks, though they didn't know when it started. Immediately after, the two men's heads tilted, and with a splash, they fell from their horses. What the fuck, I didn't expect this young man's martial arts to be so strong. Yeah, those two members of the black-armored horse bandit gang probably had at least the strength of the 6th layer of chi condensation, yet they were killed with a single strike. I never thought this young man would be such a hidden master. This scene also left the escorts of the Soaring Dragon Escort Agency wide-eyed with shock. He's actually so powerful. Tang Qiuyu stared blankly at the scene before her, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. I knew it. This little fellow is probably not simple. A sharp glint flashed in Tang Xiang's eyes. Yesterday, when Wu Jiannan came to the Soaring Dragon Escort Agency, asking them to take Jiang Chen with them. From Wu Jiannan's tone, he had already sensed that this young man named Jiang Chen was not simple. Now it seems, this guy is even more extraordinary than he had imagined. Kid, you dare to kill my men? Niu Tiankui's face instantly became extremely gloomy. I killed your men, what can you do to me? Jiang Chen said indifferently, if you leave now with your men, there might still be time. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you too. Kid, you are seeking death again. Next, I'll let you know the consequences of enraging a Xiantian realm expert. Niu Tiankui roared in humiliation and anger, and a powerful aura soared into the sky. He swung a massive meteor hammer and smashed it ferociously towards Jiang Chen. Whoosh! Although Niu Tiankui was burly, his speed was by no means slow. In just the blink of an eye, he had already flashed in front of Jiang Chen, and the meteor hammer, carrying a dominant force, slammed towards Jiang Chen's head. A Xiantian realm martial artist, is that very impressive? I've killed more than one Xiantian realm martial artist stronger than you. Jiang Chen sneered as he watched Niu Tiankui swing his hammer at him, then simply and cleanly punched the meteor hammer. Clang! In mid-air, a crisp collision echoed instantly. Jiang Chen's seemingly ordinary punch, however, contained a power far more dominant than that of Niu Tiankui's meteor hammer. Niu Tiankui's body trembled, and he was instantly sent flying, hammer and all, by Jiang Chen's punch. Put! Niu Tiankui's body flew back several feet in an instant. Leaning on his meteor hammer for support, he managed to stabilize himself in a disheveled state, but a mouthful of blood couldn't help but spurt out. This shocking scene caused all the eyes of the Soaring Dragon Escort Agency to widen. Although they already knew that this young man was very strong, they never expected him to be this powerful.
One punch.
With just a casual punch, Niu Tiankue, the leader of the black armored bandit group and a Xiantian expert, was sent flying.
This is simply too abnormal.
Kid, who exactly are you?
Niu Tiankue looked up at Jiang Chen opposite him, and a flicker of horror finally flashed in his eyes.
Niu Tiankue never imagined that this youth, who appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old, would actually be a Xiantian expert.
And a Xiantian expert whose strength far surpassed his own.
Jiang Chen looked at Niu Tiankue with a calm expression.
You are not worthy to know who I am.
My young friend, today I, Niu Tiankue, was blind and offended you.
Please forgive me. I will take the black armored bandit group and leave now.
Niu Tiankue forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, cupped his fists towards Jiang Chen, then vaulted onto his horse, ready to leave. That Niu Tiankue could become the leader of the black armored bandit group, leading them to establish a fearsome reputation, naturally meant he wasn't some reckless brute. This young man in front of him was simply not someone his mere black armored bandit group could afford to offend. However, just as Niu Tiankue had vaulted onto his horse, Jiang Chen's ghostly figure descended from the sky, directly blocking his path.
Niu Tiankue's face suddenly changed. Young friend, what do you mean by this?
I gave you a chance to leave just now, but you didn't take it.
Jiang Chen said indifferently. Now I don't want you to leave, so you'd better stay here forever.
Kid, don't think that just because I showed you some respect, you can truly believe I'm afraid of you.
Niu Tiankue was enraged, and a fierce look suddenly erupted in his eyes.
His figure shot directly up from his horse, his hands gripping the meteor hammer, pressing down on Jiang Chen like a gigantic mountain. World-shaking hammer. In midair, Niu Tiankue let out a roar, merging himself with the hammer, and smashed it down towards Jiang Chen with a world-shaking force. Jiang Chen's expression was cold, and he unleashed his full power, punching out once more at the incoming meteor hammer.
Boom!
Jiang Chen's fist instantly smashed into the meteor hammer, erupting with an earth-shattering clang.
Immediately after,
cracks, like a spider web, spread across the meteor hammer in Niu Tiankue's hands.
Moments later,
the meteor hammer shattered directly into countless fragments. Yet, the speed of Jiang Chen's fist remained undiminished, directly striking Niu Tiankue squarely in the chest.
Ah! A shrill scream instantly echoed in mid-air. The next instant,
Niu Tiankue's body slammed onto the ground several feet away, his whole being bleeding from all 7 orifices, utterly dead.
Silence. This incredible scene instantly plunged the surroundings into absolute silence.
Everyone stared blankly at the proudly standing youth, unable to recover from the shock for a long time.
The leader of the black armored bandit group, Xiantian expert Niu Tiankue.
Such a notorious figure had no power to resist before Jiang Chen.
With just a casual punch, Niu Tiankue was utterly obliterated. Moreover, the one who accomplished this astonishing feat was actually a teenager of 15 or 16. At this moment, almost everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Shock. Unbelievable.
Ho, holy SHT. Killing a Xiantian realm expert with one punch, I never expected this young man to possess such monstrous strength.
You truly can't judge a book by its cover.
I didn't expect I'd also misjudge someone.
Everyone, charge. Kill these scoundrels from the black armored bandit group. After a brief silence, the escorts of the Tenglong escort agency were all greatly invigorated.
At Teng Xiang's command, they all, like wolves and tigers, pounced towards the members of the black armored bandit group. After seeing their leader killed with one punch, the members of the black armored bandit group had long become startled birds, completely losing all will to fight.
Teng Xiang and his group of high-spirited escorts were like wolves entering a flock of sheep, quickly scattering and killing the members of the black armored bandit group. In just a short while, except for a few members of the black armored bandit group who fled in a panic, all the others were completely slain by Teng Xiang and his group.
Ha, that was truly exhilarating. Yeah, I never thought even the notorious black armored bandit group would be annihilated by us.
After dealing with the black armored bandit group, all the escorts couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Brother Jiang Chen, thank you for this time. If it weren't for your help, our Tinglong escort agency would probably be in danger. Tang Xiang stepped forward and said to Jiang Chen with a grateful expression. It was nothing but a small effort. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, Deputy Escort Leader, there's no need to be polite. Watching Jiang Chen casually kill Niu Tiankui and help their Tinglong escort agency annihilate the black armored bandit group, Tang Qiuyu also took a while to recover from her shock. In her beautiful eyes, gazing at Jiang Chen, a peculiar brilliance flickered, revealing an unconcealable shock. All along, Tang Qiuyu had thought that Jiang Chen was probably a profligate young master from a certain family in the imperial city. Wu Jiannan having Jiang Chen return to the imperial city with their Tinglong escort agency was nothing more than wanting to use the Tinglong escort agency to protect Jiang Chen's safety. However, Tang Qiuyu, didn't expect that the truth was completely beyond her expectations. This young man was not a profligate young master at all, but a supreme genius with a talent approaching that of a demon. At the mere age of 15 or 16, he possessed the ability to easily kill a Xiantian realm expert. Such terrifying talent was almost enough to utterly crush those peerless geniuses in Lingyun Martial Academy. At this moment, Tang Qiuyu even felt somewhat fortunate in her heart to have brought Jiang Chen along. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's presence, this time, their Tinglong escort agency might really have suffered a devastating calamity. After annihilating the black armored bandit group, Tang Qiuyu quickly directed the people of the Tinglong escort agency to clean up the battlefield, and then rested on the spot for the night. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Jiang Chen then followed the Tinglong escort agency's caravan and set off once more, heading towards the imperial city of the Great Xia Kingdom. After dealing with the black armored bandit group, Jiang Chen and his companions encountered no further resistance on their journey. About 10 days later, Jiang Chen and the others finally arrived at the imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. Compared to Sangshan City, or even Lingyun City, the imperial city of the Great Xia Kingdom was undoubtedly much grander. From a distance, Jiang Chen could see that the imperial city of the Great Xia Kingdom stretched for dozens of miles, with city walls towering 100 meters high, like a colossal beast lying prostrate. Walking on the main avenue in the southern part of the Great Xia Kingdom's imperial city, Jiang Chen looked at the bustling crowds, filled with admiration. With a quick glance, he had just noticed many martial artists with powerful auras nearby, at least reaching the Xiantian realm. Xiantian realm experts, these were extremely rare in Lingyun Prefecture. But in the imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, they were seen everywhere. From this, it was evident that the martial arts level of the Great Xia Kingdom's imperial capital was indeed significantly higher than that of the other 9 prefectures. Brother Jiang Chen, after we enter the imperial capital, we will deliver the goods to the Zhao family. What are your plans? Just then, Tang Xiang suddenly walked up to Jiang Chen and asked with a smile. I need to go to the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Deputy Escort Leader, in that case, let's part ways here. Thank you for bringing me to the imperial capital. It's our honor for Brother Jiang Chen to travel with the Tinglong Escort Agency on this trip. Tang Xiang quickly cupped his fist towards Jiang Chen and said, Brother Jiang Chen, we'll meet again. We'll meet again. Jiang Chen nodded, then prepared to stride away. Wait. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen paused his steps, turned his head, and saw Tang Qiuyu walking towards him. Jiang Chen, the Tinglong Escort Agency was able to reach the imperial city smoothly this time, thanks to your help. Tang Qiuyu said, then directly took out a scroll. This profound grade martial skill was left to me by my father, and it's the only gift I can offer. I hope you'll accept it. He. Miss Tang, since I joined the Tinglong Escort Agency's team, no matter what happens, I wouldn't stand idly by. Since this martial skill scroll was left to you by your father, you should keep it well. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, then quickly flashed towards the city gate. Tang Qiuyu stood rooted to the spot, watching Jiang Chen disappear from her sight. Uncle Xiang, let's enter the city too. After a good while, Tang Qiuyu came back to her senses, then led the Tinglong Escort Agency's caravan forward. After entering the imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, Jiang Chen wandered around the city for a while, realizing it was getting late. So he planned to find an inn to rest for the night,
and then visit Yu Yangzu at the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. However, he found several inns fully booked, with no place to stay.
With no other choice, Jiang Chen had to ask for directions and headed directly towards the headquarters of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce.
More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen arrived in front of a building dozens of times more luxurious than the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce in Lingyun City.
Because it was already evening, there were not many customers left at the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce.
Jiang Chen glanced slightly and walked towards a beautiful waitress wearing a Moonscar Chamber of Commerce uniform.
"Young master, what would you like to purchase?"
Seeing this, the beautiful waitress quickly said to Jiang Chen.
"I'm not buying anything." Jiang Chen shook his head, then said casually, "I'm here to see Yu Yangzhou. Please ask him to come out and meet me."
Although Jiang Chen's calm voice was not loud, it clearly reached the ears of everyone in the hall.
In that instant,
the few dozen guests in the hall all collectively focused their gaze on Jiang Chen.
A strange expression appeared in their eyes as they looked at Jiang Chen.
Yu Yangzhou, one of the three great elders of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, a renowned figure in the imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. Even in the entire imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, there were not many people qualified to visit Yu Yangzhou. And almost all of these people were prominent figures in the imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. But this young man in front of them actually said he was here to see Yu Yangzhou. Even more speechless was that this guy actually blurted out that he wanted Yu Yangzhou to come out and meet him. Holy crap, who is this kid?
He's so arrogant.
I didn't mishear, did I? This kid wants Yu Yangzhou to come out and meet him. How ridiculous. Who does this kid think he is, a prince of the Great Xia Kingdom? Even if he were a prince of the Great Xia Kingdom, he probably wouldn't have the right to summon Yu Yangzhou to meet him, would he? In the hall, everyone couldn't help but mock Jiang Chen with disdain after hearing his words. "Young master, you said you are here to see Elder Yu Yangzhou. Do you have an appointment?" The beautiful waitress was also stunned by Jiang Chen's words for a while before she recovered and asked Jiang Chen.
"I don't have an appointment."
Jiang Chen shook his head and said indifferently, "Please go and inform him that Jiang Chen from Lingyun Prefecture has come to see him."
Ha ha!
I'm dying of laughter. Looking at his arrogant demeanor, I really thought he had a big background. Who knew he came from Lingyun Prefecture, the most remote place in the Great Xia Kingdom? A mere greenhorn from Lingyun Prefecture dares to speak so boldly in the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce.
He's practically courting death. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's self-introduction, everyone in the hall looked at Jiang Chen with even more disdain. "Young master, Elder Yu Yangzhou is one of the three great elders of our Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, and his status is lofty. If you don't have an appointment, it's impossible to see him. I suggest you go back,"
the beautiful waitress said with some helplessness. Yu Yangzhou, one of the three great elders of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, was extremely difficult to meet even for their own members.
This young man in front of them had no identity, no background, and came from the remote Lingyun Prefecture. How could such a person be related to Yu Yangzhou? Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Just as he was about to take out the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce's supreme gold token, a faint cold snort suddenly echoed through the hall. An elder of our Moonscar Chamber of Commerce is not someone a mere greenhorn like you can simply meet whenever you wish. Kid, if you know what's good for you, get out of here immediately. Don't cause trouble at the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll regret it. Jiang Chen looked up slightly and saw a middle-aged man approaching him with an unfriendly expression. Jiang Chen glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man. "You must be the manager of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, right?" "That's right, I am the deacon of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce headquarters." The middle-aged man said arrogantly, "Kid, are you going to leave on your own, or do you want me to throw you out?" "I'm here to find Yu Yangzhou, why should I leave?" Jiang Chen said coldly, "I'll give you a piece of advice. If you don't want to get kicked out of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, go immediately and inform Yu Yangzhou to come and see me." Silence. Jiang Chen's cold words instantly plunged the hall into a deathly silence. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen as if he were an idiot. This kid must really have something wrong with his head.
The Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, this was one of the most powerful forces in the imperial capital of Great Xia. A greenhorn from a small place, arriving in the imperial capital, actually dared to come to the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce and tell its deacon to get lost.
Isn't this just asking for trouble? Ha, what an arrogant kid. Since I, Hu Yangchang, became a deacon of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, you are the first to dare to speak to me like this. You want me to get lost from the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce? Are you even worthy? The middle-aged man, Hu Yangcheng, laughed in extreme anger. Guards, throw this ignorant brat out. At Hu Yangcheng's command, several aggressive martial artists from the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce charged directly at Jiang Chen. Get lost. Jiang Chen's expression turned cold. With a wave of his hand, a powerful innate force swept out, sending the martial artists from the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce flying. He effortlessly knocked those martial artists away. Damn, I didn't expect this kid to have some skill. Indeed, those martial artists from the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce all had nearly 9th level Imperial Chi strength, yet he defeated them so easily. Is this guy really from a small place like Lingyun Prefecture? An innate master at 15 or 16 years old, such martial arts talent would be remarkable even in the imperial capital. Witnessing Jiang Chen effortlessly defeat several 9th level Imperial Chi martial artists with a single palm, everyone in the hall couldn't help but show a look of astonishment on their faces. Good, very good. Kid, I didn't expect to underestimate you. But with your limited strength, you still don't have the right to cause trouble in my Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Hu Yangcheng stared at Jiang Chen with icy eyes. Today, I will make you understand the price of making trouble at the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. I'll say it one last time, I'm not here to cause trouble. Jiang Chen stared coldly at Hu Yangcheng. You only have two choices now, either take me to see Yu Yangzhou, or have him come out to see me. Kid, who do you think you are, that just because you say I only have two choices, I only have two choices? Hu Yangcheng sneered. What if I insist on a third choice, to cripple you and then throw you out? Is that so? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth lifted slightly into a cold arc. I'll stand right here if you've got the guts, come and cripple me. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, which clearly showed he didn't take him seriously, Hu Yangcheng immediately became furious. As an elder of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, Hu Yangcheng was a prominent figure in the imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. This little brat from Lingyun Mansion dared to look down on him. Kid, since you're seeking death yourself, then I'll grant your wish. A fierce glint flashed in Hu Yangcheng's eyes, and his peak Hotian 4th layer aura instantly burst forth. His 5 fingers curled, like an eagle's talons, and he swiftly clawed towards Jiang Chen's throat. Just an elder of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, yet he possesses strength not inferior to Bai Jintian, the lord of Lingyun City. The top powers in the imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom are indeed very strong. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, his face appearing very calm, as he watched Hu Yangcheng charging towards him. It wasn't until Hu Yangcheng's claw was less than 3 meters from his throat. Only then did Jiang Chen unhurriedly take out a golden token from his storage ring. Jiang Chen's sudden action caused Hu Yangcheng to freeze for a moment. The next instant, when he saw the golden token in Jiang Chen's hand clearly, his pupils suddenly constricted sharply. His claw, which was reaching for Jiang Chen's throat, also stopped abruptly in mid-air, his entire body as if under a petrification spell. Supreme Gold Token. How do you have the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce's Supreme Gold Token? Hu Yangcheng looked at the token in Jiang Chen's hand with a look of horror, as if he had seen a ghost, his face instantly turning pale. The Moonscar Chamber of Commerce's Supreme Gold Token was the most noble token of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Within the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, anyone holding a Supreme Gold Token held a status almost equivalent to an elder. Hu Yangcheng racked his brain but couldn't understand how this greenhorn from Lingyun Mansion could possess the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce's Supreme Gold Token. If the Supreme Gold Token in this kid's hand was real, wouldn't he truly have the right to make him get out of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce? At this moment, Hu Yangcheng's heart became extremely uneasy. What the F, is this real or fake? The Moonscar Chamber of Commerce's Supreme Gold Token, even in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, probably only a few people possess it, right? How could this kid possess the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce's Supreme Gold Token? In the hall. Everyone looked at the token in Jiang Chen's hand and Hu Yangcheng's terrified expression, their eyes filled with incredibly shocked looks. No one could have imagined. This young man, who seemed to have no background, coming from a remote place like Lingyun Martial Academy, turned out to be such an incredible being. Jiang Chen didn't even bother to give Hu Yangcheng another look. He looked directly at the stunned waitress beside him and said faintly, "Can you go and inform Yu Yangzhou to see me now?" I'll go right away." The beautiful waitress quickly snapped out of her daze and hurried into the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Not long after the beautiful waitress left, a middle-aged man in white, exuding an extraordinary aura, quickly walked out of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. This middle-aged man in white was none other than Yu Yangzhou, whom Jiang Chen had met in Leisure City. "Ha ha! Brother Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to come to the imperial capital so soon, it really surprises me." Yu Yangzhou walked into the hall, his gaze sweeping slightly, and he saw Jiang Chen standing in the center of the hall, immediately quickening his steps towards him. "Elder Yu, it's really not easy to meet an elder of your Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. If it weren't for this token you gave me, I'm afraid I would have been kicked out by your Chamber of Commerce by now." Jiang Chen looked at Yu Yangzhou approaching him, and couldn't help but smile. Yu Yangzhou's face instantly darkened. He coldly scolded Hu Yangcheng, what exactly is going on? Third Elder, I didn't know he had our Moonscar Chamber of Commerce's Supreme Gold Token. Hu Yangcheng stammered with fear. Even if he didn't have the Supreme Gold Token, he's still a friend of mine, Yu Yangzhou. Brother Jiang Chen clearly told you he was looking for me, why didn't you come to inform me? Yu Yangzhou snorted coldly with an unpleasant expression. He looked at Hu Yangcheng indifferently. Our Moonscar Chamber of Commerce doesn't need a steward like you who bullies others by flaunting power and looks down on people. You can pack your things and scram. Third Elder, I was wrong, please spare me this time. Hu Yangcheng's face instantly turned pale, and he hurriedly begged Yu Yangzhou for mercy. Facing Hu Yangcheng's plea, Yu Yangzhou remained unmoved. He looked at Hu Yangcheng indifferently. Are you going to scram yourself? Or do you want me to personally make you scram? Upon hearing Yu Yangzhou's words, which left no room for negotiation, Hu Yangcheng's face instantly turned ashen. He glared at Jiang Chen venomously, then scurried away and walked out. Seeing Hu Yangcheng being ruthlessly expelled from the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce by Yu Yangzhou for offending Jiang Chen, everyone around them took a while to recover from the shock. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen were filled with unconcealed astonishment. No one could have imagined this young man from Lingyun Mansion would possess the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce's Supreme Gold Token, and could even call himself brothers with Yu Yangzhou, one of the three great elders of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Shocking. This was truly too shocking. Rumor has it that the president of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce and each of the three great elders hold a Moonscar Chamber of Commerce Supreme Gold Token. As far as I know, the other three gold tokens have long found owners. Only the third elder's gold token remained in his hands. But it is only today that I realize the gold token in the third elder's hands also has an owner now. Just then, a faint chuckle suddenly sounded in the hall. Jiang Chen was slightly startled and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a tall, elegant young man, who looked to be around 17 or 18, walking towards them with a smiling face. The young man walked up to Jiang Chen and Yu Yangzhou, and said to Yu Yangzhou with a smile, "Third Elder, could you introduce this brother to me? His name is Jiang Chen, a friend I met in Lingyun Mansion." After Moon Yangzhou finished speaking, he then turned to Jiang Chen beside him with a smile and said, "Brother Jiang Chen, let me introduce you. This is the third prince of our great Xia kingdom, Xia Xian." The third prince, Xia Xian. Hearing Moon Yangzhou introduce the identity of this young man, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Clearly, Jiang Chen hadn't expected that this young man, who appeared amiable, would be the third prince of the great Xia kingdom's royal family. "Greetings, third prince." After a moment of, Jiang Chen couldn't help but bow slightly to Xia Xian. "Brother Jiang Chen, there's no need for such formality." Xia Xian smiled slightly and said, "In 3 days, I will be hosting a banquet at my residence, inviting many talented youths from the imperial city to gather. I wonder if Brother Jiang Chen would grace us with your presence.
Third Prince, you flatter me. I am merely an ordinary young man from Lingyun Mansion, and I cannot bear the title of a talented youth.
Jiang Chen politely declined.
He was new to the imperial city and unfamiliar with everything. Regardless of the third prince's purpose in inviting him, Jiang Chen did not wish to get involved.
Brother Jiang Chen is too modest. Elder 3 of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce has always had a discerning eye.
The fact that you have earned his appreciation and received the supreme gold token of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce is enough to prove that you are a rare young talent. Xia Xian still spoke with a gentle expression. For this banquet, I have also invited Meng Qingxue, the #1 talented beauty in the imperial city of the Great Xia Kingdom.
Does Brother Jiang Chen not wish to catch a glimpse of her charm? Alright, in 3 days, I will arrive on time for the banquet.
As soon as Jiang Chen heard Xia Xian mention Meng Qingxue, he immediately agreed. Then, on the evening of the third day, I will be awaiting Brother Jiang Chen at my residence. Xia Xian said with a chuckle, then greeted Moon Yangzhou again before slowly walking out of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Brother Jiang Chen, you can attend the banquet in 3 days, but try not to get too close to Xia Xian.
Watching Xia Xian's departing back, Moon Yangzhou suddenly whispered to Jiang Chen.
I'm not familiar with him, so I never intended to get too close.
Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, I'm only attending the banquet for a friend.
Now that the Great Xia Kingdom's monarch wishes to establish a crown prince, several influential princes are secretly forming factions to contend for the position. Xia Xian's visit to me is nothing more than an attempt to gain the support of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. If my guess is correct, the banquet Xia Xian is hosting in 3 days is probably also to win over people's hearts and build his own influence.
With a few words, Moon Yangzhou revealed Xia Xian's purpose. I see.
Jiang Chen nodded and said, Don't worry, I have no interest in participating in this struggle for the crown prince. Royal struggles have always been incredibly brutal. Even my Moonscar Chamber of Commerce doesn't want to get involved.
Moon Yangzhou chuckled. Brother Jiang Chen must have been tired from the journey.
I'll arrange for you to rest well at the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce for 2 days first. Under Moon Yangzhou's arrangements, Jiang Chen soon settled into a luxurious courtyard at the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce.
For 3 days straight, other than catching up with Yu Yangzhou, Jiang Chen stayed in his room and didn't go anywhere. It wasn't until the evening of the third day
that Jiang Chen finally left the Moonscar Merchant Guild and headed to the third prince's mansion to attend the dinner party. The third prince Xia Xian's mansion was not hard to find.
Jiang Chen simply asked for directions and soon arrived on foot at the entrance of the third prince's residence. Ding!
Your profound grade mid-level movement technique, Heaven Treading Steps, has reached perfection.
Ding!
You have successfully comprehended the profound grade high-level movement technique, Zhenkuan Displacement Steps. After the journey from Lingyun Mansion to the imperial city of the Great Xia Kingdom, Jiang Chen's movement technique finally advanced once again.
Moreover, the Zhenkuan displacement steps he comprehended this time was a movement technique akin to instantaneous movement.
With these Zhenkuan displacement steps, he could almost instantly move to any location within a 100-meter radius. Young master, please show your invitation. Just as Jiang Chen, immersed in the joy of his movement technique breakthrough, was walking towards the main gate of the third prince's mansion, a guard suddenly blocked Jiang Chen's path and spoke to him neither humbly nor arrogantly.
Invitation?
Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. 3 days ago, at the Moonscar Merchant Guild, Xia Xian had only verbally invited him. It seemed he hadn't given him any invitation at all.
I don't have an invitation. My name is Jiang Chen, and your third prince personally invited me here. I'm sorry, if you don't have an invitation, I cannot let you in.
The guard immediately said with a serious expression.
Ha, how laughable. Today, who among those attending the third prince's banquet wasn't personally invited by the third prince? Just then, a mocking voice suddenly rang out behind Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen turned his head and saw a young man in a magnificent suit slowly walking over. This young man was none other than Dan Xiuming, who had been brutally thrashed by Jiang Chen at Lingyun Martial Academy.
Jiang Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. Dan Xiuming, it's you.
Ha!
Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to come to the imperial capital.
This is the third prince of the Great Xia Kingdom's mansion.
How could a bumpkin from Lingyun Mansion like you possibly get in? Dan Xiaoming sneered with a disdainful look. Immediately after,
he took out a golden invitation from his embrace and proudly flaunted it at Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen, take a good look, this is the third prince's invitation.
But a small fry like you, from such a remote place, will never receive one in your lifetime.
Dan Xiaoming looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer, his eyes filled with provocation. Last time,
he had competed with Jiang Chen in alchemy at Lingyun Martial Academy, but ended up being utterly humiliated by Jiang Chen in public. For him, an alchemy genius of the Dan family, this was an immense disgrace. Dan Xiaoming had secretly vowed in his heart that the next time he encountered Jiang Chen, he would repay the humiliation he suffered tenfold. However, Dan Xiaoming hadn't expected Jiang Chen to actually come to the imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, and for him to run into Jiang Chen right at the entrance of the third prince's mansion.
Since he ran into Jiang Chen, how could Dan Xiaoming easily let him go? In the imperial city of the Great Xia Kingdom, their Dan family was one of the 6 major powers in the imperial city. Dan Xiaoming still didn't believe he couldn't deal with a mere Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, good dogs don't block the way.
Since you're not qualified to go in, then get out of my way and stop blocking my path. Seeing that Jiang Chen was indifferent to his taunts, Dan Xiaoming continued his taunting spree, madly mocking Jiang Chen.
Bang!
Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered with pleasantries, he raised his fist and directly threw a heavy punch.
The next instant, Dan Xiaoming was sent flying. Seeing Jiang Chen, without a word, directly punched Dan Xiaoming away.
Not only were the guards at the entrance stunned, but even some of the guests who were invited to the banquet were shocked.
What the hell, isn't that Dan Xiaoming from the Dan family? He actually got beaten up. Yeah, who's that kid across from him?
He dares to hit someone from the Dan family. And he's doing it right at the third prince's mansion entrance.
This guy is practically looking for death. Jiang Chen, you damn dare to hit me?
Dan Xiaoming scrambled up from the ground, looking disheveled, his gaze towards Jiang Chen almost spitting fire.
Jiang Chen ignored Dan Xiaoming's fiery gaze, extended his hand directly, and said indifferently, if you don't want to keep getting beaten, hand over the invitation. Dan Xiaoming sneered, Jiang Chen, you're incredibly bold, how could you? Bang! However,
before Dan Xiaoming could finish speaking, Jiang Chen kicked him again, sending him sprawling face first.
Kicking Dan Xiaoming down with one strike, Jiang Chen walked directly to Dan Xiaoming in full view of everyone and snatched the invitation from his hand. Immediately after,
Jiang Chen walked straight to the guard at the entrance with the invitation in hand, and said indifferently, I can go in now, right? Jiang Chen's awesome move directly made everyone around him almost drop their jaws in shock. This kid first brutally beat Dan Xiaoming from the Dan family, then snatched the invitation from him. And then he was going to enter the third prince's mansion with the stolen invitation. Powerful. This move was simply too formidable. My lord, you assaulted a guest invited by the third prince and forcibly took his invitation.
Aren't you showing too little respect for our third prince?
The guard looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, his face instantly turning livid. I said I was an esteemed guest invited by your third prince, and you asked me to show an invitation. Now I've gotten an invitation and put it in front of you, but you still won't let me in. If that's the case, I won't attend your third prince's banquet. Saying this, Jiang Chen casually tossed away the invitation in his hand and turned to leave. Kid, stop right there. You wounded a guest of the third prince in public, right at the third prince's mansion entrance. How can I let you leave so easily? Brothers, seize him for me. The guard roared, and the 7 or 8 guards at the mansion's entrance instantly rushed up, surrounding Jiang Chen. What about the third prince's mansion? I'll come if I want, and leave if I want. It's not up to you to interfere. Jiang Chen's face turned cold, all of you, get out of my way. Humph, in front of the third prince's mansion, you're not allowed to be so presumptuous. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude to you. The leading guard snorted coldly, staring at Jiang Chen with murderous intent, looking as if he was ready to strike at any disagreement.
Good. Very good. Since you won't let me leave, I'll fight my way into the third prince's mansion.
I want to ask him what he's up to, inviting me to tonight's banquet but not letting me in.
Jiang Chen laughed in extreme anger, and his whole being instantly filled with murderous intent. Everyone, stop. Just as the battle between Jiang Chen and the 7 or 8 surrounding guards was about to erupt,
a sharp shout suddenly came from inside the mansion. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw the third prince, Xia Xian, walking out of the mansion with majestic strides.
Greetings, third prince.
Seeing the third prince arrive, the 7 or 8 guards quickly bowed in greeting.
Xia Xian waved his hand, signaling them to step back. He walked directly up to Jiang Chen, and with an apologetic look, said, "Brother Jiang Chen, on that day at the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, I, Xia, was momentarily negligent and forgot about the invitation. I hope you don't take offense." What?
Everyone widened their eyes and showed expressions of disbelief, looking at the third prince Xia Xian's polite attitude towards Jiang Chen.
Holy crap! Who is this kid, to be so impressive? Even among the younger generation of the 6 major powers in the Great Xia Kingdom's imperial capital, few could make Xia Xian treat them with such courtesy, could they? Third prince, do you really want him to go to your mansion for the banquet? Then I can tell you clearly now, tonight's banquet is either him or me. If I'm there, he's not. Just then, Dan Xiaoming's furious voice also instantly came from the side.
Xia Xian was slightly stunned, then turned his head to look at the disheveled Dan Xiaoming, saying with some surprise, "Brother Dan, what happened to you?" Dan Xiaoming's face was gloomy, and he gritted his teeth as he stared at Jiang Chen. "Why I'm like this, you ask him yourself."
"Indeed, I had some personal grievances with him and couldn't hold back, so I beat him up."
Jiang Chen said indifferently, "If the third prince finds it difficult, I will leave now and not attend tonight's banquet."
"Brother Jiang Chen, wait." Xia Xian quickly stopped Jiang Chen, who was about to turn and leave.
Then he glanced at Dan Xiaoming again, and said with a smile, "Both of you are honored guests invited by me today.
I wonder if you could give me face and let this matter end here today?"
These 2 people before him were both extremely important to him. One was one of the core figures of the younger generation of the Dan family, capable of representing the Dan family to a certain extent. The other possessed the supreme gold token of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, a status comparable to an elder of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. If he could get the help of these 2, it would definitely be a huge advantage in his bid for the crown prince position.
"Stop here? Impossible."
Dan Xiaoming said with a gloomy expression, "Third prince, if you let him attend the banquet tonight, I, Dan Xiaoming, will never set foot in your residence again."
"Brother Dan, are you threatening me?" Xia Xian's expression instantly turned sour.
As the third prince of the Great Xia Kingdom, Xia Xian was an incredibly proud individual. Although he hoped to unite more forces in the struggle for the crown prince position of the Great Xia Kingdom, he would never be threatened because of it.
"Third prince, you exaggerate.
I wouldn't dare threaten you."
Dan Xiaoming snorted coldly, "I am merely stating a fact."
A cold glint flashed in Xia Xian's eyes as he said flatly, "Since Brother Dan does not wish to enter my residence, then please leave." Although Dan Xiaoming was a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Dan family, Jiang Chen's status was by no means inferior to his. Possessing the supreme gold token of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce, Jiang Chen's status within the chamber was almost equivalent to that of an elder. How could Xia Xian possibly drive Jiang Chen away because of Dan Xiaoming's threat?
What's more, if he had to choose between befriending Dan Xiaoming and Jiang Chen, Xia Xian would choose Jiang Chen without a moment's hesitation. You see. How discerning were the eyes of Yu Yangzhou, the third elder of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce. Countless prodigious geniuses had once sought Yu Yangzhou's supreme gold token, yet he remained utterly unmoved.
But in the end, Yu Yangzhou gave the supreme gold token to the young man before him named Jiang Chen. Xia Xian believed that since Jiang Chen could gain Yu Yangzhou's favor, he was definitely no ordinary person.
Good. Very good. Third prince, since you have made your choice, I shall take my leave.
Seeing that Xia Xian had actually chosen to side with Jiang Chen, Dan Xiaoming couldn't maintain his composure. He let out a furious laugh, turned, and stormed off with a flick of his sleeve.
Xia Xian's face was expressionless.
Without even a second glance at Dan Xiuming, he made a welcoming gesture to Jiang Chen and said with a smile, "Brother Jiang Chen, please, come in."
Jiang Chen nodded and then walked into the residence with Xia Xian.
A short while later, Xia Xian led Jiang Chen to a hall several hundred meters wide. The hall was filled with many exquisitely carved rosewood tables. These tables were arranged in rows of 4, filling the entire hall. And a large portion of them were already occupied by guests.
"Brother Jiang Chen, please have a seat here."
Xia Xian directly arranged for Jiang Chen to sit in the front row, in the seat originally meant for Dan Xiuming.
This scene. Instantly, the gazes of everyone in the hall fell upon Jiang Chen. Generally speaking, at this kind of banquet,
the closer one's seat was to the front, the higher their status and position. Therefore, everyone almost instinctively assumed that the 4 seats in the front row were prepared by Xia Xian for the young talents of the 4 great families of the imperial capital. When they saw this unfamiliar young man, arranged by Xia Xian in the front row, they immediately couldn't help but start discussing.
"Holy SHT, who is this kid? He seems pretty impressive."
Yeah, not only was he personally welcomed in by the third prince, but he was also arranged in the front row. This guy doesn't look like he's from one of the 4 great families.
When did such an amazing person appear in the imperial capital of the great Xia kingdom? As everyone looked at Jiang Chen, discussing amongst themselves.
Jiang Chen, however, calmly sipped his tea, waiting for the banquet to begin. Soon, all the guests for the banquet had arrived one after another, including Meng Qingxue, whom Jiang Chen had been waiting for, who slowly walked in from outside the hall under the gaze of countless eyes.
Is that Meng Qingxue from the Meng family?
It's said that after Meng Qingxue returned to the Meng family, her strength suddenly greatly increased, and she has already broken through to the Xiantian realm.
TSK.
A Xiantian master at 16, truly worthy of being the #1 genius beauty in the imperial capital. Looking at Meng Qingxue, who appeared in the hall, numerous exclamations of awe immediately resounded throughout the hall. It truly honors my humble abode to have Miss Meng grace us with your presence.
Please, quickly come in.
Seeing Meng Qingxue walk into the hall, Xia Xian quickly welcomed her to the furthest right seat in the front row.
The third prince is too kind.
Meng Qingxue returned a faint bow, then sat down in her seat. Suddenly, Meng Qingxue felt a gaze from her left side continuously watching her, and she couldn't help but turn her head to look. When she saw Jiang Chen sitting in the first seat on her left, a hint of surprise instantly appeared in her beautiful eyes. Meng Qingxue obviously hadn't expected Jiang Chen to arrive in the imperial capital of the great Xia kingdom so early, and also to attend the banquet hosted by the third prince Xia Xian, being treated as an honored guest by Xia Xian and seated in the front row. Although she was somewhat surprised by Jiang Chen's appearance. However, at this moment, Meng Qingxue did not go forward to greet Jiang Chen. "Everyone, thank you very much for gracing us with your presence at this banquet hosted by your humble prince.
Next, allow me to introduce 4 young talents to you all."
Xia Xian spoke with a smile, exuding a calm and composed regal aura.
He first pointed to Meng Qingxue on the right side of the front row and smiled. "I suppose I don't need to introduce this one, do I?
Our imperial capital of the great Xia kingdom's genius beauty, Meng Qingxue. This is Gong Qi, the genius formation master from the Gong family. At only 17 years old, he is already a 3rd-grade formation master."
After introducing Meng Qingxue,
Xia Xian then pointed to a young man in a Taoist robe next to Meng Qin and said with a smile, "If I'm not mistaken, Brother Gong Qi should be close to breaking through to a 4th-grade formation master, right? The third prince thinks too highly of me." Gong Qi smiled faintly. "A 4th-grade formation master, it's not that easy."
"Brother Gong Qi, there's no need to be modest."
Xia Xian smiled slightly, then pointed to a cold-looking young man next to Gong Qi and said, "This is Kong Rui, the talented beast tamer from the Kong family. Like Brother Gong, he is 17 years old and is currently a 3rd-grade beast tamer. And this Brother Jiang Chen, from the Moonscar Merchant Guild."
Xia Xian's gaze finally rested on Jiang Chen.
He introduced him simply with just one sentence, then said no more.
Hearing Xia Xian's introduction,
everyone in the hall couldn't help but show a strange expression. The Moonscar Merchant Guild is powerful and as rich as a nation. However, the Moonscar Merchant Guild has always remained neutral and never participated in the royal family's struggles. Why would the Moonscar Merchant Guild send someone to attend the third prince's banquet this time? Could it be that the third prince has even won over people from the Moonscar Merchant Guild? The first prince has arrived. Just as everyone was surprised by Jiang Chen's identity, a sudden shout came from the entrance of the hall. The first prince, why is he here? Hearing the shout from the entrance, everyone in the hall couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The first prince, Xia Lin, is one of the most powerful princes among the many princes of the Great Xia Kingdom. He is also the third prince's biggest rival for the position of crown prince. Now, the first prince suddenly appearing at a banquet hosted by the third prince clearly bodes ill. He's here to crash the party. Third brother, I heard you're hosting a banquet tonight. Your elder brother came uninvited. I wonder if third brother welcomes me. Just as everyone was shocked by the arrival of the first prince, a clear and resonant voice suddenly came from outside. Immediately after, a handsome young man, about 25 or 26 years old, walked in with a beaming smile. Xia Xian quickly stood up from his seat and went to greet the first prince. He likewise looked at Xia Lin with a smiling face. It is my honor for my elder brother to attend the banquet hosted by your younger brother. The purpose of this banquet held by Xia Xian was to win over people's hearts and prepare for the struggle for the position of crown prince. And yet, the first prince Xia Lin suddenly appeared at this time. Xia Xian knew without thinking that his elder brother was probably here with ill intentions. However, even though he knew Xia Lin's purpose, Xia Xian's expression remained unchanged, his face still filled with a brilliant smile. It's rare for third brother to hold a banquet. How could an elder brother not come to show support? Xia Lin smiled faintly and said, this time, I've also brought a distinguished guest for third brother. I wonder who the guest my elder brother is referring to might be, Xia Xian said with a smiling face. Brother Yang, why don't you come in and meet my third brother? Xia Lin turned his head directly towards the entrance of the hall and called out. As Xia Lin's words fell, everyone in the hall couldn't help but look back. They saw a young man, about 15 or 16 years old, wearing an alchemist's robe, walking directly in. The young man had an ordinary appearance and a thin build. Immediately after. But when everyone saw the third-grade alchemist's badge on the young man's chest, they couldn't help but suddenly change color. A 15 or 16-year-old third-grade alchemist, even in the Dan family, renowned for alchemy, there probably wasn't such a monstrous genius. This seemingly unremarkable young man before them, his alchemy talent was simply too terrifying. Third brother, let me introduce you. This is Brother Yang Ping, and he is also the closed-door disciple of Grand Alchemist Pang Yangyan, a fifth-grade alchemist. Brother Yang Ping broke through to a third-grade alchemist at the age of 16, breaking the record once set by the young master of the Dan family, becoming the youngest third-grade alchemist in the Great Xia Kingdom for hundreds of years. The first prince's face was full of smiles, and the look of pride in his eyes was clearly visible. A 16-year-old third-grade alchemist. The closed-door disciple of Grand Alchemist Pang Yangyan, a fifth-grade alchemist. Hearing Xia Lin's introduction, not only did everyone in the hall suddenly change their expressions. Even in Xia Xian's eyes, a serious look couldn't help but flash. It seemed that at this banquet, he was probably going to suffer a silent loss at the hands of his elder brother. His elder brother truly lived up to his reputation as the most qualified candidate to compete with him for the crown prince of the Great Xia Kingdom. His methods were indeed formidable. If he guessed correctly, Xia Lin must have learned about Dan Xiuming's angry departure from his mansion, which is why he brought this alchemy genius, Yang Ping, to crash his party. Xia Lin's purpose in doing this was nothing more than to send a signal to everyone. He had won over the top alchemy genius in the imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, and he had also gained the support of a fifth-grade alchemist. So it's Brother Yang, please come in. Although he knew this person was brought by Xia Lin to undermine him, Xia Xian still gestured courteously to Yang Ping to invite him in. Yang Ping nodded indifferently, then walked directly towards Jiang Chen's seat in the front row, on the far left of the hall. At the same time, his incomparably domineering voice directly rang in Jiang Chen's ear. Kid, scram right now. I've taken a liking to your seat. Seeing Yang Ping walk directly up to Jiang Chen and imperiously tell him to get lost, Xia Xian's face immediately turned a little ugly. He was the host of this banquet today. But this young man, Yang Ping, completely disregarded everything and just told his most esteemed guest to get lost. This was simply showing too little respect for him. However, this Yang Ping did indeed have the capital to be so overbearing. He was the youngest third-rank alchemist in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom, and he also had a fifth-rank alchemist master. With such status, even Xia Xian was unwilling to easily offend him. Xia Xian was furious at Yang Ping's overbearing behavior, but in the end, he didn't flare up. Although Yang Ping's status was extraordinary, Jiang Chen, sitting there, was no pushover either. Watching Yang Ping try to forcibly take Jiang Chen's seat. In the hall, everyone's eyes converged on Jiang Chen at that moment. Even Gong Qi from the Gong family and Kong Rui from the Kong family looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of amusement. They all wanted to know what kind of choice Jiang Chen, the young man placed in the first position by Xia Xian, would make. Only Meng Qingxue, sitting in the first row on the left, couldn't help but reveal a hint of pity in her gaze towards Yang Ping. Under the countless gazes in the hall, Jiang Chen remained motionless in his seat, showing no intention of getting up. He looked up at Yang Ping and said indifferently, "This is my seat. Why should I give it to you? You have 10 seconds to disappear from my sight." "Ha ha. Kid, even the third prince wouldn't dare to speak to me like that. What are you to think you have the right to make me disappear from here? I don't want to waste words with you. I've taken this seat, so get out of it quickly if you don't want to die." Yang Ping yelled arrogantly. He had come to the third prince's banquet today specifically on the first prince's orders to cause trouble. Since he was here to cause trouble, the person he picked naturally couldn't have too low a status. Among the guests in the first row of Xia Xian's banquet, 3 of them were from the 3 major families. Yang Ping naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to bother them. Therefore, Yang Ping unhesitatingly chose Jiang Chen, who was in the top position. This kid clearly wasn't from one of the 4 great families. If he could ruthlessly trample this kid underfoot, he would surely be able to completely mess up the third prince's banquet. Looking at Yang Ping, who was arrogantly yelling beside him, a cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and his right hand shot out like lightning, directly grabbing Yang Ping's neck. Immediately after, Jiang Chen lifted Yang Ping up as if an eagle was snatching a chick. Whoa, whoa! Yang Ping's face instantly turned crimson, and he let out a series of muffled sounds. His limbs thrashed wildly in mid-air. But with his strength, trying to break free from Jiang Chen's hold was undoubtedly a futile effort. Hiss! Seeing this scene unfold, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Their eyes widened, revealing an incredible shock. This Jiang Chen truly lived up to his reputation as the chief esteemed guest invited by the third prince. He was indeed extraordinarily formidable. Yang Ping, the closed-door disciple of a 5th-grade alchemist and the youngest 3rd-grade alchemist in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom, was actually beaten up like this. Seeing Jiang Chen act the moment he spoke, the first prince Xia Lin also took a while to recover from his shock.